Home care packages. Call Right at Home today. (4BC) News.
It's 6 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. Violent scenes have erupted outside Alice Springs Hospital, where the man accused of killing a 5-year-old girl is receiving treatment. Police were forced to use tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse a crowd of protesters who were demanding officers hand over Jefferson Lewis. The 47-year-old was arrested following a 5-day manhunt. A crime scene has been established at the home of prominent surgeon Dr. Reza Adib following raids at his Gold Coast property. Officers were seen searching the Burleigh Heads unit yesterday afternoon and removed several items from the building. Dr. Adib is the partner of former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. No charges have been laid. A driver has died after a car collided with a traffic light and burst into flames in Townsville. The collision occurred in Condon yesterday morning. The 40-year-old man was transported to hospital in a critical condition and was declared deceased a short time later. Overseas, the US president says Iran has nothing left a day after declaring no more Mr. Nice Guy in his bid to bring the Middle East conflict to an end. The Prince of Brent crude oil has climbed above $110 a barrel amid the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump strongly rejecting suggestions Tehran is in a strong position.
Think of it. We militarily decapitated the country. And every day I read about how well they're doing militarily. They got nothing left. They're done.
The UK terrorism threat level has been raised to severe, meaning an attack is considered highly likely in the next 6 months. 2 Jewish men are recovering from stab wounds after being injured in an attack, which police are treating as a terrorist incident. As the state's road toll heads towards an alarming milestone, there are calls for behaviour changes in drivers. The 2026 Fatality-Free Friday campaign begins today, with motorists urged to prioritise their safety when on the roads. Australian Road Safety Foundation founder and chairperson Russell White says road trauma comes down to a choice.
And it's about letting people make better choices, again, not just on one single day, but setting up habits that will impact their driving, improve their safety on the road every single day of the year.
And Dettol once again reigns supreme as Australia's most trusted brand. Reader's Digest annual Trusted Brand Survey has been released, with familiar names like Panadol, Toyota, Bunnings and Dulux also rating highly. General Manager Sharon White says the featured brands have common traits.
I think it's really because they listen to their customers and they adapt. They really listen to them and care for them. I think that it's important, as you can see in some of the results, they change from year to year.
To finance, the Dow Jones is up 828 points at 49,689. 1 Australian dollar is buying 72 US cents.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
Dolphins coach Christian Wolf has defended dropping Trey Fuller to reserve grade. With Jack Bostock named to return from an ACL injury against the Storm tonight, Wolf says it's important Fuller gets time as fullback before players are lost to the State of Origin window.
Hammer's most likely going to be playing Origin in a couple of weeks, and it's really important that Trey's going to be our fullback there, and Trey needs to go and get some time at fullback and the fitness and all those things that come with playing fullback. So him going and playing some cup and playing some 80-minute games over the next couple of weeks, that's really important for us going forward as well.
Meanwhile, Queensland coach Nathan Cross has hailed his side's efforts in Game 1 of the Women's Origin Series. The Maroons lost Mackenzie Wheel in the opening tackle, ultimately falling 11-6. It's 6:04. That's the latest news and sport.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app. For the stories that matter to Brisbane, stay right here. We're live, we're local. Brisbane's 4.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go
traffic, from truck seats to bus seats and even tractors. For a professional seat that suits, chat to the team at Seats Are Us. Visit seatsareus.com.au.
There's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Rochedale with delays back to 8 Mile Plains, and that breakdown is cleared from the Logan Motorway westbound in Forest Lake, but delays are still slow through Parkinson. A breakdown also in Caboolture for the Bruce Highway northbound just after King John Creek. In the city, the lights are out on Turbot Street at Creek Street, and delays on the Bruce Highway southbound around North Lakes to Mango Hill and Gibby Road southbound in Chermside. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
To most people, a business contract is just a stack of paper. To Morgan Mac Lawyers, it's a blueprint for your future. Whether you're entering the franchising sector or moving on from a family business, the legal details are life-changing. Morgan Mac Lawyers don't just process transactions, we manage the strategy. With extensive experience in business sales and dispute resolution, we'll protect your interests from inception to settlement. Contact Morgan Mac Lawyers today for an obligation-free consultation. Sell, buy, business. morganmac.com.au.
The global fuel shortage is affecting us all, and we each have our part to play. Simple actions like pumping up your tyres, removing things you don't need from the boot, running more errands in fewer trips, and only filling up with the fuel you need can help make our supply go further and save fuel for our truckies, farmers, and essential services. Every little bit helps. For more fuel-saving tips, visit fuelplan.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
4BC Weather. Want sunny skies for your business? Add radio to your marketing mix. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26. And partly cloudy on Monday, a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 17 degrees at Paddington. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 6:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
Friday morning as we head into a 3-day long weekend. Yeah, the Labor Day long weekend here in Queensland.
When you say we, for everybody else, we'll be here Monday keeping you company.
Of course we will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't take off on 3-day weekends. That's not for us. 7 after 6. Hey, we love your feedback. Thank you so much for all of the texts and messages we receive. The 4BC open line 133 882 with thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. And our text line, you can shoot us one at any time, 0499 880 882. And so we're getting plenty of texts through this morning about these stories that we covered and what you need to know.
Yeah, so many people, I think, like you and I, angry, sad, asking questions today. Dee says, good morning. The person who murdered that baby girl should be left to the elders at Alice Springs, allegedly. Let them deal with him. That's from Dee in Ipswich.
Yes, Dee. In fact, there have been some calls from Aboriginal elders overnight in the Alice to let tribal law sort it out. Unfortunately, that's not how things work these days. Of course, this is an alleged offender at this point in time. He'll go through the process of the courts. But this alleged offender, we might also add, Sophie, has been, out of prison for less than a week?
6 days. Yep.
So someone has some answers, some questions to answer. There is no doubt about that, and you can see why people are so incensed this morning.
So, as you've mentioned, and we've reminded everybody many times, log into the app, download it again, refresh it, because we are now Tapped Media here at 4BC. And years ago when I first started here, one of the things I had mentioned at the time was we needed a real coffee machine. So, very proudly, I pushed that barrow alongside Toddy, and we managed to get a really nice coffee machine for the staff at 4BC. Mm. Well, we've just levelled up. We've gone from the coffee machine we had to the beautiful chrome coffee machine that is now sitting proudly in the kitchen.
We've had an upgrade. It's a full-blown Italian marvel. It's a work
It's a barista machine
of art.
It is. It's beautiful.
No one knows how to bloody work it, though.
We will, because we're going to be coached. There'll be lessons. That hasn't stopped a few people trying their hand at it this morning. And I didn't catch
a stitch up.
I couldn't
catch
a
stitch up coming.
Couldn't catch all of this for the listeners because I was a little late getting in there. You missed some of the gold. Was actually what happened before this. But I decided to take my phone in where Dean and Sam were making coffee together.
How's it going, Cynthia, what's going on?
Okay, so that's spent. So you use that one, you need to put one shot in it. I didn't even look it up.
Sit that in there.
Oh, you're filming. Is it working?
I don't know. Look, it's a disaster.
Why are you filming?
It's a disaster is what it is.
What was all the banging?
Oh, Sam?
Dean was doing it wrong.
Apparently I've done it wrong.
Why?
I don't know. Quite know.
That's better.
Look at the mess.
Where's your cup?
Here. Look at the mess, Sophie.
It's going to be an absolute... Look at the floor already.
I know. It's going to be a shot fight. I don't think anyone's considered it.
I think I may have mentioned this several times the other day.
What?
How messy this will all be.
We might need to do another shot.
Is that how I sound? Gee, I'm fun to hang around. Aren't I? Is that what I sound like?
Every time Sam...
I'm sorry, listeners, that I sound like that.
Every time Sam took the, whatever that bit is that's got the coffee in it, over to the bin, he would drop half of it onto the ground. So, look, there is going to need to be some parameters that are set around use of coffee machine and cleaning up after yourself when using the coffee machine. But it does make a beautiful coffee and we're most appreciative.
Thank you, Tap. It looks
Tap
good.
team.
Apparently it makes coffee. I'm back on tea already.
I'm waiting for 7.
But we need a barista. 1338 882. Help. It's 6 at 4BC.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
In Rochedale, there's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound and delays are heavy back to 8 Mile Plains. That breakdown is cleared from the Logan Motorway westbound in Forest Lake. The delays are still slow back to Heathwood. Delays also westbound in Drewvale. Heavy on the M1 northbound from Logan Home to Slacks Creek and the Pacific Motorway inbound from 8 Mile Plains to Tarragindi. And building as well for the Centenary Highway inbound from Darra to Jindalee. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Hi there. We've run out of fuel.
No worries, we've seen you.
With eyes on the road and incident response 24/7, we're making every journey a safe one. Transurban, operator of Linked.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen benchtops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Brands are heard. CRA.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Tyre Power's Mega May sale gives you the power to save on a mega range of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
17 degrees in Strathpine, heading for a top of 25 today and partly cloudy. More rain on the way. It's been raining for the last couple of weeks and will continue through the weekend. Medium chance of showers Saturday. Sunday, the slight chance of a shower on Sunday morning. And it looks like there could be some fog in the west and the slight chance of a shower for the Labor Day parade on Monday. Are you going, Sophie? 10 a.m.
I'll be here. No, I won't be there. I won't. No, definitely
you won't
not.
Won't be marching with the unionists?
I don't. Look, I tell you what, the stuff that's come out of the unions again over the night, we'll get into that a little bit later in the show. Yesterday, I missed the coffee machine training because I went off and had some treatment. I've been having some issues with my hip. I had some dry needling, some myotherapy, a little bit of cupping. I love a good cupping.
As opposed to wet needling. I don't know what that means.
Brendan's on the line about this from Bellbird Park. You had tried it too, but didn't work for you, Brendan?
Oh, Sophie, I was told, I thought I had sciatica. I went to my chiropractor. He said, this isn't sciatica. You need massage and physiotherapy. So over a 5-year period, I kept going to physio and massage and getting dry needling. Spent over $40,000 in 5 years to get this treatment. And nothing worked, and it was getting worse and worse and worse. So I finally went to a doctor who sent me for an X-ray, and I actually needed a hip replacement and should have had it done 5 years ago.
There you go.
Oh, Brendan, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that was your experience. I don't think I'm quite at hip replacement time.
You
but
might be, though.
I do have to ask you a question.
Well, you could be, Sophie.
But listen. How did you manage to go through 5 years of getting treatment and it not getting better before you thought, hey, maybe there's something else going on?
Because they say, don't they, Brendan? They say, we'll see you in 2 weeks. That's what they say.
They do. And on the day, you get some relief. And initially, it would last for 2 weeks, and then it would last for 13 days, and then 10 days, and then 7 days. And it got to the point that I was on... At the end, I was on 30 milligrams of endos a day to get my pain levels down, and I could not get them under 9.5.
And how's the new hip, mate?
Yeah, how's your new hip?
My new hip was great. I was walking on it the day they put it in.
Wow.
I was 7 months off work. I'm now back at work. The hip is great, no problems. I just can't do squats and things like that anymore.
How invasive is hip surgery, Brendan? What do they do to you?
Basically, they cut your hip open. They get a power saw and cut that top of your bone off where the knuckle is, and then they drill a hole down the centre of it. They fill it full of some sort of epoxy cement sort of stuff.
So it's carpentry.
And they, pretty much, yeah. And then they put a stainless steel thing in there and drive it in with a hammer. And put it back in to the joint. Believe me, my pain levels after the operation was a 1.
Yeah,
wow.
It's extraordinary stuff.
I think carpentry's better than plumbing.
It is extraordinary stuff. Brendan, I'm glad you've got relief. I will not be waiting 5 years of getting therapy before I look into other issues if it doesn't right itself. I'm really hoping. I gave myself a bit of mine I think is more injury related.
How old were you, Brendan, when you had your hip replaced?
I was just over 60.
There you go. So you might need a hip replacement.
I don't need a hip replacement.
You might. Why don't we get you X-rayed and check it out?
Well, I might.
Don't you think so, Brendan? Shouldn't she?
I do. Yes.
Okay. All right.
On the safe side, go and get the X-ray.
There you go. Gee, can we have a chair in here for Sophie, please? And a blanket, a crocheted rug.
I strained my
Would be nice.
groin.
Maybe some crochet knitting needles as well.
When we moved house, I know that I did myself some damage and I ignored it.
How do you know, though, that it's not, in fact,
all right,
a
I'll
hip
go and
that
have an
needs
X-ray
replacing?
and then you'll know that I'm happy for Brendan and anyone
I don't want you to spend $40,000 and 5 years in pain.
Can I tell you that these whether it's a hip replacement, a knee replacement, a shoulder replacement, the way that they do it now it's just extraordinary. And to hear him say, you have your new hip put in and then you're standing on it within, hours of having had the surgery, regardless of which joint it is, it's just a modern marvel.
Hey, got a message from David. He says, good morning. Can you please wish Vince and Maria Fonte of Boondall a very happy 50th wedding anniversary today.
Oh, that's wonderful.
How good.
Congratulations, 50 fabulous years to Vince and Maria. That's definitely an innings. How lovely that they're both together and enjoying this wonderful day.
I wonder what they're up to tonight.
Maybe we'll get more details from David.
Something special. 19 minutes after 6. You know we've been involved in this ruckus, this worldwide ruckus for 62 days. Now I had to fuel up the car yesterday. In fact, I ran into Sam Lecky at the Bowser.
You two just can't get enough
We were
of each
both
other.
after work yesterday. We're going to talk about that next. We're going to talk about this perhaps joining this coalition of the willing to try and sort something out in the Middle East. We'll talk about that in just a moment. It's 6 at 4BC.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
Crews are on scene of a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Rochedale, with heavy delays reaching back now to Stretton. Slow for the M1 northbound in Snacks Creek and the Pacific Motorway inbound from McGregor to Tarragindi. Delays for the Logan Motorway westbound in Drewvale and also in Carroll Park. Ipswich Motorway inbound is heavy around Darra, and delays are building for the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 882 4BC.
With Let's Get Care, get more control to design your day, get more choice to pick the support that suits you, and get $1,000 more value for your supported home package when you join today.
New Woolworths lower shelf prices are being added all the time to help lower the cost of your shop. Like Rexona 48-hour antiperspirant deodorant 250ml, now just $5, lowered by $3.50. Woolworths, the fresh food people. While stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
When you book your holiday at big4.com.au, that go big feeling starts the moment you book. Browse, book and go big with Australia's best holiday parks from Big 4 and more.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
The leader in cutting-edge automatic insect control technology.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen bench tops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine. Or online at uptiles.net.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. Queenslanders know how to protect themselves and those around them. Protect yourself and your community from the serious symptoms of flu with the free flu vaccine, available now at your GP or pharmacist. Search FluFax QLD. Authorised by the Queensland Government, Brisbane.
You're listening to 4BC Breakfast. It's Tyre Power's Mega May Sale, with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Yeah, 17 degrees in Ipswich as we head towards the 3-day long weekend. It's the Labor Day weekend here in Brisbane, so I hope you're making the most of your time off. 23 after 6, a chance to win some money with us this morning. Try $50,000 with the 4BC rumour file. Here are some of our rumours.
I'm a concerned veggie consumer of the Australian food bowl in the Lockyer Valley. My concern is that all the veggie growers in the Lockyer Valley are growing only half of their veggie crop. South East Council workers, they can apply for carers leave for their sick pets and be paid.
An extremely large transport company in Australia is currently dividing its divisions up so they can sell them off.
Rumour has it. If you have a rumour, get it ready. We will be sharing them with you just after 7 o'clock. And today, being Friday, we will announce the rumour of the week. They will pick up the smoke alarm and go into the running for that $50,000 that Dean just mentioned. We've also got another $500 in the $10,000 Pass the Buck giveaway.
Yeah.
So listen out for your cue to call there. You know, this whole coffee machine situation we have here in the office has now created, you know, many listeners wanting you to know that there is another option.
What's that?
Dave says Nescafe is on sale. The 500-gram tin's $25.
International
roast is a suggestion from Rob.
Oh, goodness me, that's gut rot. Yeah. Am I allowed to say that? Do they still make that International roast?
There are some people who just can't live without their Nescafe 45.
Do you remember Pablo coffee? It had the Mexican on the side. Do you remember that? It came in a glass jar. You could get it in a really big glass jar. Does anybody drink instant coffee anymore?
Yeah, they do. Spencer Housen.
133 is the number. I filled up yesterday for the first time in a long time. Well, when I say I filled up, I was sort of thinking about it. I thought, well, maybe I don't fill up because if you fill up, the car's heavier and you use more fuel. So I only put 60 litres in yesterday. It cost me $150 at the BP, and I ran into Sam Leckie while I was there.
So you accidentally ended up putting petrol in your cars together. You two just can't get enough of each other.
Well, I put diesel in my diesel.
And he'd put...
I don't know what he was doing. I think he was there buying chocolates.
Did it sound a little bit like this?
I don't know. Look, it's a disaster.
What was all the banging?
There you go. That's me putting diesel in my truck and Sam helping me
You
out.
and Sam making coffee. You and Sam...
Sam was buying a pre-gym snack, he told me. I don't know what he was getting, whether it was a pie or a sausage roll. What was it, Samo? You'll tell us in a minute. It was a protein bar from the BP on Shaftesbury Avenue there. That's where we pulled up and got fuel.
Look, we know that we're keeping an eye on things at the fuel stations, regardless of the fact that we've got the excise that's come off when we know that inflation was so heavily influenced by the cost of fuel. And the Foreign Minister last night confirming that Australia has now joined discussions with the US about the proposed coalition to look at opening the Strait of Hormuz.
But how will we do that, Sophie? Because
isn't
there a US blockade?
It was only meant to go for 3 or 4 days, and now here we are. How many? 62.
Day 62.
62 days later.
I don't understand. This is what I don't understand: the mixed messaging that's coming out around all of this stuff. Because we've got not one but two blockades now of the Strait of Hormuz. But one of the blockade makers is now suggesting that there'll be a coalition of the willing that will come together to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I am confused from the outset. None of this makes any sense.
It's got a different name than the Coalition of the Willing. This is the Maritime Freedom Construct.
Yeah, well, it'll essentially be a collective of countries that were similar to the Coalition of the Willing.
I love that they come up with a name for it.
What are they calling them again, did you say?
The Maritime Freedom Construct, reported on Wednesday through Reuters, including providing real-time information, safety guidance and coordination so that they can secure commercial shipping in the Strait. I did see that one of the Russian oligarchs was able to get his $700 million yacht safely through the Strait.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah, I did see that as well. Hey, I don't understand what we're going to provide them, though. I don't think we've got I read something about our Navy the other day. I don't think we've got a ship that would be fit for purpose.
We bring vibes. There's been no decision made about how the Australian government will be involved, so you're right to be asking questions. They are exploring, they say, the options. It comes as this congressional deadline also approaches for President Trump, who tomorrow, which is the 1st of May US time, either needs to end the war or step up and make a case to Congress to end it. Because you know how there's like that period of time where he has executive power and then at some
60 days he had.
Yeah, so now's come to crunch time where there needs to be some decisions that are made about what happens next, and there needs to be a few more voices in the room that will be a part of that decision-making process.
Some amazing vision on YouTube if you want to have a look at it. Google or have a look on YouTube at Pete Hegseth being grilled by the Democrats in Congress yesterday over the start of the war, how much the war's cost, how well defended US bases were around the Gulf. It is chilling, and it dumbfounded me to watch this stuff. Go and look it up. Pete Hegseth, in congressional hearings yesterday, being grilled by not just Democrats but Republican senators as well.
Don't do it now. Stay and listen to us, though.
It is mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing what you will see. In fact, I'd like to grab a couple of bits of it and play it for you. It just shows you how underprepared they were when they went into this from the outset. It is, I just can't believe it. And in fact, when you and they're also saying that the damage to US bases around the Gulf has been so hidden, the number of casualties and the cost to infrastructure and the bases have been totally destroyed. It's incredible. And all of this stuff has been kept secret.
Well, I think politics aside, one of the other questions that will be asked is how much it's cost the American taxpayers. And the reports that are coming out now is that the US military operations in Iran have now cost somewhere in the vicinity of $25 billion US. That's about 37 billion Australians. So the Pentagon is due to brief the president, as we said, on this potential renewed military action in Iran. But there will not be much of an appetite, I think, from the American people for that money to continue to be flowing out of the coffers when you're talking about $25 billion to get to this point, and we've got no end in sight.
And the midterms aren't far away, so he's absolutely getting squeezed. 133 882 is the number if you'd like to give us a call or shoot us a text. It's at 6:30, 4BC.
News.
It's 6:30. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. Police have fired rubber bullets and tear gas during riots which erupted following the arrest of a man accused of killing a 5-year-old girl. The 47-year-old had been taken to hospital for treatment when an angry crowd gathered. The child's body was found yesterday, 5 days after she was believed to have been taken from a camp. 10 people have been injured, some critically, following a serious multi-vehicle collision on the Fraser Coast. Lachlan Gray reports.
A Mitsubishi Lancer was travelling north on Maryborough-Harvey Bay Road at Susan River last night when it lost control and veered into oncoming traffic. The Mitsubishi swiping a Suzuki Swift before colliding with a Kona. A Volkswagen Polo travelling behind the Kona also became involved. 10 patients required medical treatment as a result. A 16-year-old female passenger of the Mitsubishi was airlifted to hospital with critical injuries, while the 14-year-old male driver and 2 other teenage passengers were transported stable. The 18-year-old female driver of the Suzuki was also airlifted in a critical condition, while 5 other patients were transported or with minor injuries. Investigations into the circumstances are ongoing. Lachlan Gray reporting.
An investigation has been launched into the partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. Police conducted a raid at the prominent surgeon's Burleigh Heads unit yesterday afternoon. No charges have been laid. US President Donald Trump is preparing to hear from the Pentagon officials about updated military options for Iran amid a deadlock in peace talks with Tehran. Mr. Trump insists Iran is dying to reach an agreement. International relations expert Martin Keir has told Today the outcome will be based on who is hurting the most from the conflict.
Certainly the Americans and the Israelis have the ability to attack further targets in Iran, but whether or not that has any impression on the Iranian regime and makes them or forces them back to the negotiation table is difficult to say.
The British government has raised the UK's terrorism threat level to severe after 2 Jewish men were stabbed in North London. Local police are treating the attack targeting a predominantly Jewish suburb as a terrorist incident. And Brisbane's housing market recorded a 1.2% rise in value over April. The growth rate is a notable decrease from late last year when values were climbing by around 2.5% month on month. Catality's research director Tim Lawless says the market appears to be cooling, though it is doing so from a record peak.
So all signs are pointing to a marketplace that's starting to lose some momentum, but from a very high position. And I'd still classify Brisbane very much as a seller's market. Stock levels are still quite tight. We're just starting to see the rate of value growth coming back to more sustainable levels now.
To finance, $1 Australian is buying 72 US cents.
Hello, this is Phil O'Neill. When the clock hits midnight, I'm on the radio and I'd love you to join me. Don't miss Australia Overnight on Brisbane's 4BC. Let's talk.
The Reds are backing Harry McLaughlin-Phillips to deliver in Saturday's Super Rugby clash with the Brumbies. The 22-year-old has shot up the pecking order to start fly half after a string of injuries. Queensland teammate Tim Ryan says he's built for the big moments.
A lot of confidence in Harry, no matter what. You just know he's going to attack the game with a triple chase or a dummy and go. And, I always look to back him up when I'm on the field with him. Heaps of confidence in Harry and, looking forward to it.
Cowboys' Jason Taumalolo will equal Jonathan Thurston's all-time club record of 294 games. He runs out against the Bulldogs in Sydney to open round 9 of the NRL. And injury to insult for the Maroons women after last night's 5-point loss to the Blues, with confirmation forward Mackenzie Wheel and Keely Joseph suffered Category 1 HIAs. It's 26-7.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC. From 5:30 at 9, at midday, and on your way home from 3. We're live, we're local. We're Brisbane's 4BC.
pause, and reflect on who you really are. With Ancestry DNA, you could find out more about yourself than ever. Ancestry DNA can connect you to the very region where your story started and reveal why your ancestors moved from place to place. Learn about the people and places that led to you. There could be more to your story. Piece it together with Ancestry DNA. Now on sale, ends Sunday. Terms apply.
Traffic, from truck seats to bus seats and even tractors. For a professional seat that suits, chat to the team at Seats Are Us. Visit seatsareus.com.au.
There's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Roachdale with delays heavy back to Currabee. Also a crash in Berrinbar on Wayne Goss Drive just near Huntress Road. Logan Motorway is slow westbound in Parkinson and also in Ellen Grove after an earlier breakdown. Slow for the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and the Pacific Motorway inbound from 8 Mile Plains to Tarragindi, and the Centenary Highway is building inbound from Richlands to the Jindalee Bridge.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. Queensland Motor Licence Dealer Number 2400241.
The latest 4BC weather. It's Tyre Power's Mega May Sale with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26, and partly cloudy on Monday, a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 17 degrees at Camp Hill. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 7 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
23 to 7 on this Friday morning as we head towards the Labor Day long weekend here in the River City. 3 days off, fantastic. 17 degrees in Goodna at the moment. And a big Friday show coming up, including just after 7 o'clock, a chance to win $50,000 with the 4BC Rumour File with thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms.
On 4BC Breakfast, a finance update.
Let's check in now with Evan Lucas, our economic futurist podcast host. Exchanges with Evan Lucas. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Happy end of the week. It's been quite a fascinating one.
What a
Certainly
week.
has. You know, we've had this roller coaster of the markets. We've been down, but everyone was watching now to see what would happen in the US with the earnings that were being released by the massive tech companies, which end up being, you know, so much of the value of the S&P. What's happened?
Yeah, so just to point this out, obviously it is the 1st of May, so month of April closed yesterday. April was the US's best month since the end of COVID 2020.
Wow.
That's how big a month it was. Despite, yeah, right? Not what you'd expect.
No.
So it actually rose just over 6.5% in 1 month alone. And that is off the back of last night particularly. So we've just had Apple. I'll get to them in a minute. They've just come out. But we had Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, Google, and Tesla all come out the night before. Now, the other one to highlight is Caterpillar. I'll come back to them as well. But Alphabet and Amazon absolutely shot the lights out. And at one point yesterday, Google's parent Alphabet was up 10.2%.
Goodness,
during trade day. Eased off, but finished up 9%. Amazon finished up 7%. On the flip side, however, Meta fell 9%. The amount of money it's spending at the moment on AI and the amount of users it's losing is not looking absolutely rosy. So that's why it fell. And Tesla didn't do as well. But when you look at it, the tech giants or the behemoths that they are the reason the surge continues on. The AI drive is there, but it is also because the amount of users they're now attracting is through the roof. And I'll go with Alphabet again. Its Gemini product is now its most used product it has. The revenue it's generating from AI is actually now starting to justify the amount of money they've put into it. So that explains why, despite the war and despite the fact that US growth came out last night at only 2%, expectations were for 2.3% GDP. It's actually stock-specific news that drives the US market at the moment.
But can I ask a question then? How can you...
Please.
How is it sustainable that you have one sector that contributes nearly 60% of overall market gains, so that you then say things are looking rosy on the markets in the US, but it's the responsibility of a handful of businesses? Is that sustainable?
You mean a tech bubble? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what the question is.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's necessarily rosy. I want to point that out quite clearly in terms of what's going on. So the other thing I said was Caterpillar. So Caterpillar is interesting. It jumped 10% as well. Now, Caterpillar is always seen as the bellwether in terms of how, because it's a construction provider in terms of what it is. So the US construction sector was slightly better than expected, and Caterpillar normally gets a huge share of that. But this is the catch at the moment with the whole tech revolution, is you now have a scenario where it is the only papering over the cracks of the issues that are going on underneath. If you look at traditional US companies, just like here in Australia, they are struggling. Like, you look at the Russell 2000, which is the small cap index, it's done nothing since the war. If you look at, sort of that mid-tier part of the S&P 500, like here it too has not really done much, because the inverted commas magnificent seven, as they refer to themselves, those seven ginormous US companies are basically covering it out, and then everybody's getting ready for the listings of Anthropic and OpenAI sometime this year.
I do wonder about the manipulation of government data in the US, though. The fact that, that the government gets involved in trying to push interest rates down. I wonder if there's going to be a giant crash at some stage, It just doesn't seem like it works economically.
Look, on that last point about rates and all that kind of stuff. So Macquarie last night actually changed their tune for the first time and be the first bank to actually suggest the next movement from the US Federal Reserve will be up, not down. And they're saying that in the first months of 2027 is when that will happen. Yes, the US data is certainly being gutted. You look at what's been going on in the labour force area. You also look at what's going on in their Bureau of Statistics. GDP, there's no way you can look at this over the US, is very much a two-tiered system. Again, you look at where the drive is, it's private investment in the US, and that is the AI. Without AI, the US would be basically flatlining, if not going backwards, because consumption has stopped. So that's the other thing to point out.
Fascinating.
Closer to home, let's have a look at what's happening.
Yeah, the super sector. So, what's happening there with regard to capital gains tax changes?
So we've been talking about this, for the last few weeks leading into the budget, which is now 12 days away. But it is clear that the government has signalled that the $4.5 trillion superannuation sector is likely to be exempt from the capital gains tax changes, so allowing them to keep their existing 33% discount on earnings. So that is an interest. It's good for people's savings long term. I get all that, but again, it is talking about tiered systems. It again pushes more people into super, which sounds great and is great. But it also means that it's good for the wealthy. It doesn't necessarily help everybody else, because the more money you have in super, the better off you'll be. And again, it is a way of basically making sure that you only pay 15% on a certain amount of tax you have per annum. And the more you put in it, you get accumulation, the beauty of compound interest. So again, all of these things that, are putting into super to sort of inverted commas make it appear like it's better and better for people. It is, but it is better for wealthy people, not for all, because it's a way of basically getting away from paying a higher level of tax.
And the divide just continues. If anything, it becomes more than a crack, it becomes a chasm. How are the markets?
So we are going to follow the US. So for the first time in 7 days, go green, and we're going to go green pretty big. It's pointing up 133 points, or 1.35%.
Oh, put your seatbelts on
for us.
It's good that we're going green in the markets. We've gone green here in the studio. You should see our new logo. There's a beautiful green. Yeah, the new Tapped Media logo is sitting up behind us proudly, and it is very green.
Thanks for a great week, Evan. Always a pleasure, mate. We'll catch up with you next week.
You too, guys. See it.
Hopefully it's a sign of things to come.
Interesting, though, like talking about super. I mean, how else do you get people to put money in the right place other than giving them a reason to do so? We want our super funds to grow bigger. That's where our sovereign wealth is. Interesting. 133,882. How do you feel about changes to capital gains tax across not just real estate, but across all types of financial income?
I just think it's so fascinating at the moment, with what's happening and the likelihood that we'll see increased interest rates, whether there's 1, 2, doesn't really matter. It still means that those with mortgages are going to be hit the hardest by the volatility in the market. But if you've got money in the bank, sweet. And so the divide just continues.
Yeah, you're right. The rich keep getting richer, don't they? 133,882 is the number. Sam Leckie before 7 o'clock. It's 14:02 now at 4BC.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Roachdale with heavy delays reaching back to Currabee. Also a crash in Berrinbar on Wayne Goss Drive just near Huntress Road. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and the Logan Motorway westbound in Parkinson and also in Carroll Park. Delays on the Centenary Highway inbound from Darra to Jindalee and the Ipswich Motorway inbound through Darra. Slow as well for the Captain Cook Bridge into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre.
New Woolworths lower shelf prices are being added all the time to help lower the cost of your shop. Like Rexona 48-hour antiperspirant deodorant 250ml, now just $5, lowered by $3.50. Woolworths, the fresh food people. While stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Every journey a safe one. Transurban, operator of Linked.
Ever get that feeling like you've forgotten something? Like your wallet or keys? Or how about a dental checkup at Maven Dental? With the new financial year coming up, your private health dental extras may reset. Now's a great time to book that 6-monthly visit. Maven Dental has a practice near you with appointments available for individuals and families. A simple checkup now could keep your smile on track for the months ahead. Book your appointment today at mavendental.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Help IGA support Special Olympics Australia. Shop now at IGA and support Mars, who will give 5 cents from every 46 to 49 gram M&M's peanut or milk chocolate range to Special Olympics Australia. IGA, you can't beat local. T's and C's apply. Ends May 19.
You're listening to 4BC Breakfast. It's Tyre Power's Mega May Sale with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Well, we're heading towards the Labor Day long weekend, aren't we? 17 degrees in West End and the forecast today 25 for the River City. Ipswich 26, Logan 25, the coasts 25 and 24 in Toowoomba 22. And the 3-day outlook for your long weekend, partly cloudy, plenty of rain around actually. More of these showers that we've been experiencing across the last couple of days. 25 tomorrow, 26 Sunday. And if you're marching with the unions on Monday, 27 degrees. It's 11 to 7. And now, girls and boys, Time for another reading from the pages of the Journal of the Inquiry into the CFMEU. Over to you, Sophie.
Oh, honestly, you're right, because you can't make this stuff up. Yesterday's sitting of the CFMEU Commission of Inquiry laid bare just how far the union was willing to go to get what it wanted from builders and contractors on Cross River Rail, which we know is so far over time and over budget, it just blows your mind. Nicole Watson is the HR head of civil construction from one of the firms, Geller, and she gave evidence yesterday, as did the CBP contract director, Andrew Large. And he said that the company had made a pragmatic decision to hire 14 health and safety representatives, some with criminal convictions, that were all handpicked by the CFMEU leader at the time, Jade Ingram.
Now, the demands followed a worker falling from a scaffolding and was seriously injured, but the union took advantage of that access. They launched 148 days of strike action in a bid to gain coverage of the works. Nicole Watson went on to detail the behaviour that followed, with workers being threatened by CFMEU members, saying that they basically threatened that if he doesn't sign on to the CFMEU EBA, they were going to bash him. And that's when they showed him the weapons that they were carrying, which were knives, guns and bats. Yeah.
CPB's workplace health and safety manager also gave some evidence. Now, he said that the contractor would deny union access, right, before they would go back to work health and safety, who would then come and allow them onto the site. So get this. He said they'd walk around for 7 or 8 hours a day and they'd just be looking for something wrong. So 1 month they were issued 56 notices for Cross River Rail.
Wow.
And it included, but wasn't limited to, plastic chairs being identified not being up to standard.
What does that mean?
I don't know, not thick enough plastic.
It wasn't a
load
rating on them or something?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And this is my favourite, a notice for puddles in walkways when it was raining.
Well, you'll get
on a
that
construction site.
You'll get that sometimes when it rains.
On a construction site?
Yeah, you'll get puddles when it rains.
I don't want to trivialise this.
No, I know. I understand that.
And you're right, it is Labor Day on Monday, and I think that on Monday we will revisit the reason why the Labor Union was formed and unions were formed in the first place. The CFMEU has about 120,000 workers across the different areas that they represent: construction, mining, forestry, maritime, and the related industries around them. We are spotlighting through this Commission of Inquiry, though, exactly how far it has run away from being under any sort of control.
Yeah.
And how different the negotiation patterns look like now with the Crisafulli government, for example, with what's going on with the unions associated with Queensland Rail, to what the relationships looked like during the extended period of time under the previous government. And if you are a union member, I would just really love to talk to some people who are tarred with the brush of being a part of a union who is now being exposed in this way, and how does that make you feel? And do we need to completely dismantle the way the union operated and start from scratch? We've got them actually next door to us as well. I think it's a really fascinating conversation is what I'm getting at. Like, where do you go to from here?
Look, it's just interesting to see the coalition state government shining a light on this, the inquiry. Obviously doing the work that it should be doing. It's able to spotlight some of these, amazing, and they are allegations at this point in time, but certainly it looks like, it's dead set criminal behaviour. I mean, being told that you had to sign on to the EBA before, or you were going to get bashed by other members and then showed weapons that you're carrying. I mean,
and that's why so many of the builders.
It's mob-like behaviour.
The construction sector now, there are many that aren't that aren't CFMEU sites.
Yeah.
They look after their staff.
Yeah.
There are no issues on site. Safety is still paramount. We know the reasons why we needed to have unions in the first place. A lot of the construction companies are now going it alone. Are we going to see more of that? I guess is a question as well. If you've got something you'd like to add, if this is your life and you're telling, call me. If I've got it wrong and I haven't understood something, gosh, I'd love somebody to shed some light on what really is happening out in the real world. And you can do it anonymously. 133 882, the open line number.
Yeah, 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarm. Sam Leckie, State of Origin for the women last night. First game's been played and won by New South Wales. We'll talk about that next. It's 7-7 at 4BC.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
There's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Rochedale with delays heavy back to Currabee. Also a crash in Berrinbar on Wayne Goss Drive just near Huntress Road. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek, and the Logan Motorway westbound is slow in Parkinson and also in Carroll Park. Slow as well for the Ipswich Motorway inbound around the Centenary Highway in Darra, and delays on the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
4BC Drives Wokey Pokey is our weekly roundup of everything which is wrong about those who think they're right. Wokey Pokey. One of Britain's top universities, King's College London. Lecturers have been told to ignore poor English and focus on ideas instead, all in the name of, and get this for a classic wokey pokey phrase, embracing linguistic diversity. The wokey pokey. It's back on 4BC Drive this afternoon.
Tyre Power's Mega May sale gives you the power to save on a mega range of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1320.
New Woolworths lower shelf prices are being added all the time to help lower the cost of your shop. Like Rexona 48-hour antiperspirant deodorant 250ml, now just $5, lowered by $3.50. Woolworths, the fresh food people. While stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Foxtel today. Min cost $828. New customers only. Offer ends May 18.
Confused about the major changes in home care packages?
What happens to my existing care package?
How much is this co-payment?
How do I get into the system?
What are these new eligibility requirements?
What you need is clear, expert advice. So call Right at Home. We're industry leaders for in-home care. We'll sit with you in your home for free and help you navigate the new system to get the support you deserve. So don't stress. Call 1300 363 802 for the right support. Right at Home.
Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. Now on 4BC Breakfast, time for sport.
Interestingly, I did a poll of some of the women that work in the building this morning, Sam, and not many of them watched the Women's State of Origin game last night. I know I did. I watched it.
Yeah, cracking game.
I loved it. It was a great game of footy.
The early rust for probably the first 10 or 15 minutes was definitely there, and MG spoke about it yesterday, the fact that they go from not playing footy basically since October, most of these girls, when they're playing the Pacific Championships, to playing State of Origin.
Some big hits.
Yeah, but once the rust was sort of shaken off a little bit, there was less errors and less penalties. Penalties really hurt Queensland early on when they had a lot of momentum, so that's something that they'll need to go back to the drawing board and look at. But after that, it became a real arm wrestle. And Jessie Southwell, young star, she'll be in
Brisbane. Say some new names and some new faces to watch.
She'll be in Brisbane next year, this NRLW season, Jessie Southwell. And when you add a State of Origin and Australian halfback to a team that already won a premiership, that's a decent recipe for success when it comes to NRLW season. But yeah, she stood up at the end of the game, kicked the field goal, and reversed a couple of years ago. It was Lauren Brown that kicked the field goal for Queensland to beat New South Wales in Newcastle, and the other way around to start the series off. Important win too, because the next two games are in Queensland. Which is going to be, and we know what a Queensland crowd can do to players in women's or men's State of Origin when they play in a maroon jersey.
Well, they'll get a few more clicks under their feet before then. Yeah. I think there is a real conversation to be had around whether or not they can push that first game later.
Yeah. And I think now where we're at, like the only reason that the crowd was down last night, still 20,000 people there in Newcastle, was because there was a bit of maintenance happening and they couldn't sell the top of the grandstand.
Oh, is that why it was empty?
So that's why
I was wondering about that.
And was empty. But now, but the profile that Women's State of Origin has now, I think it can stand alone. I don't think it needs to be alongside the men or alongside Magic Round. I think it can stand on its own 2 feet. And like, similar to what MG said yesterday, can you imagine the amount of how much more hype there would be around State of Origin for the women if it was in the middle of the NRLW season, when you get a look at the players for the first couple of weeks of the NRLW season, and then you've got selection for for State of Origin. And I mean, it also gives selectors a chance to look at players like Millie Elliott hasn't played football for literally 2 years because she had a kid and she's coming back and playing State of Origin.
There's some incumbents, aren't there, at the moment?
Yeah, so it does the whole situation is made difficult by the fact it's their first game. But it's still the standard, if you consider all of that, the standard last night was awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I feel that I need to defend my honour this morning.
Yep, go right ahead.
Coffee making
First of all,
on what issue? Because there's a number of them.
First of all, being recorded without my consent, disgraceful.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And secondly, the context that was missing in that small snippet of
you have a certificate
of a 10-minute ordeal is that Dean Miller came in and threw the whole thing out of whack, and then I was playing catch up trying to make him
I
a
believe
coffee.
that happened.
And
I picked up the wrong thingy, apparently.
I'm also a qualified barista.
There you
so
go.
and that didn't get mentioned, and I feel like
Excellent.
it needs a little bit of highlighting.
Can I just say then it is 7 o'clock and that is coffee time for me. So I'll have a flat white, thank you.
No dramas.
I'll have a flat white too.
You don't get
He's
one.
a man of many talents. 7 o'clock at 4BC.
News is next. For quality home care packages, call Right at Home today. For BC News.
It's 7 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. There have been chaotic scenes in the Northern Territory as riots erupted following the arrest of a man accused of killing a 5-year-old girl. An angry crowd gathered at Alice Springs Hospital where the 47-year-old man was being treated. The child's body was found yesterday after a desperate 5-day search. NT News reporter Gira Kasakov says the community is devastated by the death.
It was tough for everyone. It was tough for the town. Sporting games have been cancelled. Yeah, the town really stopped. Everyone was really, really praying for that positive ending. To hear the tragic outcome, it was just gut-wrenching.
2 people are fighting for life following a 4-car pile-up on the Fraser Coast. The collision occurred at Susan River last night after a Mitsubishi lost control and veered into oncoming traffic. 2 females aged 16 and 18 were airlifted to hospital critical, while 8 others were injured. Police have confirmed the car at the centre of the crash was being driven by a 14-year-old boy. A teenager is in a life-threatening condition following a stabbing on the Gold Coast. The incident happened at a home in Pimpama around 10:30 last night. The boy was rushed to hospital with a wound to his abdomen. Fresh data from the Taxation Office shows Australians in their 60s and 70s are dominating the investor rental market. Gabriel Hodson reports.
Australia's silver-haired landlords have increased their control over rental properties by an astronomical amount since tax changes kicked in a generation ago. ATO data shows that in the year 2000, the nation had 1.2 million landlords, and of that, just 170,000 were over 60. That's about 14%. And when it comes to older landlords with 6 or more properties, there's been a 400% increase. Experts at Curtin University say we need to limit the number of properties a person can negatively gear to give young first home buyers a chance. Gabriel Hodson reporting.
And a national campaign has relaunched today, providing free CPR training for parents. It follows a 20-year peak in Australia's drowning toll, which claimed 357 lives on last year. Kids Alive Do the 5 ambassador, Laurie Lawrence, says the program is specifically designed to meet the needs of busy parents.
The things that stop parents from doing this is usually cost and time poor. So we've done it especially for parents. It's online, it's self-paced, and it's free. You can't get better.
To finance just before the close, the Dow Jones is up 790 points to 49,652. $1 is buying 72 US cents.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
In NRL, the Storm have confirmed Craig Bellamy will continue to lead Melbourne. Specialists say Bellamy's neurodegenerative disorder diagnosis won't impact his ability to coach in the short term. The Storm are out to break a 6-game win drought when they face the Dolphins in Brisbane tonight. Meanwhile, Queensland's Otessa Pule has been hailed for her efforts in the Women's State of Origin opener. Pule scored a try in her 50 minutes off the bench following an early injury to teammate Mackenzie Wheel. Coach Nathan Cross says she delivered on the big stage.
That's why we brought her in. I knew she would do that. Didn't surprise me one bit. I think she's probably the best carrier of the footy in the NRLW, and I think she showed that.
And speculation is mounting Wallabies veteran James O'Connor could return to the Queensland Reds. He's set to depart English club Leicester Tigers ahead of the 2027 Rugby World Cup, with reports linking him back to Ballymore. It's 7:04. That's the very latest in news and in sport.
Can't get enough sport? The Wide World of Sports Update podcast delivers the latest scores and match results in a 5-minute snapshot. Available wherever you get your podcasts. 4BC is a great start to your day and the stories that matter on your way home. 4BC is Brisbane.
Right now at IGA, locals are celebrating all across Australia. Get in on the excitement for your chance to win from $50,000 to $10,000 to spend in store. Simply spend $20 at IGA on specials like these. Campbell's Real Stock 1 litre selected varieties, $2.25 each, half price. With a winner every 10 minutes, you could be next. IGA, you can't beat local. Prices valid until May 5 while stocks last at participating stores. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Traffic, from truck seats to bus seats and even tractors. For a professional seat that suits, chat to the team at Seats Are Us. Visit seatsareus.com.au.
Crews are on scene of a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Rochedale, with heavy delays reaching back to Currabee. There's also a crash on the Bruce Highway southbound just after the Anzac Avenue on-ramp in Mango Hill, and delays are building back to North Lakes. And a crash in Berrinbar on Wayne Goss Drive just near Huntress Road. Delays for the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek, and the Logan Motorway is slow westbound in Parkinson, and slow as well on the Captain Cook Bridge heading into the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
At my age, preparation is just part of life. To prepare for viruses like influenza and COVID, I get vaccinated regularly. Viruses are always changing. That's why vaccination really matters, to protect yourself against serious disease and hospitalisation. And the risks go up when you turn 65. Vaccination is the best preparation. Speak to your health professional and book your vaccinations today. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AHB mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AHB mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AHB mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Weather for F10 Fuel Treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 Fuel Treatment. Available at Auto Pro, Autobarn, Napier, Veals and Truckline.
Cloudy skies with a rainy day ahead in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26. Partly cloudy skies on Monday, a top of 27. And grey skies on Tuesday, reaching a top of 28. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 17 degrees at Morningside. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 7:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
7:08, Soph, we were talking about the CFMEU inquiry before the 7 o'clock news, and there's so many angry people out there this morning, Sophie. Mark says if you drive past the new rebuild works at Brisbane Hospital, just have a look at all the protective signing and the flags that are flying, all the CFMEU. You can't tell me that they don't think that they've still got complete power. Thanks, Mark.
I just would really like to get a better understanding of the benefits, So I know that people have to be members, blah, 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 blah.
The benefits of joining a union or the CFMEU?
Well, where are we at with this particular incarnation in terms of, we can't talk about this more broadly, knowing how much construction needs to happen, civil construction and infrastructure works need to happen in Queensland, without talking about the amount of time that it would appear the CFMEU spend on sites looking for reasons for them not to be working.
Yeah.
That's all I'm getting out of it. So if someone can say, I'd love somebody to ring me up and say, I'm a member of the CFMEU. I work on this construction site, and they're so great and fantastic and wonderful because this is what they do for us.
Well, I guess there's
I mean,
power
don't
in
get me
numbers.
wrong. I get it.
United we stand, divided we fall, all of that.
I get the reasons why.
Not that, it's the criminal element around
That's it. It's Labor Day on Monday. My father was a builder. I get the safety aspects and I get the protection aspect, but where we've allowed things to get in Queensland, how do we undo it? How do we fix it?
Even angrier was Brian. He says, Dean, Sophie, all I can say is thanks, Palaszczuk. Under all her watch, the typical excuse on a non-appearance on Gary's program, lies. It's in Labor's DNA. You wonder why the state is in the mess that it's in. Thanks, Brian. 133 882 is the number if you'd like to give us a call. With thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. It's 7:08.
The $50,000 4BC rumour file. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms.
Rumours. We have certainly received plenty of them. Today it is Friday, so we will be announcing the rumour of the week. They will win the Watch Genius smoke alarms, professionally supplied and installed, and go into the running for the $50,000 cash prize at the end of the year.
Yeah, we'll give away that best rumour of the week prize fairly soon. But let's start with Friday's rumours. So, rumour one, from Rock in a Hard Place. Rumour has it that either the Transport Department or the local council will be stumping up some cash after six cars were damaged by a lump of concrete on the highway near Loganholme. So there's some legal action.
Must have been a very big lump.
Yeah, some legal action on the way there by the sounds of things. Transport Department or the council sorting out who's going to pay for the damage to six cars after a lump of concrete was left on the highway near Loganholme. Thank you, Rock in a Hard Place.
Unworthy Dealer is our second rumour today. Have a listen.
Rumour has it a Logan car dealership is selling cars with falsified roadworthy certificates and refusing to give back money.
So they're selling cars without roadworthies, and then when people realise that they're not roadworthy, they aren't giving their money back.
That's interesting. How do you sell a car? I guess, what are they selling, the cars unregistered?
They're falsifying the roadworthy certificate.
They're falsifying the roadworthy certificate?
They're saying it's roadworthy when it's not roadworthy.
You can't change registration without a roadworthy, but regardless, an unworthy dealer, no doubt about that. Rumour has it a Logan car dealership. Make sure that your roadworthy's up to speed.
Oh, we need to dig here, because they might be issuing... If you are
falsehoods?
Well, this is the thing. If you're issuing your own roadworthy certificate, or you've got somebody who's issuing them for you, and they're doing the dodge, then you've got a roadworthy certificate. It's just not one that passed muster.
Well, not necessarily, because it has to be approved and accredited by when you register the vehicle. So whether not sure.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get to the bottom of that. Our third rumour today, the Phantom Route. Rumour has it that TransLink buses live tracking is not actually live tracking. It's not matching up with where the bus actually is. Well, that'd be helpful, wouldn't it? You're waiting at the bus stop. You're going, where is the bus?
Yeah, bye.
Oh, it's just up there. No, it's not.
There's certainly plenty going on our rail lines and our bus activity at the moment. There's no doubt.
Certainly not much going on, you mean, on our railway lines and bus routes?
No. Well, actually, Spencer sent me an email this morning telling me about the fast rail and how it's having all sorts of problems as well, because they can't impact the rail network further up. So there are buses being put in place and everything's running late.
You're talking about the fast rail out of New South Wales. We don't have fast rail in Queensland.
No. Okay. So if you're looking at a bus at the moment on TransLink,
yes,
is it near where it's supposed to be? Like, you know how sometimes the GPS just doesn't keep up?
What about if you're listening to us on the 4BC app and you're also looking at the app on TransLink and you're on a bus? Call us.
Yeah.
And tell us if you are where you're meant to be. That'd work, wouldn't it?
Because it happens sometimes.
A lot of instruction there.
You know, you'll be watching like a ride share, and and then the little car spins around and around and around, and then it jumps.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not an exact science.
There you go. 133 882. Hey, the winning rumour of the week. We're going to announce it in just a couple of moments. Very exciting.
And we also have a rumour busted from yesterday as well that we'll share with you.
It's 7:13 for BC.
Last Friday morning peak, drivers travelling on Clem 7 and Airport Link saved an average of 20 minutes from the Gabba to the airport. Quicker trips with Transurban, operator of Linked.
There's a crash on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Rochedale with heavy delays reaching back to Currabee. Also a crash on the Bruce Highway southbound, the Anzac Avenue on-ramp in Mango Hill, and delays are heavy back to North Lakes. It's slow on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and the Pacific Motorway inbound through McGregor to Tarragindi. The Captain Cook Bridge is heavy into the city and Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Who wants bugs like flies, mosquitoes, ants, fleas, cockroaches or dust mites hanging around their home? Not you, I'm sure. So the solution is to get yourself the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle. It'll repel all those pests and more. The active ingredient of Bug-Free is sourced from natural pyrethroids found in Tassie and covers a generous area of 150 square metres indoors and a 5.5 metre radius outdoors. Plus, just like so many Pestrol products, it's safe for people, pets and the environment. User-friendly, programmable and featuring a remote control for effortless operation, the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle comes with 2 Pestrol Premium dispensers and multiple refills for only $129. Purchase the Bug-Free Bundle by calling 1800 33 8888 now. That's 1800 33 8888 and use the code BUGFREE for this exclusive offer plus free delivery. Or visit pestrol.com.au. Pestrol, the leader in cutting-edge automatic insect control technology.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. Queensland Motor Licence Dealer Number 2400241.
The race for the Super Rugby Pacific Trophy is on. Brisbane, it's time to fill Suncorp and back your own Queensland Reds as they charge towards the finals.
G'day, Harry Wilson from the Queensland Reds. Super Rugby action returns to Suncorp Stadium May 2 as we host the ACT Brumbies. We're beating them in Canberra this year, but we need your support to get the job done on home turf. Grab your tickets from Ticketek and Reds.Rugby. Up the Reds.
Rugby runs red in 2026.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go! And Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
16 after 7, and we have 17 degrees in Toowong at the moment, heading for a top of 25. As we roar towards the 3-day long weekend, it's the Labor Day long weekend, and the forecast for the weekend, 25 on Saturday and some showers. Likewise, Sunday and 26, and Monday. As you get ready to march with your comrades, 27 degrees and partly cloudy with a chance of some morning fog and a shower or two. 17 after 7.
So let's have a look today at the rumour of the week first. Should we do that?
Well, first, actually, John from Alimba is going to confirm one of the rumours that we've had this morning.
Okay.
Hello, John. Hello, John.
Hi.
How you going, mate?
Hi.
Now, our second rumour today was about a car yard. Go ahead.
Well, I had it done to me because I bought this. I got an MG convertible and I bought it from them, might be on the Gold Coast, and they had no one there to do a roadworthy, so they rang up someone. This is what happened. This is what's happening. Someone on one side of town will ring up and get a roadworthy to someone on the other side of town.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, can I ask you?
Wrong. The whole system's wrong.
I need to ask you an important question. What year was the MG?
Here we go, the car aficionado.
72.
Oh, because I had a 64.
What colour?
MGB2. What colour was it?
Mine's red.
Yeah, mine was red.
Red ones go faster.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm upset that happened to you, John, but we thank you for your call. And we, just watch out for unworthy dealers.
That's what I was thinking was happening. John confirmed what I thought was going on. So basically it means I've got a car that I want to sell, and there's a network of people who are allowed to do roadworthy.
Well, no, you have
and
mobile roadworthy.
Yeah, but I just means that I get my mate to do it, and he threw a car that's not roadworthy.
What happens is that the person who issues the certificate sends it to the Department of Transport. So as they do it, they send it via electronic means.
Yeah.
So what the second rumour suggests is that the certificate is not being sent to the Department of Transport.
Well, it's interesting that you should say that.
Deemed unroadworthy.
Because unworthy dealer is our rumour of the week.
Oh, so we've got them on the line. Congratulations, unworthy dealer.
Thank you.
Thank you for the rumour.
Which means we can now ask you all of these questions that we're confused about, because this is a goodie.
Yes.
So let's just repeat it. If anyone has just switched on and they're wondering what the rumour is, the rumour is that there is a Logan car dealership selling cars without a roadworthy certificate and is refusing to then refund customers when they're caught out. So help us understand, are they selling without a roadworthy certificate or a dodgy roadworthy certificate?
A falsified, dodgy roadworthy certificate.
So they are actually putting through a roadworthy certificate.
Not being electronically launched.
Dodgy.
Exactly.
Okay, well, congratulations. You're our winner.
Awesome.
Yeah, you've won. We're putting smoke alarms in your house. Hang on, Save wants more info. Go ahead.
I do want more info because you were about to say what they're doing. So can I just get a better understanding? Can I just let you tell us what happened?
Yeah, for sure. So I've just moved here and we got a car from this car dealership, and the car was also unregistered when it was sold as registered, but their mechanic, I found out their mechanic, and all underneath the reviews is this mechanic does falsified roadworthy certificates.
So were you able to register the car?
So the car was already registered, supposedly, but it wasn't. So they were registering it for us when we brought the car. But the roadworthy certificate was falsified by this mechanic, their mechanic, and we got another person to come do it, and it was like XXXXX all on the thing, and it was deemed unsafe to drive.
Is it roadworthy now?
No, it's not roadworthy now.
So it's not registered and you're not driving it. That's a shame.
It is registered, but it was registered on a falsified certificate. So we can't, can't drive it.
All right.
Can't drive it, and they're not going to help you.
Righto.
And now it's a rumour, and hopefully we'll do a little more digging.
Can I just
they won't
suggest,
do that anymore.
I've had a little bit of dealing with this just recently with some car issues. I would suggest that you get in touch with the Department of Transport, or in fact, just go on. You can go online and you can actually put into the search engine, just put your registration number, and that'll tell you whether the car's registered or not. If the car's currently registered, it's deemed to be roadworthy. So I think you should get in touch with somebody at the Department of Transport and ask them these questions, because you could end up with some issues around insurance, particularly third-party insurance, if that's not the case. So make sure you do that. You might be able to be driving this weekend.
Well,
okay?
Yeah.
Good on you.
All right, and thanks for your call. Oh, by the way, you've won a prize.
Yeah, you certainly have.
Ooh.
You'll be getting the watch smoke alarm supplied and installed for you or someone you know who may be needing to do this before the end of the year, because that's when our alarm laws are going to change. So stay on the line, unworthy dealer. You're going to get those smoke alarms, and you're now in the draw for the $50,000 at the end of the year. And if that happens for you, you can just go into a dealership and buy yourself a brand new car.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Something good has happened today. The 4BC rumour file, if you've got a rumour, 133 882 is the number with thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, and the text line 0499 880 882. I'm sure that, like Sophie and I, you are incensed at what we've seen happen in the last 24 hours in Alice Springs. We're endeavouring to get in touch with Sky News' Matt Cunningham, who's on the ground there, and we hope to talk with him before 8 o'clock this morning. It's now 22 after 7 at 4BC.
Traffic, thanks to Aussie Broadband. Business done different. The actual Aussie way. Find out more at aussiebroadband.com.au/enterprise.
There's a crash on the Pacific Motorway inbound in Tarragindi and delays are heavy back to McGregor. Also a crash on the Bruce Highway southbound at Anzac Avenue on-ramp in Mango Hill. Delays are back to North Lakes. And in Mount Gravatt, there's a crash on Logan Road northbound, left lanes blocked just before Creek Road. That crash is now cleared on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Roachdale, and delays remain heavy back to Currabee, and a breakdown for the Riverside Expressway outbound at Alice Street in the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Now, if you need a plumber or an electrician, don't mess around. At O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing at Coopers Plains, you'll get both trades done in the one place.
One business, one call for trades, 24/7 ready to tackle any electrical or plumbing emergency you have.
Yeah, and don't be fooled by the Coopers Plains in their name. It means nothing. These guys travel all over Brisbane and surrounds. They're in the Redlands, Logan, Ipswich or Redcliffe. You only need to make one call for your home's electrical and plumbing needs, and every single job they do is backed by 100% quality workmanship guaranteed.
All you have to do is search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains or give them a call, 32 777 345. Electrical licence 84362, QBCC 102 7082.
Most of us never think about our super. Isn't that right, Chicken? But at Equip Super, we equip you with the support you need to get the most out of your super. With Equip Super, you're super equipped. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
With Play for Purpose, it's your ticket and your impact. Support a charity close to your heart for the chance to win hundreds of prizes. Available at the lot.
Call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Do you know what a hazardous materials register is? If you manage a business, you're required to have one. Could today be the day you get a WorkSafe visit and huge fines? Who's got time to chase safety data sheets? There is a new app, My Hazmate. Snap a photo of the product and our AI builds your hazardous materials register and pulls the latest safety data sheets so your team can access what they need anytime. Download My Hazmate on iOS or Android.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast.
26 after 7. Transurban's traffic team, Sophie, are telling me this morning that drivers are saving up to 13 minutes using the Clem 7, the Airport Link and the Gabba to the airport. Quicker trips with Transurban operator of Link. You had some issues yesterday, didn't you?
I was going to ask that question. Thank you for reminding me.
You were getting your bung hip sorted out.
No, that's not true. I did that earlier in the day. I zipped up to Channel 9 yesterday.
Yes.
I do the little news chat with Alison Ariotti on a Thursday. And I needed to go to Indooroopilly because, in case you don't know, Mother's Day is around the corner. So I thought I'll zip to Indro, do a couple of jobs, and then I was going to go out to the uni to pick up my daughter and then head home for dinner. And I don't know what was going on around the western suburbs yesterday afternoon, or if it's now just like that all the time.
They just call it rain.
Every single road in and around Indooroopilly yesterday was bumper to bumper and red on my map.
Have you noticed, though, that people in southeast Queensland do not know how to drive in weather? Have you noticed that the minute it starts raining, people start to panic? And I don't know why. Maybe it's just that it rains more in southern...
It wasn't raining, Dean.
Yeah, but it has been for weeks.
Is it that there are more? Is it there are more cars on the road because of what's going on with the
Less
public
trains
transport and the
buses.
trains not happening?
Possibly.
Could it be that?
But you are talking about Brisbane's western suburbs.
And
They're
also-
a nightmare at the best of times.
And also, it wasn't that there was a
Wonderful
whole...
Waterworks Road. If you're sitting on Waterworks Road at the moment trying to get your way into the city, how long have you been there? Isn't that a great? That's a great arterial from the Gap in, isn't it? Brilliant.
the Western
People are
Freeway.
squeezing their steering wheels, listening to me, going, "Shut up,
So,
Dean."
I don't know. I was listening to Jimmy, and Jimmy didn't say anything had happened in particular. So I was like, oh, maybe this is just now the way it is. We've been talking about cars and licenses and, driving abilities. I wanted to make mention of the fact that, we spoke a little bit earlier about organ donors on driver's license and
Yes.
whether or not you'd have to opt out. The states and territories are being urged to bring that ability back to register as an organ donor on your driver's license. So it's South Australia that's going to be bringing this proposal to the table the next time all of the national health ministers meet.
Why did it
And
go
that's
away,
today.
Sophie? I don't understand. It used to be a thing, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. In South Australia, they have it, and 74% of people who drive of the eligible population are registered. So I will say that here in Queensland, the government has already committed to bringing it back.
It should just be an opt-out thing. I mean, it
Yes.
should be, if you don't have opt-out on your licence, then any organ is fair game.
A free game.
Free. Any bit of offal that you want from this decrepit old body, you can have.
I don't want to make light of it. I really
No, it's not. Well, I'm not.
Because we know the road toll is horrific, and you know that it means for somebody to be an organ donor, it means some other family is mourning terribly. But I do think that we'll see this change happen.
I just wonder why it changed in the first place, because I remember years ago as a young bloke, we always had, there was a letter. I think it was O. I think it was the letter O. You're an organ donor or an OD on your driver's licence. I don't know when that changed or why it changed. Maybe somebody does. 133 882. Simone was listening to the rumour file when we were talking about whether or not the mapping's working on the TransLink app. So it's only rated 2.1 out of 5 on Google Play, so maybe it's dodgy tracking.
That could be the reason why.
Nothing worse than waiting for a bus and, I'll go to the app and it's not far away, but it's in actual fact far away.
On the other side of the news, we're going to be talking about the first recommendations from the Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. They were released yesterday. Our state government, I will say, unlikely to get on board with these ones, but criminologist Dr. Terry Goldsworthy is going to join us after 7:30.
And on organ donors, the boys have just let us know it was removed from driver's licences in most Australian states except South Australia to transition to a single national register. The organ donor registered between 2005 and 2012, and it was aimed at centralising records for better accuracy across all jurisdictions. So there you go. The stuff you learn listening to this show. It's incredible, isn't it? 7:30 at 4BC.
Want more from your favourite station? Register now at 4bc.com.au. 4BC News.
It's 7:30. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. Police say they recognise the grief in Alice Springs but warn the violence which erupted outside a hospital is unacceptable. An angry crowd gathered demanding police hand over a man who is suspected of killing a 5-year-old girl. 5 emergency service personnel were injured when the situation then descended into violence. Northern Territory Speaker Robin Lambley has told Today it has been a confronting 24 hours for the community.
From being distraught and bereft yesterday after hearing about the loss of little Kumanjay to now having to deal with probably one of the biggest riots we've seen in Alice Springs ever. It's crazy. It's really inexplicable.
A multi-vehicle pile-up has left 2 people fighting for life on the Fraser Coast. 8 others sustained injuries in the collision, which occurred at Susan River last night. Police say a car was being driven by a 14-year-old boy before it lost control and veered into oncoming traffic, colliding with 3 vehicles. Investigations are ongoing. A crime scene has been established at the home of prominent surgeon Dr. Reza Adib following a raid at his Gold Coast property. Officers were seen searching the Burleigh Heads unit yesterday afternoon and removed several items from the building. Dr. Adib is the partner of former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. No charges have been laid. The US president says Iran has nothing left a day after declaring no more Mr. Nice Guy in his bid to bring the Middle East conflict to an end. The price of crude oil has climbed above $110 a barrel amid the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump strongly rejecting suggestions Tehran is in a strong position.
Think of it. We militarily decapitated the country. And every day I read about how well they're doing militarily. They got nothing left. They're done.
There are reports some Brisbane residents have been unable to get their flu vaccination at their local pharmacy. Multiple locations across the region have been out of stock for more than a week. Queensland Health has confirmed the supply issue is linked to a new distribution scheme and are working to resolve the issue. And experts say Brisbane's buying market is seeing a growth slow down. PropTrack's home price index for April found homes and units in the River City saw a price growth of just 0.2% in April. REA senior economist Eleanor Craig says this is reflective of a broader shift in the market.
We've seen that borrowing capacity has been reduced by higher interest rates. Interest rates are set to move higher again, which will further constrain borrowing capacities. And we're seeing demand is softer. And as a result, we're seeing that price growth is slowing with small declines in some regions.
To finance, $1 Australian is buying 72 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
Lions coach Chris Fagan is backing Cody Curtin to play his style on debut. The 2-metre rookie was tipped to start the season before injury ruled him out of opening round. Fagan says he's earned his chance against the Bombers on Saturday.
He's a 200-centimetre competitor, big body, halves contests and puts pressure on, so we don't expect the world from him, but as long as he makes the contest and plays to his strengths, he'll help our team.
Cricket Australia have scrapped their plan to sell equity stakes in Big Bash franchises. Agreement from 5 of the 6 member states was needed, with Queensland and New South Wales opposing the model. And more than 300 sanctions have been handed to Russian athletes for illegal drug use. The World Anti-Doping Agency has concluded its investigation on competitors across 22 sports after lab data was seized in 2019. It's 26 to 8.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC. 4BC is a smooth run with traffic every 10 minutes, breaking news and opinions that matter.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Norman now. Conditions apply.
Traffic, from truck seats to bus seats and even tractors. For a professional seat that suits, chat to the team at Seats Are Us. Visit seatsarus.com.au.
In Tarragindi, there's a crash on the Pacific Motorway inbound and delays are back to McGregor. Also a crash in Mango Hill on the Bruce Highway southbound at Anzac Avenue and delays are back to North Lakes. And a crash as well in Mount Gravatt on Logan Road northbound. Left lane is blocked just before Creek Road. Delays on the Gateway Motorway northbound in Mackenzie and Centenary Highway inbound delays from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge and the Ipswich Motorway inbound Darra to Oxley. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Broken down on the motorway? Out of fuel? If you get into trouble on a Transurban road, don't stress. Our traffic control rooms have eyes on the road 24/7. If you break down, don't panic. Stay in your car and turn on your hazard lights. Our traffic control room operators will see you and send one of our incident response crews to help you get back on your way quickly and safely. At Transurban, we're making every journey a safe one. Transurban, operator of Link.
Qantas Hotels and Holidays is rewarding you like never before. Earn 2,500 bonus Qantas points for every $500 you spend. Up to 60,000 bonus points. Whether it's a weekend city break or a tropical getaway, choose from over 500,000 hotels worldwide. Or bundle your flights and accommodation to save with a fly and stay package. Don't miss out. Book by 3 May to earn up to 60,000 bonus Qantas points. Search Qantas Hotels and Holidays today. Points make it possible. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
The latest 4BC weather. It's Tyre Power's Mega May sale with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26, and partly cloudy on Monday, 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 17 degrees at Kedron. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 8 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
It's 23 to 8 on this Friday morning. Thanks for your company. Getting lots of texts and calls this morning on the 4BC open line with thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. This text through from 482 says, hi team, I'm actually a car dealer. We were talking about this during the rumour file. He said, I'm listening to your segment regarding unroadworthy or dodgy roadworthy cars. He said, you've got no idea what's going on out there. And after coming from Victoria as a dealer to Queensland as a dealer, it's an absolute nightmare. Love to have a chat. So 482, we'll pick this up next week. I think that's something that we need to have a chat about, Soph. And Mike also said...
what I said.
With regard to you driving around the western suburbs, a nightmare.
Yeah, he said it's normal. He says around Indro, Milton and Toowong, dare I say, without being stoned, a huge contributor might be paranoid parents. It was pretty late in the evening. It was like after 5, this is not like school time, which is why I mentioned the fact there was nothing spoken about specific. It wasn't that there was an incident that occurred which made me think, oh, well, this is just business as usual.
That's a sad reality of living in the western suburbs, I think. It's a nightmare to get around. There's no doubt about that. 133 882 is our number. With thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, if you'd like to give us a call, 22 to 8.
Now, much anticipated interim report from the Anti-Semitism Royal Commission was released late yesterday, and it made 14 recommendations. Now, I will say of those 14, 5 have been left confidential, but the ones we do know about include things like better organisation and funding for law enforcement and counter-terrorism operations.
Yeah, so the final 2 were on firearms. The Commonwealth and states and territories should prioritise efforts to implement and update a nationally consistent national firearms agreement and implement the proposed national gun buyback scheme. So you'll remember that our state government was immediately opposed to the gun buyback scheme, and that doesn't look like changing, I guess.
No, it doesn't. On the line, though, we're being joined by Bond University criminologist, and we know he's also a former police officer, Dr. Terry Goldsworthy, friend to 4BC. Good morning to you, Terry.
Yeah, good morning.
The government said they're not going to progress here in Queensland with the buyback scheme. What was your reaction to that? Do you think they've got it right?
No, they definitely haven't got it right. And look, they're not the only state who haven't agreed to it. It seems to me that some state governments are playing politics with community safety, and that's just something that's unacceptable. If you look at Queensland, Northern Territory, South Australia, they've all indicated, and Victoria also, who have an upcoming election, they've all not been keen to sign up to the gun buyback scheme. Now, of course, you would wonder why, because if you look at WA, they finished up a 2-year buyback in January this year, and they got about 84,000 firearms surrendered, and they reduced their gun ownership by 24%. Now, that is just pure evidence that shows you how effective these schemes can be. We did it in 1996 after the Port Arthur massacre, and we saw a dramatic decrease in the homicide rate in Australia. The evidence is irrefutable that these things work. So when the government comes out with its political spin and says, we're taking the, unlicensed, unregistered guns off criminals, that's what we're focusing on, they ignore the fact that one of the weapons used in the William shootings was a registered firearm. The weapons used at Bondi were a registered firearm. They talk about only Australian citizens having the firearms. One of the shooters at Bondi was an Australian citizen. So they have totally missed the lessons from Bondi, and their response has been quite pitiful, to be honest.
So, Terry, are you saying this is really more about protecting a regional vote than anything else?
Look, if you're a person who was looking at politics, you'd have to wonder if that is the case. I mean, there is just no downside to a national gun buyback scheme. I mean, if it's money, then you have to say, well, what price for community safety? I mean, we don't want to see a repeat of Bondi. We don't want to see a repeat of Williambilla. I mean, I really wonder where we go with these things. Like, it's 4 years on and we still don't have a national firearms register. Like, I mean, that's a simple database in reality that you would think governments could get together on and formulate and have out and running within a year or two. I mean, 4 years on, the last update I looked at this morning said, oh, yes, we're anticipating it being up and running shortly. So it's just mind-boggling that these kind of community safety issues become so politically charged.
Terry, you mentioned information sharing. You also mentioned that the guns were registered. Let's talk about information sharing, though, because what did we know about the people involved in a couple of these instances? Certainly something that came out of the inquest, as you mentioned, into the Williambilla shooting. How might this work on a national basis?
Yeah, well, the problem you have is that, each state is responsible for law and order under our Constitution. So we have, the state's police services and we have the AFP overarching that. And what happens is that you have information that gets siloed within each service, and the problems arise when that information doesn't get disseminated appropriately to the appropriate people. We saw that in Williambilla, some, crucial information wasn't poured onto the police attending there that may have changed the stance in how they approached that job. So we need to get the chain of communication open, consistent. I read between the lines there in the report that came out yesterday that there were some issues around how the joint counter-terrorism teams were running, in particular in regards to information sharing and a focus on who's actually leading those teams when they come into effect and responding to an event like Bondi. So I can remember speaking to Ian Stewart at a lunch one day, former police commissioner in Queensland, some years ago, and I was asking him how things were going. I'd left, and he was referring, there'd been an incident, terrorist incident, I think, and he was speaking about the AFP, and he just made the comment, I wish they'd share information with us. And I just thought to myself, is this still going on, that people hold on to information to be seen as the best performer in an incident, the one who cracked the incident. I just don't understand why people can't share information within those intelligence and law enforcement.
No, and especially given now that we've got the technology to be able to do it in real time as well, Terry. The first text that's come in from a listener will be what a lot of people are thinking when it comes to buying back. They said, do you really think criminals are going to hand in their guns? But I think we lose sight of the fact that this is about taking firearms out of circulation. We know how much are in the underworld and that they're stolen, and then we don't know where they're going to end up. It's just about taking as many as possible out of circulation, right?
Well, the people who make that comment just simply aren't aware of what Bondi was, because those two people were licensed firearm holders.
Yeah.
If you look at the trains, my memory serves me, like one of them held a firearm licence at some stage. So these aren't necessarily criminals. I mean, there was no substantial criminal history attached to people involved in these shootings. So to take that stance that I would just go and focus on criminals, I think misses the lessons of jobs like William Beeler and Bondi.
Early days. Thank you, Dr. Terry Goldsworthy, Bond University criminologist. Just having a chat about the interim report handed down yesterday into anti-Semitism the Royal Commission released yesterday. 14 recommendations made, 5 of them left confidential, and will continue as more information comes to hand as that report is further investigated. It's 7:45 now at 4BC.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Pacific Motorway inbound in Tarragindi and delays are back to McGregor. Also a crash on the Bruce Highway southbound at Anzac Avenue in Mango Hill. That's got delays reaching back to North Lakes. The crash is cleared for the Gateway Motorway northbound in Mackenzie. We are still seeing delays, though, back to the M1 off-ramp. And the Centenary Highway is heavy inbound from Darra to Jindalee and building as well for the Western Freeway outbound in Fig Tree Pocket. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Who wants bugs like flies, mosquitoes, ants, fleas, cockroaches or dust mites hanging around their home? Not you, I'm sure. So the solution is to get yourself the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle. It'll repel all those pests and more. The active ingredient of Bug-Free is sourced from natural pyethrins found in Tassie and covers a generous area of 150 square metres indoors and a 5.5 metre radius outdoors. Plus, just like so many Pestrol products, it's safe for people, pets and the environment. User-friendly, programmable and featuring a remote control for effortless operation, the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle comes with 2 Pestrol Premium dispensers and multiple refills for only $129. Purchase the Bug-Free Bundle by calling 1-800 338888 now. That's 1-800 338888 and use the code BUGFREE for this exclusive offer plus free delivery, or visit pestrol.com.au.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Your rival bargain in-store or online at Lowe's.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go! Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
As we head into the 3-day Labor Day long weekend, 18 degrees in Loganholme, top of 25 for the River City today, and more of that rain on the way. High chance of showers, most likely from late morning, and Saturday 25 and partly cloudy. 26 partly cloudy. Could rain on your Labor Day parade on Monday to 27 degrees with a slight chance of a shower Monday. It's 12 to 8.
Just to some more of your feedback after we just spoke to Dr. Terry Goldsworthy about the potential national gun buyback scheme. Well, it's not really going to be national because the states are going their own way and it doesn't look like Queensland will participate. Chris from Wellington Point raised this. He said, in the last few years, there's also been a mass stabbing at Bondi and a car driven through a crowd in Melbourne. So responding to guns is part, he says, of a much larger issue.
Yeah, that's true. Warren from Castledine saying he's calling BS on the national gun buyback scheme. If people don't have access to guns, they'll find alternatives. So he's echoing the sentiments of Chris, I suppose. Just have a look at the amount of people getting stabbed at the moment. When's there going to be a knife buyback scheme? And if that doesn't work, people will start driving cars into crowds of people. Is there going to be a car buyback scheme then? Criminals will always find a way of hurting people if they want to, whether it's a firearm or a knife or a car. It's just a tool to achieve. And then there are plenty of people, I think, that think that way as well.
I know, but then you look at it and you see, just yesterday we talked about Jack's Law, over 1,000 weapons in the year since it was made permanent. We talked about that. There was this awful story yesterday in Melbourne in broad daylight at 11 o'clock in the morning when a paramedic had to be hospitalised with serious injuries after this alleged stabbing attack that happened in the north of Melbourne. Investigators say that he was outside a cafe in Reservoir when a man attacked him before fleeing. That guy's now been charged with attempted murder. When I saw that story and we talked about it in the office, here he is, an ambulance officer ordering a coffee. They have over 1,000 assaults a year, they say, in Victoria. I don't know what the numbers are in Queensland.
On paramedics or on emergency service people.
Yeah.
It's terrible, isn't it?
So, should we then, people go, well,
have a look at the coppers in Alice Springs last night.
There's always going to be people who'll do this. Do you up the response and say you double whatever punitive damage this guy gets for this assault of this and alleged stabbing of this paramedic, it's double time? Well, you tell me, Sophie. It's left to the courts to sort out, isn't it? And this animal that allegedly killed this young girl, this 5-year-old girl in Alice Springs, had been out of jail, 5 or 6 days? So is there going to be an inquiry into that as to why this bloke was on the streets and able to do what he did? Well, and
look at the anger that's in Alice Springs overnight. It is it's palpable.
And to a family, whereas a 5-year-old we've got to be so careful now. It's before the courts, and I think it just sickens everybody to their core, that particular story. But, when it comes to these issues, people say we don't want to live in a nanny state, that's fine. But if you're an ambulance officer or a police officer or you're a first responder in any way and you are innocently going about your daily life, or you have spent 5 days searching the bush for a little girl only to be met with then riots from the very people you're trying to protect in a community. Yeah. What do we do as a society? Do we say as a community, well, if you put a hand to a paramedic buying a coffee and stab them, the punishment has to be greater, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, these people working in these fields and these emergency services
somebody
fields,
in their paramedic.
They're there helping people. That's their primary job, is to help the community.
Seriously.
Yeah, we're going to hopefully speak with Matt Cunningham, who's on the ground in Alice Springs, a little bit later on this morning. If you've seen those pictures, you've got every right to feel concerned, alarmed, upset, and something needs to be done in those communities. I think 133 882 is the number.
We always have to find a way to have the balance as well, and we know that there's plenty to be celebrating at the moment, and right around the corner is an opportunity to celebrate our mums and those who love us and have stepped into that role in our life. And we've been so lucky that Flowers for Everyone has come on board with 4BC this year, so we can spread a little bit of that sweet love with flowers. A $100 gift card now to give away to somebody just in time for Mother's Day. So give us a call on 133 882. You can be caller number 7 when the phone line's open.
Some great State of Origin footy on the TV last night. I'm sure plenty of people watched it. Sam Leckie with all of that news and plenty more in the sport coming up at 7 to 8 now, 4BC.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway southbound at Anzac Avenue in Mango Hill. Delays are back to North Lakes. Also a crash just cleared from the Pacific Motorway inbound in Tarragindi. Delays are still heavy back to McGregor. There's a breakdown on Beaudesert Road northbound at Compton Road in Callendale. Delays are back to the Logan motorway. And a breakdown in Bald Hills on the Gateway motorway southbound. It's on the left shoulder just before Wyampa Road. And heavy on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Do you know what a hazardous materials register is? If you manage a business, you're required to have one. Could today be the day you get a WorkSafe visit and huge fines? Who's got time to chase safety data sheets? There is a new app, My Hazmate. Snap a photo of the product and our AI builds your hazardous materials register and pulls the latest safety data sheets so your team can access what they need anytime. Download My Hazmate on iOS or Android.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with Ice Gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work.
New Woolworths lower shelf prices are being added all the time to help lower the cost of your shop. Like Rexona 48-hour antiperspirant deodorant 250ml, now just $5, lowered by $3.50. Woolworths, the fresh food people. While stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Don't let stairs stop you from living in the home you love, now or in the future. There is a solution, and it's not selling your home. It's a compact home lift. Our lifts fit seamlessly into any space smaller than a square metre and use less power than boiling a kettle. And right now, to celebrate our 10th anniversary, we're giving you $2,000 off. But not for long. Search Compact Home Lifts for your free quote today. Or visit compactlifts.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast.
4 to 8 at 4BC. A lot of very angry people out there this morning texting us, and we'll get to some of those texts with regard to what happened in Alice Springs overnight. 133 882 is our number, the 4BC text line. Congratulations to our winner, Sophie.
Yeah, Colleen from Beachmere. Good on you. A beautiful $100 gift card thanks to Flowers for Everyone. You can say it with flowers this Mother's Day with flowersforeveryone.com.au.
Now on 4BC Breakfast, time for sport.
Sam Leckie's here. The barista. Got a certificate of baristering.
I do.
Man of many talents.
Participation certificate in a barista crash course.
And I'm also very much looking forward to listening to you on the weekend as you step outside.
Yes.
Doing the breakfast show Saturday and Sunday.
Be good to get in and
Woohoo.
chat to the listeners on Saturday and Sunday morning. On the coffee club where I used to work, I have a memory. This is loosely related to sport. I was about 15 years old and only just started there, and an elderly man walks past me as I'm clearing a table and says, "I will never forgive you for pulling the sponsorship from the Brisbane Roar." And I've looked at him like, I didn't. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I'm 15 years old.
But you must have had an air of entrepreneurialism. He might have thought you were the coffee club owner.
Maybe he was. He could be a time traveller.
You never know.
Coming back,
to tell
having
you.
listened to me on radio talking about sport in the last couple of years.
Is this a sports segment?
It's very self-indulgent.
We're getting to it soon.
Paranormal Day on Sunday. That's a day for you.
Oh, goodness. You love your days, don't you? Changing tact a little bit here. Like, this was very serious when it came through and shocking when it came through last night. The latest update on Melbourne Storm coach Craig Bellamy. I sent this through to our work chat when it came through. A message from the Melbourne Storm saying that just an update on the health of Craig Bellamy and saying that after the last couple of weeks, He's had consultation with some specialists and undergone a series of medical tests and come back with a diagnosis of a form of neurodegenerative disorder, which they haven't specified, and I don't want to speculate on what that could potentially be because it's obviously a very private matter. But, I mean, we talk a lot about coaches on radio, in the newspapers, on television, speculating about their futures. But this, a stark reminder that they're people too. He's obviously been through a tough time in the last 6 weeks with the storm, but that means nothing, I suppose, when you come to talk about a personal battle with something really serious. I mean, it was only a couple of years ago that we lost Carl Webb to MND, only a 4-year battle with MND, and he's still going to be able to coach. The Storm said he's still going to be able to coach, and medical advice is that he can keep going with those duties as normal. But, yeah, really sad update and all the best to Craig and his family.
Look, there'll be many families who are listening to that and that sort of diagnosis in that space and also really understand how nuanced it is. You know, I think the reason why they come forward and say it's neurodegenerative and say very little more is that you go through a barrage of tests then to try and narrow down what it is, what areas it's affecting, and then what treatment protocols might be available. Yeah. And you're right, Sam, he is such a family man. Yeah. He is so incredibly proud and loves his grandchildren so much that his priorities will be in the right place. I'm sure he's going to be torn between having to be selfish now and take a little bit of time out for himself. Yeah. And we've both spent time with him and we wish him really well.
Might have to change my tip this weekend now, I think.
Well, it sheds a little bit of light as well on stepping down from the New South Wales assistant coaching job. But as I said, anything to do with football pales into comparison to what that family now will be going
and I
through.
think it's the reason why they've come out and shared it now as well, so that there isn't speculation if he's a bit off.
Yeah, we wish him well, Craig Bellamy. 8 o'clock news time at 4BC.
News is next. For quality home care packages, call Right at Home today. For BC News.
It's 8 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. The Prime Minister has confirmed more jet fuel and diesel is on the way to Australia. The federal government has announced 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel and a third shipment with 50 million litres of diesel is on its way. Police in the Northern Territory say tensions remain high, but calm has been restored after riots in Alice Springs. Anger boiled over at a hospital where a man suspected of killing a 5-year-old girl was undergoing treatment. Emergency service personnel were injured and police had to use rubber bullets and tear gas to try to quell the violence. Police Commissioner Martin Dole has told the ABC no arrests have been made over last night's violence.
The violent disorder has been quelled and there is a sense of calm at the moment across Alice Springs, and we've got significant resources this morning targeting those that targeted emergency services last night.
10 people have been injured, some critically, following a serious multi-vehicle collision on the Fraser Coast. Lachlan Gray reports.
A Mitsubishi Lancer was travelling north on Maryborough Harvey Bay Road at Susan River last night when it lost control and veered into oncoming traffic. The Mitsubishi swiping a Suzuki Swift before colliding with a Kona. A Volkswagen Polo travelling behind the Kona also became involved. 10 patients required medical treatment as a result. A 16-year-old female passenger of the Mitsubishi was airlifted to hospital with critical injuries, while the 14-year-old male driver and 2 other teenage passengers were transported stable. The 18-year-old female driver of the Suzuki was also airlifted in a critical condition, while 5 other patients were transported, all with minor injuries. Investigations into the circumstances are ongoing. Lachlan Gray reporting.
The state government is standing firm on their rejection of a national gun buyback scheme. It comes after the release of an interim report from the Royal Commission into the Bondi terror attack, with one of the 14 recommendations calling for it to be prioritised. Bond University criminologist Dr Terry Goldsworthy has told Dean and Sophie he can't understand why, when history shows it works.
If you look at WA, they finished up a 2-year buyback in January this year, and they got about 84,000 firearms surrendered, and they reduced their gun ownership by 24%. Now, that is just pure evidence that shows you how effective these schemes can be.
And more than 80 Queensland police firearms have been identified as faulty as a full testing recall of 15,000 Glocks nears completion. Officers identified the fault last week during standard testing when a service-issued handgun let off multiple rounds upon firing. More than 11,000 Glocks have been tested so far, with the 83 identified representing less than 1%. To finance, the Dow Jones is closed up 790 points at 49,652. One Australian dollar is buying 72 US cents.
With the 4BC app, you have the power of 4BC in the palm of your hand. So add it to your phone now. Brisbane's 4BC.
Queensland trail 1-0 in Women's State of Origin after dropping Game 1 overnight. Otessa Poulet scored first for the Maroons before the Blues ran out 11-6 winners in Newcastle. Queensland captain Tamika Upton says they did their best.
I have no idea about the data on that one, but that was the fastest game of footy I've ever played. So from both teams, end-to-end footy, and that's what Origin's all about. Disappointed, but very proud of the girls.
In the NRL, Dolphins coach Christian Wolf has defended dropping the informed Trey Fuller to reserve grade. Jack Bostock returned from an ACL injury to line up at centre against the Storm tonight. Wolf says Fuller needs more game time at fullback to cover the expected loss of Hamiso Tapuai-Fidow to Origin. And Brisbane have named an unchanged squad to host Wellington in the first leg of their A-League Women's semi-final. It's 8:04.
Score 400 gigabytes for just $35 for 6 recharges at Amasim. Ongoing $45 for 95 gigabytes. Ends 15 May. T's and C's apply. Visit amasim.com. 4BC is the stories that matter to Brisbane from our reporters and you, our listeners. Live, local. 4BC is Brisbane.
Are your eyes feeling dry, irritated or tired? You're not alone. Dry eye affects up to 85% of Aussies. But don't worry, there's a solution that can help with managing these symptoms. Say hello to Sustain Complete Preservative-Free Lubricant Eye Drops, providing all-in-one dry eye relief for up to 8 hours. With its preservative-free formula, Sustain Complete Preservative-Free helps relieve all types of dry eye symptoms, so your eyes feel comfortable. Find it at your nearest pharmacy. Try Sustain Complete Preservative-Free today. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Callumvale, there's a breakdown on Beaudesert Road northbound at Compton Road and delays are slow back to Parkinson. Delays on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and Underwood, and the Pacific Motorway slow inbound from McGregor to Tarragindi. Delays also on the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. And the Bruce Highway, that's now clear in both directions. A little bit slow on Gympie Road southbound through Castledine and also in Chermside. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 882 4BC.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Centre Northgate. Queensland Motor Licence Dealer Number 2400241.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Weather for F10 fuel treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Available at Bailey's Marine Fuels, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching the top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26, and partly cloudy on Monday, 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 18 degrees at Woody Point. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 8:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
7 after 8, a little bit of housekeeping for you here at 4BC. It's an exciting time for us because we've transitioned. There you go. 4BC has transitioned to its new owners, Tapped Media. That's TAPT. Well, you're looking at me like that. 4BC transferring to Tapped. That's what we are. We're Tapped. But nothing really changes for you, the listener.
No, not at all.
4BC just says the same as it always has been and will be.
Look, the only thing that changes is that we do need everybody who listens on the app, and we hope that you do, to just take a moment to log out and log back in. Make sure that you've got the app updated, because that's going to be the best way to continue to listen to us. And just as part of that transition, it just meant getting the app rebooted.
Yeah, rebooted. So if you've got issues, you can go to our contact page on our website, the 4BC website, and request a call back from the support team if you want. 1-800-TAPPED-IN. That's 1-800-TAPTIN or 1-800-827-846. And the app is a great way to listen no matter where you are. So if you've never used the app before, download it. You can get that at the Apple Store, Google Play, and it's free of charge. It's 8 past 8.
Think about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I can so?
It's time for the 4BC Breakfast Coffee Poll.
The coffee poll is extra important today. We have a barista here in the machine teaching in the building, I should say, teaching everyone how to use our new machine, going in and having a bit of a chat with him during that time. And it's who you have a talk to when you're going about your daily life. So the coffee poll question today is, do you talk, like really talk to your hairdresser? Not just like, hi, how you doing? Like have deep chats.
Yeah, well, you know me, I do. I had a haircut yesterday, actually.
What did you tell him?
Well, it was what he was telling me. He said that once I walked out of the doors, he said I was going to be a lady killer and women would just fall at my feet. And I think he might have oversold the haircut because I'm yet to have that occur. That hasn't happened here this morning either. But we did discuss a bit of football. I spoke to the other bloke who he was a Warriors fan and a New Zealand Warriors fan, and we talked about Zelezniak and a few other bits and pieces. But yeah, as a general sort of thing, I talk to the hairdresser. You can kind of tell whether they want to talk or not. I know when you get in an Uber now, before you get in the Uber, it can say, do you want to talk to the Uber driver or not?
And they know whether or not you'd like to have a chat.
Question they hate is it busy? Have you been? What time are you working till?
Look, this is not just about frivolity, this question today. Yeah. It's also because we had learnt, it is frivolity, and I love that the hairdresser said you're going to go out and be a lady killer. I love that. Yeah. He's trying to get you back there. We learnt this week from the Productivity Commission that about 600,000 jobs are going to be lost to the new technology of artificial intelligence.
Well, hairdressing's not one of them.
Well, that's what I mean. If you're talking about those kind of numbers, it's about 4% of the country's 14.8 million workforce. But there are some things that even though AI as a tool is going to change the way that you might work, there are some things that you can't AI. And one of them is a haircut.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well, you can on a photograph, but not in real life.
Well, I heard Elon Musk say if you have a job that moves atoms, I thought it was a really interesting way of explaining it. So if you move atoms physically in your job, whatever it is that you do, apart from, I suppose, being a forklift driver or something, because that can be automated, that sort of machinery. But if you do something where you build something or you cut someone's hair, you're probably safe for a while, don't you think?
I would think so.
I mean, you wouldn't let a robot have a crack at your hair, would you?
I'm going through that process at the moment. I need a haircut.
No way to speak about your hairdresser.
I've been avoiding one because my hairdresser, bless her cotton socks, is having another baby. And that just throws the spanner in the works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You got to start over and find someone to replace her. And anyway.
I wonder if as a part of the job of being a hairdresser, Soph, it's a prerequisite. You have to like talking to people.
Well, they become therapists of sorts.
They do.
I think that people, their entire life, their kids and the issues that they're having is sitting there, particularly women. We sit there for a really long time. If you're having a colour done, forget about it. It's like 3 hours of your life.
Are you a hairdresser who knows secrets about people that you barely know? 133 is the number.
They do share.
Do people? Do you talk to your hairdresser? That's the 4BC coffee poll today. So far, they're out of the block. 66% of people saying no.
Well, I know Sam goes to great lengths to try and find a barbershop where he tries to find somebody who's not going to talk at all. He doesn't want to speak to anybody.
I think they can gauge that pretty well, though, can't they, too, the minute you sit down and somebody new. Yeah. They're having a good day, are you? That's it. 133 do you speak to your hairdresser? Does your hairdresser speak to you? I'd really love to hear from a hairdresser who knows some
juicy stuff.
Because they all do. They know more than anybody. They know what's going on, don't they? 133 Do you talk to your hairdresser, the 4BC coffee poll? It's 12 minutes after 8, 4BC.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
In Mount Gravatt, there's a crash on Logan Road northbound. The left lane is blocked just before Creek Road. That's causing delays on the approach. And the lights are out in Ashgrove on Waterworks Road at Killawarra Road intersection. A little bit slow for the M1 now northbound in Slacks Creek, and delays on the Pacific Motorway inbound through Upper Mount Gravatt to Tarragindi. And the Centenary Highway's heavy inbound from Darra to Jindalee. Heading into the city, it's slow on the Captain Cook Bridge and Riverside Expressway. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Well, you can turn up the heat this league season, Sophie, with PointsBet. 5 for 25 is available on every game. It's a huge range of markets across the round and preview videos to help you make your call. The action's heating up like never before.
5 for 25, a new way of same-game multi-betting exclusive to PointsBet.
Yeah, you can choose more or less on 5 player-related markets. Terms and conditions apply.
This is betting that's made for true league fans for a betting experience that is built way after the final whistle blows. Download the PointsBet app today.
PointsBet, it's like hot sauce for your sport. What are you gambling with and what's it really costing you? For free and confidential support, 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelpline.org.au.
School zones are now in operation. Slow down, obey the school zone speed limits and be mindful of pedestrians, cyclists and school buses. Together, let's help keep our children safe.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Supercentre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Supercentre.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Kip Happy Stays. KIP.com.au.
Mums would love a gift from Bunnings. The best thing about Bunnings is that there are so many different things you can get.
If they like plants, or if they like drills, or if they like painting.
At Bunnings, whatever your mum's into, we've got a gift idea to suit her for Mother's Day.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Labor Day long weekend in Queensland and the forecast not looking great. At 16 past 8, we've got 19 degrees in North Lake. Showers on the way today, tomorrow and Sunday and Monday. So there you go. It doesn't look particularly good. Tops around mid-20s, typical autumn weather. 17 after 8.
We have asked the question today, like, do you talk to your hairdresser or your barber? And not just like polite chat. I'm talking about the deep stuff. Do you actually tell them things about you and your family and the ups and the downs of life and the things that make you happy and the things that are concerning you? We're loving this because, like, the reality is, particularly women, I think, love to have a chat. At this point, it's 50-50. Like half the people say yes, half the people say no. Matt's on the line from Griffin.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too. You're not a talker, mate. You don't talk to your barber.
Mate, I am. I believe that it ain't late to speak, although I don't talk to my barber, and let me tell you why. I get a straight razor shave, and I don't want him to slice me.
Concentrate on what you're doing is what you're thinking, Matt.
You're right. When they bring the blade out, you're right. You don't move your head at all, do you? It's nervous time.
Face stays very still when that straight razor's in front of me.
How long have you been going to the same barber, and do you ever cheat on that barber?
Years, and I cheat if I need to get a straight razor shave while I'm away for work.
Okay. Does he know when you return that you've been two-timing him?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course I can tell.
It's one of my favourite Seinfeld episodes. Matt, stay on the line. We've got some tickets to give you to take the family along to see QPAC's Circa duck pond. It is the reimagining of Swan Lake as a circus spectacular. So when you talk about precision, the way that he's talking about precision razor, this stuff is so precise. They're throwing each other around. It's a bit of circus and a bit of ballet all wrapped in one.
Marion said, good morning, Dean and Sophie. Talking to your hairdresser is a bit like talking to the person in the seat beside you on a plane. It's a bit of a random thing. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Anne says, yes, of course I talk with my hairdresser. What can I say? I'm a talker. See, some people just they're overgivers, aren't they? Some people do I think I talk too much.
I ask questions.
Do you?
Yeah.
Your hairdresser?
Well, you know how I just mentioned my hairdresser's having a baby. So the hairdresser that I've been seeing for a while, I now have to find an interim measure. So I went to a hairdresser that I see very sporadically. So I found out all about her life.
It's
I
interesting.
didn't talk about myself at all.
Sophie, it's part of the art of conversation, isn't it? It's a really interesting part that you ask questions.
Yeah.
That you don't always speak about yourself. So, it's really, like you say, they're psychologists. 133 882. Do you talk to your hairdresser? The 4BC Coffee Poll, 50-50 at this stage, 18 after 8.
Time to find out what's happening on 4BC Mornings.
I bet this bloke does.
Yes, of course he does.
Hi, Beck, who is my lovely hairdresser, I talk to her. We talk about travel and holidays because we like to, even if it's get away for a weekend or something like that.
Has she got your mobile number?
Yep.
Does she?
Yeah, because I don't have an appointment. She just texts me when there's a cancellation or some of her customers die and it ends up being a spot. Because I'm probably the youngest customer she has. So anyway, I go and see Beck. You know what I also do for Beck?
You take her coffee?
No, well, my cafe's next door.
Oh, okay. Convenient.
So I do take her coffee because we have a contra agreement, bags of coffee for a haircut. It's. Am I allowed to say that?
No, I don't think you are.
ATO listening.
But you know the other thing I do, and I reckon other people do this, when she's washing my hair and massaging my scalp, I moan. Like I let out is this okay to say on the radio?
Have we got the right sort of music for this? I wonder if we've got some kind of...
Rubes, fire up some Barry White. No, what I do is I let out a little... Oh, that's good.
Crank that up, Rubes.
Because I want her to know I'm enjoying it.
Can you hear this? You need headphones on.
Oh,
Can you hear this?
I don't want to mess up my hair.
Crank it up, Rubes. Crank it up. So you're lying back, you're having your head massaged by a woman other than your wife.
Yeah. And I just go, that's good. Because I don't want it to stop. And that's my way of telling her.
Okay, that'll do, Rubes.
Is that
starting to get...
Is that wrong?
Well, it depends on why you're grunting.
Because I'm enjoying
What's going on inside?
I'm enjoying it. Mate, how good is a head massage?
I love a head massage.
I do love it. But can I ask another question?
What?
If it was a man,
would
you
grunt?
still grunt?
No.
You wouldn't grunt if it was a man?
Well, I don't know. I've never had a man cut my hair, I don't
Or
think.
massage your scalp.
I don't think I have. I mean,
You've
I
never
don't...
been
Surely
to a
overseas.
male barber.
Overseas, when you get your hair cut overseas, it's a bloke. Surely.
I don't know. I can't remember.
My favourite hair cutting story with Dean Miller was when we were in Italy together.
Oh, right.
And he goes into the Italian barber.
Here we go.
And
My Italian's
honestly,
not so good.
his Italian's not so good. And he came out and I just looked at his wife and his wife looked
Looks
at
like
me.
I've been in the Belson horror camp.
We just burst into laughter. You've never seen anything like it.
What
and he
part
thought
of
it, and,
I don't want a crew cut did he not understand?
and you thought it looked good.
No, I did not.
I actually did have a male, an older gentleman in a little town on the Amalfi Coast called Amori, I think it's called, and he cut my hair. And we, you know what, we talked about the Second World War because he was in the war, and he had pictures and all the broken English and my broken Italian, which is bugger all. We managed to have a conversation.
Did you grunt when he washed your hair?
No, he didn't wash me. See, I don't go to barbers. That's probably why I've never had a male cut
My husband won't go to a barber anymore either. I told you the story about Scott going to the barber, very fancy barber in at the Emporium, and then he lay back, loves a head massage. He said, he's massaging my head, my eyes were closed, and he said, and I felt a little rustle around my nose.
What?
And he said, and I thought maybe he was putting something in my nose like to stop water going in. He said, I didn't really pay that much attention.
Clipping his nostril hairs.
Yeah, and he said, without any
permission.
Permission or warning,
Sacrosanct.
the next thing he did was pull out warm wax from his nostril.
That's illegal.
No, he put the wax in first, is what you're saying.
How did he not know?
He said, I didn't pay any attention. He said, I felt some rustling and some warm. And he said, the next thing he's
So
showing
he loaded
me...
up Scott's nostrils with wax, waited for it to harden, and then ripped it out.
Yeah. And he said, and then the whole way home he couldn't stop touching it because it was smooth.
Wow.
And
See,
soft.
those hairs keep us warm in winter.
They do have a purpose,
They
don't they?
do, don't stop.
Well, they
looking
shouldn't
at
be
mine.
hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just beware.
There you go. What a smashing segment this has been. This is our new owners will be thrilled with this.
Well, speaking of which, Craig Laundy is joining me on the program this morning
lovely.
after 10. I want to talk to him. Well, I want to have a chat to him, not just about the radio. But you know what? I'm hardly going to talk about. He's, from the Laundy family. His father, Arthur has built this empire of pubs. They're actually from where I grew up in Sydney. In fact, I got kicked out of one of their pubs at the age of 16.
Oh, badge of honour.
For being drunk. Like, I don't know. That was the old days. Remember you could do that stuff? My parents used to knock off beer glasses, schooner glasses from one of their other pubs. I played sport.
You might get fired today.
I know. But I want to talk to them about their investment in Queensland.
Yeah.
So obviously this is the start. This is a media and buying a media company. No one does that anymore, right? Starting a new media company. I'll talk about that. And how does Queensland look in the big picture for them moving forward ahead of the 2032 game? So he'll be joining me after 10 o'clock this morning. And, of course, I'm going to have a look at Vic Park.
Okay.
And these the new groups that have come out now with,
Indigenous land title.
Indigenous groups and,
amazing.
Everything that goes with that.
On a lighter note, I just want you to know that Marion has texted in to say that if you moan when you're getting your head massage, she hates to tell you this, but a lot of hairdressers find that moaning really creepy.
It depends, but
Really?
Marianne, I respect your text. It's how you do the moan.
Who knew that a hairdresser would find that creepy?
Now I feel really creepy, guys.
Just give us that with that music again and a little bit of. I just want to hear it again. Just let me hear that moan again.
It's just like that feels good. But I followed up with that feels great or good.
Yeah.
It's a big day
Good on you,
for
mate.
us here. We're tapped. You're going to be having Craig Laundy on the show. And then later today, it's also a big day for our 4BC Drive host.
Is it? With Gary, what's happening with Gary?
Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Mr Deputy Speaker, through the course of my address, I would like to tell you a little about me and what I hope to contribute to and achieve during my time here.
It is the anniversary of Gary Hardgrave making his maiden speech, his
that
first
right?
speech in federal parliament.
Wow, there you go. Today.
What's the how many years?
Many.
Right.
I'm not sure exactly. 30
years.
30 years.
So,
wow.
So they're going to celebrate on Drive this afternoon, and the team would love to hear from people who voted for Gary in the election and want to tell him why they voted for him this afternoon.
All right, that sounds 30 years.
Yeah, it's a long
He's
time.
such a young man.
Mm.
He is. Gary Hargrave after 3 o'clock.
But,
All right,
I
you're
will
after
say
9.
he's very reasonable, and I did say he wants people to vote, to call in and tell him why they voted for him, but he's also happy to hear from people who refuse to vote for him as well.
Vote for him as well. It's 25 after 8 now, 4BC.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Logan Lee, there's a crash on Hague Road at Fritz Street, and there's a crash on Logan Road northbound. Left lane's blocked just before Creek Road in Mount Gravatt. In Ashgrove, the lights are out on Waterworks Road at Killawarra Road intersection. Delays on the Centenary Highway inbound from Darra to the Jindalee Bridge. It's slow as well on Ipswich Road inbound in Annerley. And slow as well heading into the city on the Pacific Motorway through Wollongabba, then onto the Captain Cook Bridge onto Coronation Drive. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Tyre Power's Mega May sale gives you the power to save on a mega range of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or
New Woolworths lower shelf prices are being added all the time to help lower the cost of your shop. Like Rexona 48-hour antiperspirant deodorant 250ml, now just $5, lowered by $3.50. Woolworths, the fresh food people. While stocks last, may not be available in all stores or online.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Who
Who wants bugs like flies, mosquitoes, ants, fleas, cockroaches or dust mites hanging around their home? Not you, I'm sure. So the solution is to get yourself the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle. It'll repel all those pests and more. The active ingredient of Bug-Free is sourced from natural pyrethroids found in Tassie and covers a generous area of 150 square metres indoors and a 5.5 metre radius outdoors. Plus, just like so many Pestrol products, it's safe for people, pets and the environment. User-friendly, programmable and featuring a remote control for effortless operation, the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle comes with 2 Pestrol Premium dispensers and multiple refills for only $129. Purchase the Bug-Free Bundle by calling 1800 33 8888 now. That's 1800 33 8888 and use the code BUGFREE for this exclusive offer plus free delivery. Or visit pestrol.com.au. Pestrol, the leader in cutting-edge automatic insect control technology.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go! Foxtel's winning deal. Get AFL and NRL live in 4K Ultra HD, Foxtel Originals and HBO Max for $69 a month on a 12-month plan.
CameronsKitchen.com.au.
Cameron's Kitchen. 4BC Breakfast. Broken down on a transurban road? Don't worry. They have eyes on the road 24/7 and incident response to help you get back on your way.
28 after 8 at 4BC. Great to have your company this morning. Dean and Sophie, the 4BC Breakfast Show. We've been talking about whether or not you talk to your hairdresser. We learnt this week from the Productivity Commission that 600,000 jobs are going to be lost to AI. We don't think that hairdressing will be one of them, not at this point anyway.
No, we've had so many conversations too about what new technology means and these smartphones and how they've disconnected us so much from people face to face, the everyday communication that we have, what makes us human. And so there are going to be professions like hairdressing and, as you said, the things that move atoms, the way that we connect with one another, that you won't be able to replace. Our hairdressers might end up finding themselves being a real source, not only of communication, but of that connection that we need to have as human beings.
Greg says that he talks to his bar because he's his 16-year-old son. I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of young blokes, high school boys these days, cut their hair with their mates cut their hair. They do their own hairdressing, it's a booming industry. There you go. 133 882 4BC. It's 8:30.
Listen to Wide World of Sports, weeknights from 6 on 4BC.
"4BC News."
It's 8:30. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. 2 people are fighting for life following a 4-car pile-up on the Fraser Coast. The collision occurred at Susan River last night after a Mitsubishi lost control and veered into oncoming traffic. 2 females aged 16 and 18 were airlifted to hospital critical, while 8 others were injured. Police have confirmed the car at the centre of the crash was being driven by a 14-year-old boy. Meantime, a teenager has been stabbed during an altercation on the Gold Coast. The 17-year-old boy was taken to hospital in a life-threatening condition but has since stabilised. His attacker fled the scene before help arrived. Police believe both males are known to each other. There's no ongoing threat to the community. There have been chaotic scenes in the Northern Territory as riots erupted following the arrest of a man accused of killing a 5-year-old girl. An angry crowd gathered at Alice Springs Hospital where the 47-year-old man was being treated. The child's body was found yesterday after a desperate 5-day search. NT News reporter Gera Kasakov says the community is devastated by the death.
It was tough for everyone. It was tough for the town. Sporting games have been cancelled. The town really stopped. Everyone was really, really praying for that positive ending. To hear the tragic outcome, it was just gut-wrenching.
Donald Trump insists Iran badly wants to secure a permanent ceasefire agreement but is struggling to identify their leadership. As he pressures Tehran to agree to a deal, the US president is preparing to hear about update military options for Iran from the Pentagon officials. Counter-terror authorities in the UK believe another terror attack in the country is highly likely in the next 6 months. The nation's terror threat has been lifted from substantial to severe after 2 Jewish men were stabbed in North London in a declared terrorist incident. A national campaign has relaunched today, providing free CPR training for parents. It follows a 20-year peak in Australia's drowning toll, which claimed 357 lives over the last year. Kids Alive Do the 5 ambassador Laurie Lawrence says the program is specifically designed to meet the needs of busy parents.
The things that stop parents from doing this is usually cost and time poor. So we've done it especially for parents. It's online, it's self-paced, and it's free. You can't get better.
Also making news, 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel and a third shipment with 50 million litres of diesel is on the way to Australia. And Indigenous groups say the planned Victoria Park Stadium should not be built, claiming the area is used for sorry business. To finance, $1 Australian is buying 71.2 US cents.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
Tim Ryan has given his Reds a welcome boost ahead of Saturday's clash with the Brumbies. He's the latest Queensland star to sign a contract extension through to 2028. Ryan says they've got the group to deliver long-term success.
Just gives you a lot of confidence going into the next 2 years, a few changing parts. But yeah, seeing the boys commit to the squad that we have, it's really, really exciting. We've got a good squad. And yeah, the end of this year and the next 2 years, it's exciting.
Cowboys fans will witness history in tonight's round 9 clash with the Bulldogs. Star prop Jason Taumalolo set to equal Jonathan Thurston's all-time games record of 294. That game from 6 o'clock in Sydney, with the Dolphins next up at 8 when they host the Melbourne Storm at Suncorp Stadium. And wins for Nottingham Forest in the first leg of the Europa League semi-finals. It's 26-9. That's the latest news and sport.
With the 4BC app, you have the power of 4BC in the palm of your hand. So add it to your phone now. Brisbane's 4BC. From Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bribie, 4BC is Brisbane. 882 4BC.
Make the switch now to Kia's award-winning electric range with incredible drive-away offers available, including the all-electric Kia EV4 sedan with up to 612 kilometres of range. Add to that seamless connectivity, full panoramic display and intelligent iPedal regenerative braking that recoups energy as you drive. And all from only $52,990 drive away. Visit your local Kia dealership today to experience the Kia EV4.
Kia, movement that inspires.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
In Loganlea, there's a crash on Hague Road at Fritz Street, and there's a breakdown for the M1 northbound just before exit 45 in Pimpamar. That's not causing any delays. The lights are out in Ashgrove on Waterworks Road at Killawarra Road intersection. Delays on the Pacific Motorway inbound in Tarragindi, then through Wollongabba onto the Captain Cook Bridge. And it's heavy on the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to Jindalee and the Western Freeway outbound in Indooroopilly. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
Is stress and mild anxiety ruling your life and making it impossible to sleep or even to focus? Stress isn't just in your head, it starts in your gut. Introducing Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic. Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic relieves symptoms of stress, mild anxiety and sleeplessness. It also supports focus and maintains energy levels. If you're tired of letting stress rule your life, try Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic today from leading pharmacies and health stores.
At the Belvedere Woody Point, we believe a great meal is more than just food. It's the sizzle of a perfectly cooked steak, the fresh ocean taste of a seafood platter. It's a cocktail in hand as you watch the sun set over the water. From the first coffee of the morning to last drinks at night, Come and experience it for yourself. The Belvedere Woody Point. It's not just a meal, it's a memory.
The latest 4BC weather. It's Tyre Power's Mega May sale with more great deals on big brand tyres now at all stores. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
A rainy day ahead in Brisbane, reaching the top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25. Rain to continue on Sunday, 26, and partly cloudy on Monday, 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds up to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 18 degrees at Newstead. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 9 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 9, this is Breakfast with Dean and Sophie on Brisbane's 4BC.
Do you talk to your hairdresser, the 4BC coffee poll? The survey
really talk.
Says 63% of people say they do. What about Robert? We're learning a lot about our audience today. He says, then I cut my own hair and talk to myself. Does that count? So I'm assuming, Robert, you would do that in front of the mirror and probably with your tongue hanging out.
Jason says...
That'd be a good look.
Jason says, good morning, guys. I have no choice but to talk to my hairdresser. It's my wife.
There you go.
You know, but it could be awkward. There could be times when you're not talking and you still need a haircut. She's got scissors very close to your head.
Get the bowl out. 133-882. New data from the Australian Bureau of Stats is showing a shift in who's living in this country. Surprise, surprise. For the first time in our history, here we go, Soph, India has overtaken England as the nation with the largest group of people born overseas currently residing in Australia.
Of the 8.8 million people in Australia who were born overseas, 971,000 were born in India. That's 1,000 more than those born in the United Kingdom. Social analyst and demographer Mark McCrindle is joining us to talk through the stats. Good morning to you, Mark.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we talk about, this multiculturalism that we have, the mass migration numbers that came in the 50s, and then it sort of changes over time who comes from where. And this shows us what the changing face of Australia is.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's at an all-time high in terms of the total numbers of overseas-born Australians, and the percentage now, 1 in 3 Australians overseas-born. And yes, India has just overtaken China as that number one place at birth for overseas-born Australians. It's happened quite quickly in the last 10 years. Prior to that, England was strong, but actually more were born in China than India. But it's changed, particularly in the last couple of years. And yes, almost a million residents are born in India.
So we won't ever see a swing back towards England reclaiming its mantle as the number one migratory race. Is that right, or group of people?
That's correct. In fact, the proportion of those born in England has been declining over the last few decades, and particularly in the last decade, the proportion born in India has more than doubled. So that's the speed of the change. And it's a younger age of an Indian-born resident, whereas the average age of someone born in England is over 60. So it does represent historical migration patterns compared to the new ones, particularly people coming from India and China.
Can we dive into this a little bit further, Mark? What does that mean then? Because obviously it's not just India. I will say we've got people coming from all over the world. But when you have numbers increasing from one particular country, it obviously means that culture then comes, it integrates. There are skills that those people bring. What is it that it's about Australia that's so attractive to Indians at the moment?
Well, if we look at the categories of arrivals, it's students. So Australia is a very strong market for those studying here, and skilled visas, and particularly with the growth in IT and technical areas, you've had a lot of skilled migrants coming from India as well. Obviously, the economics of Australia, the living and the lifestyle, is an attractive factor for educated Indians. So yeah, that's really what's driven it, economic reasons, and yes, we remain a key international brand for those particularly young people who are looking to come here and establish a life. And it varies across the state. So in Queensland, for example, the number one country of an overseas-born resident is New Zealand, and number 2 is England. So India's further down the list. It's the number one in Victoria, and that's particularly where the growth has come from.
And we're seeing a lot from the subcontinent. We're seeing huge growth from Nepal and also the Philippines, while European numbers seem to be falling. Do you see this as a permanent shift in our demographic makeup?
Yes, that's right. As a nation, based on the population, the flows and the connections, we now look to our north in terms of Asia and India rather than back to Europe. And that changing of the guard just in this last year with India overtaking England, I think is a change of the guard that's been for some time on, but it represents it certainly symbolically and represents the new face of Australia and that diversity, as you said, not just India and China's been very strong for some time and still dominates in some states, but as you mentioned, Philippines and Nepal and other countries in Asia as well.
Interesting.
Mark, the next part is then what it means on the streets. We'll see, no doubt, more of the culture integration. There's always been talk, and I've had so many conversations when it comes to tourism, particularly from India and some of those countries. Slightly different way of living, tend to eat later at night. I remember this whole conversation around tourism and the Indian tourist who wants to be able to go to a restaurant and eat at 10 o'clock at night, and how do we accommodate for that? Well, we start to then see how that changes in communities where we have more of the integration of that culture.
Yeah, definitely. And we're particularly seeing that in places like Melbourne and Sydney. And, they are the international gateway to Australia at the moment in terms of overseas migration. And, yes, you've not only got that, the culinary changes and the international festivals and shops and suppliers and stores, but you've also got change in lifestyles. You've got more densified living, those coming from high-density countries that are used to apartment living and more of that. We've got multi-generational households. We've got changes in terms of, focus on higher education and study and indeed those cross flows of both remittances back overseas and also business connections there as well. So it does have at the base of it an economic boost and an international connection for Australia into the rest of the world, but certainly it's got some lifestyle changes that come as well.
Good on you, Mark. Mark McCrindle, social analyst and demographer, talking about this change to Australians' population. We have not mentioned the most important thing out of all of that, the food.
Well, yeah,
How good is Indian food?
Yeah.
Like proper Indian food. There is nothing. I don't know. I just love it. 133 882 is the number if you'd like to have a chat about that. Now, we've got some prizes to give away.
We do. If you'd like to head off to the movies on us, we've got this coming up.
What is that?
May is the month that that Sheep Detectives hits the cinemas. It's The Babe for this generation with Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson starring in this one.
I thought for a moment it was Jason Matthews having his head massaged. I wasn't entirely sure. But it's a great prize. It's a family pass. If you'd like to go along and see what they're calling the Babe of this generation, Sheep Detectives, we'll take caller 10 now. 133 882 is the number. It's 16 to 9 at 4BC.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
In Holland Park West, there's a crash on the Pacific Motorway outbound and delays are back to Green Slopes. Also a crash in Aspley on Gympie Road heading inbound, just at Robertson Road West, and that is causing just some minor delays on the approach. A crash as well for the Bruce Highway heading northbound in North Lakes. It's got delays back to Marumba Downs. And there's a breakdown for the M1 northbound just before exit 45 in Pimpamar, not causing any delays. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 882 4BC.
Time is effectively running out to beat the next wave of price increases for your next home renovation. Uptiles has a huge warehouse full of premium Italian and Spanish tiles, vanities, and those beautiful Porcelux kitchen benchtops all ready to go.
Yeah, you're getting guaranteed quality here. No cheap substitute, Sophie, but designs that you won't find anywhere else in Brisbane. It's a perfect project for a weekend, especially since Uptiles is now one of the only major tile destinations open on a Sunday.
You don't have to guess which colours will work together either, because Uptiles has 9 qualified interior designers all there on the floor ready to give you their expert advice.
Yeah, make the trip to the showroom on Gympie Road, Strathpine to secure your stock before the prices jump. You can see the full collection at uptiles.net.
Hi there. We've run out of fuel No worries, we've seen you.
With eyes on the road and incident response 24/7, we're making every journey a safe one. Transurban, operator of Linked.
School holidays means less time rushing out the door and more time to tick things off, like the kids' dental checkup at Maven Dental. You may be eligible for up to $1,158 in basic dental services through Medicare's Child Dental Benefit Schedule. Maven Dental has a practice near you, making it easy to book the whole family while school's out. It's a smart way to get their smiles sorted before the new term begins. Check your CDBS eligibility and book today at mavendental.com.au/CDBS. T's and C's apply.
To most people, a business contract is just a stack of paper. To Morgan Mac Lawyers, it's a blueprint for your future. Whether you're entering the franchising sector or moving on from a family business, the legal details are life-changing. Morgan Mac Lawyers don't just process transactions, we manage the strategy. With extensive experience in business sales and dispute resolution, we'll protect your interests from inception to settlement. Contact Morgan Mac Lawyers today for an obligation-free consultation. Sell, buy, business. morganmac.com.au.
4BC Breakfast. Drive on toll roads, avoid extra fees with a Linked toll account. Download the Linked app and open an account today. Linked, part of Transurban. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
You know we haven't passed the bucks yet.
Oh, we haven't.
There's only a few minutes to go before the show ends at 9 o'clock, so stick with us. Looking at a top of 25 today, 21 in Paddington currently, partly cloudy, high chance of showers most likely through the morning and light winds. Across the 3-day long weekend, it's a long weekend, just in case you'd forgotten. 25 tomorrow, Sunday top of 26, Monday 27 and the chance of showers right through the long weekend. It's 12 to 9.
Congratulations to Robert at Edens Hill, who's picked up that family pass to go along and see Sheep Detectives. It sounds like a really cute movie, and it's certainly got some heavy hitters in it. Sheep Detectives exclusively in cinemas this month.
Yeah, things that make you go,
Well, we know one of the things that makes Jason Matthews go, is getting a head
Nice
massage.
head massage.
But
From a lady, not a bloke.
there are other things that make you go,
Yeah. And wonder why our universities around the world bother with these pointless studies. A new segment on 4BC Breakfast, Pointless Studies.
Well,
Although I don't necessarily agree that this is pointless. I think it's pretty good.
Sometimes they appear pointless on the surface,
Yep.
but they might be finding something out that is quite relevant
Are you
further
ready?
down the line.
Are you ready for this?
Just it's on face value. When you first hear about these, you go, what? Okay.
Scientists say that wild sulphur-crested cockatoos check out what other members of their cackle, that's what they're called, are chowing down to determine whether or not to tuck into that themselves. The ANU and the University of Sydney researchers studied the behaviour of more than 700 of these birds in central Sydney, Sophie, training 4 of them to eat almonds that had been painted either red or blue, a food that they would normally never encounter in the wild.
And then what they did then was the researchers then filled feeders with their painted nuts near cockatoo nesting sites.
So interestingly, what happened then?
Well, the untrained birds avoided the coloured nuts at first, but when a trained cockatoo was introduced and started to eat those painted nuts, they then watched it and they learnt that the painted almonds were also safe. And it just took a 10-day period for almost 100 of the half of the birds, half of the 700 birds, 349 of them, learnt that the nuts were actually safe. So they spread their knowledge of which nuts to eat through social learning.
And we've also learnt that you can feed paint to cockatoos, which is fantastic.
Well, I'm sure it was paint. But here's the thing that I find really fascinating. Who came up with it and why?
Yeah.
So what they don't tell us at face value is, what's the purpose of this study?
Well,
is it that birds can teach each other stuff?
Yeah, the social learning skills of birds, that somehow they're passing on knowledge from one bird to another, not via language as we would, or perhaps they are. They don't know how they're doing it. Are they just replicating what they're seeing in a more dominant bird in the cackle, in the crackle?
The people hear this and then they find out how many hundreds and thousands or potentially millions of dollars were spent on it, and they go, couldn't we spend that money elsewhere?
So what we're saying is that cockatoos are just like people, like sheep. They just do just do what everybody else does.
It's like in the olden days when people used to get somebody else to eat their food for them so they knew whether or not it'd kill them.
Yeah, exactly
Then they'd eat
right.
it.
Now, the 4BC Coffee Poll, do you talk to your hairdresser? 58% of people say they do, 42% now saying no, and it is time to give away some money.
Pass the bucks.
Everybody pass the bucks.
Yeah, nice way for us to wrap up the week with you here on 4BC Breakfast. A chance to win $500 cash with Pass the Bucks. Hopefully you were listening to Drive and you have the code word that we need now. Pick up the phone, 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. That's the number you need to be calling right now.
Yeah, be caller 7 and you could win $500 cash if you know the 4BC code word for Pass the Bucks. It's 8 to 9 now, 4BC.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in North Lakes and delays are heavy reaching back to the Pine River Bridge. Also a crash in Aspley on Gympie Road heading inbound at Robinson Road West. Just causing some minor delays. It is slow though heading southbound around Chermside. Also a crash in Logan Lee on Hague Road at Frick Street and a breakdown in Pimpamar for the M1 northbound just before exit 45. That's not causing any delays. And it's looking clear now both ways for the M1. With traffic every 10 minutes, it's Olympia on 4BC.
4BC Drives Wokey Pokey's our weekly roundup of everything which is wrong about those who think they're right. Wokey Pokey. One of Britain's top universities, King's College London. Lecturers have been told to ignore poor English and focus on ideas instead, all in the name of, and get this for a classic wokey pokey phrase, embracing linguistic diversity. The wokey pokey. It's back on 4BC Drive this afternoon.
Looking for an adventure the whole family will love? Head to Bluey's World Brisbane at North Shore Pavilion. Join Bluey, Bingo and your cheeky gnome guide as you search the healer's home for Floppy, Bingo's favourite toy. Play your way through every room, from the living room to the backyard and beyond. Each room is bursting with fun and games, from the floor is lava and copycat to Keepy Uppy. It's the bestest day ever, so don't miss out. Book your tickets today at blueysworld.com. Bluey!
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go!
Building, constructing, or lifting, and need a crane? Then you need Lindor's Mobile Cranes, Brisbane's leaders in mini crane, mobile crane and slew crane hire. At Lindor's, we get the job done without the drama. For all kinds of projects in all kinds of industries, large or small. We're on site when you need us, operating with experience, precision and care. At Lindor's, we rise by lifting others. Lindor'sMobilecranes.com.au.
So, you're off travelling again? Yep, leave next week. We'd love to get away, but we worry about what to do with the dogs. And so did we, until we found Kip Happy Stays. They make it so easy. They pick Timmy up and drop him off, and we can check on him at any time with the free updates in our portal.
Kip Happy Stays. No stress for your cat or dog, and peace of mind for you.
And if you use the code RADIO50, you can save $50 on your first boarding booking.
For details and bookings, visit kip.com.au.
Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. This is 4BC Breakfast. Pass the bucks.
Everybody pass the bucks.
Well, we've really strung this out today, haven't we? We've left it till the near death, the very end of the show, and we have Myrna on the line from Holland Park. Hello, Myrna.
Hi, how are you?
You're caller 7. How exciting.
Oh, it's great.
Okay, Myrna, there is nothing that we would love more than to finish our week and our first day under our new ownership of Tapped Media than by giving you $500 if you can tell us the code word that Gary shared yesterday on the show.
Cash.
Good on you, Myrna. $500 just like that. What are you going to do with it?
Oh, I don't know. I went to the dentist yesterday. That might help.
Oh, Myrna. Of all the
Haven't
things
you
to
paid
have
him
to
yet?
spend the money on, your teeth.
Oh, well, you've got to look nice, haven't you?
You have, Myrna. Congratulations. We're very happy for you.
Oh, thank you.
$500 cash. Enjoy that. And thanks for listening to our breakfast show here at 4BC. Good on you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, man. She sounds like she's got a bit on there, so there was a bit of noise in the background there. What's the code word for this afternoon show with Gary?
One more chance for this week to win $500. This is the code word you are going to need. Speech. Speech. And so much about Drive this afternoon is going to be relating to a specific speech that's going to be an easy one for you to remember.
Yep, absolutely. Coming up on 9 o'clock. Now, we've touched on quite a few subjects this morning. It's been a very, very busy Friday morning. The 4BC rumour file with regard to dodgy roadworthy certificates, there was some discussion about that and quite a few people then texted in to say that this is a real problem in southeast Queensland with the industry. So we're going to follow that up next week on the show. So if you've come across a bit of that, some roadworthy dodginess, a lack of roadworthy certification going through to the Department of Transport, then by all means give us a call on the show next week.
Our coffee poll question today about talking to your hairdresser led to a very interesting exchange with Jason Matthews, who'll be here after 9, about how much he loves to have his head massaged. Did you know that you can go to specific places now? It's originally called a Korean head spa, and now they've morphed into these spots that have popped up. There's one at Indooroopilly where you can go and have a head spa experience, and for 60 minutes and $199, you can have an entire, just nothing but head massage, steam therapy. They've got this halo that they put over your head. I'm dying to have one. I just can't justify $199. And it's like just basically water only on your head.
Okay.
Like a halo, and they massage your head for
Do they have
for an
one of
hour.
those little fluorescent neon lights out the front saying open?
No. Oh, that's terrible. No, this is a legit business. You can actually.
So are they.
You can go up to the Head Spa Premium. That's 90 minutes for $299. Has anyone ever done?
Is there somewhere to park out the back?
Stop it.
I've never seen this before. What's it called? A Korean?
Yeah, a head spa. Well, this one's called Indooroopilly Head Spa. It's in the
In the shopping centre. Oh, there you go.
Just for Nicole, I will just repeat. She said, was it beach or speech, please? Spell it. Speech. SPEECH. And you'll be hearing a lot about a speech in Gary's show on Drive. That was my hint because he made his maiden speech
30 years ago today.
30 years ago today.
In Parliament.
It is definitely speech.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to that. Look, I hope you've enjoyed the show today. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, our first one under the Tapped banner. Not that you'll hear much about Tapped. In fact, you'll probably never hear us talk about it again on the radio, but it is our first day with our new owners. We're thrilled to be engaged with them. And, of course, one of them, if you stay with Jason Matthews after 9 o'clock, one of the big bosses will be on to discuss. Yeah, Craig will be here to have a chat about Tapped and what it means, but essentially it doesn't mean anything safe, does it? 4BC Breakfast will just roll on, and we're really thrilled to have you here. Now, before we go, what did we learn on the show today?
We've learnt, despite recommendations for the Royal Commission into the Bondi massacre, Queensland State Government is not prepared to sign on to the proposed gun buyback scheme.
We also learned that if you ever run into Jason Matthews, don't give him a head massage. It's just like that feels good.
Yeah, don't
like that.
moaning at the hairdresser. Speaking of hairdressers, 61% of you said, yes, you do have a good chin wag with your hairdresser.
With your hairdresser, the 4BC coffee poll, yeah.
Massive thank you to our team, to Ruben, to Jared, to Sam, to Ali. We've had another great week. We really appreciate all the work that the team does behind the scenes. We'll be back Monday at 5:30.
Yeah, to you, our listeners, thanks so much for hopping on board and staying with us. It's 9 o'clock news time at 4BC. Have a great weekend.
The 4BC app is where it's at. Download now at 4bc.com.au.
BC News.
It's 9 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. A man suspected of killing a 5-year-old girl in the Northern Territory has been moved to Darwin after a riot broke out in Alice Springs. Crowds turned violent while demanding police hand the man over to them hours after the young girl's body was found. Police say they recognise the grief in the community but warn the violence was unacceptable. Northern Territory Speaker Robin Lambley says people have been holding out hope the girl would be found alive.
All along, I believe that this little girl would
survive, that we'd find her safe and well. To hear the news yesterday at around lunchtime that her body was found 5 kilometres from where she lived up the river is just horrendous.
A multi-vehicle pile-up has left 2 people fighting for life on the Fraser Coast. 8 others sustained injuries in the collision, which occurred at Susan River last night. Police say a car was being driven by a 14-year-old boy before it lost control and veered into oncoming traffic, colliding with 3 vehicles. Investigations are ongoing. Donald Trump says the United States might need to restart its military action on Iran if a lasting peace deal can't be secured with Tehran. The US president is preparing to hear a briefing from Pentagon officials about updated military options in the conflict. International relations expert Martin Keir has told Today the only way an agreement will be made is when one party eventually folds.
But it's certainly hurting the Iranian regime. It just depends on who is hurting the most. And I suspect that at this stage it's probably pretty equal, so there's a stalemate.
Indigenous groups have filled applications against the planned Victoria Park Stadium, claiming the site is a resting ground for ancestors. The Federal Environment Minister has received at least 6 applications under cultural heritage protection laws. One application claims building the stadium would cause irreversible damage and eliminate any possibility for cultural healing or reconciliation. New analysis shows 3 in 4 Australians may have a higher risk of developing heart disease due to their heart being older than their actual age. The survey of 1.6 million adults found just 13% had a heart age that matched their biological age. The Heart Foundation's Natalie Rafal says those with poorer lifestyle choices were at higher risk of cardiovascular harm.
Their blood pressure, their cholesterol, whether they have diabetes or whether they smoke, and even whether they have a family history of heart disease.
And beachgoers are being urged to take extra care in the surf this long weekend, with statistics showing swimmers are 2 times more likely to be involved in a rescue or drowning over a public holiday. Surf Lifesaving Queensland volunteers will conduct their final patrols on this season as the cooler weather settles in. To finance, the Dow Jones has closed up 790 points at 49,652. $1 is buying 72 US cents.
Finance on Brisbane's 4BC. Whatever role you need them to play, NAB is your partner for every stage of business. NAB, more than money.
The Dolphins have confirmed a major backline change ahead of tonight's clash with Melbourne. Jack Bostock returning from injury with Trey Fuller dropped to the bench. Coach Christian Wolf says Bostock could be a long-term centre.
We see him as a centre going forward, and as a terrific player, Jack brings a real presence to us. He's got a real know-how in terms of how to play in the centres, both defensively and in attack, and it's great having him back for starters. So I know he's going to have an impact on the team.
Queensland are hopeful Mackenzie Wheel and Keely Joseph will be cleared for Game 2 of the Women's State of Origin. The Maroons pair suffered head knocks during last night's 5-point loss and were issued Category 1 HIAs. And Saudi Arabia has officially pulled out of funding Live Golf as the competition scrambles to find a new working model. It's 9:04.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
Is stress and mild anxiety ruling your life and making it impossible to sleep or even to focus? Stress isn't just in your head, it starts in your gut. Introducing Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic. Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic relieves symptoms of stress, mild anxiety and sleeplessness. It also supports focus and maintains energy levels. If you're tired of letting stress rule your life, try Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic today from leading pharmacies and health stores.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
There's a crash on the Bruce Highway northbound in North Lakes and delays are heavy back to Kalanga. There's also a crash in Aspley on Gympie Road heading inbound at Robinson Road West, just causing some minor delays. A crash in Woodridge on Compton Road at the Kingston Road intersection. That's causing delays there in both directions. It's slow heading into the city on the Captain Cook Bridge and Riverside Expressway, and Mogul Road's heavy inbound in Kenmore and also in Indooroopilly. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching the top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with the top of 25, rain to continue on Sunday 26 and partly cloudy on Monday, a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 20 degrees at Banyo. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 10 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
On 4BC Mornings with Jason Matthews.
Hello, welcome to the program. 9:07, Friday morning, the 1st of May 2026. Yes, it's a big day for us here at 4BC, a massive day. We now have new owners, Tapped Media. We've got their logos up in the studio and it's very green indeed. Very bright. Looks nice. I like it. Great to have you on board today. Just on that, our new owners, we will be speaking to Craig Laundy from the Laundy family. Have a chat to him after 10 o'clock this morning. And as I said to Dean and Sophie on breakfast, I want to have a chat to him about all sorts of things. I'm actually not going to dig into radio because who cares? You just want to turn it on and have a discussion, have a debate, be entertained every day. I can't guarantee you all those things listening to this program, but that's what you want. So I'm not going to get into that nitty-gritty. But I want to know what their plan is for Queensland. And already they've invested in a couple of big properties. You've got the Sheraton Mirage Resort on the Gold Coast. The former, what was it called? The Sofitel in Noosa is now called the Elysium. So they're investing. And I know this is an important market to a lot of people leading up to 2032 and beyond. Let's just not stop at the Olympics and beyond. So I'm really keen to dig down in that today with Craig as well. And we'll talk a bit of footy. And I know the Dolphins listen. Trad, can we organise a jersey for the Laundies? And also the Bronx, could we organise that as well? Like, honestly, I mean, they are the major sponsors of the Bulldogs too. So we'll get into all that sort of stuff and the fact my parents stole schooner glasses from their pubs growing up. Maybe I shouldn't admit that. But welcome to the program. Hello to our listeners through 4BC in Brisbane, 4RO in Rockhampton and around Queensland on the Resonate Radio Network, and also those listening via the 4BC app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, if you've got an iPhone, go to the App Store, search 4BC, or if you've got an Android, go to Google Play and just search for that 4BC app.
At work, at home, on holiday. Take us with you wherever you go. Download the 4BC app. 4BC is Brisbane.
Coming up on today's program, apart from our new owner, Craig Laundy, we have other stuff as well. Plenty of big stuff going on. The Victoria Park Battle. I'm going to talk about this in just a moment. So we've got 3 new Indigenous groups making some claims today, and that's fine. But my question to all of you, and you're thinking the same, is what is this going to cost us? We'll get to that shortly. Tali Blickblau, CEO of the Door Foundation. I want to get her reaction to the Royal Commission interim report into the Bondi terrorist attacks. I want to get, what's the Jewish community feeling? What are they thinking?
I thought it was a bit light on yesterday. It broke whilst we were on air, and I didn't really get a lot of time to absorb it, but I don't know. I don't know how it... And there are 5 parts of this that are still being redacted, that are under wraps, but I still don't know how this protects the Jewish community from anti-Semitism. There's a lot of box ticking that's got to go on for state premiers and also the Prime Minister, and gun reform is the other thing, the buyback program, and we reached out to the Premier's office and there's going to be no change, which is good. I don't think it's about gun ownership for those who use guns on their farms. It's not about that. It's not about that at all. It's about the hatred in the community towards a certain group. That's what it comes to. And what did we know? What did we know about this event? What did we know about other anti-Semitism? So we'll get into that a little later on. Molly Taylor, a brand new initiative, and I love this. And given what's going on our roads in Queensland, this is very timely. They're launching in Brisbane today a national initiative. It's called Fatality Free Friday. I love it. This is on the day that we learn of another accident overnight in Queensland involving 10 people in Wide Bay. 10. 2 teens are fighting for their lives this morning. This is getting out of hand. This is embarrassing. Our road safety issues here in Queensland are becoming embarrassing. So we'll have a talk to Molly Taylor about that. Molly's a rally car driver. So she knows what it's like to take risks behind the wheel. So I'll have a chat to Molly soon. As I said, Craig Laundy's coming on the program. I look forward to that chat. Bit nervous, I will admit that. I don't want to stuff up day one with the new boss. So I might be a bit serious, guys. All right? And then we can go back. Doesn't matter. Chop it close. All your footy tips. NRL, what are we up to? Round 8 or 9 now? Kicks off tonight in the NRL. Dolphins in action tonight against the Storm. Geez, 2 teams that need a win. We'll have a chat to Choppy about that. Our Friday free-for-all. It's a long weekend, of course, this weekend. Oh, can you imagine the traffic on our coastal routes this afternoon as people try and head away for the long weekend? And please be safe on the roads. We'll find some stuff for you to do over the weekend, particularly if you're hanging around town. We'll get that for you after 11. I've got a family pass to the Sheep Detectives. I saw some vision of this yesterday. This looks amazing. And the reviews apparently are excellent as well. It's the new Hugh Jackman movie. It looks good. In fact, I want to go and see it. I was just saying to the team before we came on air today that there are some good movies out at the moment. And I have not said that in a long time. Some really good movies out at the moment. Got a $100 voucher for Mother's Day from Flowers for Everyone. And I want to know what's so special about your mum. And I think we all had a bit of a tear in our eye yesterday when Debbie from Wellington Point got in touch with us. And she wanted the voucher. And how could we say no?
Our darling Mum May, avid listener of 4BC morning and night. Bless her. She never ever won anything, but she just loved listening to the show. And it will be our first year, and we'll be getting together on Mother's Day. And it would just be, I thought, lovely to win the flowers because it's coming from, 4BC, and to give them to her on Mother's Day when we get together, because all the family knew how much she loved 4BC, and it was her company, if you know what I mean, and it kept her informed. She liked to know what was going on, and I think that's what started me years ago listening to 4BC was, because Mum loved it so much and would talk about it, so listening, that way I could discuss different things with her.
What a beautiful gesture from Debbie for her mum. So what's your story? Tell us about your mum. The best one today will score a $100 voucher for Flowers for Everyone this Mother's Day. Big show. Chloe Affleck has all the latest news for us. Olympia has her eye on the traffic. I think also Olympia has her eye on the cupcakes in the kitchen as well. So do I. I'm just wondering how I can eat a cupcake. Rye's going, what cupcakes? Rye, I'll show you a photo. 133 882. You can have your say on anything today we're talking about. Our open line for Amasim. Visit amasim.com for affordable mobile plans. You can shoot us a text 0499 880 882. Rai-Rai's looking really stressed now about the cupcakes. And Nicholas has already sent us a text this morning. Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks for your kind words, mate. And a pinch and a punch for the first day to you as well, buddy. You can send us an email as well, mornings@4bc.com.au. And don't forget to follow us on our socials. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just search 4BC. It's 9:15 already. Let's get into it, right?
People you know, opinions that matter, news you can trust. And now, Jason Matthews comments.
Let me put a question on the table this morning. And I think a lot of Queenslanders are asking it, right? Why did this always happen at the last minute? Victoria Park has been a golf course for decades. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we go back to the 30s, 1930s? But it's been a golf course forever. And there's been decades of development. Earth moved, land reshaped, thousands of people walking it every single week. I mean, we've dug bunkers, for God's sake. And yet now, right now, as a major Olympic stadium is about to be built, we're told this land is too significant to touch, again, by 3 different Indigenous groups. So here is what I see is the issue. If these concerns are real, why weren't they dealt with years ago? This is not something that's just sprung up out of the blue. Oh, that's where we're going to put our stadium? What? What do you mean? These announcements and plans have been around forever. And this is the thing where Queenslanders go, I don't know, this all sounds a bit too convenient. And as soon as I saw those adverts in the paper today, I've just gone, which we're probably paying for. I'm not sure, but I can only speculate the taxpayers are paying for. This is going to be costly. Delays cost money. Legal processes cost money. Redesigns cost money if we need those. And once again, it's not the activists, it's not the lawyers, it's not the bureaucrats paying for it. You know who pays for it? You, me, we all pay for it. The Queensland taxpayer. And now here's the question I think deserves the answer. If this project is going to be delayed, changed or stopped, what's the cost? And I think I know what I'm getting at here. I think you can read between the lines. What's the cost to defend this? What will any delay cost? And is there a cost, and I'm asking the question, is there a cost to make this go away? We're going to have to pay in some form. It feels like we're walking into another slow-moving, expensive standoff. It's a pain in the backside. Now, Queenslanders aren't unreasonable. We respect heritage. We respect culture. But why now? Why has this popped up all of a sudden? But I tell you what Queenslanders respect the most, and it's the truth. We want to know what's the real reason. 133 882 is our open line. You want to have your say on anything this morning? You can shoot us a text as well, 0499 880 882 for watch smoke alarms, or email mornings@4bc.com.au. Welcome to it. It's Friday, 9:19.
4BC Brisbane traffic. For deep heat, fast targeted pain relief from an iconic brand you know and trust. Deep heat. Feel it work.
A crash on the Bruce Highway heading northbound in North Lakes has now cleared, but there are delays heading northbound from the Gateway Motorway through to Kalanga. Also a crash in Aspley on Gympie Road inbound at Robinson Road West. That's just causing some minor delays on the approach. Also a crash in Woodridge on Compton Road at Kingston Road. Delays there in both directions. It's slow for the Captain Cook Bridge and Riverside Expressway heading into the city onto Coronation Drive. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
The Qantas Health Insurance Points Frenzy is on. Switch or join and you could earn up to 180,000 Qantas points to put toward your next holiday. Use your points to explore more of Australia's backyard, upgrade your next flight to business, or stay in unforgettable hotels worldwide. But you'll have to hurry. Offer ends 11 May. Search Qantas Health Insurance to get a quick quote today. Issued by NIB Health Funds. Eligibility criteria and T&Cs apply. Points awarded over 15 months.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to reach 4 times more Australians than ad-supported Spotify, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
Retirement is your time to do what you want, whether that's put your feet up, meet up, catch up, play up or live it up. If you're ready to see the real upside of retirement, move up to Genoa Gardens. Beautifully located by the bay in Manly West, Genoa Gardens is a vibrant, connected and caring community. Retirement living at Genoa Gardens is on the up because right now you can move into our newly renovated independent villas. Show up at Genoa Gardens. Go to our website to book JANOAH.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. Available at Auto One, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
22 past 9. Welcome to Friday morning. 133 882 is our open line for Watch Smoke Alarms. Have you saying anything this morning? We're talking about Victoria Park and the 3 new Indigenous groups who are now staking cultural claims to the land. And again, I don't know. It just, to me, it just seems to be convenient. Where were you like months ago? Where were you at the start of this whole process? It just sounds convenient, right? And on the text 0499 880 882, Mike says, if the money's right, the land will suddenly become okay to develop. Ben from Bowen Hills says, Victoria Park, I'm finding the latest application about cultural heritage amusing. Why have they not brought this up before when it was a golf course? Oh, that's right. It wasn't a site for an Olympic stadium. I'm thinking of sending these protesters a big bale of straw. That way they have something to grasp because they are running out of an argument. That's Ben's opinion from Bowen Hills. Brian says, well-constructed summary, Jason, on the claim at Victoria Park. Just do it, Joe. Go on and do it. The Premier would have the support of Queenslanders. And another one here from 904 says, ICB through the heart of Victoria Park. And I get it. I get cultural sensibilities, and we're not against that. But why now? Why now? Why an orchestrated campaign? Full-page ads in today's paper, in the Courier Mail? Who's paying for those? Who's funding those? Keep your thoughts coming through. 133 882 is our open line for Watch Smoke Alarms. Yesterday on the show, the interim report from the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion was released right in the middle of our program. And I didn't get a good chance to actually take it all in. I was just giving it to you as it was breaking, but no, I didn't like it. I just don't think, in my opinion, that it doesn't get to the root of the problem. Sure, there's the box-ticking exercise that a Prime Minister and Premiers have to undertake. There's this gun buyback scheme, which I think is a total waste of money. We have the toughest gun laws in our country. In any country, I should say. We have farmers, particularly in Queensland, that need these for their living. And to think that's what you go after, that's the biggest thing, then, and, more training for government agencies. Okay, I get that. But again, it's more of a box-ticking exercise. How did we get to this point in the first place? And it didn't come out of the blue, all of this anti-Semitism and all this hatred. It was building up and up and up, and it just went, well, we know what happened. Innocent Australians lost their lives. Worst terrorist attack on our shores. 19 of the 14 recommendations were made public and the government promised to adopt them all in full. Yeah, because you know what? In my opinion, you're getting let off the hook. But I want to understand how the Jewish community feels about it and what else they want. Joining us now is Talia Blickblau, the CEO of the Door Foundation. It's a not-for-profit. Josh Frydenberg is the chair of the Door Foundation. And Talia joins me now. Good morning, Talia.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. What was your first reaction to the findings in the interim report?
My first reaction was that it's a start. It's a start. This is chapter 1. Lots of people pushed really hard to get this Royal Commission announced and going. And the report is really chapter 1 in what is going to be a much longer story. There are some recommendations in there that are actionable, and it's good that the government have accepted them in full. We encourage action immediately. There's no need to wait until December to take action on those recommendations. But as you said in your introduction, this is the beginning, and there are a lot more questions that need to be answered across the life of the Commission.
Were you asked, was the Door Foundation asked to contribute?
To the interim report? So the interim report deals very specifically with one part of the terms of reference. It deals with term of reference C, which talks about the circumstances surrounding the Bondi attack. The work of the Door Foundation is much more focused on root causes and understanding the nature and extent of anti-Semitism and its drivers. And as the Commission continues to explore and unpick those elements, which it will, that is where we will continue to contribute.
Right, gotcha. Now, the report highlights failings in our counter-terrorism system, but at the same time says there's no changes to current laws that would have prevented the Bondi attack. Does that finding concern you? It concerns me.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, and it's significant. What it means is that the bones are there for our system to work as it should. But as we know, 15 innocent dead people means the system failed us on that day. So if, as the report says, that the changes to current laws were not required, that means what we need to do is enact the system, strengthen the system and get it to work effectively in order to prevent things like this from happening again. And the report, in a very measured way, does point to failings in the system.
You know what I found really interesting today, and please, Talia, tell me if I'm misreading this, because I don't feel good about it. There's bits of it I go, okay, fair enough, you got to do that. But the interim report offers recommendations to improve national counter-terrorism, but it also says we need to improve police presence at Jewish festivals. So are we saying by keeping the Jewish community safe, we just have to employ more security? Again, it doesn't tackle the root cause of the problem. It just says improve your security. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, that recommendation in the current threat environment is a practical and logical one, and certainly it can and should be implemented immediately as we work through the key drivers. But as you say, the real question to be asked and answered here is, why does the Jewish community, or indeed any community, need additional security, including a police presence? We should all be able to live our lives freely as citizens of this country in a way where we don't need to be concerned about threat to life terrorist attacks. And I'm hopeful that as the Commission continues, it will ask and answer those questions. For now, the interim report is tackling symptoms, and we will get to tackling causes.
All right, so the final report will be handed down no later than December 14. What do you want to? What's your top thing that you want to see come out of this, Tali?
Look, I think the first thing is a recognition of the situation in which we find ourselves and an acceptance at a national level that it's not okay. Yeah. The interim report deals with the worst possible outcome, but it didn't start there. It didn't appear in a vacuum. And so we hope to see a recognition of the escalation in hatred and violence that created a permissive environment in which that attack could take place, that words lead to actions and actions escalate. That's the first thing. So that's the diagnosis, the how we got there. And then the second thing is the cure. Now, it's difficult for me to indicate what recommendations should be until we've gone through that diagnosis exercise. But ultimately what we want to see is a safer Australia in which the Jewish community and all communities can go about their lives without having to sit behind armed security guards and police everywhere they go. We want to see acceptance and tolerance for all people. And we really hope that this national reckoning will get us there.
That was so well said. That second point you just made is something that we used to have, and God, I hope we can get back to that. Tali, I appreciate your time this morning. Tali Blickblauer from the Door Foundation. Appreciate your time on 4BC Mornings.
Thank you.
Anyways, it's simple, right? We just want to go back to a society where you don't have to have security. I'd like to think that Jewish kids can go and play sport without having security guards there to protect them. They can go to school without seeing security guards, which the rest of us, I guess, just take for example. This is Australia. Come on, let's get back to that. Let's get back to that. That's what we're about. We're meant to be carefree. God, I long for that. I'm sure you do too. 133 882. Have your say. For what smoke alarms? It is 28 to 10 here on 4BC Mornings.
Who wants bugs like flies, mosquitoes, ants, fleas, cockroaches or dust mites hanging around their home? Not you, I'm sure. So the solution is to get yourself the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle. It'll repel all those pests and more. The active ingredient of Bug-Free is sourced from natural pyrethroids found in Tassie and covers a generous area of 150 square metres indoors and a 5.5 metre radius outdoors. Plus, just like so many Pestrol products, it's safe for people, pets and the environment. User-friendly, programmable and featuring a remote control for effortless operation, the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle comes with 2 Pestrol Premium dispensers and multiple refills for only $129. Purchase the Bug-Free Bundle by calling 1800 338888 now. That's 1800 338888 and use the code BUGFREE for this exclusive offer plus free delivery. Or visit pestrol.com.au. Pestrol, the leader in cutting-edge automatic insect control technology.
Every 4 minutes, one Australian suffers a heart attack or stroke. But knowing your risk is the first step to a healthier heart. That's why the Heart Foundation is encouraging you to get a heart health check this Heart Week. It's a simple 20-minute checkup with your GP. So book a heart health check today.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Kip Happy Stays. KIP.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
A
Need a plumber or sparky fast? O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains have both. Just one call and you'll have reliable, qualified tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. All suburbs all over Brisbane. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains or call 3277 345. O'Brien. Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 102708.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Molly Taylor, professional rally driver, will be joining me shortly as a Fatality Free Friday initiative is being launched in Brisbane today. I think Fatality Free Friday is happening towards the end of May, and I saw your text. Who sent that through and says it's not a new initiative? But I actually haven't heard of it. So I'll look forward to that. Where is that text? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, it's from Lee. Thanks, Lee, for your text on 0499 880 882. But we'll get to that shortly with Molly. Just on feedback on 133 882. Ron's in Bribie Island. G'day, Ron.
G'day, Jason. Jason, I'm getting a bit annoyed at this attacks on this anti-Semitism. What I think the government should be doing, if they've got any Niagaras, is make it a terrorist act and deport the people from the country they come from if they attack the Jewish people.
Well, mate, Ron, I think that Ron, I think that goes for anyone who commits a crime. If they're trying to get citizenship in our country or they're out here on a visa, you commit a crime. See you later, bye. Bye. No chance to be here. Or if you've committed a crime, you can't come in. That's the other side of the coin. William's in Eagleby. Good morning, William.
G'day. Jason, this issue with cars and issues with guns and all, there's a correlation here that we need to have a look at, and the way of thinking about it is that if you've got guns and cars which kill people, the government look at it like as if it's the car that kills the problem.
Yeah, not the person. Not the person.
The thing is, that's back to front. You've got to go after the person driving the car and the person shooting the gun.
Yeah.
The issue is, both of these things, these objects, people can have them for enjoyment, for sport, whatever they want to do. The point is, the laws are so weak. There's got to be real bite behind these laws. If you mess it up with a gun, that's it. And if you've killed somebody, I think it should go to a death penalty. The point is, with cars and all the rest of it, you lose your car, that's it. I don't know about the death penalty, but the point is, if you can't get a car, you won't be able to drive a car. If you're not responsible enough to drive a thing that can kill heaps of people, then you shouldn't have it.
Yeah, William making some points there. I don't think William really standing by his comment to bring back the death penalty. That's a debate for another day. But I get what you're saying. It's not sometimes the weapon. It can be a car, it can be a gun. It's the person, it's their beliefs. It's the hatred. When it comes, if people perform these hideous crimes, and in one case alleged, it's before the courts, then there's more to it than just a weapon or weapons. And I'm not a gun owner. I don't want to be a gun owner. I'd probably end up shooting myself. I wouldn't know how to use it. But I get it. I can understand why people are so outraged. I get the Premier's stance. And I back our Premier 100% on this. And I hope he doesn't fold. I hope he doesn't. I know Northern Territory aren't keen either. And I know a couple of other states, Victoria and South Australia, I think it is, who haven't made a decision yet. They're Labor states. They'll fall in line. But I get it. And I just don't think enough's been done to stamp out anti-Semitism or hatred. And someone's written in here, Anthony says, good morning, Jason. From what I've heard and read, radical Islam and anti-Semitism are not mentioned in the interim report, yet Islamophobia is mentioned more than once. This plays into the hands of Albanese. All facets of what has occurred between 7th of October 2023 and 14th of December 2025 need to be examined and reported on. So far, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with this Royal Commission. And I know it's just the interim report, and I think the public Royal Commission starts next week, and hopefully we'll start to hear a bit more, and we can offer you running commentary on this. No doubt you'll have your say on this as well. 133 882 if you want to have your say on anything this morning for what smoke alarms, or you can send us a text 0499 880 882 just on regards to Victoria Park and these new applications for cultural rights at Vic Park. Patrick says, smells like unions are behind this, getting back at Crisafulli. I'm not sure on that, Patrick, but you could be right. Noel says Victoria Park is just another landmine left by Labor. This would never have happened if Labor won the last election. Okay. 852, Janelle in Indooroopilly says, hi, if these groups want to take this to court, they are the ones who must pay, not the taxpayer. Well, that won't happen, Janelle. We'll be paying for it. So sick of all this still going on in 2026. Time to move on. And I just hope our Premier just continues on. But you know what? It's up to Murray Watt as well. And he's the one signing off on all these wind farm and solar farms. I don't know what's going to happen. Rob says, Jason, I laugh every time I go past the Say Victoria Park signs on a house in the middle of a Brisbane state forest. Thank you, Rob. 133 882 if you want to have your say. Listen, I want to get to some good news this morning. This is a feel-good story I've been looking for. Byron Bay grandmother Katerina Mount isn't like most 81-year-olds, especially not when it comes to her hobbies. She's not into knitting or sewing or puzzles, but has a passion for paragliding and skydiving. Thank God these weren't offered as suggestions when I was looking for a hobby. I mean, model train watching was exciting enough. Mount first discovered a passion of paragliding in her 60s whilst travelling in Nepal, then again in Chile and in Turkey. But she has since taken things up a notch, going skydiving a crack above the age of 73. What? I've never gotten skydiving. Why would you jump out of a perfectly safe plane to the ground? Trying the thrilling activity for a friend's 50th, but she loved it so much she did it a second time the same year for her granddaughter's 18th. Her most recent jump was in Wollongong and kept the tradition going, a surprise for her grandson on his 18th. You've got to calm down. This is Mount. She's described the experience of free-falling at 14,000 feet as exhilarating and noted that she felt no fear, only the thrill of the open air. No, not for me. No, please no. Her instructor base world champion, Tari Munro, praised her infectious energy and cool, calm and collected demeanour during the dive. Recent data suggests that 43% of Australian seniors now show this sentiment, choosing high-octane experiences to celebrate life's milestones rather than slowing down. I'm all for slowing down. Give me slow down. I've got a friend, she did it for her 50th. I go, well, are you crazy? Are you like Kuata Torina? Have you done this before? Have you celebrated a milestone in an exhilarating way when you shouldn't be? In my opinion. Have you done something like that? I'd love to hear from you this morning, and why, and what was it like? 133 882 is our open line. We'll take your calls. 0499 880 882 if you want to send us a text. It's 9:45, 4BC Mornings.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Centenary Highway heading inbound in Jamboree Heights with delays heavy. Now back to the Ipswich motorway. Got the lights on flash in Rochedale South on Rochedale Road at the Priestdale Road intersection. Delays still for the Gateway motorway now heading northbound from Bracken Ridge up onto the Bruce Highway, then over the Pine River Bridge to Marumba Downs. That's heavy after an earlier crash. And delays in both directions on Gympie Road through Chermside and Kedron. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
For years, we imagined the places we'd go, the moments we'd share. Our bucket list wasn't just a list, it was our promise to ourselves. Life kept us busy, and since we retired, we thought we'd never be able to afford these things. But Heartland Bank found a way to turn someday into today. Unlocking the equity in our home with a reverse mortgage didn't just change our finances, it changed our life.
Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank.
Search Heartland Bank to get started.
Eligibility criteria and T&Cs apply.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen bench tops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go.
We used to mix things in the kitchen with a whisk, dig trenches with a shovel, even changing the sheets by wrestling a mattress. Honestly, who thought that was a good idea? There are easier ways to do things now. BetEasy is the latest Aussie invention to help. When we change the sheets today, we just push a button. BetEasy lifts the mattress for us. Have a look at bedezy.com.au.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks or earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Autobahn, Auto Pro, Napa Parts, Truckline and Veals.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. It's 13 to 10, of course. A quick heads up from us here at 4BC. We've moved into a new chapter today. We've officially become Tapped Media. It's an exciting time, but it does mean a small change for you in the 4BC app. If you find yourself logged out over the next few days, don't worry, it's part of the whole transition. Simply follow the prompts on your screen to complete the quick app update, sign back in, and Bob's your uncle. If you need a hand with this, and I noticed, Helen, you've got an issue with the app. Well, let me tell you about this, Helen. Go to our webpage. There's a contact page on there. And then you can request a call back. Someone will give you a hand, or just call 1-800-TAPPED-IN. That's TAPT in, or 1-800-827-846, and they'll help you through that, Helen. And if anyone else is having issues as well. Now, if you haven't downloaded the 4BC app, what are you doing? Get onto it. It's crystal clear audio. It's beautiful. You can listen wherever you go. Maybe you're hitching up the caravan this winter and heading off on a trip somewhere. Then just download the 4BC app and you can listen to us uninterrupted. Search for the 4BC app in the App Store or Google Play. Yeah, we woke up to some horrific news again this morning. A scene of absolute carnage at Susan River in the Wide Bay. 10 people, have a listen to this, 10 people, including a 2-year-old toddler, have been caught up in a 4-car wreckage. Police say a 14-year-old Urangan boy was behind the wheel, a 14-year-old, behind the wheel when that car lost control, triggering a chain reaction that has left a 16-year-old girl and an 18-year-old woman fighting for their lives. 8 others are injured. It took 3 fire crews and hydraulic cutting gear to pull the victims from the wreckage. And it's news like this that we've unfortunately heard a lot of lately that makes today's launch from the Australian Road Safety Foundation so important. And I am behind this 300%. The Foundation's 2026 Fatality Free Friday campaign kicks off in Brisbane today. Considering we've got the worst road toll in the country, I applaud this. And it marks the beginning of a national push to reduce road trauma ahead of the National Day of Action, which is on Friday, 29th of May. So in 4 weeks' time. Joining me now is someone who knows more about car control and higher speed stakes than anyone else. Professional rally driver and Australian Road Safety Foundation ambassador Molly Taylor joins us. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me on.
No, I appreciate you joining us this morning here on 4BC. Molly, we're starting the day again. This happens every day nearly with the news of that 14-year-old behind the wheel and 2 young girls in a critical condition. What goes through your mind when you hear about a child taking control of a ton of steel on a public road?
Yeah, it's absolutely devastating, as you articulated before, to hear these stories. And you know, one death, one injury on the road is one too many. And sadly, the statistics don't seem to be improving. And that's something that at the Road Safety Foundation we're really passionate about being part of the solution and helping, you know, engage and educate and bring more people, bring more awareness on people's front of mind. Because when you hear stories like this, it just absolutely breaks your heart, and it just really goes to show how much responsibility everyone on the road has and the impact that one person can have, not just on their life, but on so many lives around them, and how many people use the road every day. It's not just about the individual, it's about the community and how we can make those safer choices to not have these horrible stories to wake up to.
Molly, last year, 1,314 Australians didn't make it home. This year so far, Queensland is on track to have the worst road toll ever. 109 deaths so far. What's going wrong? Are we getting lazy? I mean, something's got to change. Are we distracted by our devices? Do we think speed doesn't apply to us? I mean, what is it, Molly?
Yeah, look, I think it's a combination of all those things you've mentioned and more. But fundamentally, I think, you know, it's firstly that mindset when we hop in a car. You know, cars are so luxurious these days. They're so capable. It's very easy to hop in and just think you're in a cocoon that's disconnected from the rest of the world. And the reality is that you have a huge responsibility as a road user, as a passenger, as a pedestrian, as a cyclist, anyone that interconnects with that road. It's a massive ecosystem, and I think keeping that front of mind is absolutely paramount, because then that leads to things like being distracted, not focusing. So when something happens, you're not in the best position to act, to have the understanding, to understand how to control your car if something does go wrong, how you can take the next best steps. And then when you talk about, speed and respecting the road rules, I think it all starts with the mindset.
Yeah, I can't believe that 7 out of 10 drivers admit to breaking laws when they drive on any given day. But anyway, I'll put that aside for a moment. What's the plan for Fatality Free Friday on May 29?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we want fatality free every day, but this is really an opportunity for us to really put that message out and try and get that, you know, across a broader audience as possible, to really say, you know, if we can all focus on can we do it for a day, and can we take what we learn from how we can go about that, and how can we apply that, you know, across a year, across 2 years, across, forever. So I think it's just really bringing that so it is front of mind, so everyone can have that opportunity to just reflect and appreciate the responsibility that we all play as part of, you know, a bigger ecosystem than just one person getting from point A to point B.
Molly, you're dead right. We've all got to play our part in keeping everyone alive. Do you have a parting message for our listeners today?
I think it's on a positive side, you know, we can all be really proactive in this. I love driving. It's my passion. I'm sure there's a lot of people that share that passion for driving with me. So, you know, enjoy your driving, but just to appreciate, you know, the responsibility that we all have and take that on board as part of your everyday.
Molly Taylor, thank you for jumping on today. Good luck with the launch of Fatality Free Friday in Brisbane. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
6 to 10, 4BC Mornings.
Carla Binyaska.
A true Australian icon, the one and only Rhonda Birchmore.
Hello, lovely Carla. Lovely to speak with you.
You have starred in everything, and now you're on stage with Anastasia the Musical.
There's many facets to Countess Lily, I tell you. She kicks her leg up. She does a bit of Cossack dancing and knocks back quite a few bodies. Every day to get up and sing and dance and kick my leg up. It's just a wonderful show to be part of.
Carla Binyaska. Weekdays from 12 on 4BC.
With Play for Purpose, it's your ticket and your impact. Support a charity close to your heart for the chance to win hundreds of prizes. T's and C's apply. Licence 158466.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
AussieBroadband.com.au/enterprise.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes, and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Auto One, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Oh no, the power's out.
Oh no, the hot water's gone. I know. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing.
Stop searching for tradies. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains do both. Just one call and you'll have reliable quality tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. 3277 345. Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 1027082.
Ever get that feeling like you've forgotten something? Like your wallet or keys? Or how about a dental checkup at Maven Dental? With the new financial year coming up, your private health dental extras may reset. Now's a great time to book that 6-monthly visit. Maven Dental has a practice near you with appointments available for individuals and families. A simple checkup now could keep your smile on track for the months ahead. Book your appointment today at mavendental.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. 1338 882 is our open line. Gary says, morning, Jason, you can change all the rules, enhance awareness, but how do you stop a 14-year-old stealing a car and going for a speeding joyride? Well, we don't know the circumstances yet, but we did end up with a 14-year-old behind the wheel. How do you stop him from killing someone? Bring in monetary minimum sentencing for car theft, regardless of age. Gaz. That's a hard one, mate. That really is. And I think your suggestion's pretty much on the money. Well, don't we have it now for adult crime, adult time? Is theft, car theft, part of that? Noel says, please tell me how tougher road rules will stop a 14-year-old taking to the wheel. We should ban automatic cars just like an automatic gun, says Noel. But teach people how to actually drive properly, Noel. That's a new idea. And Anthony has sent me a text. Hi, Jason. Which Jason are you presenting to the new boss today? Serious broadcaster or seriously loose unit? To be authentic, I think you need to give him a taste of both. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I'm going to be the serious broadcaster that I am, Anthony. How dare you? Speaking of which, we are Tap Media from today, and our new owner, Craig Laundy, will be joining us here on the program after the news at 10 here on 4BC Mornings.
Sanford, Sandgate, Shayla Park, Stratty. 4BC is Brisbane.
BC News.
It's 10 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. Police are investigating a serious multi-vehicle crash which left two people fighting for life on the Fraser Coast. A car lost control and veered into oncoming traffic while travelling in Susan River last night, causing a 4-car pile-up. 8 others sustained varying injuries. Police say the driver of the out-of-control vehicle was just 14. Police have fired rubber bullets and tear gas during riots which erupted in Alice Springs following the arrest of a man accused of killing a 5-year-old girl. The 47-year-old had been taken to hospital for treatment where an angry crowd gathered. The child's body was found yesterday, 5 days after she's believed to have been taken from a camp. The Foreign Minister says Australia has agreed to work with South Korea to maintain the stable and reliable supply of fuel. Penny Wong has been visiting East Asian nations as part of efforts to shore up fuel supply. She told officials in Seoul it's in everyone's interest to keep fuel supplies flowing as much as possible.
And we discussed the fact that there is a mutual reliability. Your diesel and your jet fuel enables us to continue to provide both LNG exports but also other commodities to Korea and to the region.
The federal government has announced 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel and a third shipment with 50 million litres of diesel is on the way. Jewish community leaders are calling for further action following an interim report on the Bondi terror attacks. The Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion has made 14 recommendations to strengthen counter-terrorism responses. Door Foundation Chief Executive Tali Blickblau has told Jason Matthews it's a positive first step.
There are some recommendations in there that are actionable, and it's good that the government have accepted them in full. We encourage action immediately. There's no need to wait until December to take action on those recommendations. This is the beginning, and there are a lot more questions that need to be answered across the life of the Commission.
A crime scene has been established at the home of a prominent surgeon on the Gold Coast. The Burleigh Heads unit was raided by officers yesterday as part of a police investigation. Dr Reza Adib is the partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. No charges have been laid. And Australian Road Safety Foundation is today launching its 2026 Fatality Free Friday campaign. The annual event is a timely reminder to motorists across the state and country to drive safely on the roads and remember the fatal 5. Last year, more than 1,300 people died on roads across the nation. Founder and chairperson Russell White says it's alarming to see this rise in numbers year on year.
In Queensland alone, last year's road toll, about 308 people. That was the highest road toll we've had in this state since 2009. So it's really alarming that we're seeing these sort of high percentage of rises pretty much year on year. So it's about trying to empower people to think.
In finance, a few minutes into trade, the All Ords is trading up 94 points at 8,981. $1 Australian dollar is buying 72 US cents.
Hello, this is Phil O'Neill. When the clock hits midnight, I'm on the radio and I'd love you to join me. Don't miss Australia Overnight on Brisbane's 4BC. Let's talk.
Lions coach Chris Fagan says he'll wave a red flag at Cam Rayner ahead of Saturday's clash with the Bombers. Brisbane want to unleash their forward line-up ball against Essendon with Fagan backing Rayner to bring his trademark physicality. And Cricket Australia's plan to sell equity stakes in Big Bash franchises has been rejected. Agreements from 5 of the 6 states were needed, with Cricket Queensland and Cricket New South Wales opposing the model. It's 10:04.
Sport for F10 Fuel Treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 Fuel Treatment. Available at AutoPro, Autobarn, Napier, Veals and Truckline.
To most people, a business contract is just a stack of paper. To Morgan Mac Lawyers, it's a blueprint for your future. Whether you're entering the franchising sector or moving on from a family business, the legal details are life-changing. Morgan Mac Lawyers don't just process transactions, we manage the strategy. With extensive experience in business sales and dispute resolution, we'll protect your interests from inception to settlement. Contact Morgan Mac Lawyers today for an obligation-free consultation. Sell, buy, business. morganmac.com.au.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Centenary Highway inbound in Jamboree Heights and delays are heavy back to the Ipswich motorway. There's a breakdown on the Gateway motorway southbound in Bracken Ridge and that's got delays back along the Bruce Highway reaching back to the Pine River Bridge. In Rochedale South, the lights are on flash on Rochedale Road at the Priestdale Road intersection. It's slow on the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek and Beaudesert Road delays in both directions in Callum
Looking for more certainty in your retirement? Consider Host Plus's pension investment option, CPI Plus. Designed to deliver consistent returns above inflation, you get the peace of mind knowing your investment is protected from market swings. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the Host Plus pension PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. More certainty from your super in retirement? That's a plus. Search CPI Plus today.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
A rainy day in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with a top of 25, rain to continue on Sunday, 26, and partly cloudy on Monday, 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds up to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 23 degrees at Kangaroo Point. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 10:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
It's back to mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Thanks, Chloe. 10:07. Welcome back to the program. Hello to our listeners on 4BC in Brisbane. Those listening through 4RO and Rocky and the Resonate Radio Network throughout Queensland. Great to have you on board on this Friday morning. 133 882 is our open line. If you want to have your say from Mason, escape your pricey telco. Visit mason.com for affordable mobile plans. You can also send us an email, mornings at 4bc.com.au or text 0499 880 882.
4BC is with you on the wake up, across the day and on the way home. Live and local. 4BC is Brisbane.
Coming up this hour, we'll get to some footy tips with Choppy Close before the hour's out. Of course, we've got the Dolphins in action tonight against the Storm. 2 desperate teams need a win tonight. Pressure on both coaches. We'll talk to Choppy about that real soon. But my next guest today is a passionate Bulldogs fan. Loves his footy, loves his team. In fact, his family is the major sponsor of the club. You see their logo across the front of the jersey, right on the front. Same family owns more than 40 hotels and resorts, including right here in Queensland. There's the Mirage on the Gold Coast and the Elysium in Noosa. And now the Laundy family, pioneered by Dad Arthur, has made a big move into media, purchasing several radio stations, including 2GB in Sydney, 6PR in Perth, 3RW in Melbourne, of course, us here, 4BC in Brisbane. So let's get to know the Laundys a little better, shall we? Joining me now is Craig Laundy. He's a publican, former minister in the Turnbull government, and now stepping into this new chapter with Tapped Media. Good morning, Craig. Welcome to 4BC Mornings.
Good morning, Jason. Good morning to your listeners.
Now, can I start off with something here, Craig? The question everyone's asking, why radio? Now, your family's built an incredibly successful hotels and resorts business, so why make the move into talkback radio and why now?
Jace, there are a few reasons. First, we love the platform and the assets. You've heard of the pub test. Obviously, we talk to customers every afternoon in our public bars, and the issues of the day are run through the pub test on the floor of those bars. And guess what? Most of those issues being discussed the views are formed around issues that you and the team there at 4BC in Brisbane are talking about in Queensland pubs. So we saw it a logical progression. You know, we just moved further up the supply chain of ideas, but also it was run by the Nine Network. It was part of a big corporate giant. It was a small part of a big machine, whereas for us, it's the entire machine. And we think bringing a family approach to this asset or business at the end of the day, which it is. We've got a long history in business. We've, touch wood, been successful more times than not. And we think that we can make a go of it. And that will require an advertising. So if anyone out there running a small and family business, wants to get on board, please do. We understand what you're going through. We do it every day. Publicans up there I know very well have already reached out and offered, asked the question, how can we support you, given that you've taken the plunge? And it's all those things, when you put them together, we think that we can make it, we hope we can make a go of it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, in this day and age, you don't see too many new media companies starting up like this, so it's quite refreshing. How's Dad? How's Arthur about all this?
Over the moon. He's got I'm actually, in your intro you mentioned I'm second generation. I'm actually third generation of our family business. My grandparents, Arthur Sr. and Veronica, started the business, and they're no longer with us. And the measure for him of defining moments in his life since their departure is quite often, I wish my mum and dad were here to see this. And today for him is one of those days. He's on the morning show down here in Sydney with Mark Levy. They're going to stitch him up a bit because he rates himself as a singer, and his favourite song is My Way from Frank Sinatra. So he doesn't know he's going to be stitched up, but in about 10 minutes down here he'll be stitched up. But he's over the moon, as we all are, Jace.
Yeah, fantastic. Can I just take you back for a moment, because I've got a lot of association with your pubs growing up. Like some of your first hotels were in Yagoona and Bass Hill, and of course I'm from Yagoona in Sydney. I'm a Bankstown boy, but as you know, I'm a Rabbitohs supporter. I'm not a Bulldog, so I apologise for that. But I love your family story, mate. As I said, I grew up in Yagoona, and some of my best memories were playing footy and cricket for the Twin Willows. Mum and Dad sneaking me into the drive-in next door at Bass Hill as well. My parents and my older brothers, and I will apologise for this, knocking off the odd schooner glass from the Twin Willows Hotel as well. Now, those pubs weren't just businesses, Craig. They were parts of the community. They were the heart of the community. And as I said, getting involved in local sport, it's very similar to radio, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's why, when you asked why up front, we see this progression as a very logical one. I mean, this radio station in Brisbane, 4BC, is part of the backbone that makes Brisbane tick, as are the pubs and clubs in Queensland. And, it's where they listen to you guys in their cars predominantly. As they drive around during the day, they stop at their local pub and club on the way home for a beer with their mates, family and friends. And they rehash what they've heard, that they espouse the opinion they've reached. They may agree with you, Jason, or disagree with you, but they will have an opinion, and it will form the backbone of the discussions around the table as they have a beer or a glass of wine.
Yeah, I love it. And trust me, they do agree and disagree with us here on the morning show on 4B. So you went on to serve as a minister in the Turnbull government, and look, was that inspired? What made you get into politics? Was it because of the discussions you had at the public bar in the pubs?
Look, in short, it was driven by a guy named Mike Baird, who was the New South Wales Premier well, not at the time. He'd just been elected. I met him. He was the first member of Parliament that was my age. I thought politics was for old people, and he. I got to know him. He would ring me and ask what they were talking about in the public bars of Western Sydney. He understood the pub test and the power of the public bars in Western Sydney. We got to talking, and then a couple of years down the track, he said something that ended up being prophetic. He said, "This is in you. You just don't know it yet." And in 2010, we had the Rudd debacle, and it inspired me to basically turn my back on my own career for a while and serve a community that 3 generations of my family had, well, 4 of my kids were born there and were at school there. We knew my federal seat very, very well. We had 4 pubs in the seat, and I spent 7 years serving the people of Reid and in the governments of Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull.
Have our pollies lost that touch? Getting into the public bar and talking to the tradies after a hard day. You go and have a beer after a hard day's work. Have our pollies these days lost that human touch?
Those that are in safe seats on both sides, I would argue, have. Those that are in marginal seats on both sides, I would argue, have not. I mean, there's a guy up there, Luke Howarth, who sadly lost his seat at the last election. He was fantastic. Every time I did a ministerial visit to his electorate, he would have me in different public bars in the afternoons. After work, we'd move around and we'd just move around the bars. We'd do 2 or 3 pubs an afternoon and, say g'day. A guy like Andrew Wallace, Ted O'Brien, Lou O'Brien up there. These guys, I would visit their electorates and, they'd have me in places where they were talking to everyday people every day. And that's the benefit of having marginal seat holders that work their guts out to try and get re-elected, whereas the safe seat holders, where the people in their seats are going to vote for them no matter what they do, I would argue don't have the same touch.
Fair call. Malcolm Turnbull. What was he really like? It's fair to say some Conservative voters weren't thrilled with him being Prime Minister. What did you see in him that others may have missed?
An unbelievable intellect and an unbelievable ability to take that intellect and explain it in a way that made sense to people like me that didn't share that quality of intellect. And the other thing I do say, I get asked this question a lot. My biggest regret, I'm a massive West Wing fan. The TV show, there was an episode where one of the team worked out when they were trying to get re-elected, they wrote on a napkin in a bar, "Let Bartlett be Bartlett," who was the president at the time. My biggest regret is we didn't let Malcolm be Malcolm. He had to appease the extreme right-wing fringes of the electorate and curtail his style. And I think that ended up being what cost him more than anything. And but that's how politics works. You have to keep everyone together and keep pushing forward and achieving what you can achieve. And it ended up that the party moved a separate way.
Craig, did you think Susan Lee got a fair chance? And what are your thoughts on Angus Taylor and Matt Canavan?
No, I didn't think Susan Lee got a fair chance. I think the problem that she had was because the numbers between the 3 factions were so split down the middle, those that weren't in supremacy were so close that they could agitate without fear of reprisal, and they did so on a daily basis. That said, and now sadly Susan's left the parliament and there's a by-election in a week's time. But Angus Taylor, I went into parliament in the class of 2013 with him. He, again, is an unbelievable intellect. I had a great story. He's a Rhodes Scholar, Angus. And, we were fighting a pre-selection at the same time, so we saw a lot of each other. And I said to him one day, "I hear you're a Rhodes Scholar." And he said, "Yes, I am." I said, "I'm a Rhodes Scholar too." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, Parramatta Rhodes Scholar," which went straight through my electorate of Reid. But he's a very switched on guy. The challenge he'll have is to keep the party united, but to also work out what it is that everyday Australians listening to you right now are really wanting him to attack and achieve. And I think he's made a good early start to it, and I wish him every success.
And, of course, there's the rise of One Nation. Do you think that's obviously just a reflection of how voters are becoming frustrated with the current major parties?
I think there's 2 things. I think there's a bit of that, but I also think the party itself is starting to become more disciplined. James Ashby has been there for a while now. He is a formidable political mind. Pauline has agreed to take her name off the party, which I think is a very sensible move. And then you get Barnaby Joyce join the team. Barnaby, again, a great mate of mine because I spent 7 years in the trenches with him, still talk to him today. He's an extremely good retail politician. He can make it make sense. He can harness the issues, not just in his electorate, but any electorate he walks into and talks to people. That's what they're doing. That's what they're focusing on. And it doesn't surprise me that they are starting to resonate and cut through in the polls. The challenge for them is the same as it has been historically. Can they maintain discipline? And can they field the right candidates in the right seats? How far do they go at the next election? Do they field one in every seat? Do they have a two-step strategy where they pick the seats they're polling in and focus on those to limit resource spend? That's going to be interesting to watch.
Righty, I'm chatting with Craig Laundy, the new boss of 4BC. Well, Tapped Media, the new bosses of 4BC. It's an exciting day today here for us at 4BC. Before I let you go, I want to talk about investment in Queensland. And, of course, it's a pretty important market heading up to the 2032 Olympics. You've made significant investment with the Sheraton Mirage on the Gold Coast, the Elysium in Noosa. What are the big plans, Craig, without giving away too much? Like how important is Queensland to the Laundy family leading up to the Olympics and, of course, beyond?
Hugely important. So the reinvestment plans are well underway. The Elysium at Noosa was rebranded in December. It was a 7-month capital refurb. We spent around $45 to $50 million to take it from the Sofitel at Noosa to Elysium Noosa. It's done. It's open. It's trading its backside off. The next one's a beast. The Grand Mirage, the Sheraton Grand Mirage there on the Gold Coast, at the top end of the Gold Coast, it is huge. It really hasn't been significantly touched since Christopher Skase built it. It's been, had lipstick put on it, but it is, your dad and I are in a meeting on next Tuesday. We're finalising plans. We've had 12 months off renovating because we've done one down here in New South Wales, a big one up there at Noosa, but the renovation you'll see at the Sheraton Grand Mirage won't be far south. It cost us $192 million to buy it. The renovation spend there won't be far south of that to bring it back to its former glory. It'll take us 18 months to do it. We'll trade through it. There'll be all sorts of headaches, but the finished product there on the Gold Coast will be something that not just Queensland, Australia will be proud of, and I can't wait to see it. Good luck fighting trades. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for you in Queensland at the moment, with everything else going on, all of the infrastructure progress checks ahead of the 2032 Games. Craig, I've run out of time. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you today. We'll talk more about footy next time you come up. I know you don't like my Rabbitohs scarf in the office. You've already mentioned that when you last up. To the listeners, I pointed that out very quickly. I might even get you a Broncos or a Dolphins jersey. Is that all right if we get that signed for you? Yeah. I need to chamois the car, so we can get that at the risk of alienating all the 4BC listeners straight out of the gate. You're not doing me any favours here, you know that. No. But Jace, I do want to say welcome to the family, and it really is. It's a family business, and today we've inherited 330 more members of the family, and we're absolutely thrilled. And to your listeners up there in 4BC, thank you for your loyalty. To our advertisers, thank you. We hope you keep going, and we hope to see you up there soon. See you soon. Craig Laundy, boss of Tapped Media. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Jace. And we've officially kicked off today. How exciting. Absolutely. I'm excited. I think it's great. It's whenever anyone invests money into our industry, I'm really excited about it. And it's terrific. And I know all the staff have got smiles on their faces here at 4BC. I'm also really excited, and I'll tell you about it soon. This has opened up massive opportunity for me with my good mate, Todd Woodbridge. We'll get to that soon on 4BC Mornings, 23 past 10.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
There's a crash on the Eastern Tenerife Highway inbound in Jamboree Heights and delays are heavy back to Richlands. Also delays back along the Ipswich motorway to Waco. There's a crash on the Gateway motorway southbound in Bracken Ridge and delays are back along the Bruce Highway to the Pine River Bridge. Delays also for the Gateway motorway northbound from Bracken Ridge up onto the Bruce Highway. Also a crash or a car fire on the Pacific Highway between Paradise Road and Carlisle Street in Slacks Creek. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
This is David Mann About Town for Chemist Warehouse. When was the last time you and your family had a flu vaccination? Well, if it was last year, it's time to go to your local Chemist Warehouse for your annual flu vaccination. The influenza vaccine is a safe and effective way to protect yourself and your loved ones from the serious symptoms caused by flu. So book online or head to the dispensary at your nearest Chemist Warehouse to book in your appointment with one of their wonderful pharmacists. Vaccinations are free for eligible customers. Check with one of the pharmacists to see if you're eligible. Thank you, Chemist Warehouse, for looking after us, the pharmacists and the support staff. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Sleep apnea sufferers know that finding a comfortable CPAP mask is like finding a penguin in the desert. Until you've tried the magic of memory foam. The luxurious AirTouch N20 and F20 range feature the world's only uber-soft disposable memory foam cushions that generally conform to the shape of your face. Try it this month and score an extra 3 memory foam cushions for free. Experience ultimate luxury and more offers at a CPAP direct store or visit cpap.com.au.
T's and C's apply. Licence 158466.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with Ice Gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work.
Mums, it's time to put yourself first. This Mother's Day, rush into Chemist Warehouse. You'll find Skin Republic Hyaluronic Acid and Collagen Face Mask only $5.39. Ego QV Ceramide Cleanser 1.25 kilogram or Moisturising Lotion 1.25 litre exclusive sizes $22.99 each. Slap on some Nivea Q10 SPF 50-day fluid 40ml just $22.69. And for the night, get a Ven Derm Absolute Intensive Reshaping Anti-Aging Night Cream 40ml just $39.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Solutions. Oh, yeah. Trusted tradies that can be there today.
Oh, the shower's freezing.
What, again?
I'm not having a cold shower today. Call Fallon Solutions.
I already have.
And what did they say?
One of their licensed plumbers can be here today.
Fallon Solutions. When it's urgent, our expert local tradies can be there today. See fallonsolutions.com.au. Licence numbers 10882916 65776 and AU 13164.
Jack Daniels is a registered trademark. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program, 26 past 10. Brian's been on the text, 0499 880 882 for watch smoke alarms. Says, Jason, after that interview, the station is in good hands. Although I have to disagree on Turnbull, sorry. He was elitist looking down on you. Brian says that. Brian, it's interesting, and I wanted to ask Craig that. Look, I could talk to Craig about politics for days on end. I'd probably bore the crap out of Craig. But I was so excited about Turnbull becoming Prime Minister. In fact, I was at Parliament House in Canberra for his first ever Parliament sitting. And I was there and I was excited. I was there with my family. It was great. He announced on that day, I think the first thing he announced that day was the light rail extension, part 2, on the Gold Coast. And I thought, this is great. This is fantastic. You know, the one that's nearly finished, that's going to Burleigh now. And then he just lost me. And he lost a lot of Conservative voters. But Craig speaks fondly of him. And he worked with him. So, Dee says, hi, Jace. I love Todd and his show. You both make my day. And Drew says, I gather tapped is a reference to the pubs. Yeah, Drew, there's a bit of that, but, you know, it's about being tapped in. We're tapped into conversations, tapped into the local communities, tapped into trendy stuff. Like, I mean, when you look at trends, I'm your man, Drew. I can't even get my bloody phone to work. Anthony says on the text, Jason, as you would be aware, there's no silver bullet to reducing the road toll. Many approaches have been tried. You can only teach those who want to listen. You can only educate those who want to learn. Having been to crashes and had to knock on doors to pass on devastating news to relatives, the road toll would be frustrating or first responders. Anthony, thanks for your text. And what a horrible job you had. And you're the people I actually think of the most. Not just the families receiving that bad news, the job that you had to do going knocking on the front doors in the middle of the night, delivering that bad news, seeing the horrific things that you see. There are no winners out of this. But maybe a campaign, Anthony, with someone like you who has walked in those shoes saying, hey, listen, this is what we've seen. This is what we've had to do. Just for God's sake, slow down. Don't be an idiot. And I strongly believe, yes, we can have defensive driving classes. We can have all of those things, education in high schools. But that's a long-term fix. We need to do something now, and we need to be graphic about it. We need to smash people over their head with graphic images and a tough message. I mean, the fatal five, please. It's not working. And Anthony, I'm sorry you had to go through that, all that sort of stuff. Oh, I couldn't imagine what it'd be like. 133 882 if you want to have your say on anything this morning, particularly if you've got some feedback on Craig Laundy and what we're doing here at TAP Media. Or you can send us a text 0499 880 882. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. There's been a horror crash on the Fraser Coast overnight. Chloe, what do we know?
2 people have been airlifted to hospital in critical conditions, while 8 others were injured after a car lost control and veered into oncoming traffic. Police say the driver of the out-of-control vehicle was just 14 years old. Authorities in the Northern Territory say tensions remain high, but calm has been restored after a riot in Alice Springs. Anger boiled over at a hospital where a man suspected of killing a 5-year-old girl was undergoing treatment. The Prime Minister has confirmed more jet fuel and diesel is on the way to Australia. The federal government announcing 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel and a third shipment with 50 million litres of diesel is on the way. And beachgoers are being urged to take extra care in the surf this long weekend, with statistics showing swimmers are twice likely to be involved in a rescue or drowning on a public holiday. In sports, Saudi Arabia has officially pulled out of funding Live Golf as the competition scrambles to find a new working model. And Jason, I'll have more news at 11.
Need a plumber or sparky fast? O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains have both. Just one call and you'll have reliable qualified tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. All suburbs all over Brisbane. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains or call 3277 345.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
Norman now. Conditions apply.
From seatbelts to sunscreen, high-vis to hand sanitizer, Queenslanders know how to protect themselves and those around them. Yet, in 2025, 73% of people hospitalised with serious flu symptoms were not vaccinated. Protect yourself and your community from the serious symptoms of flu with the free flu vaccine. Available now at your GP or pharmacist.
Something had been putting Mark off his tennis game. Turns out it was his old bank's savings game.
I couldn't win. So many catches. Deposit $1,000 a month, make 5 transactions.
But then he switched to a Macquarie savings account.
Yes.
With none of the usual hoops or catches, he's finally earning a great ongoing variable interest rate on his savings.
It's been a game changer.
Open your Macquarie savings account in minutes, so you can say,
I bank with Macquarie.
Your savings game changer. T's and C's apply.
With an end of financial year, no deposit 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance, now's the time to upgrade to a Ram full-size pickup truck. Get behind the wheel of a Ram 1500 Rebel, boasting an impressive 420 horsepower under the hood, with a finance mates rate of 4.99% this tax time. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
When you book your holiday at big4.com.au, that go big feeling starts the moment you book. Browse, book and go big with Australia's best holiday parks from Big 4 and more.
Looking for more certainty in your retirement? Consider Host Plus's pension investment option, CPI Plus. Designed to deliver consistent returns above inflation, you get the peace of mind knowing your investment is protected from market swings. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the Host Plus pension PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. More certainty from your super in retirement? That's a plus. Search CPI Plus today.
Electric heat pumps. Get them online, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. It is 25 to 11. Gee, I had one of those cupcakes. They were really nice. Wish I could share it with you. But let's be honest, I did kind of demolish it in 20 seconds. 133 882 for What Smoke Alarms. If you want to have your say on anything this morning, Grace from Yangon, my youngest listener, is joining.
Jason.
Hello. How are you?
How are you? I'm good, thank you.
That's good. So where? So for those who don't know, you're just tuning in for the first time. Thank you. But Grace is my youngest listener. You're still 17, Grace, or you haven't gotten older, have you?
I turned 18 in April.
Oh God, you're becoming too expensive for us now, Grace. So Grace, who's I think you're still our youngest listener, at 18 years of age, you've packed up and left mum and dad's. You've moved off to Mount Isa to work on what is it, a cattle station?
Yeah, cattle station. It's up in between Camberwell and Mount Isa.
And how's it going?
So it's really good. I've done my first few musters. Big days, bit saddle sore, but I'm enjoying it and I wouldn't change it for anything. Hey, and I reckon I'll be back next year.
And I love the way you got the job. You just walked up the driveway of this cattle station and asked for a job, didn't you?
Yeah, so I've got a place out near home at Allarat, and I drove up their driveway one day after school and I said, do you want anybody to work for you? Because I seen that they had horses and I thought, oh, well, I need a job. So I went to a couple of dairies that day and they got back to me straight away. So
that's brilliant.
And now I'm on a big property.
So can you describe what is in the town that you're working in?
I don't go to town often. Town's about an hour and a bit away.
Oh, my God.
Each side. So I don't go to town very often, but I went on Anzac weekend, forgetting it was Anzac weekend and everything was shut.
Oh.
I went out for breakfast and it was a nice change, but I love hanging around the homestead here and it's a really lovely environment and everybody's nice. We're all like a big family.
Oh, that's lovely, Grace. Thanks for checking in. How's mum and dad? Good?
Yeah, my mum. They're good. Miss me very much. They ring me. I ring them nearly every day. Oh. I know everything that's going on and they're living out of my own life at the minute.
Are you going to go home for Mother's Day to see mum?
I can't. I've got to work.
Rightio. Well, that's not good.
So,
all right, Grace.
Well, it's all right. I sent Easter chocolates and flowers their way. So.
Oh, nice.
I'm the magic Easter bunny from over 1,000 kilometres away.
These are all this is hard, isn't it, when you live out whoop whoop, isn't it? So, all right, Grace, I've got to keep going. So good to hear from you as always. Thanks for checking in.
No worries, Jason. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, Grace from Yangon, but now near Isa. An hour out of town, went into town and not realising it was Anzac Day, over an hour to get brekkie. That's a tough slog. You know what, though? I feel like some scrambled eggs. All right, well, let's pack up the car and it'd be expensive scrambled eggs now with the price of diesel, wouldn't it? 133 882. What do you want to talk about this morning? Give us a call on the What Smoke Alarms open line. As you heard before, we had Craig Laundy on from Tapped Media, the boss. As of today, 4BC is now part of Tapped Media. It's an exciting move for the station, but, it's also sad to say goodbye to Nine. I'm grateful for Nine. They've given me the opportunity to be where I am, and I'm very grateful for that. And I love being part of the Nine family, except for one thing. It's not all roses. I was not allowed to be a contestant on the greatest TV show on earth. Yep, Tipping Point. The greatest show ever. My hobby. I make sure I race home every... Pauline Hanson was here the other day for the round table, which we're going to kick off on Monday. And I had to kick her out to go home and watch Tipping Point. It was getting ridiculous. And I've always wanted to be on this show. And now I can. I've got the application all filled out. My name, my date of birth, my hidden talents. It took a while to come up with those, actually. My specialty subjects, but I need something that makes me stand out. Something that will stop the Tipping Point producers in their tracks and make them say, throw the rest of the applications in the bin. We've found our man. So with the help of the 4BC Mornings team, I made this video to seal the deal. What do you think?
Observed annually in November, what Memorial Day in Australia was originally, Sam?
Remembrance Day.
Hi, it's Jason Matthews here. I'm just in the middle of training to be the next contestant on Tipping Point, an integral part of my daily routine. In fact, it's the only part of my routine. I recently discovered that my sole hobby in life was watching Tipping Point. So the challenge of the trivia, the thrill of the drop zone, the suspense of the Tipping Point, it's just amazing. It's the greatest TV show on earth. And a little-known fact, I'm actually the nearest and dearest friend of Todd Woodbridge. Todd Woodbridge joins me now. Good morning, Todd.
Hello, good morning, Jason. How are you?
Great memories. And now that the radio station I work for is no longer owned and operated by Nine Entertainment, I'm 100% eligible to play Tipping Point. Just ask my best friend, Todd.
Yeah, so you can...
I'm
eligible.
I'm in.
Yeah.
So what are you waiting for? Pick me as your next contestant on Tipping Point. I literally have nothing else to do. They've got to pick me, haven't they? My best friend Todd Woodbridge said so. You heard it for yourself. 19 to 11. What a great song from Stevie. Hey, I've got a $100 gift card to give away for Mother's Day from flowersforeveryone.com.au. Remember Debbie from Wellington Point yesterday? That was just... I can't handle another tearjerker today. I'm a big softie when it comes to this sort of stuff. If you'd like them for your mum, why is your mum so special? Why does she deserve these flowers? I mean, every mum does, but what makes your mum stand out from the crowd? 133 882 for your chance to win that $100 gift card for Flowers for Everyone for Mother's Day. Get on the line, 133 882 18 to 11.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
A crash on the Centenary Highway inbound in Jamboree Heights has just cleared, but delays still remain heavy back to Richlands, also causing delays through Jindalee over the Jindalee Bridge, and heavy as well for the Ipswich Motorway inbound from Wakewell to Oxley. That crash is also cleared from the Gateway Motorway southbound in Bracken Ridge, and delays are heavy back along the Bruce Highway through Mango Hill. And it's heavy as well for the Gateway Motorway northbound from Bracken Ridge onto the Bruce Highway, then up to Marumba Downs. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Get cash savings on big brand fragrances like Coach by Coach 30ml, $39.99. Guess Iconic 100ml, $59.99. And Versace Crystal Noir 90ml, $89.99. Sale ends May 10. Fragrances, Chemist Warehouse.
That's new.
Yep.
Does it roast?
Yep.
Double hot plate?
Triple.
Oh, is that a smoker?
Imported from Texas.
Bar fridge?
Underneath.
Stocked?
Be rude not to.
The good stuff?
The gold stuff.
Looking for more certainty in your retirement? Consider Host Plus's pension investment option, CPI Plus. Designed to deliver consistent returns above inflation, you get the peace of mind knowing your investment is protected from market swings. Issued by Hostplus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the Hostplus pension PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. More certainty from your super in retirement? That's a plus. Search CPI Plus today.
When you book your holiday at big4.com.au, that go big feeling starts the moment you book. Browse, book and go big with Australia's best holiday parks from Big 4 and more.
The best beef in Australia is Watervale beef. Premium grass and grain fed from the best grazing country means Watervale beef is the most consistently delicious beef available and brought to your butcher by Breakout River Meats. Restaurant quality and only available at your local butcher. Ask for the best at your local butcher. Ask for Watervale beef. You'll taste the difference when you throw some Watervale beef on the barbecue or in the oven this weekend and make a real meal of it.
Thinking about seeing your favourite artist live? When you're with Amex, you can jump the queue and get access to pre-sale tickets across a whole range of concerts, shows and events. Access more with Amex. That's the powerful backing of American Express. T's and C's apply.
What's better than a Volvo XC60? An XC60 Special Edition with a lifestyle pack upgrade for just $79,990 drive away. Hurry, this offer won't last. Conditions apply. Volvo.
Suffering with sleep apnea? Thousands of Aussies leave us 5-star reviews. So what's the secret? At CPAP Direct, our people care about your CPAP success story. And yep, we actually use the gear we supply. Stroll in anytime, no appointment needed. Consultation charges? Zip, nada, nothing at all. Just a best price guarantee on the latest gear and good old-fashioned customer service. CPAP Direct, trusted by Aussies. cpap.com.au.
7345. Electrical license 84362 QBCC 102782.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Oh, Noel, your text is so funny. I'm not going to read it out, though. It's 11:15. 133 882. I've got a $100 gift card for flowersforeveryone.com.au to give away. This Mother's Day, say it with flowers from Flowers for Everyone. Let's go to McDowell. Barbara, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How's things?
Good, thank you. How's things with you?
Great. Couldn't be better today. I'm behaving myself. I've got new bosses.
Oh, no, don't do that. That's boring.
Well, I know, but just for one day with the new bosses, you know what it's like. Got to leave some sort of impression.
I don't know. I get to an age where you've got to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, well, that's true. We have fun. Don't worry about that. Barbara, tell me who you'd love to give these flowers to from Flowers for Everyone.
Well, I was just saying my mother has passed, so I don't actually have a mum to give them to any longer. But my daughter has 2 little boys, 2 and 4, and trying to have a third child, and she works so hard, and it's tiring, apparently, being a mother. I can't remember that far back. Yeah. And I just thought that she would love some flowers from her mother.
Beautiful. That's really nice of you to do that, Barbara. How about we give you that $100 gift card?
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Well, she sounds like she deserves it. What a great mum you are for doing that. So say it with flowers this Mother's Day with flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. Barbara, I hope you have a good Mother's Day as well.
Well, I plan to.
Good on you. I hope you get sport. Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your long weekend. 13 to 11. Our weather whip around 25 with showers for today. God, are you getting sick of this rain? I mean, it is nice of a night time going to bed and just hearing that rain hitting the roof, isn't it? Ipswich, showers, 26. Goldie, 25. Redcliffe, 25. Sunny Coast, 24, with showers increasing. Rocky, 29 and mostly sunny. Bucking the trend, are we in Rockhampton today? The outlook for the next couple of days, it's okay. Sunday, it's going to be partly cloudy, 26. Tomorrow, some more showers around in 25. It is a long weekend as well. Charters Towers, as we go around the regions, 29 partly cloudy, 29 in Charleville, Emerald 29, Gundy 28, Longreach 31, Mount Isa 31, Kingaroy 23, and Roma 27 and partly cloudy. I can keep my job today. Our energy mix over the last 24 hours. Did I really say 20%, Rai? Stupid. 46% black, beautiful Queensland coal, 34% solar, and wind, luckily, 16% energy over the last 24 hours.
A sports update. Make the switch now to Kia's award-winning electric vehicle range with incredible EV drive-away prices available. See your local Kia dealer today.
Well, the Blues are one up in State of Origin. Well, the women's State of Origin, that happened last night. Choppy Close, Queensland legend joins me now. I shouldn't have started the conversation with that, should I, Choppy?
Well, look, at the end of the day, we've got to be honest about it, and it was a great game. I thought it was a tough contest. Two very good teams put together, and, you know, Queensland had everything except the execution required to win at Origin level, and at one stage their mistake rate was below 50%. Their completion rate, was below 50%. You can't win Origin with that.
No.
You just cannot.
And mate, I love the women's game. It's just crisp, it's clean. There's none of that wrestle or anything like that. But game 2 coming up at Suncorp Stadium on the Thursday of Magic Round. Let's get into the footy tonight, Choppy. Your Dolphins up against the Storm at Suncorp. Two desperate teams need a win.
Absolutely. The Dolphins have lost 5 in a row.
Yep.
I think the Storm have lost 6 in a row. So, you know, both of them, if they don't win, whoever wins is going to have a chance of finishing their season off in a top 8 position, but whoever loses is going to miss out at some stage. So I really do hope that the Dolphins can get over the Storm, and being at Suncorp Stadium, I feel that might be a chance.
It's also kind of remember through COVID, mate, that Suncorp Stadium was like a home ground for the Storm. Remember they won about 21 games in a row. Remember that? So they're not shy when it comes to playing at Suncorp.
No, they're not. And you know, look, they're desperate for a win. There's no doubt about that. They've still got great players at the club, so it could go either way. But I just feel that at home for the Dolphins, I'll win.
All right. The Bulldogs is the first game tonight against the Cowboys in Sydney. Geez, the Bulldogs have to bounce back, and the Cowboys are going all right.
Cowboys are going all right. Whether they can travel and win, that remains to be seen. I hope they can, and I'm going to tip the Cowboys, and I think that they deserve to be the favourites.
Given who our new owners are here at Tapped Media, I'm picking the Bulldogs, mate. I know which side of my bread is buttered, mate. Titans are home tomorrow against the Raiders at Robina.
Yeah, God, who's going to win this? Who knows?
I know.
I don't know. The Titans can turn up.
You're meant to know. You're meant to do the footy tipping, Choppy. It's your job.
It's too hard. It's too hard. You know, you don't remember this day, but I got out tipped by a galah once at ABC. So I'm not that good.
All right.
But I do believe the Titans can win at home.
Okay, let's go with that. Eels, Warriors. Warriors, don't you think? Although the Eels...
Yeah, I think Warriors are going pretty well. You know, they're doing enough, and I don't think the Eels are doing enough. I think that the Eels need to improve a little bit. So the Warriors for me.
What about this? Is an interesting game. It's probably, I reckon, the match of the round. Roosters and Bronx. Reece Walsh, Pat Carrigan back for the Broncos. It's in Sydney. Obviously, that'll favour the Roosters. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think the Broncos have, you know, steeled themselves a little bit, and I believe that, you know, last week with the younger team, didn't shock me that they won. So I think that they can go on with it and beat the Roosters down there.
Now, how good have they been?
They've been excellent.
I just don't know. Is there a spot for Reece Walsh and Pat Carrigan?
Definitely. I mean, they're two very fine players, and we've got Origin just up around the corner, and, you know, both of those players will be mindful of that.
Yeah.
Both of them will be contenders for that. So I expect them to get it back into that Broncos team with ease and play really well.
All right, the Knights are hosting the almighty South Sydney Rabbitohs. That's what you wrote on the script here, Choppy, not me. In Newcastle, Sunday arvo.
I didn't have anything to do with that, but I really think the Rabbitohs will beat them, and it'll be a tough game at home for the Newcastle Knights. But the Rabbitohs are going pretty well. In getting beat.
You've played a lot of footy, mate. You've watched a lot of footy. That left edge of the Rabbitohs, have you seen much more lethal than that?
No, it's pretty hot, and, they've got some good players there. And, people like to hate players that have got a bit of confidence and a bit of ego, but I happen to think that Cody Walker and Latrell Mitchell are two of the highest quality players within the competition. And Latrell Mitchell has that unique thing within his framework where he can actually turn a game and win a game at the blink of an eye.
Yeah, well said. Sharks Tigers at Shark Park. I love suburban footy. This is going to be a huge game on Sunday.
As much as I think it's a tough game, I want the Tigers to win. That's where I sit.
It's a great story, isn't it, Choppy?
It is a great story. And Benji Marshall, I've had a lot to do with Benji over the years, and he's a very, very determined young man and quite a capable young man, a fantastic player himself. And it's just starting to pay some dividends for him in the coaching arena, which I think he's got a big future in.
What about this game in Parramatta on Sunday night? This is easily the match of the round for mine. Your Sea Eagles, under Foz, under Kieran Foran, flying high, taking on the Panthers.
5 in a row.
You're calling it?
What a great outcome it'll be. And I look at the players, how they've been performing, and I look at the improvement in some of those players that have got enormous ability. I talk about Kohler, and I talk about Hopewadi. That level of player has really found their feet again, and they've been quite destructive. And even Saab came into the game in an absolutely brilliant try last week. I think, they're playing with confidence, and confidence counts a lot.
Yeah, beauty.
Hopefully they can win another one for Kieran. I'm so glad for Kieran to have the courage to take on that position, and it's going well for him at the moment.
All right, Choppy, so the Sea Eagles to win that one?
Yeah.
Beauty. All right, mate, got to run. I'm out of time. Enjoy your long weekend. We'll chat to you next Friday here on 4BC Mornings.
Always a pleasure, mate.
See ya. There he goes, Choppy close. It's 5 to 11.
4BC Drives Wokey Pokey is our weekly roundup of everything which is wrong about those who think they're right.
Whoa, the Wokey Pokey.
One of Britain's top universities, King's College London. Lecturers have been told to ignore poor English and focus on ideas instead, all in the name of, and get this for a classic Wokey Pokey phrase, embracing linguistic diversity.
What's better than a Volvo XC60? An XC60 Special Edition with a lifestyle pack upgrade for just $79,990 drive away. Hurry, this offer won't last. Conditions apply. Volvo.
AH Beard Mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
This is David Mann about town for Light and Easy, your Light and Easy man, because yes, I have the Light and Easy meals delivered and they are absolutely beautiful. And the supported home funding makes it easier to access nutritious meals at home with your plan able to cover up to 70% of your meal cost. That's fantastic. And to help get you started, Light and Easy will cover your co-payment. So wait for this, you pay $0 for your first delivery. It's a simple way to enjoy healthy meals while maintaining your independence at home. No lock-in contracts or subscriptions. Give them a call. The customer service team are wonderful people to speak to. 13 15 12, 13 15 12, or go to the website lightandeasy.com.au and you will be enjoying beautiful food.
Most of us never think about our super. Isn't that right, Chicken? But at Equip Super, we equip you with the support you need to get the most out of your super. With Equip Super, you're super equipped. PDS and TMT available on our website.
You can rent a little, you can rent a lot.
Whatever you're doing, wherever you're going, you can rely on Red Spot to get you there. We're the all-Aussie, family-owned car rental company in airport terminals and cities across Australia with a new fleet and 100% local Aussie service. And right now, Red Spot is giving you spot-on savings of 15% off every vehicle at every location. Book direct and save at redspot.com.au/radio. T's and C's apply.
Red Spot.
Buying a Toyota is a great choice, and it gets even better when you buy at Hinterland Toyota Bow Desert. Talk to the Hinterland Toyota team about a Hilux or a Land Cruiser, and they're not reading from a brochure. They're giving you the real story on the right car for the job. It's that warm Bowie service that you just don't get at the big metro dealers. For a deal and a handshake that actually means something, it's worth the drive to Hinterland Toyota Bow Desert. They'll go the extra mile for you. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Something had been putting Mark off his tennis game. Turns out it was his old bank's savings game.
I couldn't win. So many catches. Deposit $1,000 a month, make 5 transactions.
But then he switched to a Macquarie savings account.
Yes.
With none of the usual hoops or catches, he's finally earning a great ongoing variable interest rate on his savings.
It's been a game changer.
Open your Macquarie savings account in minutes, so you can say,
I bank with Macquarie.
Your savings game changer. T's and C's apply.
Your table is waiting now. The Belvedere Hotel, Woody Point.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Yeah, welcome back. It's almost 11 o'clock. We've got the news coming up in just a moment with Chloe after 11 o'clock. It's our Friday free-for-all. This is where we cover off on the events happening on this long weekend around Brisbane. If you've got something in your hood that's happening, let us know. 133 882. We'll get to that after 11 o'clock here on 4BC Mornings.
Caboolture, Carina, Coopers Plains, Capalaba. 4BC is Brisbane. "4BC News."
It's 11 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Chloe Affleck. Officials in the Northern Territory say while people are angry and grieving, they're hoping the riots in Alice Springs are an isolated incident. Tensions boiled over in the hours following confirmation a 5-year-old girl had been found dead. An angry crowd gathered outside Alice Springs Hospital, demanding police hand over a man who is suspected of killing the girl. He's now been released from treatment into the custody of police. Northern Territory Chief Minister Leah Finocchiaro says they are hoping there will be no repeat of last night's scenes.
We've seen this town come together like never before. Hundreds of people walking shoulder to shoulder through the long buffel grass to make sure we left no stone unturned. And I don't want last night to take away from that extraordinary effort that we have seen.
The Northern Territory government have since issued alcohol restrictions in Alice Springs. An investigation has been launched into a serious car crash on the Fraser Coast. 10 people were injured, 2 critically, after a car veered into oncoming traffic at Susan River. The driver of the out-of-control car is just 14 years old. Donald Trump insists Iran badly wants to secure a permanent ceasefire agreement, but is struggling to identify their leadership. As he pressures Tehran to agree to a deal, the US president is preparing to hear about update military options for Iran from the Pentagon officials. The Australian media industry has a new player today, with Tapped Media officially taking over Brisbane's 4BC and sister stations 3AW, 2GB and 6PR. The Laundy family office bought the radio network from Nine for $56 million in January. Craig Laundy has told Jason Matthews they're bringing conversations from the pub to the airwaves.
We saw it a logical progression. You know, we just moved further up the supply chain of ideas, but also it was run by the Nine network. It was part of a big corporate giant. It was a small part of a big machine, whereas for us, it's the entire machine.
And today marks the relaunch of the Heartbeat Club, a free 1-hour online course covering essential CPR and first aid training. It comes after a 20-year peak in drowning deaths and a high rate of near-drowning hospitalisations. Kids Alive Do the 5 ambassador Laurie Lawrence says the course is designed to give parents the skills to manage high-pressure situations at home.
We know with young kids under the age of 5, most of those accidents occur around the pool at home. So that's why we're saying if it happens and you've done this course, this refresher course, and you've got your CPR, it's easier for you to perform in that pressure situation.
To finance, the All Ords are up 60 points at 8,948. $1 Australian dollar is buying 72 US cents.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
Good news for Dolphins fans, with Kurt Donahue confirmed to make his injury return against the Storm tonight. The utility has battled hamstring issues through 2026, but will come off the bench at Suncorp Stadium. Coach Christian Wolf says his impact is often underestimated.
Brings a lot of energy, brings a lot of work ethic, brings a lot of toughness. It brings a real skill level and really helps our halves in terms of his skill first, but his organisation as well. So it's great having him back. He was probably our best player last year, and as I said, he has a big influence on the team.
That game from 8 o'clock after the Cowboys tackle the Bulldogs in Sydney. And the Brisbane Roar have named an unchanged squad for the first leg of their A-League Women's semi-final against Wellington Phoenix. It's 11:04. That's the latest news and sport.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
In Clontarf, there's some debris on the Hornybrook Esplanade southbound at Elizabeth Avenue. Delays on the Centenary Highway inbound from Sumner to Jindalee after that earlier crash, and also slow on the Ipswich Motorway inbound from Darra to Oxley. The Gateway Motorway delays northbound from Bracken Ridge up onto the Bruce Highway. Then delays continue on over the Pine River Bridge. And the Captain Cook Bridge is heavy heading into the city. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
To most people, a business contract is just a stack of paper. To Morgan Mac Lawyers, it's a blueprint for your future. Whether you're entering the franchising sector or moving on from a family business, the legal details are life-changing. Morgan Mac Lawyers don't just process transactions, we manage the strategy. With extensive experience in business sales and dispute resolution, we'll protect your interests from inception to settlement. Contact Morgan Mac Lawyers today for an obligation-free consultation. Sell, buy, business. morganmac.com.au.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Cloudy with a few showers around Brisbane today, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, 26 in Ipswich and 24 on the Bayside. Looking ahead, a shower or two tomorrow with the top of 25, rain to continue on Sunday 26 and partly cloudy on Monday, a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southerly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now it's 23 degrees at Zilmia. I'm Chloe Affleck with more news at 11:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
It's back to mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Yeah, welcome back to the program. It's 7 past 11. Thanks, Chloe, for the latest news. 133 882 if you want to have your say on anything we're talking about this morning here for a Mason. That's our 4BC open line. Escape your pricey telco. Visit amason.com and tell your pricey telco where to go. You can also send us a text 0499 880 882 and mornings at 4bc.com.au is where you send your email. Coming up.
For the stories that matter to Brisbane, stay right here. We're live, we're local. Brisbane's 4BC.
Real soon, we're going to do the Friday free-for-all where we look at some stuff that's happening around our great city over the weekend. And it's a long weekend. I forget about that. We'll be here just slogging it out on the radio Monday. But it is a long weekend. Labor long weekend. I forget about that. God, how bad are the roads going to be the Savo heading to both coasts? They're going to be crazy. So we'll have Friday free-for-all for you shortly. Carla will join me before midday today, and Sam Leckie, who's filling in for Paul Burt on Step Outside. We'll find out what the conditions are like before you head to the coast this weekend, whether it's worth having a surf or a dip or even a fish. We'll get that information to you with Sam just after 11:30 here on 4BC. Chrissy's been on the text, 0499 880 882. She says, "Oh, chubby cheeks." That's me. I thought you were a big softie, but I sent you a text when I was feeling very, very emotional about my husband being in hospital, but you didn't even acknowledge it. I was so disappointed, but I'm fine now. Chrissy, I didn't even know you sent a text. I'm really sorry. We're going to have a meeting about this after the show, Chrissy. I didn't see it, Chrissy. I hope he's all right. Apologies for not responding to it, but no, I certainly didn't see it. So, Chrissy, I hope hubby's okay, and I hope you're getting nude around the house again. Everyone's okay. I mean, that's what Chrissy does when the aircon powers out. Thank you, Ryan. Helen from Munrooban says, "I'd love to see you on Tipping Point. If you won, what would you do with the money?" Oh, Helen, that's a tricky question. I mean, the proper thing to say is I'd give it to a charity. And I'd love to help people out. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not in that. How much? If I win $3,000, it's not going to go. It's not going to. Am I saying something wrong here, Rye? Help me out. No, but you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to win. I better get on. You promised me, Todd. Thank you, anyway, Helen, for that. Good morning, Jason. I enjoyed the interview with Craig Laundy. I did too. I could talk to him about politics all day, every day. And I will when he's up. I think he's going to be up next week. Very pleased the family has bought the stations. Yeah, we are too, Kaz. But as I said before too, I've got to acknowledge Nine, our previous owners. They've given me a wonderful opportunity. Yeah, they're the ones to blame. And I'm very grateful for that. They've been very good to me. And I'm sure Tapped Media will be the same as well. And it won't make any difference to you. It'll be same as. We'll continue to deliver the best possible content we can for the people of Queensland and Brisbane. So it's just play on. But it's nice to work for a family company. And they're making all the right noises and saying all the right things, and they bought me cupcakes. So I'm in. I'm in. Morning, says Judy, I missed your chat with Craig Laundy. I'm so disappointed with Malcolm Turnbull. I thought he was intelligent and should be an asset to Australia, but he has and is proving to be a dismal disappointment, and sadly a lot of politicians. I'm with you on that, Judy. I was so excited when Turnbull became Prime Minister. And Craig Laundy speaks very highly of him. He knows a side to him maybe we didn't get to see. So, but yeah, I'm a little bit like you, Jude. And Paul wants to know, have you had your flu vaccination yet? Come on, be a man and accept your social responsibilities, Paul and Aspley. Paul, I won't. I won't do the flu vac. I don't think I need it. I'm such a rebel. I'm going to run a risk. I'm going to hang around sick people this year. No, I'm not going to do that. But I don't know. I'm not into flu vax. I'll take vaccinations for everything else. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. But I just think, at 55, I'm possibly strong enough to fight it off myself. I don't know. I'll probably regret that decision. It's normally the way it goes. And I'm not saying don't get vaxxed. Please don't even think I'm doing that. If you think that's the right thing for you, go and do it. Absolutely go and do it. I'm not saying don't. 11 past 11, let's get into this. Free for all Friday. I hate this. I mean, I don't hate the segment. I just really dislike that intro, guys. Can we please change it? Right, I'm ringing Craig. See if we get it changed. Let's do it. I do love the segment. You've got something going on in your world and you'd like to give it a shout out this weekend, I'd love to hear from you. 133 882. It's our Friday free for all. Mother's Day is on next Sunday, and it's good to be organised. You want to spoil mum? So why not head on down to the Mother's Day market at Portside Wharf? Do it in advance instead of grabbing some flowers from the servo. This is clever. This is very clever. Catherine is the Managing Director of the Market Folk, and she joins me now. Good morning, Catherine.
Hi, Jason. How are you?
Good. Very good, thank you. This is a good idea. Do it a week earlier so there's no excuse to forget Mother's Day.
get organised and even take mum for lunch while you're there shopping.
What, spoil it 2 weeks in a row? Come on.
Exactly, yes. Or she can choose her own presents. That's even better. As a mother myself, I would love it if my children did that.
Yes, wouldn't all mums? What sort of gifts and stores can we expect?
We have 20 beautiful curated stalls of handmade creative items. So we've got a mix of things from accessories, jewellery, candles, plants, beautiful handmade ceramics, and some fashion items as well. So there's lots for mum.
What about
the Portside Wharf Market?
Catherine, what about the classics? Soap on a rope, toilet roll covers, the dolls. Have you got any of those?
I think mum would really not be too keen on that. This is not your school P&C market. This is a high-end, beautiful, handmade, slow fashion kind of vibe.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put
definitely the kind of gift that mum wants to receive.
Right, okay. Well, I'm putting a line through tissue box covers as well then. No, they're not likely. And doilies are out.
Something like that.
Yeah, rightio. And as you mentioned, it's not just about the stalls. There's Pilates classes, pop-up baseball pitch, and Mother's Day special gelato. Hang on. How do we create a special gelato for Mother's Day?
Oh, look, that is not up my alley. I'm not the expert on that.
Right.
But I can promise you there will be something delicious at one of Portside Wharf's amazing dining destinations for sure. And it's such a beautiful setting on the river there. So you're bound to find something yummy to enjoy.
All right. What time is it happening? Where do we go?
Okay, so it's at Portside Wharf, which is 39 Hercules Street in Hamilton. The market is open from 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. Free entry, dog friendly. So welcome, everyone.
Sounds good. Take mum. You're right, though, Catherine. Get mum to pick her own present and then you don't get in trouble. How can you go wrong?
Totally.
Beautiful. Love it. Good luck with that.
Mum for lunch. Okay, thanks, Jason.
See ya, Catherine. There we go. A little bit disappointed there's no doilies, though. I mean, mum can always use a doily. Do mums still use doilies? I don't think so. Let's push for doilies to come back, should we, Rai? This sounds great. On Sunday, the Stones Corner precinct will be transformed for the Stones Corner Festival. Take mum here a week early as well. Tim Osborne is the state manager of the ALH Group. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Jason.
This is the 11th year running. Look, the question is this going to be bigger than previous years?
This will be a big one, Jason. Yeah, it's 11 years running, and it's got a huge lineup this year. Got some local acts, and then we top it off with the Rogue Traders at the end.
Rogue Traders?
School.
Nice.
Rogue Traders. Yeah, so that should be a ripper. They've played there before, and it was a huge turnout, so they're really looking forward to it this weekend.
What's her name? Is she going to be is she singing? What was the lead singer of the Rogue?
Yeah, Natalie Bassett.
Natalie, she's a publican herself, right?
Yeah, yeah, she is. Yeah, she loves the pubs and she gets heavily involved. We've also got a good lineup. Got the Super Disco Club, Giddy Up Strut, featuring Nashville Jukebox for a bit of country, Queen's Country line dancing.
I saw that.
To start off with.
I saw that.
Ripper.
Now, craft beers, food trucks, as you say, line dancing, live music, pop-up bars. And you know what I love about this too, mate? It's a free event. Everyone's welcome.
Yeah, that's it, mate. It's a free event, but if you want to donate anything on the way in, a gold coin donation or what have you, we've always had a really strong relationship over the 11 years with ND and me for motor neuron disease to support them, and they've been a great partner. And so if you want to throw a coin in, please feel free. And as you said, we've got some great food trucks. We've got Catch and Kiss Seafood. We've got Waffles. We got soft and frosty ice cream. Brazo Boys and Mr. Pulled, and we've also got our beautiful food from the hotel restaurant, Stones Corner Hotel. So, yeah, good lineup, mate. We're really looking forward to it. And we've also got some festivities for the kids. We've got Wildlife Unleashed with shows in the afternoon.
Beautiful, mate. Is it an event for the whole family?
It is, yeah.
Beauty.
Very family friendly. So, yep.
Beauty.
The whole any age group's welcome.
When and where?
Well, it's Stones Corner Hotel. From midday on Sunday, this Sunday, and goes up till 10 p.m. And, festivities kick off from 12 o'clock.
Perfect.
So come on down. It's a great event. Gets bigger and bigger every year. And, come on down and have a dance.
Good on you, Tim. Tim Osborne, the state manager of the ALH Group. Thanks for your time on 4BC Mornings, mate. Go well. Hope it's a good day.
Cheers, Jason. Have a good one.
Cheers. If you want to add an event, if you've got a community event coming up on a weekend soon and you want us to promote it, and we'll look at anything. Like, we'll give anything a try, by the way. Send us an email, mornings@4bc.com.au. Let us know when it's on. We'll get in touch and we'll give it a free plug for you with our Friday free-for-all. 18 past 11, this is 4BC Mornings.
If there's one secret to happiness in my life, it's taking care of the kindest creatures on earth. Sheep. I want you to meet my flock.
I saw a promotion for this yesterday. This looks incredible. The Sheep Detectives. Great reviews as well. And this Mother's Day, date Miss Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson in The Sheep Detectives, exclusively in cinemas in May. It's a witty new breed of mystery with Hugh Jackman. He's a shepherd who reads detective novels to his beloved sheep every night. Something goes on. And when something mysterious happens, the sheep realise they must become the detectives, of course. As they follow the clues and investigate human suspects, they prove that even sheep can be brilliant crime solvers. They're like the modern-day Agatha Christie. You know what I mean, Rai? No, you don't. Okay. Just trying to put a bit of sizzle on it. 133 882. If you want to give us a call now, you want a family pass to this? Brilliant. What a brilliant prize. This looks like a great movie. 133 882. Give us a call if you'd like that family pass right now. It's 19 past 11.
4BC Brisbane traffic. For deep heat, fast targeted pain relief from an iconic brand you know and trust. Deep Heat. Feel it work.
In North Lakes, there's a crash on Diamond Jubilee Way at Aurora Boulevard, and there's some debris in Clontarf on the Hornibrook Esplanade southbound, just near Elizabeth Avenue. Some emergency roadworks happening in Gaythorne on Herdcote Street at Pickering Street. Delays on the Centenary Highway inbound in Jindalee, the M1 northbound in Slacks Creek. It's slow on the Captain Cook Bridge into the city, and the Gateway Motorway northbound from Boondall up to the Bruce Highway. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Hey Queensland, I'm excited to be a part of Queensland Beer Co, along with my good mates Wally, JT and Cam. It's a beer that's genuinely Queensland owned and brewed. Our first release, the Original Mid, is a crisp 3.5% lager made for our climate and our lifestyle. Find it at your local BWS and Dan Murphy stores across Queensland. So next time you're grabbing a cold one, make it a QBC Midi, the real taste of Queensland. 18 plus, drink responsibly.
For years, the legendary Jamie Dunn was the voice of Seats Are Us. He wasn't just an icon, he was family.
Legendary Queensland 5'8", Darren Truck here. G'day, Jamie. Well, Dazza, this Seats Are Us ad is all yours. Go for it. Just be you. And Seats Are Us are taking it right up the middle, and there's a pass to seats for earth moving equipment and a beautiful offload.
Jamie, you're an Aussie legend, and we will miss the laughs. From our family to you.
When you book your holiday at big4.com.au, that go big feeling starts the moment you book. Browse, book and go big with Australia's best holiday parks from Big 4 and more.
Sleep apnea sufferers know that finding a comfortable CPAP mask is like finding a penguin in the desert. Until you've tried the magic of memory foam. The luxurious AirTouch N20 and F20 range feature the world's only uber-soft disposable memory foam cushions that generally conform to the shape of your face. Try it this month and score an extra 3 memory foam cushions for free. Experience ultimate luxury and more offers at a CPAP direct store or visit cpap.com.au.
Health insurance should fit your life. Great cover and support you can count on. Australian Unity's health insurance covers things like dental, optical and chiro, plus award-winning service. Get 8 weeks free hospital and extras cover. Go to australianunity.com.au. New members only. T's and C's and end dates apply.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk, or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with Ice Gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work. Available in supermarkets and pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. 22 past 11. Carlo Bignuska joining me shortly here in the studio. 133 882. I've got this family pass to give away to the Sheep Detectives for this Mother's Day. Let's go to Capalaba. Hello, Donna.
Hello, how are you?
Good. You know what? I feel weird. I think because I had a cupcake mid-show, I think the sugar's kicked in, Donna.
Too much sugar.
That's it. And I don't, you ask anyone here.
Go with that.
Donna, you ask anyone here. I'm probably,
Yeah.
you sound like you're up and about. I don't need sugar. Know what I mean?
I don't need it.
No, you don't sound like you do. Tell me if...
No, life.
No, we live off life, don't we?
We certainly do.
Hey, Donna, you've won this family pass, by the way, to the Sheep Detectives.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Thanks for listening. I just want... Who are you going to give the tickets to?
I'm going to take my mum and my grandchildren.
Oh, tell us about the grandkids.
My mum, the grandkids, they're 7, 5, and one's turning 3 in a couple of days.
Oh.
And they just love going to the movies. They're building up. And my mum just loves all the kids' movies that are coming out and have come out. She's been to just about every one of them.
So there'll be 3 generations of you.
Yes.
That is awesome. That is all. I love that. I love that. What a way to spend Mother's Day.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I believe in getting something that they actually need, and going to the movies is something she actually needs to get out of the house.
Yeah, good on you. Are you, by the way, just a side note, are you ever going to turn the corner? Because that indicator's still on.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
I was just wondering whether you're holding up traffic or not. That's all.
Oh, no. I do that when I'm driving.
Oh, don't you love that? So you're that one. Donna,
yeah.
Congratulations. Have a great weekend with your grandkids. Enjoy the long weekend. Thanks for listening to 4BC Mornings.
Thank you so much.
You are most welcome. This Mother's Day, don't miss Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson in The Sheep Detectives exclusively in cinema in May. It's a big day here at 4BC, not just because we are now under new ownership with Tapta Media, and of course you heard my chat with Craig Laundy earlier. By the way, a lot of people said they've missed that chat. How can they hear it? You can go to the 4BC app and you'll find the interview under 4BC Mornings. But it's also a big day for Gary Hargrave, our 4BC Drive host.
Drive with Gary Hargrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Mr Deputy Speaker, through the course of my address, I would like to tell you a little about me and what I hope to contribute to and achieve during my time here.
That's Gary Hargrave in Federal Parliament 30 years ago from today. His maiden speech. 4BC Drive is celebrating the Arvo. And we have one request for you. The team would love to hear from people who voted for Gary in the election and are happy to tell him why, and also those who refused to vote for Gary and why. Gary loves that. He loves that. So give us a call, 133 882, and leave your details, and the 4BC Drive team will be in touch with you this afternoon, 27 past 11. I'm just going to put it out there. When I talked about me interviewing the new boss, why were you laughing in the corner?
Because I was thinking in the back of my head, would you like a straw with that? Because you're sucking up to the new boss. That's all.
Wow.
Trying to get in the good books.
Well, you weren't at work in time to do it, so I had to do it.
That's not true.
You just wander in an hour before your show and Queen Bee over there.
Lies. That is awful. I am out in the community, just making sure that I get
community service. That's what it's called, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
No, you know why I did the interview?
No, I don't. Yeah.
No, because I wanted to talk about politics. I wanted to talk about the future plans, not for the radio company, right? No one cares about that. But what, as a company, well, first of all, why did you invest in radio? And the other thing is, what are your plans for investing in Queensland ahead of the 2032 games and beyond? That's what I wanted to find out.
I've already started that petition. Jason, I've already asked them to buy us a pub. I wanted to call it Arvo's. They haven't responded to my business plan just yet.
Because I reckon it's just written on a beer coaster.
Well, yeah, but that's some of the best ideas. And then that's in keeping with the spirit of, and I love this. This is a great, foray in diversification. They are an amazing entrepreneurial family that are
who
invested
needs the straw
in
now?
hospitality. But now they don't own. They've got on Noosa.
Yep.
They don't own a pub in Brisbane.
No.
Or Rockhampton.
No.
Actually, that Rocky pub, the name of it has come up for sale today.
Right.
Very iconic on the Fitzroy. Can someone...
We'll just wait for Carla to come back to us.
What's the
they
name
own
of it?
the Laundies, the family owned the farm in Byron.
Again, not in southeast Queensland.
Oh, it's as close as you'll get. I mean, you're the type that hangs out in Byron every weekend.
Unlikely. You would find me at Byron every weekend as many times as I would find you in Noosa.
Ugh.
There you go.
I can't say that anymore.
I know.
Can't, geez.
I know.
Hey, listen, what's coming up in your program today?
The Stradbroke season of racing kicks off. Winter Carnival racing here in Brisbane kicks off tomorrow.
This is why you're my favourite chick. You're talking about it, and I'm apparently the sports guy, and I haven't even mentioned it yet.
Well, you should. I'm so excited because Half Yours, which won the Melbourne Cup, is going to be up here. It's part of the carnival. Zach Purton, who is massive in Hong Kong, an amazing Australian jockey, is going to be here in a couple of weeks' time racing in our carnival. And you've got Knight's Choice,
right,
who won the Melbourne Cup, and Sunny Coast Trained is going to be also racing as part of this carnival. It's important. This city, this town, we have so many great things to offer, including this.
But you shouldn't whip horses, Carla.
I don't. Okay. You shouldn't whip me either, but sometimes I like it. I don't know where I was going with that. Speaking of riding horses, the Moreton Bay Rodeo is on tomorrow at the Redcliffe Showgrounds. We're going to chat to a cowboy. This is great. This is good. This is all good. It's all live. So that's awesome. We're going to have your long weekend weather forecast with Luke Bradnam. Panegyri Festival's coming up. They've got a whole month-long worth of events, so we'll catch up with them to find out what's going on. And, of course, to round off my last shift on air as I've just fired myself, will be music with Sean Sennett. And it's all going to have a horse theme.
Daryl Braithwaite. America, horse with no name.
There could be some surprises in there.
It's a horse-powered show this afternoon. Do you like that?
Thank you.
No worries. Carla, coming up after midday today on 4BC. Commuters are being warned of major trains disruptions from next week, of course, but after the public holiday. Chloe Affleck has more details.
Yeah, that's right. Nearly 300 train services will be wiped from Tuesday next week as ongoing industrial action with Queensland rail workers heats up. Peak hour services will be reduced from every 6 minutes to every 15. The Northern Territory government has issued alcohol restrictions in Alice Springs. It follows a night of violent riots outside a hospital where an angry crowd demanded police hand over a man suspected of killing a young girl. He's since been evacuated to Darwin. And a national campaign has relaunched today, providing free CPR training for parents. It follows a 20-year peak in Australia's drowning toll, which claimed 357 lives over the last year. In sport, the Matildas have announced they'll return to Australia in June for a 2-game series against Mexico in preparation for the World Cup. And Jason Georgia-Kondek will have more news at midday.
Who wants bugs like flies, mosquitoes, ants, fleas, cockroaches or dust mites hanging around their home? Not you, I'm sure. So the solution is to get yourself the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle. It'll repel all those pests and more. The active ingredient of Bug-Free is sourced from natural pyrethroids found in Tassie and covers a generous area of 150 square metres indoors and a 5.5 metre radius outdoors. Plus, just like so many Pestrol products, it's safe for people, pets and the environment. User-friendly, programmable and featuring a remote control for effortless operation, the Pestrol Premium Bug-Free Bundle comes with 2 Pestrol Premium dispensers and multiple refills for only $129. Purchase the Bug-Free Bundle by calling 1800 338888 now. That's 1800 338888 and use the code BUGFREE for this exclusive offer plus free delivery. Or visit pestrol.com.au. Pestrol, the leader in cutting-edge automatic insect control technology.
Every 4 minutes, one Australian suffers a heart attack or stroke. But knowing your risk is the first step to a healthier heart. That's why the Heart Foundation is encouraging you to get a heart health check this Heart Week. It's a simple 20-minute checkup with your GP. So book a heart health check today.
With a no deposit 4.99% mates rate, upgrade to a Ram 1500 Rebel today. That's a 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
It's Mother's Day at Binglee and there's hundreds of gift ideas for mums. Aren't there, Mum?
Nana isn't working in honour of Mother's Day.
Mum?
What Jasmine said.
We have special offers on beauty, hair care, face masks, massages.
Coffee machines you'll love. Blenders, stand mixers, air fryers, robot vacuums.
Mum?
Garment steamers, better than ironing.
I'm such a great son.
Is that true, Nana?
At Binglee, we've got gift ideas that'll leave your mum speechless.
Binglee, better living every day.
AussieBroadband.com.au/enterprise. Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with ice gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work.
Don't miss Ram Trucks 4.99% finance mates rate. Get a Ram 1500 Rebel with a 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
It's Mother's Day at Binglee and there's hundreds of gift ideas for mums. Aren't there, Mum?
Nana isn't working in honour of Mother's Day.
Mum?
What Jasmine said.
We have special offers on beauty, hair care, face masks, massages.
Coffee machines you'll love. Blenders, stand mixers, air fryers, robot vacuums.
Mum?
Garment steamers, better than ironing.
I'm such a great son.
Is that true, Nana?
At Binglee, we've got gift ideas that'll leave your mum speechless.
Binglee, better living every day.
O'Brien. Electrical licence 84362, QBCC 102782.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. It's 25 to 12. This is happening Monday.
Take a seat at 4BC Mornings Roundtable.
Yes, it's 4BC Mornings Roundtable. We're doing it with One Nation's Pauline Hanson. It's the first one. We've had 4BC listeners Tina and Astrid join us at a round table with some triangle sandwiches, and there was Pauline Hanson as well for a chat. Now, throughout the week, we've been playing sneak peeks of their conversation. They talked about manufacturing, health, immigration, and today I wanted to play you a little bit of what Pauline had to say when the topic of Queensland's ban on puberty blockers for children came up.
It's wrong. To me, it's child abuse. It is child abuse. You let these children make their decision after 18 years of age and make an informed decision. And a lot of these kids, there might be some issue there, but don't put it down to because they're saying, oh, well, I want to be a girl now or I want to be a boy. A lot of these kids there have issues because they want to be part of a group and they just, might make these decisions that are not the right decisions for them to be made at that time.
Tough thing. You'll get the whole chat next week here on 4BC Mornings. Just after 9 o'clock Monday, it's 4BC's Round Table with One Nation's Pauline Hanson. Now, the grandfather of Kumanjai little baby has called for peace after the 5-year-old's death sparked riots in Alice Springs. This is just sad. Absolute sad story. Kumanjai little baby vanished from a home at the Old Timers Town Camp near Alice Springs on Saturday night. And yesterday, after a 5-day search, a body was discovered by police at Todd Creek. Jefferson Lewis, the man accused of kidnapping and murdering Kumanjai little baby, presented himself to the Charles Creek camp, where he was reportedly knocked unconscious by a group of vigilantes. Yeah. Lewis was taken to Alice Springs Hospital where a crowd of around 400 people gathered, accusing police of protecting him and demanding he face payback. I'd imagine you'd have the same feeling. I know I would. Rocks, bottles and other projectiles were thrown at police and vehicles, and officers were forced to deploy tear gas to disperse the crowd. This morning, Kumonjai Little Baby's grandfather, Robin Granitz, released a statement in part. It says, "What has happened this week is not our way. Our children are precious. Of course, we are feeling angry and hurt at what has happened. This man has been caught thanks to community action, and we now must let justice take its course while we take the time to mourn Kumonjai Little Baby and support our family." He went on to say, "Now is not the time to be heroes on social media or make trouble." Very considerate words, considering the emotion that must be going through his blood. Jefferson Lewis has now been moved to Darwin over safety concerns, and NT Chief Minister Lee Fernern-Coro has just announced that there will be a ban on takeaway alcohol sales in Alice Springs today and limited takeaway sales on Saturday in the wake of the unrest. She looked like a beautiful little girl, didn't she? Such a sad, sad story. It's 21 to 12.
4BC Brisbane traffic. For deep heat, fast targeted pain relief from an iconic brand you know and trust. Deep heat. Feel it work.
In West End, there's a crash on Duncan Street at Carilpa Street, and there's also a crash in North Lakes on Diamond Jubilee Way at Aurora Boulevard. There's some tyre debris on the Gateway Motorway's southbound lanes just before Old Cleveland Road in Belmont, and some roadworks happening in Gaythorne on Herdcote Street at Pickering Street. Delays on the Centenary Highway inbound approaching the Jindalee Bridge, and the Gateway Motorway's heavy northbound from Boondall up onto the Bruce Highway. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre.
Don't miss Ram Trucks 4.99% finance mates rate. Get a Ram 1500 Rebel with a 4.99% mates rate from Ram Trucks Finance. Ends 30 June. Visit ramtrucks.com.au. T&Cs apply. 48-month term. Approved ABN applicants only.
It's Mother's Day at Bingley, and there's hundreds of gift ideas for mums. Aren't there, Mum?
Nana isn't working in honour of Mother's Day.
Mum?
What Jasmine said.
We have special offers on beauty, hair care, face masks, massages.
Coffee machines you'll love. Blenders, stand mixers, air fryers, robot vacuums.
Mum?
Garment steamers, better than ironing.
I'm such a great son.
Is that true, Nana?
At Bingley, we've got gift ideas that'll leave your mum speechless.
Bingley, better living every day.
Aussie Broadband is helping businesses right across the country stay connected and perform at their best. Their Aussie-based team delivers the reliability, speed and advanced IT solutions to some of Australia's largest organisations. No matter your industry, Aussie Broadband can equip your business with technology that's dependable, scalable and built to keep things running smoothly. That's business done different. broadband.com.au/enterprise.
Hey mums, if it's on your list, now's the time. Chemist Warehouse has your essentials for less this Mother's Day. There's Sukin Sensitive Scalp Care Shampoo, 500ml, only $9.99. Transform your greys with L'Oreal Paris Magic Retouch range, now $12.99. Nizoral Anti-Dandruff Treatment Shampoo, 2% 100ml is just $25.99. And for salon style at home, get the Lady Jane, $84.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Rising costs got you thinking about going electric? Hillcrest Hyundai has you covered. We've got EVs for every lifestyle, from the compact Insta to the versatile Kona Electric and the family-sized Alexio. With lower running costs, the latest in Hyundai tech, smart range and advanced battery tech, going electric has never been easier. Beat the pump price surge. Explore the Hillcrest Hyundai EV range today. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the program. 18 to 12, Sam Leck, who's filling in for Bertie, will join us shortly. We'll have a look at Step Outside. And no doubt a lot of people hitting the coast this weekend. The Goldie and the Sunshine Coast. We'll check out surf and water temps and fishing conditions for you as well. Time for a bit of housekeeping here at 4BC. As you know, it's an exciting time for us. We've now changed over to Tapped Media, and that means the 4BC app will also be transferring to Tap. We just want to do this as a heads up. So you might have some problems with the app over the next few days where you may get logged out. It's okay. Don't worry. It's not a scam and all that sort of stuff. You just follow the prompts, put in your details again, and you should be good to go after that. If you are having any issues, and Helen, we have noted yours, by the way, we're here to help. Head to the contact page on our website or request a callback at 1-800-TAPT, TAPTIN, or call 1-800-827-846. And if you haven't downloaded the 4BC app yet, do it. It's easier to do so. If you've got an iPhone, just go to the App Store. If you've got an Android, go to Google Play and take us any. Just plug it into your car and take us anywhere.
Even Jason Matthews on 4BC Morning Show knows there's no final way to stop the show. My bold, my bold, my bold. Talking about my bold, my bold.
How good is the production qualities of a show that's on air for 2 days a week, and yet I'm on every day and I get that rubbish for, what was the segment, Friday Free-for-All? It's horrible. Have you heard it, Sam?
Did you not sing it?
Yeah, it's horrible.
You signed up for it. You knew what was happening.
Yeah, I'm changing.
I don't understand what the problem is here.
I've got direct line of communication with the new owners. I'm getting this fixed.
I have nothing to do with that. I was very confused what was going on, to be honest.
What do you mean?
When that tune started, but figured out that you were talking to me.
Yeah, I am. Well, you're Birdie. Where is he? What junket is he on this weekend?
I actually don't know. I'll have to ask Harry, and I'll inform everybody at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning when I find out where Birdie is. But I assume he's on a boat somewhere where he's out of range.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Which would be why I am in the chair this Saturday and Sunday.
What we normally do, given it's a long weekend, Labor Day long weekend, a lot of people will be hitting the coast. God, won't the roads be great, the Savo?
I will be too. I double booked myself, so I'll be heading up and back between Cannon Hill and the Gold Coast, but it's going to be raining. Raining down there this weekend and up the coast as well.
Well, I'm just hoping to get home.
Weather.
I'm just hoping to get home.
Traffic
today.
will be good once we get out of here.
So what we do is we cover off on fishing, surfing. If you want to go to the beach and have a dip, what sort of water temp are we looking at?
Around 23, 24, so it's similar temperatures to out of the water, but it's going to be choppy with that rain coming in, and there's some winds coming up from the south. So both the Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast will be fairly choppy. Gold Coast a little bit less than the Sunshine Coast with the waves there. But in terms of fishing, it will be pretty good if you're staying around like the bays and nice
protected areas.
Protected areas out of the wind. But the water temperatures haven't quite dipped yet. I know, but it's not too far around the corner as we get towards winter.
They were 25 a couple of weeks ago.
Once it starts, it goes quickly, doesn't it?
Once it hits 23, I'm not in.
Well,
that's freezing.
I was just looking at the weather because I'm going to be down the Gold Coast this weekend.
What are you doing down
doing Step Outside, but going to watch the Titans and Raiders game at Seabus Super
Did you
Stadium
get free
on
tickets?
Saturday afternoon. No, well, my family are Raiders fans, so they'd love the new Tapped logo. But I double booked myself, and I'm heading down there to watch that. But it's 60% chance of rain and 24 degrees on Saturday.
And let's be honest, it's a pretty lousy game.
Oh, it might be okay. It's a bottom four clashes always turn out okay because the quality of the two teams evens up.
Okay.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, sure. All right, what's happening on the show this weekend?
We're travelling all around the world. We'll go up north to Mareeba, where next weekend they're gearing up, you'll love this, for the Great Wheelbarrow Race.
Love it.
Of Queensland. I've done a couple of days of manual labour in my life, basically where I get forced to do it by older uncles or my grandfather. And that's probably the only time in my life that I've used a wheelbarrow. But these people...
What have you done?
I
couldn't imagine you doing, mate.
I dug out a garden bed one time.
Can I just say, Sam's got very soft hands.
Except for...
when you shake his hand, he moisturises, clearly.
I don't know if I can say it. You know who else has really soft hands?
Who?
I shook his hand one time. Peter Dutton.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
No wonder he's not in
We're
a
getting
job.
into some weird areas
Yeah,
here. But the wheelbarrow race that's going to be going for, it's up north. It's next weekend, but they're
What's in the
going
wheelbarrow?
through all the preparations. I don't know. Well, that's what we're going to ask and figure out what's going in the wheelbarrow and why they're doing it. They raised $260,000 last year. It's for charity. So, that'll be awesome. A 3-day, 140-kilometre relay race, I guess, because it's a wheelbarrow. Relay race.
Nice slip.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to go to Nepal. So Oliver Foran, who we've been checking in with on Step Outside pretty periodically. Well, Bertie has. We caught up with him earlier this week because he, at the moment, is on Everest. So on his way to Everest Base Camp and then from there the top. So we caught up with him earlier in the week and we'll catch up with him to see how he's been going in his journey from sea level in India to the top of Mount Everest in 60 days. It's insane. Doing a bit of research, knowing I was chatting to Ollie, I looked at it and it's about 42 days, the average expedition to go from the bottom of Mount Everest to the summit.
Yeah.
This is not going from, it's 42 days on average to do that. He's going from sea level in a different country to the top of Mount Everest in 60 days. So we'll catch up with him.
I'm whinging because I've got to do a bit of gardening this weekend.
Yeah, well, imagine taking a wheelbarrow 140K or climbing Everest. Some pretty amazing feats that we'll be talking about. Ipswich Mayor Teresa Harding will be on tomorrow morning. The Planes, Trains and Autos Festival in Ipswich this weekend.
That's cool.
Yeah, Rylan Gray and Brodie Kostecki, so we can call them, I guess, inductee Ipswichians now that they're driving for DJR.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be there involved in plenty of stuff with all of the automotives that you could possibly imagine. The Ipswich Rail Museum and out at Ipswich Raceway and all across the city. They'll have plenty of stuff on this weekend.
Is the Ed Sheeran mural still there? Is it washed away with the rain?
I will ask her if it's still there or if they're going to do something else, if they're going to build the Matildas got, for coming fourth, they got a statue in Brisbane. So why wouldn't Ed Sheeran get a statue
Please
in
don't
Ipswich?
start me.
And also, this is an interesting one. Social media, we talk about social media a lot, but how it's affecting the way people interact with the outdoors. If you scroll through Instagram, there's always photos of someone on a beach, someone at the top of a mountain.
It's fake.
Someone doing a trek. But it's got impacts. It's got impacts on the environment and the way that people...
What do you mean?
People going off a track to go and get the perfect photo when they're not supposed to be in
where they fall off.
Or you get that, but you've also got people ruining the environment to get to a place where they can get the proper photo. Remember that bloke up in the far north in September last year that is an influencer jumping out of boats and wrestling crocodiles and injuring them? The people that are doing that sort of thing. So we're going to dig into that a little bit.
That's where you'd like a crocodile to do its stuff, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's good photo.
Start rolling. So we'll have a little talk about that and get into that as well.
Look at us wishing death upon influencers.
Pain.
All that and more. Oh, just pain.
Yeah.
Step outside. Sam Leckie filling in for Paul. But we don't even know where Bertie is. What a bludger.
We'll find out.
What an absolute bludger. That's Saturday. Are you doing both days?
Yep. Saturday and Sunday.
No rest for the wicked. 6 to 8 here on 4BC. Go well, Sam. 10 to 12. Well, just as we've been getting used to fuel prices starting to come down to a familiar price, Queensland's motorists are facing an imminent spike as Brent crude oil hits $126 a barrel. And it just happens to occur. Can't say happen twice, can you? Just as we get into a long weekend on the roads. The highest price point since the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. While a 32-cent fuel excise cut and easing demand has provided some relief throughout April, analysts warn that the extended blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, I didn't even know the Strait of Hormuz was a place until recently, and a major supply cut-off in the Middle East are creating unavoidable upward pressure. Don't worry, Albo's got this. He's got it. He'll fly somewhere and get us a day's worth. I don't know what people are panicking about. And we are dependent on imports, aren't we? Heavily. Experts suggest that international factors will soon override any local downward trends. As well as global tensions, domestic factors like the Viva refinery in Geelong operating under full capacity, are contributing to the squeeze, while Brisbane's average unleaded price recently dipped to $1.82.5. I've seen it cheaper, $1.78. Maybe you've seen it cheaper today. And $2.53.1 for diesel. Industry leaders expect prices to begin climbing within the next 1 to 2 weeks as part of the city's regular price cycle. Oh, look, it'll go up sooner than that. Comes down slower. Goes up quicker, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong has confirmed that China will resume working with Australian businesses on jet fuel supply following a brief export halt. Of course, Penny Wong flew there in a jet to get jet fuel. Heard of Teams, Penny? Makes sense, doesn't it? Good work. We'll keep you posted on this. Hopefully we can enjoy these slightly lower prices compared to what they were a week or two ago for the long weekend as we hit the roads. 8 to 12, not 1. Gee, don't panic. 8 to 12, 4BC mornings.
4BC Drives Wokey Pokey's our weekly roundup of everything which is wrong about those who think they're right.
The Wokey Pokey.
One of Britain's top universities, King's College London. Lecturers have been told to ignore poor English and focus on ideas instead, all in the name of, and get this for a classic Wokey Pokey phrase, embracing linguistic diversity. The Wokey Pokey. It's back on 4BC Drive this afternoon.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk, or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with ice gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work.
Mums, it's time to put yourself first. This Mother's Day, rush into Chemist Warehouse. You'll find Skin Republic Hyaluronic Acid and Collagen Face Mask only $5.39. Ego QV Ceramide Cleanser 1.25 kilogram or Moisturising Lotion 1.25 litre exclusive sizes $22.99 each. Slap on some Nivea Q10 SPF 50-day fluid 40ml just $22.69. And for the night, get Aven Derm Absolute Intensive Reshaping Anti-Aging Night Cream 40ml just $39.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Every journey starts with a choice, and at Parramatta Land Rover, we make that choice simple. The Parramatta Land Rover team knows the Land Rover range inside and out and can guide you with expertise and care. Whether you're exploring options, taking a test drive, or discovering what's possible, we make it effortless. Visit us at 14 to 16 Church Street, Parramatta, or book your personal experience at parramattalandrover.com.au.
Parramatta Land Rover. Start your journey today.
A help company wouldn't just protect your car, it would protect it no matter who's driving. From nervous L-platers, weekend road trippers, to visiting interstaters. Join Australia's most trusted insurance brand. Call us on 132 132. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Excesses may apply. Refer to your certificate of insurance. Cover is subject to standard underwriting guidelines and policy terms. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Audio advertising is more powerful than you think. Like you, almost a third of Australians stream their favourite radio stations. And the fact that you're listening right now in New South Wales on a cloudy morning proves just how tailored audio can grab your attention and boost campaign effectiveness. For advertising with that kind of power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Search Heartland Bank to get started.
Eligibility criteria and T&Cs apply.
Until midday, this is Mornings with Jason Matthews on Brisbane's 4BC.
We can't be done already, right? Can we? Chloe, my executive producer, just came in and said it's full moon today. Really? Do we? Is that a thing? Like, do we go crazy in a full moon? Like, I'm yet to see the evidence. I know a lot of people around the building have washed their hair. Is that related? Rye's washed her hair. Chloe's washed her hair. George has washed her hair. Braden even washed his hair. My whole team. Shiv, our boss, washed her hair. And I'm the only one who notices, by the way. Oh, Hayley, who does our social media, everyone's washed their hair. It must be the full moon. I just bloody wash mine every day. Anyway, moving on from that, Christian has sent me a text, says, Jason, I prefer to be attacked by a croc. They're quite lazy. They don't chew. Didn't their mothers have a discussion to them about chewing food? They could choke. Clearly not. You just wait until they lose their grip. But then they've probably rolled you, Christian, and drowned you in the meat. Isn't that their thing? And says, the pub in Rocky is the Criterion. Are they meant to be connected messages? The Criterion is one of the best hotels in Australia. Thanks, Christian. Have a good weekend. Cherie says, Jason, thanks to you and the team. We don't always agree, that's for sure, Cherie, but that's what's great. She goes on to say, I won't get fired. Thanks, Cherie. Was I going to get fired? I don't know. I won't get arrested either, she says. But that's her. Celebrate 100 years of Winnie the Pooh and eat more honey. Stay well. I love those little facts you throw in, Cherie. Thank you for that. Enjoy the long weekend. We will be back Monday morning, by the way. Oh, Jan, you are 100% right. The girls... Oh, this is George's mum. Well, George's mum would have the intel. By the way, thanks for those pastries you brought in yesterday, George's mum, Jan. She says they've all washed their hair because there's a new boss. Yeah, right. Why don't you make an effort every other day? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Thank you, Jan, for that. What else have we got? Victoria Park is just another landmark. Oh, we've read that message. Hey, listen, thanks for all your texts. Couldn't get to all of them today. Thank you for your phone calls as well. It's been a beaut morning. It is a new era here at 4BC. It's great to have you part of it. If you do have problems with the app, just keep listening to the programs and we will help you sort that out eventually. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted for you so don't stop listening to 4BC. Carla Bignuss comes in after 12. We've got Gary for the drive home from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Continuous core team on the air tonight for the Dolphins and the Storm from Suncorp. What a game that is going to be. Thanks to my team, Rye. All of them with fresh hair. Rye, Hayley, who else have we got? Chloe, Georgia, and even Braden. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back Monday, Labor Day, from 9 o'clock. We'll catch you then. Have a great weekend.
Beenleigh, Bracken Ridge, Bowen Hills, Boondall. 4BC is Brisbane. 4BC News.
In this bulletin, major crash investigation, alcohol restrictions in Alice Springs and more fuel secured. It's midday. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Kondek. A serious multi-vehicle crash in the Fraser region, which has injured 10 people, is under investigation. Chloe Affleck reports.
The collision occurred in Susan River last night after a Mitsubishi Lancer lost control and veered into oncoming traffic shortly after 6, swiping a Suzuki Swift before colliding with the Kona. A Volkswagen Polo travelling behind the Kona also became involved. 10 patients required medical treatment, with 2 teenage girls both airlifted to hospital with life-threatening injuries. 8 others were also transported in varying conditions. Police are now probing the circumstances leading up to the crash and why a 14-year-old boy was behind the wheel of the out-of-control car. Chloe Affleck reporting.
Train services across the state will be cut dramatically next week due to ongoing wage disputes. Lachlan Gray explains.
From Tuesday, May 5, regular services will turn to a Saturday timetable with more than 250 trains to be wiped from the schedule. Trains will only run every 30 minutes outside of peak hour service, which in turn will reduce from every 6 minutes to every 15 minutes. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services to 80% due to a significant maintenance backlog. The state government blaming strike action and calling unions to come back to the table over wage negotiations. More than 800 notices for industrial action have been launched against Queensland Rail, who in response have notified 490 employees that they will not be paid unless they return to work. It casts a dark cloud over the network's capacity to transport fans to and from NRL's Magic Round in 3 weeks' time. In Brisbane, Lachlan Gray.
The Prime Minister says the death of a little girl in Alice Springs is heartbreaking and is calling for calm in the community. Hundreds of protesters rioted outside the local hospital where a man accused of killing the 5-year-old was being treated. The Northern Territory government has now imposed a temporary alcohol ban. Anthony Albanese says he understands many people are hurting.
But we certainly understand people's anger and frustration, and that was expressed. But we want the community to come together.
The Albanese government has secured more fuel stock as part of a deal with Asian countries. Federal Politics Editor Michael Packy.
Foreign Minister Penny Wong has wrapped up a week-long diplomatic visit to Japan, China and South Korea to shore up fuel supplies. Another 100 million litres of jet fuel and 50 million litres of diesel are bound for Australia. The shipments will arrive in Brisbane, Darwin and Perth. Senator Wong says it's in everyone's interest to make sure fuel keeps flowing.
To continue to provide both LNG exports but also other commodities to Korea and to the region.
The federal government is also in early talks with the United States, France and the UK to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We would be part of a maritime freedom coalition, but Australia's exact role is still unknown at this stage. Michael Packy reporting.
Sydney publican Arthur Laundy has officially entered the media landscape with his family company, taking control of Australia's leading talk radio network. The newly formed Tab Media Group now operates Brisbane's 4BC and sister stations 2GB, 3AW and 6PR. The Laundy family office bought the radio network from Nine for $56 million in January. Mr. Laundy says he sees talk radio like an extension of his life, connecting with people in pubs.
That's my life. My life has been as a publican. I had my first hotel at 21 years of age.
New analysis shows 3 in 4 Australians may have a higher risk of developing heart disease due to their heart being older than their actual age. The survey of 1.6 million adults found just 13% had a heart age that matched their biological age. The Heart Foundation's Natalie Rafal says those with poorer lifestyle choices were at higher risk of cardiovascular harm.
Their blood pressure, their cholesterol, whether they have diabetes or whether they smoke, and even whether they have a family history of heart disease.
The latest Cotality data shows Brisbane's home prices increased by approximately $14,000 in April. While the market has cooled since its November peak, higher listing numbers and lower clearance rates have become the trend. Research Director Tim Lawless says although stock levels are rising, buyers still face a limited selection.
We're definitely trending higher. So I think for buyers, they might not feel quite as much urgency as what they have been over the past couple of years. But still, with stock levels as low as what they are, I think vendors still have the upper hand.
And beachgoers are being urged to take extra care in the surf this long weekend, with statistics showing swimmers are 2 times more likely to be involved in a rescue or drowning over a public holiday. Surf Life Saving Queensland volunteers will conduct their final patrols of the season as the cooler weather settles in. To finance, the All Ordinaries are up 83 points at $8,971. Gold is trading at $4,620 an ounce, and $1 Australian dollar buying 72 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
The Broncos are out to clip the high-flying Roosters in tomorrow night's blockbuster. Brisbane head to Sydney with reinforcements in Reece Walsh and Pat Carrigan. Coach Michael Maguire says they're up for the challenge.
Another good test for us, another good opportunity. Obviously, we had a couple of boys back in Paddy and Reece, which is great. But also, too, the boys over the last couple of weeks have really shown what all the work they've been doing in the background can do for you, which has been great.
Round 9 kicks off tonight with the Bulldogs hosting the Cowboys before the Dolphins welcome the Storm to Suncorp Stadium. Lions coach Chris Fagan is backing Cody Curtin to play his style on debut. The 2-metre rookie was tipped to start the season before injury ruled him out of opening round. Fagan says he's earned his chance against the Bombers on Saturday.
He's a 200-centimetre competitor, big body, halves contests and puts pressure on, so we don't expect the world from him, but as long as he makes the contest and plays to his strengths, he'll help our team.
And Aussie golfer Min Woo Lee has wrapped up round 1 of the PGA Tour event in Miami, 6 shots off the pace at 2 under. It's 12:07. That's News and Sport.
Can't get enough sport? The Wide World of Sports Update podcast delivers the latest scores and match results in a 5-minute snapshot. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Broken down on the motorway? Out of fuel? If you get into trouble on a transurban road, don't stress. Our traffic control rooms have eyes on the road 24/7. If you break down, don't panic. Stay in your car and turn on your hazard lights. Our traffic control room operators will see you and send one of our incident response crews to help you get back on your way quickly and safely. At Transurban, we're making every journey a safe one. Transurban, operator of Link.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
There's a crash on Diamond Jubilee Way at Aurora Boulevard in North Lakes with heavy delays on the approach, and a southbound crash on the Gateway Motorway in Belmont with delays back to Tingapa, while northbound the Gateway is on the brakes from Boondall to Bald Hills. Mount Gravatt Capalba Road has a westbound crash towards Logan Road in Upper Mount Gravatt with minor delays. A crash on Duncan Street at Carilpa Street in West End is cleared, and a Pacific Motorway under speed northbound through Slacks Creek. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Conditions apply.
4BC Weather. Want a better forecast for your business? Put your brand right here. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Partly cloudy across Brisbane today with a high chance of showers, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, the same on the Bayside and 26 in Ipswich. Getting down to 19 degrees overnight, a rainy weekend ahead with a high chance of showers tomorrow and a top of 25. Sunday, chance of showers with a top of 26 and partly cloudy on Monday. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds up to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now it's 24 degrees at Redcliffe. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 12:30 on 4BC.
This is how we do it.
And now on Brisbane's 4BC, this is Afternoons with Carla Binyaska.
Welcome along to the Afternoons program here at 4BC in Brisbane. 4RO in Rockhampton, TGIF. The weekend is here, the start of the weekend. Well, just take an early mark. I'll give you a note. Just come round here to the 4BC studios and I'll write a note for you. And it's a long weekend as well. For some of us, we'll be here on Monday though. That's fine. Because we don't have a union. And we also love our job. What a privilege. Big show coming up today. There's a bit of a theme running through today's show. It just happened that way. So we're leaning into it. It's all about big festivals and we're also celebrating horses. So kicking us off, Brisbane's biggest and best street party, Paniyuri Greek Festival, is turning 50. Can you believe it? To celebrate, they've got a month-long worth of activities. Of course, Paniyuri Festival will be happening on the 23rd and 24th of May. But they've got this amazing long table dinner scheduled. They're going to close down the Goodwill Bridge and it'll be a feast. You know it'll be a feast. The Greeks do it the best. Down the middle of the Goodwill Bridge, they're going to close that down. They've got some very important guests that will be going along. So listen out. We're going to be joined by Freda Velasakis, who's going to talk all things Paniyuri. She's also the very first female President and Chair of the Greek Orthodox Church of St. George in Brisbane. So Freda will be along in the 2 o'clock hour. Brisbane's biggest racing carnival is back and bigger than ever. It kicks off tomorrow. World-class horses, superstar jockeys, 7 huge race days at Eagle Farm and Doomben. So the BRC, Brisbane Racing Club CEO Carl De Croo is going to join us to preview what could be the most exciting Stradbroke season in the event's history. Speaking of horses, dust off the boots, Brisbane, because rodeo fever is about to hit southeast Queensland in a big way. Bart Hamilton from the National Rodeo Company is going to join us to talk bucking bulls, cowboy chaos, and why Moreton Bay Rodeo could be the wildest family day out this weekend. So there's a rodeo on in Moreton Bay tomorrow. There's the footy on tonight. There's so many. There's the surfing going down on the Gold Coast. Monday's a public holiday. Let's get out and enjoy the weekend, although it's a little soggy. So we'll have a chat to Luke Bradnam to see how long this rain's going to last, when it's going to clear out, if we can actually enjoy at least one of the days of the weekend. And Sean Sennett will be along. He's our resident music guru, and he joins us every Friday for Rewind, the music that changed our lives. And I think we're going to lean into it. It's going to have a horses theme today. So songs celebrating horses. You can have your say on anything we'll be speaking about as well. The open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. The text line 0499 880 882. And email us afternoons@4bc.com.au. Of course, you can download the 4BC app via the iStore or Google Play Store. You can get the latest information and news and highlights from all of the shows, from Dean and Sophie in Breakfast, Jason in Mornings, myself, Gary Hardgrave in Drive. Just go in there and search 4BC. It's very easy. If you're already downloaded and you're finding yourself logged out or whatever, it's because we've got new owners. Look sharp, people. It's day one. We're Tapped Media now. We're part of that network, which is very exciting. What it means for you if you've got the app is that you've probably been logged out. Just log back in again, follow the prompts. We can help you along. I'll give you some info on that a little later on as well. Straight off the mark, first cab off the rank on the text line 0499 880 882 is Nicholas. Hello, Nicholas in Rothwell. He says, pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. It is May. I love your show so very much. Nicholas, I hope you're feeling better. I know you were feeling a bit poorly earlier this week. But also, are you allowed to say pinch and the punch the first of the month after midday? I just did twice, but I'm not sure if that's the convention. I don't know. Does anyone know? Can I say pinch and the punch the first of the month after midday? Or is it like the April Fool's Day thing? You can't do it after midday. If you can shed any light on this, 133 882 is the open line number. Or, of course, you can text 0499 880 882.
From 5:30 at 9, at midday and on your way home from 3. We're live, we're local. We're Brisbane's 4BC.
I think that there is plenty of bad news going around. There's plenty of awful, heartbreaking stories. But let's focus on the good news for now.
Good news, everyone.
That's brilliant.
That's good to hear. No negative thoughts.
And now on 4BC.
Just positive energy.
Good news, everyone.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
All right, share with us. Have you had a small win today? Share with us your good news. I want to know about your good news. You can email us afternoons@4bc.com.au. Of course, just joining the conversation. Just tell me all about it. What are your plans for the weekend? 133 882 is a 4BC open line thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. To kick us off today, I think this is not just good news, it's great news. It's a long weekend. It's a 3-day weekend because Labor Day is happening on Monday. It's also May the 4th be with you, which I love. It's Star Wars Day on Monday. But if you haven't packed the car for a cheeky getaway, the good news is that Brisbane is absolutely packed with things to do. So for sports fans, tonight, of course, you've got the Dolphins taking on the Storm at Suncorp, followed by the Reds taking on the Brumbies tomorrow night at Suncorp. If you're looking for a free day out, Stone's Corner Festival is on this Sunday with food trucks, and they've got local market stores, and also the Rogue Traders, I believe, are performing live there. So the Rogue Traders is headed up by Nat Bassingthwaite, who we spoke to just recently. She was in Shirley Valentine, the play, which was incredible. The end of last year, I think that was. But she's the lead singer of Rogue Traders and is amazing. They're performing live on Sunday at Stone's Corner Festival. Of course, Monday is a massive Labor Day family fun day at the R&A Showgrounds. It's got free rides and food and music for the kids. Tomorrow we've got Stradbroke season kicking off at Eagle Farm. We'll talk about that later on. You've got the rodeos in town at Moreton Bay. So whatever you've got to do, maybe you're just going to finally get to that. For me, there's these boxes in my laundry, sort of at the bottom of my linen cupboard, that have just been sitting there for so long, and I just found, disgustingly, a cockroach nest in one of the boxes. It's been that long since I've gone through it. So you know what? I'm going to go through it. I'm going to throw that stuff out. The things that I've been put into the too hard basket, I'm going to get to it this weekend. It's going to be productive for me. There's also my birthday tomorrow, which, you know, you can send gifts via email afternoons@4bc.com.au. No, I don't know. It's a surprise. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, my family are working on some sort of surprise. I think the surprise to me will be that there hasn't actually been anything organised. I might get a cake if I'm lucky. But that's fine. It's a great weekend. If you've got some news you want to share with us, a DIY project you've been putting off, perhaps you got a rockstar park at the shops last night, or you're just thrilled that you don't need to turn your alarm on for Monday morning, give us a call, 133 882. Of course, you can text 0499 880 882.
Foxtel's winning deal. Get AFL and NRL live in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel Originals and HBO Max for $69 a month on a 12-month plan.
More New South Wales drivers choose NRMA car insurance because they trust us to help. From moving days to school runs to holidays or wherever the road takes you. Join Australia's most trusted insurance brand. Call us on 132 132. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
We used to mix things in the kitchen with a whisk, dig trenches with a shovel, even changing the sheets by wrestling a mattress. Honestly, who thought that was a good idea? There are easier ways to do things now. BedEasy is the latest Aussie invention to help. When we change the sheets today, we just push a button. BedEasy lifts the mattress for us. Have a look at bedezy.com.au.
It's hard to imagine Seats Are Us without the wit and warmth of my mate Jamie Dunn.
Supercoach Wayne Bennett for Seats Are Us. I had the top seat at the Broncos, lit the fire in the St George Dragons' nose. I sat on Neptune's throne at the Dolphins, and now I'm at the Rabbitohs.
And Wayne, if things don't improve soon, you'll be taking home the wooden stomach.
He was a true original who kept us smiling. Jamie, you'll always have the best seat in the house at Seats Are Us.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk, or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with Ice Gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work. Available in supermarkets and pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
4BC Afternoons. Life's unpredictable. For wills, estates, aged care and family law, trust Atwood Marshall Lawyers. Protecting what matters most. Visit atwoodmarshall.com.au.
Welcome back to the Afternoons program here at 4BC Brisbane and 4RO in Rockhampton. Please join the conversation if you've got some good news you'd like to share with us. I'd love to have you on board. 4BC open line thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 882. Chrissy from Inala is called. Hello, Chrissy.
Hello, Carla. Look, thank you for your kind message the other day about my husband being in hospital.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't feeling well. Is he good?
Yes, well, he's good, but he's a whinger and a whiner, and I'm a terrible nurse. I'm a terrible nurse, and I'll admit it. I'm not patient enough, you know. Like,
yeah, sure. But also, Chrissy, he's
women are like. We just get on with it.
I was going to say he's out. He's in the clear now. He's out of hospital. I know things were not looking good for him, and it's great. I'm so pleased to hear that he's on the mend. But now, is he just milking it now, Chrissy?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I think he is. You know, I'm doing the give me, fetch me, and then when I do something, I'm not doing it right, and so I tell him to, you know, what off and
sure.
Yeah. But look, I want you to have a wonderful birthday.
Oh, thank you.
You are such a lovely, kind-hearted person.
Oh.
And everyone just loves Carla.
Oh, stop it, Chrissy. Keep going. Say more about me.
No, you do. You're a lovely person.
No, I love that. I love that you. I love that you share, and I love that that you give us updates on what's going on, and that's important. You know, we're here. We're part of the community. I can't give you any advice, because I'm a bit like you too, Chrissy. I'm just like, get on with it. I'm glad you're well.
We're different. We're different with our kids, but.
Oh yeah, I know.
I was different with my son, but you know what men are like. They just milk it for everything. You know, like they've never had a baby, and it's just terrible.
The worst part of this, Chrissy, is I have had the one baby, but don't tell my other half this, but like it genuinely, I was fine with it. I don't know whether it's because we, like you said, we just get on with it. But I'm really lucky, and I'm fully grateful, and I fully appreciate the difficulties that mums can have when having babies. But I was super lucky. Everything went to plan, and I didn't even get weird cravings or nothing. It's just now I've had it 3 years later. I just keep eating everything.
I was too, Carla. I was too. I reckon it was the healthiest I ever was.
Yeah.
When I was pregnant. Yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
But can you imagine a man going through it?
Well, no, because I also don't know about the whole childbirth aspect thing too, the actual birthing. So, Chrissy, thank you. I'm so pleased that the old bloke's doing well, and thank you for calling and sharing.
Yeah, and I hope to hear all about your birthday on Monday or Tuesday. Do you have Monday off?
No, we're working Monday. We're here. We'll be here.
Is Sophie and that having Monday off?
No, I don't think so. I think we're all on board. I think we're all here.
Hopefully.
We'll all be here.
The king and queen might be, they might have privilege.
It's not the king or the queen's public birthday holiday. It's Labor Day. Chrissy, I will say this. Last year, I remember my birthday fell on the election night. And, yes, and my little one had sort of just started eating solids, sort of not really. He was eating solids for a while, but he'd never had much cake. And my husband bought me a birthday cake that had like bright hot pink fuchsia icing and piped, like happy birthday at the front. So then he decided, the little one, we all had cake. And then because obviously his system is not used to it, and stupidly, Chrissy, I decided that I would coincide a bit of toilet training at the same time, took off his nappy a little prematurely, and as I'm leaving to come to work that night, because it's all hands on deck with the election, Elio decided to pro-heart the carpet with the bright pink fuchsia, in his tummy. Oh, Mr. Hart, what a mess. It was awful. That carpet had to be burned. There was nothing we could do with it. So that carpet's been dragged away for landfill, for incineration, and there's no more hot pink icing.
Yeah.
No more.
Funny how they projectile vomit.
Well, it wasn't
just like
it wasn't vomit from his mouth, I'll tell you that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And it was still pink.
Yeah. Yes,
That's
Chrissy.
Funny, Carla. That's funny.
Yeah, gross. So hopefully there will be no cleaning up on my birthday this year. There's certainly no cleanup of a federal election mess to mop up after either. We're just dealing with that now. But Chrissy, I appreciate the call. You have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye, Carla.
All right, Chrissy, share. See, that's the good news that we want. It was a little bit of an uppercut to the other half. He's not coping so well, adjusting to normal life after a stint in hospital, but that's not someone anyone really wants. Russ, my daily dose of Russ, has texted in 0499 880 882. Russ, why do you have to keep reminding me of this? Russ writes, Carla, a lot of people are born in May because it's 9 months after Father's Day. Russ, you know what it's like when you're just now, I have a visual in my head of my parents, and that's therapy is involved in that, Russ. But thank you for the reminder. I do appreciate that. I don't know. I think Father's Day, certainly in Thailand, is a different day. In Italy, Dad's the Italian half of my heritage. Mum's the Thai half. I don't know when Father's Day is in Italy. I'd say every day. Cozzy has texted in as well. Happy birthday, Carla Binge. Doesn't quite get my surname. You're right, Cozzy. I don't quite understand my surname either. Happy birthday, Carla. Wishing you a super Saturday and many more. Thank you, Cozzy from North Lakes. I appreciate that. I'm the one. I know I'm fishing for happy birthdays, but I don't know. I love having a birthday. It's one of those weird things. Mick has also texted in. Hi, Carla. I'm an old fella who walks 16 kilometres a day. Shop, walk home, and time to come home. Oh, with you. Happy birthday, champ. Thanks, Mick. Mick's in Victoria. 16 kilometres. That's a round trip, isn't it, Mick? You walk to the shops and back again, and that loop is 16 Ks. That's one way to get your steps up. That's very impressive, Mick. And I hope I keep you motivated enough to keep walking. Maybe some days even get you into a run. I know, because you've got your shopping bags in. That's a bit silly. I need to do more of that. Sometimes I can get really lazy, and I haven't been listening to Albo's message, have I? Cut down on unnecessary short trips, walk if you can because of the fuel crisis, blah, blah, blah. Apparently 16 kilometres is about 22,000 steps a day. Jake is on the case of saying Mick must have pistons for calves. 22,000 steps, that's more than double the not recommended, but more than the average steps that you should take. But, the more the merrier, of course, obviously. And you must have a good ticker, Mick. Well done to you. I don't think it's a public holiday on Monday in Victoria. I think this is Queensland that observes Labor Day and maybe South Australia. Who cares? Only Queensland matters. Apart from you in Victoria, Mick. Only you, Mick, though. The long weekend is kicking off, of course, this weekend. Oh, I'm getting a note here. Pinch and the Punch first day of the month is a British folklore tradition, of course, because Nicholas just texted in before saying Pinch and the Punch first day of the month. And my question was, is it okay to say it after midday? So apparently it's a British folklore tradition often followed by White Rabbit's No Returns. What? I used to say white rabbits around a campfire when smoke would go in our eyes. I never quite understood why we said that, but I said it anyway. White Rabbit's No Returns, designed to bring good luck for the new month. Traditionally said before midday on the 1st, it stems from older beliefs where pinching and throwing salt weakened witches and punching banished them. I was wondering why everyone was throwing condiments at me today. Jake is on the case. You got something to add?
Well, people were throwing things at you to celebrate your birthday. But traditionally for me, if someone tried to give me the pinch and the punch after midday, I'd hit them back with a slap and a kick for being so quick.
Yeah, right. That seems a little aggressive. And I think that was just made up again because it rhymed. I'm not 100% sure. But, okay, so that's the thing. We're not allowed to say pinch and the punch after midday. So that's it. Sorry, Nicholas. I've said it once. I'm done now. I can't say it anymore. Because otherwise, another one is a flick in the eye for being so sly. Again, very aggressive. Just for someone who was trying to banish witches and wish good fortune on you for the month ahead. A very aggressive reply. But, okay, no more of that. It's the 1st of May. We're into new beginnings. Right, let's go to the newsroom now. The partner of former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has since been seen since his home was raided yesterday. You've got all the details there, Georgia Condek.
Yeah, good afternoon, Carla. Dr. Reza Abdib has been seen leaving his Brisbane home and driving towards the Gold Coast. Now, his apartment on the Gold Coast was declared a crime scene yesterday by police amid a bombshell investigation. The Prime Minister is adding his voice to calls for calm as the Northern Territory community grieves the death of a 5-year-old girl. A riot broke out outside Alice Springs Hospital with a crowd demanding police hand over the man arrested over his alleged involvement in the girl's abduction and death. Train services across the state will be cut dramatically next week due to ongoing wage disputes. From Tuesday, regular services will turn to Saturday timetable, with more than 250 train services to be wiped from the schedule. And the Albanese government has secured more fuel stock as part of a deal with Asian countries. In sport, the Matildas have announced they'll return to Australia in June for a 2-game series against Mexico in preparation for the World Cup. And Carla, I'll have more news at 1.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
A crash on Diamond Jubilee Way at Aurora Boulevard in North Lakes is now cleared with minor delays, and a southbound crash on the Gateway motorway in Belmont. It's now a car on the shoulder. Traffic slowing on the approach there, while northbound the Gateway is on the brakes from Boondall to Bald Hills. A westbound crash on Mount Gravatt Capalaba Road towards Logan Road in Upper Mount Gravatt is now cleared. Pacific Motorway underspeed northbound through Slakes Creek, and Gippy Arterial Roads on the brakes northbound through Bald Hills. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
When it comes to planning a funeral, the thought of wading your way through the internet for information can be pretty frustrating. A single call to an experienced funeral director at Alex Gow Funerals can answer all your questions and guide you in the right direction. It's quick, simple, and there are no obligations, just honest answers to your questions. Whether your need is immediate or you're planning for the future, just call Alex Gow Funerals on 3851 7800.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Be Norman now. Conditions apply.
Who can fix the shower?
Service today.
Who can fix the power?
Service today.
Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today. From emergency plumbing to electrical and heating and cooling, no matter what size job you need, at Service Today, the answer will always be yes, we can. It's Service Today guaranteed, or it's free. Can you fix the shower? Yes, we can. Can you fix the power? Yes, we can. Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today. Look out for our bright yellow trucks.
4BC Afternoons. Life's unpredictable for wills, estates, aged care and family law. Trust Atwood Marshall Lawyers. Protecting what matters most. Visit atwoodmarshall.com.au.
Welcome back. Thank God it's Friday, is it not? Welcome back to the afternoon's program. 4BC, Brisbane, 4RO in Rockhampton. Friday, which means it's the weekend. Very close as Brisbane's biggest racing carnival gets ready to thunder into life. The Stradbroke season is bigger than ever in 2026, stretching across 7 huge race days, all of Queensland's Group 1 action and drawing more than 35,000 racegoers through the gates. It's Guineas Day tomorrow. Then you've got Stradbroke Day, the Doomben 10,000, Tattersall's Tiara. It's shaping up not just as a racing carnival, but one of the state's biggest sporting and social events of the year. Joining us now is Brisbane Racing Carnival CEO Carl de Croo. Carl, thank you so much for joining us on Afternoons.
Carla, lovely to speak to you, and I could not be more excited to see the sun shining over Eagle Farm as we speak. Obviously been a bit of a wet and drizzly sort of week, but the forecast is looking better. And all is in place for what is the opening day of our Stradbroke season with Ticketmaster Guineas Day tomorrow. So really looking forward to what will be a great day tomorrow, and then obviously a huge carnival over the next 2 months.
And the thing, Carl, is when something is being touted as being the biggest in the carnival's history, that's a lot of pressure to deliver. What can we expect for such a landmark year from Brisbane Racing?
Yeah, we've really put ourselves under the gun, haven't we? But no, look, we're very fortunate, Carla, that this is a carnival that continues to grow year after year. We're very fortunate, particularly from the racing aspect. It's really become now the place to be. It's the focal point for the national industry over the next 2 months. And the great benefit of that is while we race 8 Group 1 races, which is the pinnacle of racing, and horses compete for over $22 million in prize money just in the Brisbane component of the Queensland Winter Racing Carnival. Sure, that's all great, but what really we do is set the platform of you need to have your horse in Queensland in winter. You see the track record over the last decade or more. The horses that go on to win Melbourne Cups and Cox Plates and Everests and alike all have a common theme, is that generally they come They have a race or two in the Queensland sun. During the winter, they often spell here then, and then they are ready to roll for those really big majors during the spring carnivals in Sydney and Melbourne. So that's a great benefit for us. We don't need to do too much marketing to get the biggest trainers in the land, the Chris Wallers and the Gay Waterhouses and the Kieran Mars. They all want to be here during our carnival. Our biggest headache is where to fit all their horses, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's a great benefit to us. And, the other great benefit for Queensland and the Southeast Queensland economy is that they all want to bring their owners as well. So there really is that, this great emphasis of a lot of people rolling into town, and our job is to put the show on for them. And I'm really comfortable that the team have done a great job of pulling together a great carnival, not just from the racing perspective, but obviously to showcase everything that's great about Queensland at this time of year as well, in terms of food and entertainment and just coming along and having a great time and in touch with great Queensland sunshine.
Well, this is the thing. There's so much on offer. It is a major boost to tourism here and the Queensland economy, and it's beyond the track as well. I noted again that last year was such a huge success. You've got Magic Round coinciding with the Doomben 10,000 Day. Are you expecting that sort of rugby league racing crossover to become part, a signature part of the season from here on in? Because last year was a massive success.
Yeah, we're really excited about that, Carla, and we're seeing that that's been a great opportunity for us. And, our role isn't to compete with what else is happening in town. It's really to complement and working together. And I'm really proud of the offering that we're putting forward on Doomben 10,000 Day, which, as you say, correlates with Magic Round. Now, Carla, I love the NRL as much as nearly anyone, but I don't need to watch 8 games. So what a great opportunity if you're coming into town to get along to Doomben. The Doomben 10,000 is a proven world-ranked race now. We've seen numerous winners of the Everest come through that race. It is really world-class racing. And what we do on that day, we partner with our good friends at 4X for the 4X sideline suite. And we actually encourage people on that day, don't worry about bringing the suit. Wear your footy gear. Wear your supporter gear on the day.
How
Come
good.
Into that sideline suite. We put on a great package there. And then, sure, get on the train, get on the bus and get to Suncorp for game 2. But we'll have big screens showing the footy and really lean into everything that's great around that weekend, which is obviously sets the whole town alight.
I get that, Carl, this is the challenge, right? You've got racing, which I love the institution, I love the sport, I love the social aspect of it. But then, you have that challenge of, how do you appeal to a younger market, or how do you get young people to embrace racing and get involved in it? And this is one of those great moments where you can do that. But I would hate to see things like fashion, in particular, fashion on the field, those sorts of events, and just I love the idea of being able to dress up and have a real, day out of it, go to the wayside, even though I love the idea of turning up in my footy jersey.
You certainly don't need to give up on the dream of fashion, though, Carla. That's the beauty. We are a broad church here at the Brisbane Racing Club, and I think that's what I love about it, is that we can offer that all in the one day. We can have absolute, wear your top hat if you like, like it's and there is those offerings across track as well. So, but I think even more reason though to say what are the different offerings that appeal to the different demographics across the day, and we have such an immense amount of space and an opportunity to be able to do that all in the one place. And I think that's really where our focus is. But don't get me wrong, we still have the fashions on the field, and even on this Saturday, I know we've got a Milner's market on course, and really is a great opportunity. I know we've got a number of exhibitors coming along on Saturday, and we've got fashions on the field running across 3 of the key days of Carnival, and there's a really great opportunity to come and start to build out those outfits for fashion on the field. There's huge prizes involved, like over $20,000 worth of prizes for fashions on the field. So, that's still going. And that's what I love about racing at this time of year. Like, those institutions, if anything, are getting stronger for us. And I think, that's the real beauty. So, as I say, we really do have the opportunity to provide something for everyone, and that's certainly the desire of myself and our team as we launch into Stradbroke season this year.
It's so good. I bring the little one. He runs on the grass. It's a nice day out with the grandparents. Then, there's the occasion where I would like to be able to dress up and be an adult human for a little bit. So I like that I get that as well. The other thing is, you've got the Mother's Day markets are kicking off. The Jam Powers markets is happening at BRC. That's next week, isn't it? That's the first one back at Eagle Farm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right. So Sunday, May 10, off the top of my head.
Yep, that's it.
So, look, the markets were a bit of an institution here at Eagle Farm for a while, and we lost them there for a number of years. But I'm really pleased to say, that we've partnered with Jan Power Markets, who, I think probably set the bar when it comes to the farmers markets, and to have that coming back to Eagle Farm every Sunday from Mother's Day will be a great opportunity, I think, not only just to come along and experience great markets in an area where we've got great parking. That's good
facilities
at Eagle Farm, because we've got the opportunity to park in the infield and walk across to the market, so easy to get to. But I think I just want to see our race course continue to be activated for the community as well. We're fortunate to be in a big package of land, very close to the centre of town. Yes, sure, we are a big part of the racing industry, and a fact that most people wouldn't be aware of is that we have, 460 horses that live in the middle of Eagle Farm each and every day, train here every morning. We, have up to 700 horses that train on the tracks here. Now, that'll all be happening too while the markets are on. So there'll be a real connection to our core business, which is, really the racing that's happening here in the centre of Brisbane that a lot of people just wouldn't be aware of. So I think great opportunity to have the markets back, and really pleased to have that integration into community here at the forefront of Eagle Farm, which is the home and engine room of racing for the state.
I love that. Obviously, towards the end of last year, of course, the independent review into racing in Queensland was handed down. I know that the focus has been on about, how to improve infrastructure and talk about prize money. But I think for the community, it is about creating environments and I guess, that infrastructure for people to come in across the state, because it's the biggest state for racing. And things like animal welfare, all of this stuff has been put under the microscope. It's an exciting time to be in the industry, and also, for the wider community to sort of learn more about it as well.
Absolutely, and that we need to be opening our doors to that. Like I think, and we even saw this week that Antino, who was the reigning two-time Queensland Horse of the Year, and he's with our biggest trainer here in Queensland, Tony Gollan, who's won countless trainers' premierships. Now, Antino's been a very, very special horse for him. Unfortunately, he went amiss in his comeback race here last Saturday. But Tony's made the difficult decision to retire that horse, and only because the welfare of those animals always comes first. Yeah. And I think sometimes we don't, as an industry, do a great job of really sharing how much those equine athletes are cared for. That in a lot of instances, they're looked after better than my teenage kids. They've got their own gym, their own swimming pool out here. They eat like kings. It's and it's something the industry should be really proud of and should shout from the rooftops. And unfortunately, when that doesn't happen, that can be clouded with a bit of misinformation. But certainly I feel like the wheel is turning a bit there. Yeah, good. Our job is to make sure that we're getting that message out to the forefront. And I think also on your infrastructure point, yes, look, we've lost the arms race a little bit there to Sydney and Melbourne. They've moved past us in terms of the race day experience. But I'm really glad to be working proactively and collaboratively with the Crisafulli government around delivering a much better spectator precinct at Eagle Farm. We're on a good journey there. And while there'll be a little bit of disruption during that period of construction, which will kick into after this Stradbroke season. Where we will end up will be a much better outcome for the industry.
And for the community as well. Carl de Croo, I really appreciate your time. We look forward to Stradbroke season kicking off tomorrow. We'll see you at Eagle Farm and enjoy the carnival.
Really appreciate the time, Carla. Thank you.
No worries. Carl de Croo there, CEO of the Brisbane Race Club. Back with your long weekend weather forecast after this.
Renovation sale is on this week at Doors Plus. Save 30 to 60% off a huge range of clearance doors. End of line and clearance doors must go up to 60% off. Now, Doors Plus, no fuss.
The race for the Super Rugby Pacific Trophy is on. Brisbane, it's time to fill Suncorp and back your own Queensland Reds as they charge towards the finals.
G'day, Harry Wilson from the Queensland Reds. Super Rugby action returns to Suncorp Stadium May 2 as we host the ACT Brumbies. We're beating them in Canberra this year, but we need your support to get the job done on home turf.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Up the Reds.
Rugby runs red in 2026.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwood's, Burson's and Repco stores.
Experience Europe by river from just $5,695 per person on Viking's 15-day Grand European Tour. Sail from Amsterdam to Budapest in comfort with Viking, recognised as Reader's Digest most trusted river cruise operator in Australia for the second year in a row. And now's the perfect time to book. During the Viking Savings Event, you can save up to 35% on your next river voyage. See your Viking travel advisor or visit Viking.com.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Well, if you need some help in figuring out what to do this long weekend, what we can expect, Luke Bradnam joins me on the line now to give us the weekend weather forecast. First up, are we going to need ponchos, brollies tonight? The Dolphins against the Storm at Suncorp Stadium. It's going to be a little soggy.
It will be, Carla, absolutely. I'm just hoping, yes, the short answer is yes, you're going to need all those things you just mentioned. I'm just hoping we don't need tissues as well to wipe away the tears after yet another loss for the Dolphins. We've been the team so far this season that's played every other team back into form. Hopefully tonight we don't do the same with the Melbourne Storm. But after a hopeful win tonight at Suncorp, we're in for not a bad long weekend. The longer the weekend goes, Carla, the better the weather's going to be. It's been ordinary. Just before I talk to you, I was just on the phone to a mate that runs a game fishing charter business on the Gold Coast. He hasn't been able to get offshore. He hasn't been able to get any business for 2 weeks straight because of the southeasterly winds that have been up. So that's just been very ordinary with these very strong winds. They were 80 k's an hour a couple of days ago down on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
They're finally going to ease on Sunday, and when that happens, we're going to say goodbye to the showers as well. So Monday looking like the pick day, Carla, over the long weekend.
Well, at least that's the public holiday for most. Of course, we'll be working here at 4BC. We don't need a party hat or a medal, but, it'd be nice. But, Luke, I did notice all the erosion that's been happening along the Goldie again. All the sand's been washed away yet again because of this weather system that's hanging around.
Yeah, it's really been the coastal fringe, Carla, that's copped it because it's quite staggering, actually. The swell hasn't been too big, although it's really picked up today. But, yeah, I was down at Burleigh Heads yesterday, and there's an 8-foot drop-off of erosion right out the front of Anastasia Palaszczuk's place where she lives. And I was down there yesterday when the news broke. I was out the front of her at her boyfriend's place, and right there, there's a massive amount of erosion, and it's gone right along the northern beaches of the Gold Coast as well. I've just been having a look. I mentioned earlier those winds at 80 k's an hour. The swell has picked up today. So we got the Gold Coast Pro, the big surf event that's just kicked off today. Couldn't have asked for better conditions. There's there's really great surf on it. It's world class at the moment, just as all the world's best surfers come to town. So that's the good side of it. The bad side of it is, we've got that erosion and we've had showers. We haven't had a day without rain for coming up on a week and a half. And I just looked at the April rainfall figures. We've had 200 millimetres on the Gold Coast, just 40 millimetres for the city. So you can see those southeasterly winds have just hammered the coastal fringe. But if you're inland, you haven't seen too much at all. Above average rainfall along the coast and below average rainfall in the west. So I can't wait for them to leave these southeasterly winds, Carla. We've got to wait until late Sunday into Monday before they eventually do.
Okay, and then after that, what are we looking like? Because, I've loved the rain. Things are starting to look green again. You say it's going to clear from Monday. What's the sort of long range looking for the month? Because we've already had a lot of rain for for April.
It's ordinary, Carla. We get 2 days reprieve and then the southeasters return again. And it's really out of season as well. This is generally coming into the time of the year where we get these beautiful autumn days, brilliant light winds along our beaches, but that's not going to be the case. We got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with light winds and then showers returning from Thursday as the southeasters kick back in. So make the most of those couple of days, the reprieve that we get, because we've earned them. We've gone through a pretty hard slog over the past couple of weeks.
I'll say that, Luke. All right, because there's plenty going on, and we spoke about Stradbroke season kicks off at Eagle Farm.
Carla, most importantly, what are you doing this long weekend?
Well, it's my birthday, so it's a surprise, and the surprise might be nothing has been organised, which would also suit me just fine. But there's plenty going on. You've got the rodeo at Moreton Bay. You've got obviously the footy on tonight at Suncorp. You've got your pro surfing event. There's so much going on, and you want to look forward to that extra day with the long weekend. So I'm pleased that you have brought us the good news, Luke, that it will be sunny or at least clearing on Monday, and we've got some time to dry off before those showers come back next week. What about you? Did you manage
to get a Dolphins victory?
A Dolphins victory.
To start the long weekend.
That's true. Fins up, clear the storm away as such. Thank you, Luke. We'll catch up with you next week.
Hey, good on you, Carla. Have a great long weekend and happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Howe Street is still moving well outbound. The Gateway motorway on the brakes northbound from Doondle to Bald Hills. A westbound crash on Mount Gravatt to Palawa Road towards Logan Road in Upper Mount Gravatt is cleared. The Pacific motorway underspeed both ways through Slakes Creek. Gympie Arterial Road is on the brakes northbound through Bald Hills. The Logan motorway fine for your east-west trips, and it's a good run to either coast on the M1 and Bruce Highway. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
The 4BC $50,000 rumour file.
Do you know something we don't?
Let's call it a rumour.
South East Council workers, they can apply for carers leave for their sick pets and be paid.
Well, we want your rumours, big or small. Share it with us, 133 882. Call us now.
Or email anytime, breakfast@4bc.com.au.
4BC Breakfast with Dean and Sophie from 5:30 weekdays on 4BC.
But rumour has it. Is stress and mild anxiety ruling your life and making it impossible to sleep or even to focus? Stress isn't just in your head, it starts in your gut. Introducing Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic. Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic relieves symptoms of stress, mild anxiety and sleeplessness. It also supports focus and maintains energy levels. If you're tired of letting stress rule your life, try Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic today from leading pharmacies and health stores.
Hi there. We've run out of fuel.
No worries, we've seen you.
With eyes on the road and incident response 24/7, we're making...
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
A help company wouldn't just protect your car, it would protect it no matter who's driving. From nervous L-platers, weekend road trippers, to visiting interstaters. Join Australia's most trusted insurance brand. Call us on 132 132. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Excesses may apply. Refer to your certificate of insurance. Cover is subject to standard underwriting guidelines and policy terms. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC.
Welcome back to the Afternoons program here at 4BC and 4RO. It's a big day for our 4BC Drive host, Gary Hargrave.
Drive with Gary Hargrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Mr Deputy Speaker, through the course of my address, I would like to tell you a little about me and what I hope to contribute to and achieve during my time here.
Yes, that's right. Our very own Gary Hargrave is celebrating. That's his maiden speech he was giving in federal parliament, and he's celebrating because it's 30 years, is it, to the day since he gave that maiden speech? So he's got a request for us. The team would love to hear from you if you voted for Gary in an election and you're happy to share why you did that this afternoon. And on the flip side of that, Gary's very reasonable. He also wants to hear from you if you refuse to vote for him as well. So just make sure you can email ahead of time if you'd like, drive@4bc.com.au, or of course you can give us a call right now, 133 882. Give us your details there. Coming up after the news, we'll chat to Scott Phillips with the latest finance and more with your feedback after the 1 o'clock news.
Beenleigh, Brackenridge, Bowen Hills, Boondall. 4BC is Brisbane.
BC News.
It's 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. Rail commuters are being urged to prepare for major disruptions next week due to ongoing strike action. From Tuesday, nearly 300 train services will be wiped from the schedule, which will turn to Saturday timetables. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services from every 6 minutes to 15. Police are investigating a serious multi-vehicle crash which left 2 people fighting for life on the Fraser Coast. A car lost control and veered into oncoming traffic while travelling in Susan River last night, causing a 4-car pile-up. Police say a 14-year-old was behind the wheel of the car which allegedly caused the incident. Inspector Paul Algie says the community has been left shaken.
There are a number of persons that were airlifted to both Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital. There is one child that is about to be airlifted to the Queensland Children's Hospital. But in a positive outcome, I can report that a 2-year-old child has received minor injuries only and will be released from hospital today.
Police in the Northern Territory say they understand people are grieving, but there is no room for violence targeting emergency services. A riot broke out at Alice Springs following confirmation a 5-year-old girl had been found dead. An angry crowd gathered outside a hospital demanding police hand over a man who is suspected of killing the girl. Northern Territory Police Commissioner Martin Dole says the suspect was taken to Darwin and is now in police custody.
At the time of his apprehension by us, he was unconscious and he was in the process of being treated by St John's Ambulance when they were set upon, as were the police. He's been given a fit for custody, has been released from Northern Territory Health, and he's with the Northern Territory Police in our custody.
Australia is taking part in talks with the United States, UK and France to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The crucial shipping channel has been blocked since the start of the Iran war, restricting the flow of fuel supply. Australia would join the Maritime Freedom Coalition, but our exact role is not known as yet. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says it's vital the strait is reopened as soon as possible.
In terms of disruptions to energy supply chains, you're right, they are substantial and they are broad in that many different supply chains are affected by the closure of the strait.
Also making news, Queensland Police have tested more than 11,000 service-issued firearms with less than 1% finding faults. And a crime scene's been established at the home of a prominent surgeon on the Gold Coast. To finance, the All Lords are up 79 points at 8,967 and $1 Australian dollar buying 72 US cents.
With the 4BC app, you have the power of 4BC in the palm of your hand. So add it to your phone now. Brisbane's 4BC.
The Dolphins have confirmed a major backline change ahead of tonight's clash with Melbourne. Jack Bostock, returning from injury, with Trey Fuller dropped to the bench. Coach Christian Wolfe says Bostock could be a long-term centre.
We see him as a centre going forward, and as a terrific player, Jack. He brings a real presence to us. He's got a real know-how in terms of how to play in the centres, both defensively and in attack, and it's great having him back for starters. So I know he's going to have an impact on the team.
Meantime, another Queensland side will be in action tonight, the Cowboys taking on the Bulldogs. Cricket Australia's plan to sell equity stakes in Big Bash franchises has been rejected. Agreements from 5 of the 6 states was needed, with Cricket Queensland and New South Wales opposing the model. The Matildas have announced they'll return to Australia in June for a 2-game series against Mexico in preparation for the World Cup, and Saudi Arabia has officially pulled funding from Rebel League Live Golf. It's 1:04. That's news and sport.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
The music of John Paul Young and Stevie Wright is back. Presented and performed by the All-Star Band, the very musicians who powered their shows for nearly 50 years. They're joined by stunning holograms of lost bandmates in a world-first hybrid concert experience. The Understudy, June 25, Fortitude Music Hall, Brisbane. Tickets at the hall or at theunderstudy.live. Don't miss this.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Howe Street, moving well outbound. Gateway motorway on the brakes northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills, and both as roads a little sticky both ways through Callumvale. Pacific motorway under speed both ways through Slacks Creek. Gympie Arterial Road on the brakes northbound through Bald Hills. Logan motorway still fine for your east-west trips, and it's a good run to either coast on the M1 and Bruce Highway. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
When fire breaks out at night, 38% of people will not wake to the sound of this smoke alarm. The genius by Watch smoke alarms is built differently. Its 520 Hz alert signal is scientifically proven to wake up to 12 times more children, seniors, and heavy sleepers. Your family deserves the best. Book your smoke alarms upgrade today at thesmokealarmguys.com.au. or call 1300 29 30 31.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Weather. Not sure about the 30% cheaper home batteries government rebate? Call Fallon Solutions. Licence 65776 and S478 6000.
Partly cloudy across Brisbane this afternoon with a high chance of showers, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, the same on the Bayside, and 26 in Ipswich. Getting down to 19 degrees overnight with a rainy weekend ahead. High chance of showers tomorrow with a top of 25 and a chance of showers on Sunday with a top of 26. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds up to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now it's 25 degrees at West End. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 1:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 3, this is Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome back to the afternoons program here at 4BC Brisbane, 4RO in Rockhampton. TGIF, the weekend is almost here. We just had your sort of long-range weather forecast, or long weekend weather forecast. We're pleased to note that the showers will be easing and it should be clear by Monday. So that's good news. So thank you to Luke Bradden for sharing that. I've also got heaps of your feedback as well to get through. Afternoons at 4bc.com.au is our email. Of course, the 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882, and text as well 0499 880 882. Coming up this hour, the rodeo is coming to southeast Queensland. Bart Hamilton from the National Rodeo Company will join us to talk us through bucking bulls and cowboy chaos, the clowns. Moreton Bay, they're the first ones to kick it off this weekend with their rodeo. And it could be the wildest family day out this weekend, I reckon. And then Brisbane will have its turn on May 16 when the finals are going to be held at the RNA Showgrounds. I've got a $100 voucher to give away to Flowers for Everyone. It's in time for Mother's Day. If you need some time to sort out some flowers, I can help you as well with a $100 voucher. Just make sure you keep our open line handy. Put us on speed dial, 133 882. And I've also got that family pass to see The Sheep Detectives to give away. It stars Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson. Looks great. And it's in cinemas next week, so in time for Mother's Day as well. You can have your say in anything we've been speaking about, like I said, 0499 880 882.
4BC is a great start to your day and the stories that matter on your way home. 4BC is Brisbane.
Patrick has texted in, and we just had BRC CEO Carl de Croo on before talking about Stradbroke season of racing kicking off. And I love the racing. I love the industry. I love the sport. I know it has its detractors, and rightly so in years past, but the industry has really, in the last sort of 5-10 years, has really cleaned up its act. And obviously there was a review into Racing Queensland, and they've done such a great job across the country with the sport as well. And I might be biased. I grew up with horses, so I love the sport. But Patrick has texted in. The question was asked about the fact that we are attracting so many great runners from down south to the Winter Carnival. I think you've got 5 Group 1 champions racing tomorrow on Guineas Day. You've got Uncommon Janes, Transatlantic, Reserve Bank Private Harry Lady of Camelot, who's trained by Gay Waterhouse, I think, from memory. But Patrick has texted in on 0499 880 882. It's because horses get 3 springs in a year, and that's why horses from Victoria do so well. That's the attraction to come up here, because our winter is mild. Our autumn is great. And the Winter Carnival is attractive. And that, there's $22 million in prize money up for grabs as well. That helps. Barb has texted in, happy birthday to you tomorrow, Carla. Thank you, Barb. That's very kind. As a child health nurse, the Pro Heart description was classic. If you missed it, it's because my son last year ate a hot pink birthday cake, my hot pink icing birthday cake, and then projectiled from the other end, not vomit, all over the carpet, and it looked like a Pro Heart. And it was not fun, and I had to keep cleaning. And if you remember that ad, was it a paint ad? in the 90s maybe. Ah, amidst the heart, what a mess. Oh, we got to find it. It's a class. Yeah, anyway, thank you, Barb. Motherhood is the gift that keeps giving. My birthday today. Oh, happy birthday to you, Barb. I cherish my own mother. Lives with her. Bless all mothers. And that's from Barb and Upper Caboolture. Sandy says, happy birthday. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Sandy, from Balimba. And this one from Barry. Carla, my birthday also tomorrow. Happy birthday to you, Barry, fellow Taurian. He says, 11 years since given no chance of surviving the night after a highest possible grade brain aneurysm. Barry, that is incredible. What a milestone, what an anniversary to have as well. What were you doing on your birthday, Barry, that made you do that? And to have you here 11 years later with given no chance of surviving the night, that is incredible. Well done to you, and happy birthday to you as well for tomorrow. Well, this May 12 budget is looking like good news for some, bad news for others, or just worse for all of us. Reports now suggest Labor may wind back capital gains tax discounts and negative gearing more aggressively than expected. But our $4.5 trillion super sector could largely be spared, with existing investors potentially protected through grandfathering rules. It sets up a major tax shake-up, but raises big questions about fairness between generations at a time when the government is pushing that rhetoric of intergenerational fairness. Big questions as well if you're an everyday investor, whether housing affordability will actually improve. I wonder whether this is actually genuine tax reform or whether it's a way to protect retirement wealth, appeasing some, whilst younger Aussies may continue to wear a heavier burden. I think it's time we check in with Chief Investment Officer at the Motley Fool, Scott Phillips. It's time to talk finance.
On 4BC Afternoons, the Finance Report.
Good afternoon to you, Scott.
Carla, good afternoon. As much as tax is important, mate, much more important is your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. I really appreciate it. I feel like I'm forcing it out of everyone. As Russ reminds me, anyone born in May is 9 months after Father's Day. So that's fun.
I'll leave that one alone.
Scott, look, there's a lot of talk around things winding back capital gains tax and negative gearing is going to be looked at more aggressively than expected. There's all this talk from pundits and everyone in between. Mm-hmm. Now this is about super. So if super is largely left untouched while share and property investors face tougher capital gains tax rules, to my mind, it will create a greater imbalance between young Aussies trying to get a foothold in whatever market and those that are already established.
I think that's right. But I do think there's a bit of a twist in the tail. So firstly, obviously, we don't know yet what the government is going to do. And this is the annoying part of the budget. You know, once upon a time, the whole thing was closely guarded, all revealed on the day. Then we can talk about what was actually announced. These days, they drip and leak bits and pieces, selectively background, so that we are talking about it for 2 weeks before. And, of course, they don't give us all the details because they want us to keep talking about it. So we don't know what will happen, firstly, with capital gains or negative gearing for individuals. And we don't know what they might do with super, and in both cases, what they'll do with grandfathering. So let's try to break that down a little bit. We know that superannuation actually has a different capital gains tax discount regime to the rest of, to investing outside super. So that's already, there's an arbitrary discount outside super, there's an arbitrary discount inside super. We don't know whether the government will change CGT rules, and if they do, whether it be for all of us or just outside super or including superannuation. So they're the things we don't yet know, and that's why we're not really sure what the impact's going to be. But the grandfathering thing is the point. Now, it's kind of one of those economic jargon terms. It basically means they leave alone existing circumstances. And this is what they did in 1999. When they bought in the CGT discount, they said to investors, based on the stuff you already own up until September 1999, you can then thereafter choose whether you wanted to use the original indexation system, as they called it, where you adjust the cost for inflation, or you choose the 50% discount. It was up to the investor to make that choice. And that grandfather meant that there was no adverse impact on those people who owned assets prior to that date. And that's probably, frankly, politically the most likely outcome, and from a policy perspective, the fairest way to do it for those people. And the quick one, we'll get to young people in a second, but the quick one is, if you bought an asset in 2000, you've owned it for 26 years. You've, in theory, hopefully had some gains over that period of time, and you experienced those gains under a given tax system. And you chose to sell or not sell based in part on what tax you'd have to pay when you sold. So to say to someone now, well, you held it for 26 years until right now, right to today, and that entire 26-year history is now going to be taxed differently, that's a really hard argument to make on any sort of fairness or reasonable level. Now, the problem is, and you mentioned intergenerational unfairness, the issue is if super is left alone, if older people who have already got assets, for example, I've got assets already, fine, if they're left alone, but young people who buy their first shares, their first investment property after this change, they will be disadvantaged relative to me. And that is absolutely true. And so the challenge for anyone making policy is, what do you do? Do you say to people who've got those assets, bad luck, we're changing the tax rules, even though you didn't know it, you're now paying a different tax on the last 26 years worth of gains? That feels unfair. Or you say to young people, yeah, they got it better than you've got it, bad luck, suck it up, you have to deal with it, and that feels unfair. So there is no, and now, by the way, if you're listening to this and you're a boomer, you're saying, oh, grandfathering is the right thing. And if you're a young person, you're saying, no, stuff those people, they should have to pay more tax. The problem is it's all self-interest, right? The question for the government is, what is the most fair way to do it? And the most fair way to do it is actually, in my opinion, I benefit somewhat from this, but the most fair way is to grandfather it. Say you did something under a certain regime, that should remain. You should be disadvantaged because we subsequently changed the rules. Now, here's the other thing, though, just quickly. We talk about intergenerational unfairness. It's a really important question. Except that we can also say, hey, guess what? I'm of a certain age, Carla. I'm not going to give away my age, but when I first started working, there was no super, and then it was 3%, and then 5 or 6 years later it was 6%. I could say it's unfair that people starting work today are going to get 12% super for their entire working lives. That's not fair because I didn't get that. Now, I'm not saying it is unfair or not. I'm just making the argument that you can make whatever case you want based on your own self-interest. By the way, guess what else is going to happen? Young people are going to get the inheritance from their boomer parents when they pass on. And so is it really unfair between the generations, or is it just a timing difference? Remembering, of course, today's boomers were the free-love children of the 70s who complained about their parents, and it kind of has always been thus.
It is going to be one of those arguments that, the generation before argue, or they had it worse off than the one that's coming up. And I did read that report through the week that millennials will be the first generation to achieve generational wealth through inheritance like no other generation before. But I always, in the back of my mind, I always think one to make it, one to keep it, one to lose it. And I feel like it's potential. I mean, I've got nothing to inherit from any of my parents. I don't think I'm getting anything, and I don't expect it either. But, I think I'm going to be part of that generation that unfortunately will just lose it because for no fault of our own maybe, or with some mismanagement thereafter. But, that all of this is meant to improve, housing affordability and, make sure that there is something to be left for generations thereafter. But I can't help but think that this might just be sort of a short-term solution for what might actually have very little real-world impact when it comes down to things like housing affordability.
So I think you're right. I think both are. I've said this before. Both are true again in this case. So I think, honestly, and again, I'm an investor. I'm hoping to compound my gains. The 50% discount is incredibly generous from as a taxpayer, and there's no real basis for that in policy. They said it was simpler, and it kind of is. But the reality of picking an arbitrary number and saying that should be the discount for capital gains really never had any basis in policy. So an index approach which says you shouldn't pay tax on inflation, which is what indexation does, it basically removes the inflation impacts. You're only paying tax on stuff you earn above inflation. In other words, your true investment returns. That makes a heap of policy sense. So I'm a big fan of the change, even though it hurts me overall because if I buy more assets after this change, it'll be less generous for me. So it does feel like, to some degree, genuine tax reform in the sense that they are improving, making more evidence-based policies around taxation. So I think it is. But I also think your point is absolutely valid, which is this won't impact housing. And it really, really won't. Look, maybe, we've seen some research done by all sides of the political spectrum, right across the spectrum anyway. And the most you see is like, it might make 3 or 4% difference to house prices, which is welcome if you're going to buy a house. Of course, you want to pay less. But it's not an affordability fix, right? This doesn't all of a sudden say to young people, guess what, you couldn't afford a house yesterday. You can today because we've changed these really important things and we've made it possible. And so that's where I think the policy might well be right for the wrong reasons in the end. The government might claim it's good for X, Y, and Z, or they're doing it for these reasons. Very, very unlikely, in my opinion, that it changes housing affordability meaningfully.
Yeah.
I also think it is actually genuine reform because it's saying, if you started from scratch, what would you do? What is the best and fairest way to tax capital gains? And I think a return to indexation, if they do it, is simply it's just objectively the fairest option, right? If you've got a dog in the fight, of course you prefer one or the other.
Yeah.
If there's no dog in the fight, you just say, if you didn't know which person you were going to be, how would you design capital gains taxation? You would do it using indexation, which is probably, from the sound of it, what government's going to return to. So don't let them get away with, we're fixing housing affordability, look at what we've done. But also, it's true, they are, I think, objectively improving the way we tax capital gains in the context of other taxes as well. Because here's the thing. If capital gains are taxed more slightly, like my gains, for example, then someone else on a wage is paying more tax for them because I'm not footing my share of the bill. And I think it's fairer if we change capital gains taxation. We are rebalancing who should pay what, and that's a bit fairer. The challenge, of course, is if you just give government more tax revenue, are they going to use it responsibly? That is a whole different conversation. But if we are going to let them collect more capital gains tax, you want to know they're not just going to waste it.
I think this is, like you said before, it's weird that we get drip-fed bits of information ahead of a budget, but this is where we're at, where there'll be speculation, unfortunately, for another 10 days until thereafter, 10 days or more until we get the absolute answer on all of this. All right, quickly looking to markets. I think the sort of shares bounce back after looking like it could have been the worst losing streak since 2018. Is that the right statistic, or how are we looking now? How are the market's doing?
Yeah, it's been rough, but hopefully we're going to snap it today. I don't want to jinx anything, and fingers crossed.
Sorry, yeah.
2.5 hours left of trade. But we're actually up 0.9%. So I'll say it. I don't think we'll give up that amount of gains unless something horrible happens. So cross our fingers. 8,966 points for the All Ordinaries. Dollar having a very good day, mate. It was over 72 cents earlier today. Just fallen back below that. Up 1%, 71.99 US cents.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know what is going on there. I want to know, but I also don't because oil is crazy as well.
That's what I think. Yeah, exactly. That's part of it. Well, it's actually fallen back. It hit more than $120 a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So we've actually had a bit of a fall, which has been lovely. And what's happened over the past few months is generally oil and the Australian dollar tend to go in opposite directions, and that's largely because of US investors. They tend to, when they get freaked out, they sell other currencies and buy US dollars, and that tends to drop our currency and increase theirs.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that answer. Thank you, Scott. You have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Happy birthday, Carla.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's very kind. I know I keep asking for it. I'm asking now for people to say happy birthday, but thank you. You can find out more advice from the Motley Fool at fool.com.au.
Foxtel's winning deal. Get AFL and NRL live in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel Originals and HBO Max for $69 a month on a 12-month plan. Search Foxtel today. Min cost $828. New customers only. Offer ends May 18.
Don't let the petrol pump dictate your weekend plans. At Hillcrest GWM, we've mastered the balance of efficiency and raw performance. From the zippy Jolyon Hybrid to the rugged H7 and family-sized H6. The choice is yours. For those wanting the best of both worlds, our plug-in range including the Tank 300, 500 and Cannon Alpha delivers dedicated EV range with a petrol backup for the long haul. Every model is backed by GWM's 7-year warranty. Beat the pump price surge at Hillcrest GWM, Anzac Avenue.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard.
Made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
4BC Afternoons for the Belvedere Hotel. The Belvedere is the place to be any day of the week. From breakfast through to sunset over the water. Your table is waiting at the Belvedere Hotel, Woody Point.
For years, the legendary Jamie Dunn was the voice of Seats Are Us. He wasn't just an icon, he was family.
Legendary Queensland 5'8", Darren Truckier. G'day, Jamie. Well, Dazza, this Seats Are Us ad is all yours. Go for it. Just be you. 10 Seats Are Us are taking it right up the middle, and there's a pass to seats for earth-moving equipment and a beautiful offload.
Jamie, you're an Aussie legend, and we will miss the laughs. From our family to yours, thanks for the ride. Seats Are Us, still looking after the legends of the road.
Who can fix the shower? Service today. Who can fix the power? Service today. Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today. Every time you see our bright yellow trucks in your area, we're helping out your neighbours. We can help you too. So for the best plumbing, electrical, heating and cooling work, call Service Today 24/7. Can you fix the shower? Yes, we can. Can you fix the power? Yes, we can. Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today. Call 1300 Service.
4BC Afternoons. Life's unpredictable. For wills, estates, aged care and family law, trust Atwood Marshall Lawyers. Protecting what matters most. Visit atwoodmarshall.com.au.
Thank you so much for your company here on Afternoons on 4BC, 4RO in Rockhampton. I have this $100 gift card to give away to Flowers for Everyone. This Mother's Day, you can say it with flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. I shared the story about my little one, Elio. He's 3 now. And at the time, last year on my birthday, I got given a very beautiful cake with buttercream icing. This is my favourite. I'm very simple. I'd a vanilla sponge cake with buttercream icing, maybe a bit of jam in there and cream in the middle. That's my ideal cake. I'm not a big chocolate fan. You know, I don't like chocolate, don't drink coffee. I know I'm a weirdo. I love a sponge cake, a Victoria sponge, the best. But this one had hot pink icing on the top. And I shared this story earlier with Chrissy that at the same time I fed him this, which would have been the first time he had like really rich food in that cake and that buttercream icing, I also decided that it would be a great idea to start toilet training at the same time. Removed his nappy way too prematurely. And there was projectile from the back end. And it came out very colourful, interestingly, and all over my carpet. And it reminded me of that ad. I thought it was the 90s, but it's from 1988, this Stainmaster ad with ProHeart.
What makes a true masterpiece? It must be memorable. It must inspire. It must be able to stand the test of time. It must be prepared for the critics.
Oh, Mr. Hart, what a mess!
So basically ProHeart, who of course, if you remember, is an amazing Australian artist who would use different things like firearms to splatter paint and things. And in this particular ad, he was using food to create a masterpiece on the carpet, on the floor. And then, Mr. Hart, what a mess. That's basically what happened at my house. If you would like to share with me, if you've got a story where this has kind of happened to you, 133 882 is the 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Given that Mother's Day is around the corner, has it happened to you where you've had to clean up a mess like that? And, you know, it might not have been your child that did it to you. 133 882 is the open line. I've got that $100 gift card to give away to flowersfromeveryone.com.au. This Mother's Day, you can say it with flowers. I'd love to give that $100 gift card away. Sort yourself out for Mother's Day. 133 882 is that open line number, because I cannot be the only one. I'm actually horrified. I was thinking that, okay, so switching gears a little bit, Gary, my rescue dachshund, was using the carpet as a toilet as well, and it was awful. I was toilet training both of them. Not cool. And then all of a sudden he just stopped doing it. So I thought maybe he's grown out of it. He's not a puppy anymore. He's, you know. And then the kids next door, because of course we've removed fence palings between us and the neighbours, because then our two dogs use it as a double dog run, and it's fun. It's been so nice, and they take our dog. He disappears. He gets a second dinner and breakfast and all that sort of stuff. And the kids love him. And the kids came around to play with Elio yesterday afternoon. They told us that Gary's been going into their place and using their place as a toilet. I'm horrified. So Gary's gone off and been ProHeart in their carpet. Is he a smart dog though, Ash? Our in-studio extraordinaire? I thought he was being well behaved. It turns out he wasn't. He was just using someone else's carpet. Oh, I'm horrified. I think I'm going to have to buy them some flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. All right, share us your stories. 133 882. That's the open line number. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Let's go to the news now. Georgia Condek is standing by. The Transport Minister says ongoing union rail strikes will cause disruptions to Magic Round in 3 weeks' time. GK, this is not great news. We're talking from Tuesday onwards.
Yes.
Saturday timetables every single day of the week.
Yeah, that's right, Carla. Around 300 services are expected to be wiped. And like you said, then from Tuesday, there will be Saturday timetabling. Now, Queensland Rail says they are working on a contingency plan to service the 150,000 ticket holders that are expected to attend the 3-day footy event. The Prime Minister is calling for calm following the heartbreaking death of a 5-year-old girl in Alice Springs. Hundreds of protesters gathered outside the local hospital where the man suspected of killing Kumjai little baby is being treated. A serious multi-vehicle crash in the Fraser region has injured 10 people and now under investigation. A new analysis shows 3 in 4 Australians may have higher risk of developing heart disease due to their heart being older than their actual age. In sport, the Maroons are waiting to hear on the extent of Kelly Joseph's head injury after the lock was knocked out during their 11-6 loss to the Blues in Women's Origin 1. And Carla, I'll have more news at 2.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
A stationary vehicle on the Logan Motorway eastbound in Forest Lake has a lane reduced and heavy delays back to Carroll Park. Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Howe Street, still moving well outbound. The gateway is on the brakes northbound from Boondall to Bald Hill. Southbound it's under speed through Mackenzie. Low Desert Road is sticky both ways through Callumvale. Gympie Arterial Road on the brakes northbound through Bald Hills. And the Pacific Motorway is under speed southbound through Springwood. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
The soundtrack of Australia's golden era, performed by the very legends who made it. The original members of Men at Work, Sherbet, Rose Tattoo, Stylus, TMG and John Paul Young's All-Star Band. They made the hits you still hear on radio. Together, live on stage in one massive show. The Masters of Pop, June 25, Fortitude Music Hall, Brisbane. Tickets at the venue or at mastersofpop.com.au. Don't miss this.
Every 4 minutes, one Australian suffers a heart attack or stroke. But knowing your risk is the first step to a healthier heart. That's why the Heart Foundation is encouraging you to get a heart health check this Heart Week. It's a simple 20-minute checkup with your GP. So book a heart health check today.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. Get the power. Tyre Power's Mega May sale gives you the power to save on a mega range of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Stuff it, Barry. We're going to Reykjavik.
Time for Bev and Barry to store their stuff and go travelling.
Oh, Barry, you're crooning.
Ooh. Stuff it. Live more. Search Storage King today.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC.
Welcome back to the afternoon's program here at 4BC Brisbane, 4RO in Rockhampton. Shortly, my guest in the studio will be Bart Hamilton, who the rodeo is coming to town, and you better buckle up because it's going to be a whole lot of fun. So we'll find out what's happening in Moreton Bay this weekend. But first to the 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 133 882. Helen from Carindale has called through. Hello, Helen.
Hello, Carla. How are you?
I'm well. Now, David has texted through and said that I need to hold off on poop stories until he finishes his lunch. And here I am asking you to share your messy stories. Tell me what's happened. Can you recall a story when your young one, when they were young, left you with a bit of a mess?
Yes, Maid would have loved to draw and paint. Mm-hmm. So she would go from one wall to another. I'd be cleaning up behind her and you'd think, okay, here's a piece of paper. Do your work there, darling. Have fun. And next minute, she'd be onto another wall.
Yeah.
So it took quite a while for her to get out of that habit.
It's funny. They say, like, don't put chalkboards or whiteboards or anything up against a wall because that kids don't sort of discern between what's a wall and what's a canvas they should be drawing or painting on. And even when you put it on the floor, it's still, and then it goes on the carpet and on the floor and everywhere else where it's supposed to not be. Have you got any tips, Helen? Anything in particular that got it off the walls or anything?
Look, we used many things, Carla, to try and get them off the wall. The best thing was to clean it off and get a proper paint that made it very easy to remove.
Oh, yeah.
And that seemed to work.
Okay.
I think the paint I had originally on the house made it difficult, but that helped. And as she grew older, of course, it improved too.
Okay, well, yeah. And she's 37 now. Is she doing that now still, or has she learned a lesson?
I think she's finally learned a lesson.
Okay, good.
Now she uses paper. Yep.
Okay. Good to know. Well, Helen, I'm going to throw you that $100 Flowers for Everyone gift card. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I hope your daughter doesn't mind that we've shared her messy artwork stories on the radio.
I'm sure she won't. Thanks so much, Carla.
No worries. This Mother's Day, you can say it with flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. And there you go, Helen. That's a good tip. Now, why don't I just let him take over the house with paints and crayons, and then eventually I'll paint the house again. In the meantime, it'll look like some vagrants live there squatting, but that's fine. Well, I love this. It's time to dust off the Akuba and get out the boots and get ready for some serious horsepower. The country is coming to the coast tomorrow with Moreton Bay Rodeo rolling into the Redcliffe Showgrounds. And if that wasn't enough, it's all leading up to this massive Stampede Series national finals that's happening right here at the Brisbane Showgrounds on May 16. To tell us all about this high-energy, bone-crunching action heading our way, I'm joined by Bart Hamilton from the National Rodeo Company. G'day, Bart.
G'day, Carla. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming into Afternoons. So first up tomorrow, you're transforming the Redcliffe Showgrounds into a rodeo ring. This is exciting. You're expecting huge crowds.
Yeah, massive. We reckon we'll get about 5,000 come through the showgrounds tomorrow. So she's already set up. The arena's there. The sand's in. We just need the Cowboys, the Bulls and the punters.
They haven't arrived yet, the Cowboys and that.
The Cowboys are out mustering. It's a Friday. They work like the rest of us. So Saturday they'll roll in, get ready to jump on some Bulls and some Broncs.
You must have an eclectic bunch of team that work with you, Bart. Like you said, they're out mustering today. So these are working Cowboys who then, I guess, follow the rodeo series around. They have lives outside of being professional rodeo riders.
Yeah, correct. So most of them have 9-to-5 jobs, and as soon as Friday afternoon hits, they drive 6 or 7 hours to wherever we put a rodeo on, and they jump on a bull for hopefully 8 seconds, go jump on the Bundy, and then they drive home 24 hours later, I'm sure.
I'm sure. This is the other thing. These aren't, isolated events that happen in regional and rural areas, although they're really important. You're now bringing these events to the cities, to major cities all around the country. What kind of response do you get in the cities versus what you would normally see out in the country?
Yeah, so we are Australia's largest rodeo series, and I think what we've done differently is we've come into the capital cities. Traditionally, it's been, as you say, a rural community event. But I tell you what, we cannot get enough of it in the city. We put one on in Melbourne, it sold out at 9,000. We were in Sydney 2 weeks ago, sold out at 10,000. Wow. Obviously, Redcliffe 5,000, and we reckon we'll get about 15,000 at Brisbane Showgrounds in 2 weeks. So everyone's loving country at the moment. People want to dust off the new RMs and get out there and be a concrete cowboy.
Oh, well, yeah, I was going to say the RMs might just get some dirt on them and they're not just for rugby union private school boys. It is fun and it's such a great community. I love the fact that this is had a real, not a resurgence, but there's a real interest. Country music is really having a moment. Shows like Yellowstone, are like putting Cowboys on the map. What do you think is the attraction to it?
I don't know. I think girls like cowboys. I think that Yellowstone's really put the allure of the cowboy back into it. And as we say in the events industry, if you can get the girls, the boys will follow. So I think once you put on the Akuba and you kind of get to pretend to be a cowboy or a cowgirl, something stirs in you. But yeah, I think we've kind of brought, the coolness of country back into the city. We've got a rodeo runway event, which is kind of like fashions on the field for the rodeo. So anyone that comes dressed in their best Western gear can kind of get up on stage, strut their stuff, and we have to turn people away. People are there to dress in their best country best and, really make a show of it. Yeah, it's become a huge part of our show. It's not just about rodeo anymore. It's about kind of people turning out and being seen in their country gear.
How cool is that? It's like reviving a whole other industry as well. I'm sure there are milliners out there and people that make chaps and boots and whatever else that are inundated with orders. I wonder, it's not just cowboys, though. You've got cowgirls. These are real athletes that are coming in to compete.
Yeah, 100%. Like, these people train, every day. The barrel racing is where most of the girls compete. So I don't know if you've ever seen barrel racing, but they zigzag a horse at top neck speeds across barrels in the arena. Takes about 14, 15 seconds. And these girls have $100,000 horses that, they treat like their children. And they'll drive them, 6-7 hours to compete in these events, and they're proper athletes. So they do it properly, and, it's a fantastic sport to watch.
I love it. What else? You've got barrel racing. Obviously, you've got bull riding. Have you got any, camp drafting or any other skills, any demonstrations where, if people from the city aren't used to being out in the country or, events and things like that, that just sort of educate us?
Yeah, so the 4 main events we've got bull riding, obviously, and the barrel racing. We've got saddle bronc riding, which is very similar to bull riding, just on horses. And then we've got my favourite, which is the bareback bronc riding, which is on horse without a saddle. They have to lie completely horizontal while the horse bucks. It's probably a great way to get a chiropractor bill, but they seem to absolutely love it. And then we've just introduced a line dancing class. So if you've never, dusted off the old boots and done it, and again, people can't get enough of it. It happens in halftime. Half the crowd will smash there. They teach you how to line dance, and then they all do it together to start the show.
What, you get everyone to come down onto the field?
Everyone does on the main stage. They get taught how to do it, and then when we do a big finale to start the second half, we get everyone out there that's done it and start, dust off the old boot scooting.
Oh, that's fun.
Come on down. We'll teach you. You might know how to do it already.
I'm not very good with directions, but I'll gladly watch. This is great, and this is the thing. It's for everyone. You got kids that are going to go along to see this. There's a carnival-like atmosphere, but it's for all walks of life.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we see people from, the youngest kids over there to, the grandparents. It's a really big family atmosphere. And obviously when the sun goes down, the lights come on, the drinks are flowing. It becomes a bit more of a party. We see people from all different age ranges, all different backgrounds. It really is something for everyone, especially if you've never experienced it before.
This is exciting. Okay, so on May 16, so tomorrow, of course, is at Redcliffe Showgrounds, but on May 16, you're going to be at the RNA Brisbane Showgrounds to crown basically the national champion. It culminates. That'd have to be the biggest party in town.
Yeah, we're up against Magic Round, but we like to think, we've got the country. They can have the league. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. We've got the Wet Whistles playing, which is Brisbane's biggest country band. It's invite only, so only the best cowboys that have competed throughout the series can come to it. So if you want to see the best rodeo in Australia, you want to have the best country party in Australia, May 16th, Brisbane Showgrounds.
Well, we were speaking just before with Carl DeCrew from the Brisbane Racing Carnival, Brisbane Racing Club, and they have one of their biggest race days in the Winter Carnival on the same round, Magic Round, the same weekend as Magic Round. And it's done nothing but help because you've got hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country inundating Brisbane. And, they might have tickets to the game. They might be going to the NRL, but then there's downtime in between. So it can only help strengthen the activities that you've got going on as well as, everything else that's going on in the city.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible vibe, isn't it? You're going to have hundreds of thousands of people. Some are coming for the rodeo, some are coming for racing, a lot of people there for the league. But you're right, our gates open at 1 o'clock. We go through till 10. So if you don't have tickets to the league on Saturday, we are probably your next best option. It's just going to be an awesome vibe throughout the whole city, and, we're glad to be a part of it.
I love it. You could watch the Broncos or you could go watch bucking Broncos.
Yeah, you could do both.
That's exciting. So that's happening May 16. If people want to grab tickets for both events, where can we go? Where can we find out some more information?
Yeah, so head to our website, nationalrodeoco.com.au. There's still a couple hundred tickets left for tomorrow, but we're pretty sure they'll sell out before the gates. But if not, check our socials. Brisbane will sell out before the event, so we say if you want to get tickets, jump on and get them now.
What are your socials, by the way?
At National Rodeo Co. on Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
Okay, all right, amazing. So, and for anyone out there, is there like just asking for a friend, perhaps like a singles mingle with a cowboy or a cowgirl, perhaps?
So Brisbane, we are doing a Meet the Cowboys. So if you get there when the gates open, we'll have the hottest ones, the single ones out there.
That's rough. Yeah. Don't just say the hottest ones.
Well, they're
any
all hot.
cowboy.
They're cowboys, aren't
exactly.
They? Yeah, so
any cowboy.
It'll be all of them. And, I always ask the Cowboys why they do it, why they travel all this way, to get on a bull for 8 seconds and maybe get hurt. And they always say the same thing. It's girls love it.
What about the cowgirls that compete?
The cowgirls, I think, do it for the love of the sport. I think the boys have got their own reasons. So.
Really? That's a little old school. But, Hamilton, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for dropping by the studios. We can't wait, of course, like I said, only a couple hundred tickets left for tomorrow's event at Redcliffe Showgrounds, and then it culminates in the National Champions round at the Brisbane Showgrounds, May 16. We look forward to catching up with you at the Showgrounds and bagging us a cowboy maybe, or a cowgirl.
Thank you, Carl. Looking forward to it.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
At Autobarn, Auto Pro, Napa Parts, Truckline and Veals.
Stick with your industry super fund in retirement and your money could go further. Visit compareyourretirement.com today.
Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the fund's PDS and whether the product is right for you.
The race for the Super Rugby Pacific Trophy is on. Brisbane, it's time to fill Suncorp and back your own Queensland Reds as they charge towards the finals.
G'day, Harry Wilson from the Queensland Reds. Super Rugby action returns to Suncorp Stadium May 2 as we host the ACT Brumbies. We're beating them in Canberra this year, but we need your support to get the job done on home turf. Grab your tickets from Ticketek and Reds.Rugby. Up the Reds.
Rugby runs red in 2026.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go!
No, the power's out.
Oh no, the hot water's gone. I know. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing.
Stop searching for tradies. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains do both. Just one call and you'll have reliable quality tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. 32777.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
More offers at a CPAP direct store or visit cpap.com.au.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC.
Welcome back to the Afternoons program, 4BC, 4RO Rockhampton. The feedback text line 0499 880 882. Ron has texted in. Challenge accepted. While I was deployed overseas with the military, my wife was toilet training our eldest daughter. One occasion when my wife wasn't watching, my daughter grabbed an item from the potty and decided to practice her ice skating skills on the brown squishy item. That is horrendous, Ron. It happens to the best of us. You, however, my friend, managed to dodge that one whilst being deployed. And your wife had to clean up the mess. Thank you, Ron, for sharing. Now, John has sent me through a text just in regards to having issues with accessing 4BC. He hasn't got a problem when he switches on the radio, but he's having an issue logging in. I guess this is with his app, perhaps. So just a quick heads up, because today we have new owners. We are officially welcoming them today, Tapped Media. And it is an exciting change. But, John, the trouble that you're experiencing is because there are some small changes with this ownership. The 4BC app is needing to be updated. So basically just follow those prompts on your screen, and you just need to sign back in again with a password and your email address just the one time. I had to do it myself as well, and I'm glad that I had this piece of paper. If you are having issues with that, we have a team on standby ready to help. You can head to the contact page on our website, or you can request a call back from our support team on 1-800-TAPPED-IN. That's 1-800-827-846. So 1-800-827-846, John. They'll help you out with the app if it's needing to be refreshed and it needs your email and password all the time. And if you haven't joined us on the app yet, it's the best way to listen to 4BC, because you can listen to us wherever or whenever you are in crystal clear digital sound as well. Just search for the 4BC app in the App Store or Google Play. So, John, I hope that answers your question. We have new owners and we are now Tapped Media, TAPT, Tapped Media. And that is affecting everyone's apps if you haven't updated it yet. So just log back in with your password and your email. You should only have to do that one time. Otherwise, we are on standby to help. Just go to that contact page on our website.
On 4BC Afternoons, time to find out what happened on this day. It's a beautiful day.
All right, today is the 1st of May, Friday the 1st of May. Today is International Workers' Day, or it's known around the world as May Day. Here in Queensland, there's a bit of a special place in our history. On this exact day in 1891, over 1,300 striking shearers marched through Barcaldine in Australia's first May Day protests. It became a defining moment for our state's labour movement and the fight for the 8-hour workday. Today is also the start of Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month across the state of Queensland. So tonight, if you look across the Brisbane skyline, you might notice landmarks like the Story Bridge and the Victoria Bridge glowing purple in support of the cause. It is the start of Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month across Queensland. All right, let's have a look at what else has happened on this day. In history, in 1931, the Empire State Building opened in New York. At the time of its opening, it was the tallest building in the world.
We are on the top of the 86th floor of the Empire State Building. Designed, fashioned, built by the brain, the brawn, the ingenuity, and the muscle of mankind.
The Empire State Building took 410 days to construct. In 1967, Elvis and Priscilla Presley got married in Las Vegas. In the year 2000, Gladiator premiered in cinemas.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, Commander of the Armies of the North, General of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true Emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance. In this life or the next.
The film launched Russell Crowe to global stardom and earned him a Best Actor Oscar. In 1999, SpongeBob SquarePants premiered on our TV sets.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants! Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. SpongeBob SquarePants! If nautical nonsense be something you wish, SpongeBob SquarePants! Then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. SpongeBob SquarePants! Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants! SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants!
Wowza. 27 years later, I still have no idea what that cartoon is all about. In 1956, Johnny Cash released this hit.
I keep the ends out for the tie that binds, because you're mine. I walk the line.
I Walk the Line was Cash's first number one single, sold more than 2 million copies. All right, some happy birthdays today. Happy birthday to lead singer of Brizzy band Indecent Obsession. David Dixon is 53 today. Happy birthday to country music star Tim McGraw. He's 59, and on this day in 1954, Ray Parker Jr. was born.
Something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If there's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
The certified one-hit wonder stayed at number one on our Aussie music charts for 3 weeks in 1984. Happy 72nd birthday to Ray Parker Jr. It all happened on this day, the 1st of May.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
Stationary vehicle on the Logan Motorway eastbound in Forest Lake has a lane reduced and heavy delays back to Carroll Park. Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Howe Street. It's moving well outbound though. The Gateway Motorway on the brakes northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. Southbound it's under speed through Mackenzie. The Western Freeway heavy outbound through Indooroopilly and Fig Tree Pocket. Gympie Arterial Road is on the brakes northbound through Bald Hills and the Pacific Motorway under speed southbound through Springwood. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
The all-new 4BC Breakfast with Dean Miller and Sophie Formica.
Hope you're enjoying your Labor Day long weekend, but we will be back in the chair 5:30 Monday with the 4BC Breakfast Show.
And we're picking up where we left off Friday. One of our roomers has shone some light on dodgy roadworthy certificates. It seems it might be a bigger problem than we first realised.
All the usual stuff as well. 4BC Rumour File coming up after 7 o'clock. We'll see you Monday.
Start your day the right way from 5:30 weekdays on Brisbane's 4BC.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen bench tops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine. Or online at uptiles.net.
When a relationship breaks down, it's easy to feel like your world is falling apart. You're worried about your children, your home and your future. That's when having the right support makes all the difference. Atwood Marshall Lawyers has helped thousands of people find a way forward with care and compassion, because every family deserves to find peace, rebuild their lives and move forward with confidence. Call Atwood Marshall Lawyers today. 1-800
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by La Trobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income.
Well, welcome back to the Afternoons program here, 4BC 4RO in Rockhampton. The 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. Ben has texted through on 0499 880 882. Hello, Ben. Ben writes, Carla, nobody's mentioning Steve Kilbey and the Church performing at the Royal tonight. There might be still some tickets around. Thank you, Ben. Thanks for the heads up. It's Steve Kilbey actually on his own, apparently, so not with the Church. Or is the Church performing as well at a separate? No. But Sean Sennett will be along after 2:30 with the music that changed our lives. And he often has a gig guide. We do a gig guide at the end of the segment and find out what gigs are happening around about town. But if you're going to something that I haven't spoken about, like Ben has just brought to our attention, feel free to send it through 0499 880 882. Of course, the open line 133 882. After the news, the Panegyri Greek Festival is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. And there's a month-long's worth of activities going on around the city. So we'll be joined by a special guest to hear all about those festivities right after the news here at 2 o'clock.
Marsden, Morningside, Mitchelton, Manly. 4BC is Brisbane.
BC News.
It's 2:00. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services from next week amid ongoing rail strikes. From Tuesday, around 300 services will be wiped from the schedule and will transition to Saturday timetables. Transport Minister Brett Mickelberg says this will cause major disruptions for commuters.
The trains will be more crowded. It will be slower as more people are required to move in and out of the trains. And I ask all of those using our rail network for their patience as we work through this challenging period. These changes are a direct result of union impact on the rail network.
An investigation's been launched into a serious car crash on the Fraser Coast. 10 people were injured too critically after a car veered into oncoming traffic at Susan River. The driver of the out-of-control car was just 14 years old. Traditional owners in Alice Springs are urging the community to think about the consequences of violence after riots broke out in the wake of the 5-year-old girl's death. An angry crowd gathered outside the local hospital demanding police hand over the man suspected of abducting and killing Kumanjai little baby. Traditional owner Michael Little says the community came together to search for the girl.
And that hard work was undone last night by some people who were very angry with the systems. The same systems that create safety and less harm, keeping people safe in Alice Springs.
Australia is in discussions with the United States to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The crucial waterway has been closed since the start of the Iran war, restricting vital fuel supplies. Australia would be part of a maritime freedom coalition. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says it's in everyone's interest the strait is working again.
Because this is having a devastating impact on the global economy. We'll discuss those things respectfully. And what we want to see, though, is for a de-escalation. We want to see peace.
Meantime, the federal government has announced 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel are on their way to Australia. Qantas has announced further cuts to its flight schedules due to the ongoing supply and cost issues triggered by the conflict in the Middle East. And Queensland Police have tested more than 11,000 service-issued firearms with less than 1% finding faults. It's part of a full testing recall for more than 15,000 Glocks after officers identified a pistol firing multiple rounds. To finance, the All Lords are up 88 points at 8,976 and $1 Australian dollar is buying 72 US cents.
Wherever you go, take the stories that matter with you. Download the 4BC app now. Your city, your station. Brisbane's 4BC.
The rise of Xavier Willison has become a major talking point for the Broncos, the result of steady deployment within the club's system. The versatile forward has stepped up when needed, most recently filling the void at lock during Pat Carrigan's recent suspension. Coach Michael Maguire says it's rewarding to watch him go from strength to strength.
Sort of really coming to life, his belief in what he's doing and how he works, and he's getting the rewards off what he's doing in the background. He's great to coach, he's easy to coach, so it's nice to see one of your players going through what he's going through.
Round 9 for the Broncos kicks off on Saturday night when they tackle the Roosters. Lions coach Chris Fagan is backing Cody Curtin to play his style on debut. The 2-metre rookie was tipped to start the season before injury ruled him out of opening round. Fagan says he's earned his chance against the Bombers on Saturday. And Nottingham Forest has clinched a 1-0 victory over Aston Villa in the first leg of their Europa League semi-final. That's the latest news and sport.
Sport for F10 Fuel Treatment. Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 Fuel Treatment. Available at Bailey's Marine Fuels, Atom, Blackwoods, Bursons and Repco stores.
The music of John Paul Young and Stevie Wright is back. Presented and performed by the All-Star Band, the very musicians who powered their shows for nearly 50 years. They're joined by stunning holograms of lost bandmates in a world-first hybrid concert experience. The Understudy, June 25, Fortitude Music Hall, Brisbane. Tickets at the hall or at theunderstudy.live. Don't miss this.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt with traffic back to Stones Corner. Logan Motorway has heavy inbound delays through Carroll Park and Forest Lake. The Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Howe Street. It's moving well outbound though. The Gateway Motorway on the brakes northbound from Boondall to Ballfield. Southbound it's underspeed from Belmont to Roachdale, and the Western Freeway is heavy outbound through Indooroopilly and Fig Tree Pocket. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
You can always find it in a corner bar in small town USA. And it's just as comfortable in a mud-soaked festival. But we prefer it right here. Sunday afternoon, backyard barbie, footy on. Wherever friends get together, Jack's already there. The original Jack Daniels, charcoal mellowed Tennessee whiskey.
More New South Wales drivers choose NRMA car insurance because they trust us to help. From moving days, to school runs, to holidays, or wherever the road takes you. Join Australia's most trusted insurance brand. Call us on 132 132. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
4BC Weather. Live radio is proven to deliver a 20% brand uplift. Put your business in the sunshine. Find out more at 4bc.com.au/advertise.
Partly cloudy across Brisbane today with a high chance of showers, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city, the same on the Bayside, and 26 in Ipswich. Getting down to 19 degrees overnight, a rainy weekend ahead with a high chance of showers tomorrow, reaching a top of 25 degrees, and chance of showers again on Sunday, a top of 26. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds up to 20 knots, seas around a metre. Right now, it's 24 degrees at Manly. I'm Georgia Kondek with more news at 2:30 on 4BC.
Until 3, this is Afternoons with Carla Binyaska
On Brisbane's 4BC.
Welcome along to the final hour of Afternoons for this week. Today is Friday the 1st of May. It's another hour of power, though. Don't go anywhere. Where have you been? You can always catch up via the podcast or via the app. You can go through the highlights for all of our shows. You just have to download the app. Just search for 4BC when you go to the App Store or the Play Store. We're on the socials as well, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, MySpace. I say MySpace, it's a bit of a joke. I don't even know if it still exists. I'm sure my MySpace account was still there. Tom was still my number one friend. Either way, we're around. We're on the socials. You can find us if you want to go back to what's happening across the station. Of course, you can look forward to what's coming up on the program. Sean Sennett, our resident music guru, he joins us every Friday after 2:30 with the music that changed our lives. And given the horse theme that we've been going on today, we've been horse-powered. We've had cowboys and the Brisbane Racing Carnival Stradbroke season's kicking off tomorrow. The Broncos this weekend. It's all about horses. So songs celebrating horses. That's what we're going to do in the music that changed our lives. Gary Hardgrave will be along shortly to tell us what's happening on the Drive show from 3 o'clock. We know that he's going to, it's 30 years, I think it is. They're celebrating his maiden speech in federal parliament. And he wants to know if you voted for him or indeed if you didn't vote for him, why? He wants to share that with us. And he's a brave man. Is he a smart man? I don't know by sharing. Who knows? But you know that you can call us 4BC open line thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms 133 882 or text through 0499 880 882. It's a brave thing to put yourself out there. I mean, it's even braver to be a politician. That's the takeaway. You have to represent the people that you live with among in your community. It takes a special kind of person to want to be a public servant, not just chasing 18% super in a Comcar. Although that'd be pretty sweet. There's other reasons why people get into federal politics. Gary's going to cover it all with his maiden speech later in the Drive program. We'll catch up with him as well, find out what else is happening on the Drive program. Of course, like I said, you can have your say in anything that we've been speaking about on the program. Elle has texted through on 0499 880 882. Elle says, "Hi, Carla. One of my kids on a couple of occasions showered me with wee when changing his nappy." That happens, doesn't it? I think it happened to me a couple of times. Thankfully, I was spared and I was quick enough to cover it up. But Elle said, I'm sure as he did it, he had a smile on his face. Thankfully, he's grown into a lovely young man. And happy birthday. Thank you, Elle. And thank you for sharing that story. Yeah, it's a very common thing that happens. And I'm glad I'm over the nappy stage because in the height of a Queensland summer, that was not fun having the nappy bin full out in the sun. The 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882.
4BC is a smooth run with traffic every 10 minutes, breaking news and opinions that matter. 4BC, here's Brisbane.
Well, get ready to smash some plates and eat your body weight in honey puffs because Brisbane's biggest and best street party is officially turning 50. Since 1976, the Panegyri Greek Festival has been bringing the heart, soul and spirit of Greece right here to the River City. What started as a simple Sunday picnic in Musgrave Park has exploded into a massive cultural phenomenon, drawing up to 50,000 people for an incredible weekend of dining, dancing and discovery. For their golden anniversary in 2026, they're going bigger and better than ever. It's going to include a spectacular, a first-of-its-kind long table dinner in the middle of the Goodwill Bridge. Joining me in the studio right now to talk all things Panegyri is Frida Velasakis. A very fun fact about Frida, she's the very first female president and chair in the 98-year history of the Greek Orthodox Church in St George in Brisbane. Hello to you, Frida.
Hello, Carla. How are you?
I'm very well.
Thanks for having me here this morning.
Oh, my gosh, it's a pleasure to have you. And that's an amazing fun fact. You're the first female president.
It is. It's, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm quite proud of the organisation. It's an elected role, so I'm even prouder that I was elected by my peers.
You are super busy.
Super busy. Yeah, we're a large organisation. So Panegyri is we're known for the Greek Club in Panegyri, but we actually provide more social services across southeast Queensland. So we do a lot more than cultural. So we are a provider of social services and support and a big employer, and we do things across aged care, NDIS, education, sporting affiliations. But Panegyri is one of our most iconic and things we're very proud of as an organisation.
In terms of a cultural event and really putting Greek culture, all of those things that I mentioned, food, music, dance, bringing that to the fore and to the people.
Yeah, crazy.
You guys were there.
Oh, 100%. Like, you're spot on. What started as a really small ekphrasis, so it was just a showcase of some upstairs in the Greek Club in 1976, has grown into this incredible cultural event where we welcome the city and we say to the city, come in and dance with us and sing with us and eat with us and just enjoy our culture and be part of this lovely Greek family.
Oh, I love that. I love that idea. I especially love that, with family, food is my love language. Having a big, long table lunch is like the ultimate gesture of love. You just happen to be doing it in the middle of the Goodwill Bridge and you've got some exciting news.
I do, yeah. So we're closing up, as part of Panegyri 50, we've done a series of pre-festival events. This is one of the most exciting ones where we're closing off the Goodwill Bridge to have a long table dinner, lots of great food, there'll be entertainment, and I can just announce that we will be having two Greek iconic businessmen turning up for the event, and there'll be some amazing interaction between the two of them. So we've got Nick Politis and Mark Burris turning up. Yeah, I'm very excited. So Nick obviously is old Brisbane boy.
Yep.
So Greek heritage, but grew up early beginnings in Brisbane, and Mark is icon in his own way. So we're excited to have them there to just show a little bit more about what culture and Greeks and iconic people can do, what you can do when you have a community.
I love that Nick obviously has his roots here in Brisbane, but, the name Politis is across the country.
Yes.
And the thing that comes to mind is the Roosters. So we won't mention that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm sure there'll be quite a few football debates.
I know, yeah, there will be for sure. And maybe a couple of money questions asked of Mark Burris, but that's an amazing get. So this is happening May 7th.
May 7th, night of May 7th. It starts at 6:30 p.m. Some tickets are still available.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, they're closing shortly. They'll close over the weekend.
Okay,
we have to close them over the weekend.
Okay.
A couple of tickets available, so get your tickets if you can.
Where can we go to find out about all the information in the the tickets
On the
for that one?
Bunny Yiddy website.
Okay.
So bunnyyiddy.com and you'll find all the information there.
You say it so beautifully. Paniyiri, Panyiri.
I'm Greek.
.com. I know. You're allowed to. You have to.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. Greek was my first language, apparently.
Really?
But yeah.
Were you, so my other mum Tula, she says that she's same thing. So Greek was her first language. She was born here in Australia. Her parents, she's first generation Australian. But she even still had to go to Greek school. Did you have to go to Greek school?
I did.
Tell me, so for her, she had a very strict teacher who apparently used a bike chain against a table as to stand to attention, right? But, for her, it was about the language. It was less about the culture. But Greek school actually is about,
it's about culture.
Explaining culture to
absolutely
people of Greek heritage and even just people who are curious about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so lucky my mum forced me to go to Greek
Isn't it funny?
school.
Yeah, when you're a kid, that is. Like, who wants to go to school on a Saturday?
Absolutely. But now I speak, read and write Greek. So when I go to Greece, which as I get older, I have this great affinity with the homeland. It's not my homeland. I was born here in Australia, but it's, my whole history. And so when I go there, I can speak the language. I can converse. So it has this different experience. And that's what Bunny Yiddy is about as well. So Bunny Yiddy is about bringing a bit of Greece here. So if you can't get to Greece this year, come to Bunny Yiddy.
We love it. Well, it's happening in Musgrave Park, 23rd and 24th of May.
Yes.
Are there any surprises? Because this is your big 50th anniversary.
Oh, look, I'm sure it'll be an interesting lineup of events. It's going to be amazing. I can't share anything yet.
So, okay, tell me this. Honey puffs, will they be?
Honey puffs, definitely.
Plate smashing?
Absolutely.
Dancing,
absolutely.
Beautiful.
Lots of eating. There'll be the octopus, the lamb, all the traditional things that you normally get on Bunny Yiddy. Absolutely.
And the event can't run without volunteers because you raise funds as well to help put this event on, and tens of thousands of people across South East Queensland come to enjoy the weekend.
Yeah. Look, Bunny Yiddy, I call it a passion project. Yeah. It's a passion project put on by all the Greek associations. So it's not just the St. George Greek Orthodox community, but it's all the wider Greek associations in Brisbane and South East Queensland. And all the stalls on the park are volunteer run.
Wow.
And run by associations that, a lot of those funds are given back to charitable causes. So it's an extraordinary thing to have an amazing festival and a cultural landmark.
Yeah.
Like Bunny Yiddy is part of the multicultural fabric of Brisbane and Queensland.
Yeah,
it's
100%.
an iconic event. It's probably the largest cultural festival in Queensland, definitely. Possibly the longest running in Australia, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. But
50 years is an amazing milestone.
50 years is incredible.
And, and an amazing way also to, pay homage and respect to, generations before us who came to Australia to make a go of it and who wanted to continue. And I talk about this a lot. I have a Thai mum, I have an Italian father, and it's so important to make sure that we continue to respect our heritage, but acknowledge the fact that we live in this amazing country and we have been embraced. Everyone should be embraced by everyone,
100%. And that's what's important. Here's a festival that's 50 years old, hosted by an organisation that's almost 100 years old, that has been a big part of Brisbane and the community outside of the Greek community. And and even our two icons that we've got coming to speak. I mean, they're probably more known for what they do outside of the Greek community.
Yeah.
So it's really
100%.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I love this country and I'm an Australian first.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. It's going to be a massive month-long celebration.
Absolutely.
The tickets, like we said, and any information, if you want to go to the long table, it's a dinner, not a lunch.
It's a dinner.
Okay, but it starts early in the afternoon.
6:30 p.m. It starts 6:30 p.m. And it'll go to about 10 and it'll be a 5-course meal.
Is that all?
We're Greeks.
I know. I was expecting 15 course.
Well, we originally started at 8 courses and thought logistically we probably can't make it happen.
Yeah. Where's the kitchen close to the Goodwood Bridge? Just tell me, is there going to be some kind of meat on a spit involved?
There will be.
Okay, amazing.
There will be.
Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Can I also thank our supporters
Yeah,
for that particular event? The state government has been a great supporter. Obviously, the Greek Club in Nostamore and the Tassis Group.
Well, we've got an amazing premier in David Christofouli who comes from a migrant background himself and knows what it's like to be part of a community bigger than ourselves, you know.
100%. Communities are really important and important that they stay connected and vibrant.
Yeah.
Because it's getting harder and harder, obviously, for people to interact. That human connection is vital. And that
in an era where we've never been more connected, that disconnect is very real. So that social cohesion and connection is so important. I think we've seen that no more importantly than this week with the findings of the Royal Commission, the interim findings. I think it's so important we embrace each other, embrace cultures, and just know that we are here in Australia living this amazing life and able to share all the gifts that we have amongst us, including panegyri, including honey puffs, more importantly.
What else could there be? But I had the best honey puffs I've ever had about 2 weeks ago at the Greek Club.
Did you? Was that a trial batch for the festival, or is that something I can go in at the Greek Club and have any time?
Probably. I don't know if it's always on the menu.
Well, Frida, now I have an in. I'm going to call you up and tell you I'm headed into the Greek Club. I want those honey puffs. Otherwise, I'll have to wait till May 23rd, 24th, the Panegyri Festival. Head to panegyri.com, so PANIRI.com for all the information. Frida, it's been so lovely having you in here.
And please look out for all the other events. We do have a month of pre-festival events, so come and join anyone in that month. It would be great. We'd love your support.
For the month of May.
For the month of May, absolutely.
There. Frida Velasakis there from Panegyri Festival and, of course, the President and Chair of the Greek Orthodox Church of St. George in Brisbane. Have a great afternoon and we'll catch you at one of these amazing events.
Good. Lovely to be here today. Thanks for having me. And I look forward to seeing you at Banayiri.
I'm so excited. I have this family in-season pass to give away to see The Sheep Detectives. If you would like to go along to see this movie, it stars Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson. It's in cinemas exclusively next week. It's in cinemas in May. It looks very funny. The Sheep Detectives and a family in-season pass. Give me a call now, 133 882.
Find out more about yourself. With Ancestry DNA, you can learn about the people and places of your past. There could be more to your story. Piece it together with Ancestry DNA.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Explore News Now, only at drive.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes, and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Auto One, Atom, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
As a young bloke, my dad would take me fishing at the local jetty every Saturday. Yeah, we never caught a lot, but he taught me how to cast a rod and tie a hook, and more importantly, how to be quiet and patient. Now when I think back, that jetty was Dad's place of peace, so it didn't surprise me one bit that he's chosen it as his funeral venue when he was pre-planning with Alex Gow Funerals. And now he's got all that sword ones.
Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Need a plumber or sparky fast? O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains have both. Just one call and you'll have reliable, qualified tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. All suburbs all over Brisbane. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, search O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains or call 3277 345.
O'Brien.
Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 1027082.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by Latrobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income.
Everybody wake up! We found George on the grass, and he's not moving.
What?
Lily, tell us what to do. Our shepherd was murdered. And we shall solve the crime.
It's a wonderful premise for a movie. The trailer looks like a whole lot of fun. Poppy Paul from Victoria Point has called through. Hello, Pop.
Hello, how are you?
I'm wonderful. You've got some grandkids that would love to go and see this movie.
Absolutely. We went to the movies the other day and we saw the trailer for it. We thought, yeah, we've got to see that. And there you go.
You know what, Poppy? Paul, you've got this all sorted. By the way, I'm going to give you this family in-season pass. But it's the perfect...
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. It's the perfect thing to do with the grandkids because they sit there, you can pile them full of sugar and things from the candy bar and popcorn, and they just are quiet for an hour and a half, and you don't have to deal with it.
And then hand them back.
Exactly.
Then hand them back.
Hand them straight back, all hopped up on sugar. Well, congratulations. You've got yourself that family in-season pass to see The Sheep Detectives. It does star Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson, and it's in cinemas in May, actually next week. So, Paul, have a wonderful weekend. Say good day to your grandkids for us. Give them a big cuddle.
I certainly will.
And show them to the candy bar when you go off to the movies.
Thank you very much. That's great. I really appreciate it.
No worries at all. Have a wonderful weekend.
And now, time to find out what's coming up on 4BC Drive.
From Poppy Paul to... Are you Pop? No.
No, Granddad.
Granddad. You don't... You seem like Gary Hargrave. Hello, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, Carla.
You sound like you would have a cool... Like, Granddad... It just seems like an old person's name. Like you, I thought you'd be.
But my dad was called Granddad, and when I was a little bloke, I was meant to call my mother's father Granddad.
Right.
But I stuffed it up, and the poor bugger lived the rest of his life as Gaga. I mean, just look, you can't.
That's so good.
You can't. Use infant. What's the word? Anyway, you can't use baby talk as a grown-up. This poor bloke, my grandfather, he died, 1998. He said to me, can you just call me Alan? I said, no. But I just say, but my grandkids, they've got their mouth around Granddad. So.
And that's what you'll know now.
Yeah, that'll do. I can live with that.
Politely.
Well, yeah. The little one, Isaac, he's...
How old is he?
Just a week or two away from being 12 months.
Wow.
So
he's not saying much these days.
Well, no, he just sleeps.
Yeah.
I know why, because he's got 3 older siblings.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably... Isaac
he just
probably...
eats and sleeps and poops.
And that's smart. And that's smart of Isaac because he's probably got his own spokesperson when he gets older. They'll speak for him.
Well, no, what he's done is he's actually discovered noise works. So my daughter...
As in the band?
Noise...
Oh, noise
Gap works.
Okay.
There's an effect out of noise. So what he does is he doesn't now call out for his mother when he wants to get out of the cot. He just bangs the wall.
Smart. See what I mean? He won't have to speak. He'll have people that speak for him.
No,
he's just got to figure it out.
He'll be the loudest of the 4, I reckon. He's got to compete with 3 pretty enthusiastic older siblings.
4 kids. What a luxury.
My daughter, yeah, crazy.
He's amazing.
She's done well.
That's a lot. I'm one and done.
Yeah.
I've done my dad.
Yeah, no, she's got 4, and that'll be good because they can hold my hand later in life.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, it is. It would be nice. Hopefully they'll do that anyway.
They will. I'm sure they do now.
Well, need a hug from them.
Now listen.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Are you?
Is it 30 years to the day?
30 years today. In fact, it was over and done with by about now, I think, 30 years. No, it was in the afternoon just after this. So during the drive program probably is exactly 30 years to the moment.
That you gave your maiden speech.
In the House of Representatives and spoke for the very first time. Not the last, the very first.
It won't be the last. The very first, I said, we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of your maiden speech in federal parliament.
Yes.
That is quite a momentous occasion.
I was either very young or I am now very old. But I would like to go with door one.
No. You were very young.
I had people in this building say, I wasn't even born when you gave this speech. I said, well, that's all right. That's okay. Fine. Somebody had to be younger.
You were in your 30s. To me, that's quite young.
It was. I would have been a better member of parliament now, Carla,
than I
was at 36.
You know what, Gary? I say, if I know what I know now in 20-year-old Carla's body, I would kill it.
Yeah.
I'd probably have to go to my GP more frequently. But I would kill it. I obviously know more and I would be wiser, obviously, but I'd be armed
better
with
at it.
Everything.
Everything.
Right?
Exactly.
But that's okay. That's hindsight. But, you were, to me, you were young.
Yeah, look, 30s. I learned, and we're actually going to talk about this a little bit later on this afternoon on the program, but my parents were very active in our local community. I learned from them.
Yeah.
And so I just sort of got involved. That's even at high school, even at high school, McGregor High School, I was just active in the school. And I think school is actually a dress rehearsal for outside the school gate after you leave. So
for some.
Well, for many, I think if you were active in sport, chances are you're probably going to be active after school. If you're active in the school social scene, we ran a radio station at McGregor High School.
Oh, look at you go.
And so I've yet to get a real job. And I used to come to 4BC about 1974, 75 and see the legends of Brisbane radio in those days, and they were generous to me. So it's kind of exciting to think, here I am inside this great radio station now.
Full circle. Surrounded by young people.
Well, and people who are actually kind of interested, tell us another story, Uncle Gary.
My favourite moment out of all of this, apart from the fact that you are asking the great listeners and the people of this community to join in on this conversation, whether they voted for you or not, to share their thoughts as to why they did or didn't. You're opening Pandora's box, but I love it. Drive at 4bc.com.au. Of course, you can call as well, 1338 882. My favourite thing of all of this is that you have had what we would call a glow up.
A glow up?
Yeah, yeah. 30-something-year-old maiden speech in federal parliament, Gary Hardgrave. More attractive now. I've put it out there. I've said it.
It's been said. It's marvellous.
I can't put that back in the box.
Do. And no work either, seriously.
Really? Well, you can take that to the bank.
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Maybe that's what you could discuss this afternoon.
No
blowpox
or anything.
Gary Hargrave, for your drive home from 3 o'clock this afternoon, I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carla.
Okay. Thank you. Glow off. Georgia Condic is standing by. All right, the opposition leader Angus Taylor maintains a royal commission is needed into child sexual abuse in Indigenous communities. GK, you have some details.
Good afternoon, Carla. Yeah, it follows riots in Alice Springs overnight following the death of a 5-year-old girl. The Prime Minister and the little girl's family are calling for calm. Australia is in discussions with the United States to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The crucial waterway has been closed since the start of the war, restricting vital fuel supplies. Australia would be part of a maritime freedom coalition. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services from next week amid ongoing rail strikes. From Tuesday, around 300 services will be wiped from the schedule and will transition to Saturday timetables. And a University of Queensland study has found major depression fluctuates throughout pregnancy and the postpartum period, reaching its highest prevalence 2 weeks after childbirth. In sport, round 9 kicks off tonight with the Bulldogs hosting the Cowboys before the Dolphins welcome the Storm to Suncorp Stadium. And Carla, I'll have more news at 3.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt. Traffic is back to Stones Corner. In 8 Mile Plains, the Pacific Motorway has reports of a ladder on the right-hand chevron from the Logan Road southbound on-ramp. The Riverside Expressway building inbound towards Hale Street. It's moving well outbound. And the Gateway Motorway is on the brakes, northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills, southbound it's under speed from Belmont to Roachdale. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
Don't let stairs stop you from living in the home you love, now or in the future. There is a solution, and it's not selling your home. It's a compact home lift. Our lifts fit seamlessly into any space smaller than a square metre and use less power than boiling a kettle. And right now, to celebrate our 10th anniversary, we're giving you $2,000 off. But not for long. Search Compact Home Lifts for your free quote today. Or visit compactlifts.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Every 4 minutes, one Australian suffers a heart attack or stroke. But knowing your risk is the first step to a healthier heart. That's why the Heart Foundation is encouraging you to get a heart health check this Heart Week. It's a simple 20-minute checkup with your GP. So book a heart health check today.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Kip Happy Stays. KIP.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC.
Welcome back to the Afternoons program here, 4BC Brisbane, 4RO in Rockhampton. The 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, is 133 882. Of course, you can text through anytime, 0499 880 882. I'm not Gary Hardgrave's secretary, Jason. You can text through and say, Carla, I'm Gary's biggest fan, but I won't read it out. But he is asking for him, you know, if anyone did vote for him or didn't vote for him, to text through or to call through to the Drive program. There's some breaking news now. We're going to the 4BC newsroom. Anastasia Palaszczuk's partner has just been charged. Georgia Kondek is going to join me now with all the details. This, of course, broke yesterday that police had raided the home of Anastasia Palaszczuk, a former Queensland Premier's partner, his home, and now you've got a couple more details on why they did that.
Yeah, Carla, we've just seen this breaking from the Courier. The partner of former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, you said there, has been charged with 3 counts of rape, 1 count of sexual assault and 2 counts of deprivation of liberty. Alleged, just come in. We're still finding out the details, but that's what we've heard so far.
There are some serious allegations there. Of course, you'll have all the details across your news programs throughout the Drive program here on 4BC. So just to reiterate there, Georgia Kondek, the charges that have been brought against Anastasia Palaszczuk's current partner
That's right.
by Queensland Police. These are all, he's charged now, so these are all allegations.
So we saw some footage earlier today of him going into the police station on the Gold Coast, so we were expecting these charges to be coming out.
That's huge breaking news. You'll have more details, of course, like I said, across the Drive program.
And now on 4BC, Rewind. The music that changed our lives.
All right, Sean Sennett is our resident muso guru, music guru, broadcaster, author, host of Time to Talk with Sean Sennett podcast, and he joins us every Friday on the phone today. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Carla. Good to be on the show again.
I love this time of the week. You know I love that. Earlier, we spoke to Carl DeCrew from the BRC because the Winter Racing Carnival kicks off tomorrow. Then we spoke with Cowboy Bart Hamilton about the Moreton Bay Rodeo that's happening tomorrow, and then the National Championships wrap up here on May 16. So there's been a bit of a horse theme permeating throughout the show.
Yeah, we couldn't resist it, could we? We had to go to 6 great songs about horses or mentioning horses.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let people guess what may be the last song we play in full, but I thought we had to start in 1971. Remember that band America?
Yes.
And they had a great song, probably their most well-known song, I guess now, A Horse with No Name. They were an interesting band. So they're basically... their mums and dads were all Army personnel and Air Force personnel from America living in England. So quintessential American name. They sound so American, but they were, American English guys recording in London, and they wrote this very evocative song that kind of was inspired by everything from childhood trips to Arizona to Salvador Dali paintings. This is A Horse with No Name.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, because there ain't no one for to give you no pain.
There you go. Rob texted in wanting that one. First cab off the rank there, America with A Horse with No Name. Now, this next one, Wild Horses, it's a little different to my ear, a sonic shift for the Rolling Stones. What were the influences for this song for the Stones?
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because the first song we've had American guys recording in England. Now we've got English guys going to Muscle Shoals in Alabama to record down there. And it's kind of when Mick and Keith became obsessed with country rock. So it's 1971. It's from the Sticky Fingers record. The Flying Burrito Brothers, who had Graham Parsons, the band, famously covered this song. Mick had the lyric idea, and Keith used to play the music as a lullaby to his children. And the result was this beautiful Stone song, Wild Horses, which is so different from what they used to do in the 60s.
Graceless lady, you know who I am. You know I can't let you slide through my hands.
Sean, for me, that could be Bob Dylan on vocals.
Yes, very American roots music, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
A bunch of guys from London.
A real change in direction for the Rolling Stones on Wild Horses. Now, this next one, U2 are a classic. Can you tell me why this song sounds like the changing of the guard for U2?
Oh, absolutely. The reason was, remember the Joshua Trees, like one of the biggest albums of that generation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And, that was sort of them, it seemed like, at their commercial peak. And somebody said to Bono, what does Achtung Baby sound like? What's it going to sound like? He said, it's going to sound like 4 men chopping down the Joshua Tree. So sonically, this was so different to what they'd done in the past. They went to Berlin to Hansa Studios. Brian Eno was involved, Steve Lillywhite, Daniel Lanois as producers, and they just wanted to reinvent themselves. It's when Bono became that character, The Fly. Remember that? Yeah. And as he said, I once interviewed him, he told me that's when they started wearing leather pants and everybody else was wearing shorts and thongs. So it's a great visual description. And this song, they were known for redoing things. The original demo, they recorded it many, many times, but they couldn't help but come back to this original version of the song. And it's just a great U2 track. It shows how different they were, how they evolved into the early 90s away from the 80s. It's Who's Gonna Ride Your Wild Horses?
Your piece of glass left there on the beach, where you tell me things I know you're not supposed to. When you leave me just out of reach. Hey, hey, sha-la-la, hey, hey, sha-la-la. Who's gonna ride
Just classic U2 there, for my mind, the best era of the band.
You know, I agree. That is one of my favourite albums of all time, Achtung Baby.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right, Sean Sennett, stay with us over the break. We're going to play a song that has the most unlikely collaboration of artists, old school country versus new school rap. Sean, stick around.
Foxtel's winning deal. Get AFL and NRL live in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel Originals and HBO Max for $69 a month on a 12-month plan.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Brands are heard. CRA.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go!
Who can fix the shower?
Service today.
Who can fix the power?
Service today.
Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today.
From emergency plumbing to electrical and heating and cooling, no matter what size job you need, at Service Today, the answer will always be yes, we can. It's Service Today guaranteed, or it's free.
Can you fix the shower? Yes, we can. Can you fix the power? Yes, we can. Yes, we can, is what we say at Service Today.
Look out for our bright yellow trucks.
The legendary Jimny is now in stock and ready to hit the road at Hillcrest Suzuki. Whether you like weaving through city lanes or heading down the beach, you can do it in the most capable compact 4x4 on the market. And the Jimny is built for low running costs and smart economy, backed by Suzuki's bulletproof reliability. Beat the pump price surge and go further for less in the Suzuki Jimny. Organise your test drive today at Hillcrest Suzuki, Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
At the Belvedere Woody Point, we believe a great meal is more than just food. It's the sizzle of a perfectly cooked steak, the fresh ocean taste of a seafood platter. It's a cocktail in hand as you watch the sun set over the water. From the first coffee of the morning to last drinks at night, come and experience it for yourself. The Belvedere Woody Point. It's not just a meal, it's a memory.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's 4BC, brought to you by Latrobe Financial. Live a more comfortable retirement with regular income.
Sean Sennett joins me on the line for our regular segment, The Music That Changed Our Lives. Before the break, I said this was a strange collaboration. It is. Can you tell us how this next song, the collab, came about?
Well, this is a fascinating story. And a lot of modern music these days, in the old days, people would get together, they'd be in a band or they have an artist with a backing band, they'd all make it in the same room. Whereas now, this started with Lil Nas X buying a drum loop online for $30. And so he gets the drum loop, and it turns out that drum loop has a little bit of a Nine Inch Nails track in there. And then he records this song, Old Town Road, and, you know, it's doing well. Then somebody has the genius idea, let's get Billy Ray Cyrus on it. So they then put it out again. And then they've got to contact Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails and get his approval to use the sample, plus credit the guy they paid the $30 to in the beginning. This whole song is built on top of this. It becomes a huge hit. It's kind of the first thing, country rap. Some people call it country trap, but it was the first song to sort of top the regular charts and the country charts in America at the same time. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse through the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse through the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
I got the horses in the back, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black, got the bushes black to match. Riding on a horse, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch. Now, can't nobody.
Unbelievably, Sean Sennett, guess how much money he has made in pre-tax earnings from this song after an initial $30 investment for that drum beat?
Oh, God, $5 million. I don't know. Wild guess.
14 million off that song. It was a hit and a huge crossover. I know it's weird to have heard that on 4BC, but this is the thing. Because it had Billy Ray Cyrus, because it had that crossover, because country music is having a real moment in the sun at the moment.
Absolutely.
It touched everyone. Everyone was listening to that song, so that was huge. Important that we just put that out there. A $30 investment, that's pretty good, 14 million.
I mean, is that the best return in rock and roll? Probably.
Probably. I hope he bought all the gold and diamond grills he could get his hands on, Lil Nas X, before he was cancelled. Okay, this song, it's entered the zeitgeist in a way, again, that has just crossed over generations.
I find this fascinating. It's interesting we started talking about Old Town Road. Now we've moved on to Pink Pony Club, Chapel Roan. Now, this song was released in 2020. It takes 5 years slow burn before it's a massive, massive global hit. And in 2020 it came out. In 2023 it was on her album The Rise and Fall of a Midwestern Princess. In 2025 she finally gets to play it at the Grammys. And, of course, it's just, as you said, it's entered the zeitgeist. It was just inspired by her going to a place called the Abbey in LA, which was a gay bar, and she had the idea for the song. And now we've got Keith Urban playing it for Donald Trump at the White House.
Here it is, Chapel Roan, Pink Pony Club.
I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. If Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on.
Sean, it is such a tune. My little one, Elio, loves this song to sing along to it, but then my mum loves it as well. It's so catchy and you cannot deny her vocals.
No, that's right. That's right. It's just one of those songs that kind of defines the times we live in, doesn't it? Everybody knows it.
Absolutely. Well, speaking about defining a time, we would be remiss of us not to end on this song. If it's a song list about horses, how could we not play horses?
I know. I mean, it's kind of like the alternative national anthem, isn't it? You see 21st, they all sing it. They sing it at weddings. They sing it everywhere. So Daryl Braithwaite, obviously, with Horses, came out in 1990. It was remarkable it's even come into existence because there's mixed stories about how Daryl came to record the track. It's been suggested somebody in his band said we should do a Ricky Lee Jones song. He went home that night and he's told me himself he was just running his finger along the CDs he had on the shelf. And her album had come out in 1989, a year before. And this song was on it, written by Ricky Lee and Walter Becker. And, yeah, they decided to record it the next day. Margaret Ehrlich on backing vocals, Tommy Emmanuel. And, yeah, probably the most well-known song in Australia.
What a classic. Daryl Braithwaite, obviously. The Horses. We're finishing up on this track. Sean Sennett, thank you for compiling this amazing list. Let's enjoy it here on 4BC right now.
We will fly way up high where the cold wind blows, or in the sun, laughing, having fun with all the people that she knows. And if the situation should keep us separated, you know the world won't fall apart. And you will free the beautiful bird that's caught inside your heart. Can't you hear her? She cries so loud as the wild note over water and cloud. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. We'll be riding on the horses, yeah, yeah. Way up in the sky, little darling. And if you fall, pick you up, pick you up. until you go. And I'll be right there by your side. And even then, whisper the wind, and she will carry up your right. I hear all the people of the world in one bird's lonely cry. See them trying every way they know how to make their spirit fly. Can't you see him? He's down on the ground, so broken wing, looking all around. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. You go riding on the horses, yeah, yeah. Way up in the sky, little darling. Oh, and if you fall, pick you up. That's the way it's gonna be.
It's the unofficial Australian anthem. It's the anthem all about horses, Sean Sennett. It would be remiss of us to have not played that.
I know, such a great track. What a great singer, isn't he? You think he's been around since the 70s till now? It's remarkable.
Yeah, and also Margaret Ehrlich's there and the backing vocals. Incredible voice as well. What an amazing amount of people in that song.
I know. The late Margaret Ehrlich, who sadly wasn't in the video clip. Would have been great if she could have been part of that, I think.
Yes. Okay, very quickly, your gig of the week, Sean Sennett, where are you off to?
I will go to the Triffid tonight and see Vanessa Amorosi.
Oh, great. Talk about great vocals. Another one. Vanessa Amorosi for maybe, and you can go to the rodeo tomorrow if you want, if you've got a free night spare, Sean.
Would that be great?
Yeah.
And nice to see you out during the week too, Carla.
Oh, yes, we did. Devil Wears Prada 2. It was a good movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
A lot of fun. It was well worth the wait. Sean, you have a wonderful long weekend and we'll catch up with you next week.
See you next week, Carla. Bye-bye.
Bye there. Sean Sennett with the music that changed our lives. All right, we'll be back to wrap things up after this.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt. Heavy delays there back to the Captain Cook Bridge. Kippy Arterial Road has a northbound crash past Linkfield Road in Bald Hills with traffic crawling. Gateway Motorway on the brakes northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. The Western Freeway heavy outbound through Indooroopilly and Victory Pocket. And the Bruce Highway is heavy in patches northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary East. I'm Jimmy Clark on Brisbane's Traffic Leader, 882 4BC.
4BC Drives Wokey Pokey's our weekly roundup of everything which is wrong about those who think they're right. Wokey Pokey. One of Britain's top universities, King's College London. Lecturers have been told to ignore poor English and focus on ideas instead, all in the name of, and get this for a classic wokey pokey phrase, embracing linguistic diversity. The wokey pokey. It's back on 4BC Drive this afternoon.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Rival bargain in-store or online at Lowe's.
Trying to find out how the changes to aged care will affect you? Struggling to understand the new My Aged Care website? There is a way to get clear, accurate information. Right at Home are leaders for in-home care. We'll sit with you in your home at no charge, answer your questions, help you get registered and navigate the new system so you get the support you deserve. So don't stress. Call 1300 363 802 for the right support right at home.
You're listening to Afternoons with Carla Binyaska on 4BC.
All right, well, that is it. Another week done and dusted. Thank you to the Afternoons team. Jake is on the case, Price is Right, GK in the newsroom, all our production staff, Charlie on the socials and the digital and all the other things that we do not understand. Ash on the buttons. The RSPCA Queensland, just lastly, they're after some horse foster carers. So they'll provide all the food and vet needs that you need if you want to foster and can foster a horse. You can apply online or you go fostering at rspcaqueensland.org.au.
News is next. For quality home care packages, call Right at Home today. For BC News.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. The partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged with multiple offences. Georgina Winter has the details.
Dr. Reza Adib has been charged with 3 counts of rape, 1 count of sexual assault and 2 counts of deprivation of liberty, following alleged offences occurring on March 30. The 65-year-old voluntarily attended Southport Police Station early this afternoon, just 1 day after police raided his Gold Coast beachfront apartment. He's been granted watch house bail and is scheduled to appear in court next Thursday. There is no suggestion of any wrongdoing on the part of Ms. Palaszczuk, who is set to embark on a promotional tour of her book launch. Georgina Winter reporting.
Train services across the state will be cut dramatically next week due to ongoing wage disputes. Lachlan Gray explains.
From Tuesday, May 5, regular services will turn to a Saturday timetable with more than 250 trains to be wiped from the schedule. Trains will only run every 30 minutes outside of peak hour service, which in turn will reduce from every 6 minutes to every 15 minutes. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services to 80% due to a significant maintenance backlog. The state government blaming strike action and calling unions to come back to the table over wage negotiations. More than 800 notices for industrial action have been launched against Queensland Rail, who in response have notified 490 employees that they will not be paid unless they return to work. It casts a dark cloud over the network's capacity to transport fans to and from NRL's Magic Round in 3 weeks' time. In Brisbane, Lachlan Gray.
The Prime Minister is calling for calm following the heartbreaking death of a 5-year-old girl in Alice Springs. Hundreds of protesters gathered outside the local hospital where the man suspected of killing Kumanjai little baby is being treated. Anthony Albanese says he understands the level of community anger, but it's important respect is shown to the little girl's family at this time. And a University of Queensland study has found major depression fluctuates throughout pregnancy and the postpartum period, reaching its highest prevalence 2 weeks after childbirth. The research indicated depression affects 6.2% of mothers during pregnancy and climbs to 8.3% by the end of the first fortnight. Professor Alize Ferrari says the findings highlight new mothers need targeted support during this critical window.
Our findings are really emphasising the need for early screening and early interventions for depression during the entire peripartum period, but especially as women and girls approach the end of the first 2 weeks postpartum.
To finance, the All Ords are up 81 points at 8,969 and $1 Australian dollar buying 71.9 US cents.
Hello, this is Phil O'Neill. When the clock hits midnight, I'm on the radio and I'd love you to join me. Don't miss Australia Overnight on Brisbane's 4BC. Let's talk.
Lions coach Chris Fagan says he'll wave a red flag at Cam Rayner ahead of Saturday's clash with the Bombers. Brisbane want to unleash their forward line bull against Essendon, with Fagan backing Rayner to bring his trademark physicality.
I always say to him, you're a bull, so go out there and be a bull. And that's how we like him to play. And we love it when he's breaking tackles and taking the game on. And we've seen plenty of that this year. We saw plenty of it last year. And it's an important part of the fabric of our footy team.
Cricket Australia's plans to sell equity stakes in Big Bash franchises has been rejected. Agreement from 5 of the 6 states was needed, with Cricket Queensland and New South Wales opposing the model. And 2 Queensland sides in action as round 9 of the NRL kicks off tonight. The Cowboys tackle the Bulldogs in Sydney before the Dolphins host the Storm at Suncorp Stadium. It's 3:04. That's news and sport.
With the 4BC app, you have the power of 4BC in the palm of your hand. So add it to your phone now. Brisbane's 4BC.
Make the switch now to Kia's award-winning electric range with incredible drive-away offers available, including the all-electric Kia EV4 sedan with up to 612 kilometres of range. Add to that seamless connectivity, full panoramic display and intelligent iPedal regenerative braking that recoups energy as you drive. And all from only $52,990 drive away. Visit your local Kia dealership today to experience the Kia EV4.
Kia, movement that inspires.
4BC Traffic. Stop fueling, start driving. West Point Autos Hillcrest have a range of electric and hybrid vehicles ready to go. Anzac Avenue, Hillcrest.
The Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt with heavy delays back to the Captain Cook Bridge. Gippy Arterial Road has a northbound crash past Linkfield Road and Bald Hills with traffic crawling. The Gateway is on the brakes northbound from Boodle to Bald Hills, the Western Freeway heavy outbound through Indooroopilly. The M1 is slow going southbound from Pilbara to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway heavy in patches northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary East. The traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark.
More New South Wales drivers choose NRMA car insurance because they trust us to help. From moving days to school runs to holidays, or wherever the road takes you. Join Australia's most trusted insurance brand. Call us on 132 132. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Partly cloudy across Brisbane this afternoon with a high chance of showers and getting down to 19 degrees overnight. A rainy weekend ahead with a high chance of showers tomorrow with a top of 25. Sunday, chance of showers and a top of 26 and partly cloudy on Monday. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds 15 to 20 knots and seas around 1 metre. Right now it's 25 degrees at Paddington. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 3:30 on your news leader, Brisbane's 4BC.
Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
It's May the 1st, 1996, and New Zealand band OMC are number 1 in the Aussie charts with their one-hit wonder, How Bizarre.
How bizarre.
We were all still carrying around mobile phones the size of house bricks and waiting ages for dial-up internet to connect.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
Families were heading to the cinema to see the new film adaptation of James and the Giant Peach.
Well, I'll be blowed. There really is a peach there.
And the city of Brisbane was riding high after the Broncos put a convincing win on the Illawarra Steelers.
Langer, he goes to the air and across. Renoff has snatched it out of mid-air and put it down.
Meanwhile, in Canberra, one Brisbane Southsider has hung up his radio headphones to start a very different kind of gig.
Okay, and a new member now in Moreton, Gary Hardgrave, I think it is.
Yes, well, Gary Gibson.
Gary Gibson.
Our very own Gary Hardgrave is standing at the dispatch box in Parliament House for the very first time. He's delivering his maiden speech as the newly elected federal member for Moreton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, through the course of my address, I would like to tell you a little about me and what I hope to contribute to and achieve during my time here.
Join us in wishing Gaza a very happy 30th anniversary of his first big day on the national stage.
They didn't even tell me they were doing that. Thanks, team. A tribute. How bizarre. Is this my theme song from now on? Yeah, it's 30 years ago today, and it wasn't anything to do with Sgt. Pepper's. It was the first time I stood up in the House of Representatives and spoke, and yeah, it was really quite something. The thing that, can I just share just the atmospherics just for a moment, if we go on to the business of the day, because there's a lot to get through. In the Parliament, when you speak, your microphone is turned on by the technical people in the sound area, and the speakers are so tuned, it is like wearing headphones. All you can hear is yourself. And it does give you a little bit of confidence in what is probably a nerve-wracking moment, because you're about to yak in the federal Parliament. Now, it'd be better now than I was then, but my stars, what an amazing day it was. And apparently, if you voted for me, you can call me and say thank you, and you did all right for a while. And if you didn't, ring me and tell me why. I think we're just going to clear the air on all of that. It's only 30 years. I'm not holding it against anyone. But, of course, it was just a few days after the horror of what happened at Port Arthur. So it does focus your mind a little bit about what's important. But I volunteered to be one of the first speakers amongst a pretty large cohort of 50 or so new federal MPs. There were two on the Labor side that jump out in my mind, Joel Fitzgibbon, who I still regard as a mate now, and another bloke who's currently the Prime Minister. But Rob McClellan was the other bloke. I think Rob McClellan, who is a good St George supporter, I'd like to add. We bonded on the St George thing. Okay. Now, all disclaimers are out of the way. Let's get on with the business. 133 882, the 4BC open line, thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Text line 0499 880 882. And the email address, yep, it still is. You don't have to do a dial-up internet to get to us. It's drive@4bc.com.au.
4BC is the stories that matter to Brisbane, from our reporters and you, our listeners. Live, local. 4BC is Brisbane.
It's been a big news day again today, major breaking news. It happened on 4BC Drive yesterday. That's why I say this is where we break news. We tell you stuff that you'll read about later. Former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk's partner, Dr. Reza Adib, has been charged today with 3 counts of rape, 1 count of sexual assault, and 2 counts of deprivation of liberty. Police say it will be alleged the man sexually assaulted a woman in her 30s at a Goodwin Terrace, Burleigh residence on 30 March. Now, he's been given watch house bail to appear in court on May 14, and detectives and specialist officers raided his apartment at Goodwin Terrace in Burleigh Heads about 11 yesterday morning. Now, remember, Anastasia Palaszczuk was set to be interviewed on this program at 2. We were going to record that by arrangement, but cancelled 15 minutes before citing, and I quote, board member work. Her book event on the Gold Coast did go ahead last night. A journalist in the audience asked her if she continued to support Dr. Abid given the police investigation, into which she responded, "I'm not aware of any of that, so I can't comment." Now, we have attempted to reach Dr. Adib for a comment, and there is certainly no suggestion of any wrongdoing on the part of Anastasia Palaszczuk. I have been banging on about this mob for years, and for good reason. It's now evident to everybody, because today was meant to be the end of the extended work on our train lines and a return to normalcy. The chaos is far from over. Queensland Rail have now announced the services will be cut dramatically from Tuesday. After the long weekend, 273 services will be cut, with trains running on a Saturday timetable. That's great if you've got a level crossing somewhere near where you live and it cuts your transport time across Queensland Rail. But seriously, anybody who relies on Queensland Rail? Peak services will run every 15 minutes instead of every 6, and outside of that, they'll only run every half hour. Now, they say they've been forced to reduce services to 80%, the Saturday timetable, due to a significant maintenance backlog. How many more days of maintenance do these people need? They shut the train track down every time there's a Gold Coast Brisbane Rugby League competition, or whether there's some sort of event on the Gold Coast, or maybe at Doomben, or maybe at Ipswich. They just shut these things down constantly. The tennis, The tennis, well, you can't use that railway platform there at your wrong pilly when the tennis has been on the last couple of years. This mob, Queensland Rail, actually don't give a stuff about us. Anybody who might want to use a train, totally unreliable. And the Minister, you've got to cut through the flack. What is going on here, Minister, is this. A little bit of research will help you, Minister. Seriously. Queensland Rail Management and Queensland Rail Unions work hand in glove. They're one and the same. There is not even daylight between the two of them, the two organisations. And they're taking you for a ride, unlike a commuter who will not be able to get a train. And you're not the first minister to be snookered and railroaded into this sort of position, Minister. Unless you take charge of Queensland Rail, you are going to be derailed. Your career is over. The state government is now blaming strike action and called on the 7 unions installed wage negotiations to come back to the table. No, shut the thing down. Seriously, just let us all make arrangements. Don't pretend Queensland Rail can be reliable, because it can't be. And Brent Mickelberg, a nice bloke. I don't know him as well as his brother, Peter, his brother-in-law, rather. But look, he's confirmed the reduction in services will impact Magic Round in 3 weeks. On that basis alone, I'll happily accept your resignation. You know, you are just the latest minister to be shunted by this mob. So who's going to win this? Certainly not rail users. 133 882. Obviously, this is a heart-wrenching and awful story. We're going to deal with a little bit of detail in it a little bit later on, but the Northern Territory Chief Minister, Leah Finocchiaro, has called for calm. There's been a night of rioting in Alice Springs after the arrest of the man who has been alleged to have murdered a 5-year-old girl. Now, takeaway bottle shops will be closed today in the Alice and between 10 and 2 tomorrow, in an effort to try and quell the behaviour. This Jefferson Lewis bloke who allegedly killed 5-year-old Kumajai little baby, police actually evacuated him from Alice Springs on a special flight arranged for his relocation overnight. He's under police guard in Darwin. He's receiving treatment for injuries after a mob beating. And, you know, I was worried, I must admit, I was worried that if the community got hold of him, somebody was going to take matters into their own hands. And we'll find out exactly how this all happened. Certainly we'll get as much information as we can. He's under police guard, as I said. Police vehicles, bins, they were set on fire during this rioting. It gets out of control pretty quickly sometimes there. Tear gas was deployed. It was an angry mob rioted outside of Alice Springs Hospital last night. He was in hospital after vigilantes tracked him down and built the crap out of him, basically. Bashed him. Police found him unconscious in Charles Creek Camp. He was taken to hospital under police escort. We're going to have more detail from a reporter on the ground coming up a little bit later on this hour. Police say a 14-year-old boy was behind the wheel of a car which veered into traffic, causing a 4-car pile-up. Injured 10 on the Fraser Coast. And the boy was apparently travelling on north on the Maryborough Harvey Bay Road around 6 yesterday evening, and his car veered onto the wrong side of the road. This is a 14-year-old. The vehicle hit 2 other cars before a third was also involved. A 16-year-old girl in the car the boy was driving was taken to hospital in a critical condition. An 18-year-old who was driving one of the other cars is also in a critical condition, and 8 others were taken to hospital, including a 2-year-old. This is a 14-year-old. This is the point. You can make these rules, but people just ignore it. That story's not going to go away in a hurry. A lot of people hurt, including a 2-year-old. What another tough day at the office. Heartbreaking, I guess. In the scheme of things, doesn't really matter much, does it? It's only football. The women's origin last night, the Maroon girls, they went down 11-6 against the Blues. It was a real defensive grind, and I guess losing Mackenzie Wheel to a nasty head knock in the very first tackle of the game certainly didn't help the Maroons' chances. But you can bet the girls, they will be firing up to develop the series next time around. That's all going to happen next week. But meanwhile, that still hasn't affected the view of our morning's host, Jason Matthews.
Up the Maroons.
Go on, yeah, Jace. I love the fact we've been able to convert him. If I can just get him into an internal combustion engine car now, things will be complete. Anyway, the footy focus shifts to Suncorp Stadium, with the Dolphins taking on a Melbourne Storm side that has surprisingly lost 6 straight games. It's been a pretty emotional week all round for them. The rugby league world is still processing the news that their legendary coach, Craig Bellamy, has been diagnosed with a neurodegenerative disorder. And we wish him well. This is a bloke who had been assistant at the Broncos, obviously played a big role in the New South Wales Blues teams over the years, but his work at the Storm is without peer, frankly, really isn't. So he's not well, not good. Tomorrow night, of course, the Broncos heading to Sydney. They're facing off the Roosters. They got a few big guns finally back in the side. Reece Walsh and Paddy Carrigan returning from the sidelines. And let's hope the boys can kind of re-coordinate themselves. They can snag a win. It's going to be at Allianz Stadium. I think it'll restore a lot of faith, a bit of Queensland pride after a tough start to the weekend. Now, in further breaking news, Queensland Ambulance advised paramedics are attending a 2-vehicle crash at North Lakes on the Bruce Highway southbound at 3:02. That happened just 20 minutes ago. Expect delays. Oh, wait on, that was Jason Matthews just at the door just a moment ago. He's still haunting the corridors, because he did say to me earlier, he thought I was being daring. Come in, Jason. I'll let you come in for a minute. We'll do this with completely out of jurisdiction. Come into what is normally the morning studio. And I know that you're a Mad Maroon supporter, mate, and I'm grateful for that.
You. Up the Maroons.
I'm working hard, Gary, on Monday's show. That's what I'm doing.
Yes, I know you are.
Plus, there's free cupcakes still available in the kitchen. Can you stop playing that, please?
Okay. Up the Maroons.
See, I'm not touching the button at all. See, that's Jason Matthews. He's not sulking. It's just we're having a lot of fun here. 4BC today. That's important. Then there's this. That's Jason. Mother. If you need a gift for the mother in your life, we have a $100 gift card to Flowers for Everyone. Also coming up on the program. Listen out for when I tell you to call a little bit later on. Of course, then there's this.
Pass the bucks.
Everybody pass the bucks.
Yeah, we're giving you the chance to win $500 cash with 4BC's Pass the Bucks. And if you're listening to Dean and Sophie this morning, you'll have heard the code word you need for later on in the show. Now get that code word ready. Listen out for the cue to call a bit later on in the show. And we'll also have a very special quiz a little bit later on with prizes to be won. We've just gone a bit mad here today. We really are. We're wrapped in the tap wrap. That's what we've done. That's what we're doing. TAP, that's the name of the company that owns us now. But we're having a very fun day, a good day, despite all of the dreadful stuff. Stick with us, because there's lots to be done, lots to be heard, a little bit of retrospective coming up in a moment as well. 3:23.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
A multi-vehicle crash on the Bruce Highway in Griffin near the Moreton Rail overpass has all southbound lanes affected there. Gibby Arterial Road has a northbound crash past Lingfield Road in Bald Hills. Traffic is crawling. Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt. Heavy delays back to the Captain Cook Bridge. Western Freeway heavy outbound through Indooroopilly. The M1 slow southbound from Pimpama to Helensvale. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
School zones are now in operation. Slow down, obey the school zone speed limits, and be mindful of pedestrians, cyclists and school buses. Together, let's help keep our children safe.
Here's a statistic most people have never heard. In sleep research, standard high-frequency smoke alarm sounds fail to wake around 85% of children. And they also fail to wake up to half of older adults, which means in a real fire, many people simply don't wake up. Scientific research has shown a 520 hertz square wave sound is far more effective at waking sleeping people than the high-pitched tones used in most alarms. That's the sound used in Watch Genius smoke alarms. It's designed to give sleeping occupants a much better chance at waking and responding when seconds count, because an alarm you can't wake up to won't save you. So when you're upgrading, ask your installer or electrician for Watch Genius smoke alarms featuring the proven 520Hz wake-up sound.
At Bunnings, we'll help you get organising your home for less. With an easy storage 60-litre flexi storage tub, only $8.59. And all set 20-pack of microfiber cleaning cloths, just $8.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Aussie Broadband is helping businesses right across the country stay connected and perform at their best. Their Aussie-based team delivers the reliability, speed and advanced IT solutions to some of Australia's largest organisations. No matter your industry, Aussie Broadband can equip your business with technology that's dependable, scalable and built to keep things running smoothly. That's business done different. Aussie Broadband. That's the actual Aussie way. AussieBroadband.com.au/enterprise.
Make the switch now to Kia's award-winning electric range with incredible drive-away offers available, including the all-electric Kia EV4 sedan with up to 612 kilometres of range. Add to that seamless connectivity, full panoramic display and intelligent iPedal regenerative braking that recoups energy as you drive, and all from only $52,990 drive away. Visit your local Kia dealership today to experience the Kia EV4.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go!
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Seems like all the music today is going to be a whole lot of 1996 hits. Was that the number one song this 30 years ago? Tupac and Dr. Dre. Are they kitchen manufacturers? I don't even remember that song. We're doing a bit of a retrospective this afternoon, 30 years ago today.
Bringing you the stories that matter to Brisbane. This is 4BC Drive. And now, Gary Hardgrave comments.
Today is a special day for me, the 30th anniversary of my first speech in the House of Representatives, the 1st of May, 1996. According to the records, I was the 909th person ever elected to the Australian Parliament. And the team in the 4BC Drive boardroom have found my first speech and they were amazed. I was saying a lot of the things that I say today way back then. And I'm not so much a broken record, but I guess I'm on the record, so I have to be consistent. Now, the team chose some highlights to replay today. The first voice you're going to hear is the Honourable Dick Adams. Now, he was the Labor member for Lyons. He was the local member for Port Arthur. And remember, this speech took place just a few days after the massacre in his electorate. Dick was the Deputy Speaker.
Before I call the Honourable Member for Moreton, I remind the House that this is the Honourable Member's first speech, but I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. I call the Honourable Member for Moreton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, and in advance I thank the House for the courtesy extended to me. Mr Deputy Speaker, Moreton has been my home for over 25 years, and 4 generations of my family live locally. I believe I'm the only ex-student of Runcorn State Primary, of McGregor State High and of Griffith University, all within my electorate, to have been elected to this place. Certainly a great honour to be the first from each of those schools and to represent them here.
My 1996 speech in the House of Representatives outlined some principles.
The people of Moreton want this government to get the basic things right first. The family, small business, the creation of real jobs, and they're all items which Labor had left off their agenda. Labor said there was simply nothing wrong. Labor said families were well looked after and small business was booming. In Labor's mindset, there were plenty of jobs and increasing crime was just one of those things. Labor ignored local road and infrastructure problems, overcrowding in classrooms and increasing red tape affecting everyday people. Now, each of these very real issues, ignored by Labor, all relate to individuals, people. Labor had forgotten about real people. That's why they lost the last election.
Well, now back to 2026, and too much of that seems just as bad as it was before the 1996 election. In that first speech, I also talked about national unity.
Labor's idea of multiculturalism was based on segmenting the community, not bringing it together. And unlike Labor, I believe Australians of all backgrounds and beliefs can unite by emphasising the similarities, not highlighting the differences. Labor's way needed legislation to force conformity and adherence. Labor's approach caused great resentment among many Australians. I believe the Howard government will build a better future for all Australians and will bring us all closer together.
As federal MPs, we are representatives of our communities, but we also have to legislate for all Australians.
I imagine you no doubt gather that I'm not a rabid deregulationist. I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that market forces alone have led over time to monopolies in many industries, which is often against the public good. My own personal professional experience proves to me just how true this is in the case of media ownership. A look at the poor consumer performance of the banking sector confirms the effect on so many other people. If you look at the engine room of our economy, the small business sector, the mums, the dads, the families, the individuals who give up a lot to try and make a go of it, in my electorate many struggle to compete or have given up trying to compete against the giants of retailing who've lobbied successfully for deregulation of trading hours. But Mr Deputy Speaker, I am all for less, but the result must always be better regulation.
So all of this was me 30 years ago today. I gave myself a little note to guide my way.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that we will all consider carefully the impact of the important legislation which we will pass. As private members of the House of Representatives, we all have a role to play in advocating the right changes to ensure the right results for those we represent. And to me, the people of my electorate will always come first.
Well, look, I hope you forgive the indulgence. Maybe found it a little interesting. My team here at 4BC Drive thought my first speech in the House of Representatives 30 years ago today offered you a little insight into the me of today. What is making news today? Georgia Condek is in the 4BC newsroom. What's the latest?
Good afternoon, Gary. Returning to that breaking news earlier today, the partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged with sexual assault and deprivation of liberty offences. Dr Reza Abdib's home was raided by officers yesterday. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services from next week amid ongoing rail strikes. From Tuesday, around 300 services will be wiped from the schedule and will transition to Saturday timetables. Traditional owners in Alice Springs are urging the community to think about consequences of violence after riots broke out in the wake of a 5-year-old girl's death. And the federal government has announced 2 shipments carrying 100 million litres of jet fuel are on their way to Australia. In sport, chaos on the court in the NBA playoff game between Atlanta and New York. Aussie Dyson Daniels has been booted from the game after starting a scuffle. And Gary, I'll have more news at 4.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
A multi-vehicle crash on the Bruce Highway in Griffin near the Moreton Rail Overpass has all southbound lanes affected. Delays expected there. The Gateway has a northbound crash in Bracken Ridge. Delays back to Boondall. The Pacific Motorway's got a southbound crash. It's in the left lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt. Heavy delays back to the Captain Cook Bridge. Western Freeway heavy outbound through Indooroopilly. The M1 slow southbound from Pibamata to Helensvale. And the Bruce Highway heavy in patches northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary East. The traffic every 10 minutes. I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Pain and injury can strike any time. You might be out on a run, slamming a dunk, or chasing a ball. Reduce the risk of pain and injury by warming up your muscles for peak performance with Deep Heat. And when the race is run, cool down with Ice Gel to relieve any sprains or strains. Fast, targeted pain relief from the iconic brand you know and trust since 1956. Deep Heat. Feel it work. Available in supermarkets and pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Don't let stairs stop you from living in the home you love, now or in the future. There is a solution, and it's not selling your home. It's a compact home lift. Our lifts fit seamlessly into any space smaller than a square metre and use less power than boiling a kettle. And right now, to celebrate our 10th anniversary, we're giving you $2,000 off. But not for long. Search Compact Home Lifts for your free quote today.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Be Norman now. Conditions apply.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to reach 4 times more Australians than ad-supported Spotify, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
Hey Queensland, I'm excited to be a part of Queensland Beer Co, along with my good mates Wally, JT and Cam. It's a beer that's genuinely Queensland owned and brewed. Our first release, the Original Mid, is a crisp 3.5% lager made for our climate and our lifestyle. Find it at your local BWS and Dan Murphy stores across Queensland. So next time you're grabbing a cold one, make it a QBC Midi, the real taste of Queensland. 18 plus, drink responsibly.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank, giving Australians over 55 more freedom to fund what matters most in retirement without selling up. Reverse mortgage eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
25 to 4 with Gary Hargrave, and I promise we're going to get through all of the big stories that are occurring, and happy to take your calls as well. 133 882 for watch smoke alarms, and send us a text 0499 880 882. Got some Pass the Bucks money to give away. Got a whole bunch of stuff to do this afternoon. Of course, the Wokey Pokey, we're going to preview that between now and 4 and give you the full-blown Wokey Pokey. The world is filled with woke right now. You sort of woke till you choke almost at the moment, really. Gary from Koowanba, thank you. I know you listened to the station. He said of my 96 speech, what he just heard, he said, very good, clear, and to the point. And as you say, most things are still the same. That's the sad part about it is pre-96, we had a whole bunch of reasons to change the government as we did. And now I'm finding a lot of the stuff that we changed after 1996 as the Howard government. And the national unity one really jumps out at me. I just don't like the idea of Australians being treated as separate tribes. That's why I'm hot to trot about the 3 flags thing. I think the Prime Minister should retreat to just one flag because that's the flag that represents us all. It's okay if you're in an association or a district that uses a different flag. Queenslanders fly the Queensland flag if they want to. And indeed, the Brisbane City Councillors have got a council flag, the Murray River people, but we have one national flag. And the Prime Minister should only have that always. He was elected the same day as me. He should know this, but he doesn't think like that. It's sad. Ross from Mosman wants to know, oh, Ross, what'd you bring this up for? Seriously, he said, so what team does Jason Matthews actually barrack for in the state of origin?
Up the Maroons.
He should be barracking for the Maroons. We're working on him. And he sometimes feels very blue. That's all I'll say. And Daniel said, Mr. Hargrave, I wasn't a voting age 30 years ago, but if you run tomorrow, I'll vote for you twice. You know, mate, that is against the law. You never vote in your same name twice. Apparently, there's lots of dodgy people. My late grandmother actually got into trouble once. They said she voted 5 times in an election. She didn't. She was in hospital. Somebody voted in her name. I'm not telling you what to do. 133 882 is our number here at 4BC. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. You can ring us on the open line anytime you like. The Northern Territory Chief Minister, Leah Finocchiaro, has called for calm after a night of rioting in Alice Springs after the arrest of the bloke who's alleged to have murdered a 5-year-old girl. Now, we broke all this yesterday afternoon. The whole thing turned my stomach and any decent person's stomach. But overnight, it's been a real mess in Alice Springs. Takeaway bottle shops are now going to be closed today in that city, and from 10 to 2 on Saturday in an effort to try and quell the behaviour. There's a lot of anger in Alice Springs, you might understand. Jefferson Lewis, who's allegedly killed the 5-year-old Kumajai little baby, was evacuated from Alice Springs on a special flight arranged for his relocation. My understanding is he's under police guard. He's receiving treatment for injuries after a mob beating. The whole thing's pretty ugly, isn't it? I can understand why. 9 News reporter Samantha Hogan is in the Northern Territory, joins me now. Samantha, this bloke been arrested? Is that the story now? He has actually been arrested by Territory Police?
He has been arrested by Territory Police and is right now in Darwin, like you said, under police custody. It's my understanding that he sustained serious injuries, but he's been cleared to have police take him into custody, so it looks like he's going to survive.
So police found him after he'd been bashed. The mob had dealt with him. I feared this yesterday. We had people writing into the program saying that there could be some kind of traditional justice meted to this bloke. There's no excuses for it, but I can understand it. What do we know? What's happened here?
Well, it's my understanding from what police have said that Jefferson Lewis identified himself to community members with all the pressure to turn himself in, and that's when he was attacked. Police then swooped after they got a number of calls from community members that had witnessed this attack, and a number of officers in that interaction were assaulted while trying to apprehend him, and also several paramedics were ambushed too. That's when he was taken to the Alice Springs Hospital, and of course that's when we saw crowds of up to 400 people swarming there around 9:30 last night.
I called Alice Springs a city a moment ago. It's not really, it's a town. It's a small place. Everybody knows everybody. They come in from out of town, into town when things are on. I understand how the place works, but it's got ugly. Things have been burned. This rioting has just been extraordinary. Can you tell me a bit more about the rioting that's actually taken place?
Yeah, Gary, it was several hours of chaos. Police cars and bins set alight. They were still smoking this morning when I arrived there for my Today Show crosses. Rocks hurled at police, rubber bullets fired by police and tear gas deployed to just try and break up some of that mayhem. And, yeah, very ugly scenes like you've described. Leaders today are really calling for that calm.
Okay, so measures have been put in place to stop this. Shutting down the grog shops, that might be one thing, but I don't know how you're going to take a lot of heat out of the community. People are angry, I would have thought.
People are very angry, and you can only imagine how much pain they must be feeling right now. But leaders have called for peace, acknowledging that the community is hurting, but pleading with them for this sense of calm and peace after such tragedy. And that this should not define the incredible community efforts that we've seen here over the past 5 days. Everyone, hundreds of people getting together to search for this little girl. And really that little girl is at the centre of this, and it should not take away from the tragedy that has been experienced in this community.
Oh, it's just awful. I mean, when the news came through, the Kumajai little baby, the body had been found, my heart sank. We were really heavily invested here. It's not about us, but we thought, reading between the lines, the police were confident of finding her. I just don't know how, living in that community, how else you could feel but just angry, wanting to lash out. But what have they done? They've damaged the hospital, the coppers. I mean, what's been the impact?
Not only the hospital, I mean, you can see just in some of the vision that's come out today that there's that much rubbish just strewn throughout the streets, and that's because there was a service station right opposite that got ambushed as well, and lots of, goods taken and strewn across the road from there, their windows smashed. I was talking to some staff in the servo this morning that said their car windows were smashed because they were parked right next to it. So it's just chaos everywhere, really, from probably 200 metres down the street, just looks like an absolute wasteland this morning.
Yeah, so it really an outpouring, an expression of rage and anger, targeting key facilities. But what about the quiet parts of the community? Is there a general mood that actually will present some calm, or are those who want to riot going to be taking over for a little while longer?
I think the vast majority of the community here are spending the time today, in reflection. They're wrapping their arms around the family at the centre of this tragedy. So I wouldn't say that last night is a reflection of the general spirit here, people are mourning, and you do get that sense of mourning when you're on the street talking to people. Everyone has a connection in this town. It's small enough that everyone has felt the pain of this event.
Yeah, well, my mate Jacinta Napajipa-Price, and Beth, Mum, I mean, everybody, they're connected. They're connected, and you're right. And I thought the Chief Minister was superb yesterday, Leah Finocchiaro, and indeed the police officers in charge. I mean, the language they used, we could relate to, and the hurt that they obviously feel, we could understand. And, okay, a few have expressed it in this kind of brutal way. I find in my heart some forgiveness for that, but I hope that Alice Springs can calm down. I hope that this bloke is dealt with as the law will, and it's just the whole thing's sickening, Samantha, and I hope you and others reporting on this stay safe. Look after yourself.
Thanks, Gary.
Good on you. Thanks for your time. Samantha Hogan, 9 News reporter. She's in Alice Springs. What a mess. What do you think? 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. That's the 4BC open line. Jan at Kippering sent a nice text. Thank you, Jan. She said, I'm listening to you as usual, enjoying that maiden speech you replayed. I think there's a couple other excerpts. The team here have pulled it together, not me. I said, have a listen to this. And they said, oh, well, that's interesting. And, oh, that could be interesting anyway. Jan says all those things 30 years ago, things have changed, but as you and I are saying, a lot of things are still the same today. And we need more people like you who'll put yourself up there to try and make a difference. And I thank you sincerely for your time in politics, as I'm sure it made a difference. But unfortunately, politics seems to be like a merry-go-round. One party offers something different, and most people, they're like sheep and vote the people who've made a difference out. The merry-go-round goes round and round and round again, I know. But I think we should be able to break this cycle. What we need is somebody who's not worried about the next election as much as the next generation, delivering some sort of dividend. That's the problem. That's what's missing in Australian politics today. People who are actually not focused on themselves, but actually focused on the future. Not even just us, but the ones that'll come after us. Because at the moment we're heading to $1.22 trillion in government debt by 2029. We had zero debt 20 years ago. That's where we got it to. It's not good enough, is it? Not good enough at all.
Pass the buck.
Everybody pass the buck.
Speaking about the money, that is your cue to call because we've given away $9,500. Now we're down to the last cash prize of $500. 133 882 is the number to call right now if you know the code word Dean and Sophie gave you this morning. On 4BC Breakfast, call right now and be call number 8 and you'll take home $500. 13 to 4.
Traffic, thanks to Aussie Broadband. Business done different. The actual Aussie way. Find out more at aussiebroadband.com.au/enterprise.
Hippie Arterial Road has a northbound crash before the Pine River Bridge with delays back through Bald Hills. The Gateway Motorway has a northbound crash in Brackenridge, delays there back to Boondall. Pacific Motorway has a southbound crash. It's in the left-hand lane before the Clump Road off-ramp in Mount Gravatt. Heavy delays there back to the Captain Cook Bridge. Elsewhere, the Logan Motorway is stressed inbound from Carroll Park to Heathwood, the M1 slow southbound from Ormo to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway heavy in patches northbound from Palanga to Burpengary East.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
IndoorMobileCranes.com.au. Is stress and mild anxiety ruling your life and making it impossible to sleep or even to focus? Stress isn't just in your head, it starts in your gut. Introducing Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic. Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic relieves symptoms of stress, mild anxiety and sleeplessness. It also supports focus and maintains energy levels. If you're tired of letting stress rule your life, try Caruso's Anxiety Ease Probiotic today from leading pharmacies and health stores.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen bench tops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine. Or online at uptiles.net.
Keep it clean and running like a dream with F10 fuel treatment. Whether it's cars, trucks, earth-moving machinery, boats or bikes, petrol or diesel, no matter what you drive, F10 makes engines run smoother and more efficiently, cleans and protects injectors and pumps, and extends the life of your engine. F10 removes water, wax, varnishes and diesel bug contamination. F10 fuel treatment. Available at Atom, Bailey's Marine Fuels, Blackwoods, Burson's and Repco stores.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
1996 hit Cake the Distance. Bit groovy. Back in 96. Let's do this.
Pass the bucks.
Everybody pass the bucks.
$500. That's what we've got left out of the 10 grand we've given away between 4BC Breakfast and Drive. And let's see, call number 8. I got Annette at Upper Mount Gravatt. That was actually in my electorate of Moreton back in the day. Upper Mount Gravatt. Annette, well done to you.
I remember that, Gary.
Oh, good on you. I'm glad I do too. So can you tell me what the code word was that Dean and Sophie gave this morning?
I believe it's speech.
Speech. There you go. Well done. This is like there's been a conspiracy here at 4BC all day, but guess what? You get $500 because of it, Annette. You have done well.
I am just stoked. I am just thrilled to bits. And the man on the phone asked me what I would do with it. And, you know, I've been wanting to give some money to Mercy Ships Australia for a while now, and so some of it will go there.
Well, good on you, Annette. It's a great cause. They look after a lot of our sea merchant marinas in particular, but good on you. Thank you so much. That's Annette at Upper Mount Gravatt. See, she was in my lecture. She actually remembered me. Glad I could too as well. 10 grand, that's what we've given away. Let's do this.
It's time to go beyond the headlines with the 4BC Drive News Deep Dive.
Well, the ships might be working, but the trains don't want to. It's just getting worse. Commuters are being told to expect major rail disruptions from Tuesday. Georgia Condek from the 4BC newsroom is here. This is ridiculous. Magic Round's in peril now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right, Gary. Well, as you said there, from Tuesday, we've got no more regular services, and they'll turn to Saturday timetabling with more than 250 train services to just be wiped from the schedule. Trains will only run every 30 minutes outside peak hour service, which in turn will reduce from every 6 minutes to 15. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services to 80% due to significant maintenance backlogs. The state government blaming strike action and calling unions to come to the table over wage negotiations. More than 800 notices of industrial action have been launched against Queensland Rail, who in response have notified 490 employees that they will not be paid unless they return to work. Now, Transport Minister Brett Mickelberg, got up and he did a press conference today and he's urging the unions to come back to the negotiating table.
There is a deal on the table and, as I said, Queensland Rail is ready to negotiate. And today we're calling on the unions to get back to the table to avoid further impacts to commuters.
So he also went on to say that they have issued 471 notices to They've issued the 471 notice to sections of maintenance workforce.
That means that part of the workforce not doing their job will not be paid. My clear message to that section of the workforce is those who are striking right now, if you're not doing your job, you won't be paid. And if this is not a lockout, we welcome rail maintenance workforce coming back to work and doing their job, in which case they will be paid. But while Queensland commuters are being held to ransom by unions striking, those responsible should not be paid.
Yeah, but Brent Mickelberg doesn't get it. People are suffering as a result of this. He'd be better off shutting the whole thing down and letting people make permanent other arrangements. That's just my view. What services? Well, what services aren't being impacted?
That probably would have been a shorter list, to be honest, Gary. So we've got the Gold Coast, Cleveland, Redcliffe Peninsula, Springfield, Ipswich, Ferny Grove, Caboolture, Shorncliffe, Beenleigh, Sunshine Coast, Rosewood and Doomben. Now, the air train services will be unaffected. But services will be reduced further if the maintenance backlog continues to grow. So as it gets worse, the delays and the impacts are also going to get worse.
Okay, so but Queensland Rail, I think you can't put daylight between Queensland Rail management and the unions. The minister just doesn't understand that. Negotiations, I just think this whole thing is just a joke. Where's it at?
Well, like we've said, unions are being urged to come back to the table. So Queensland Rail is currently locked in a wage deal standoff with 7 different transport unions, resulting in thousands of members participating in this action. Queensland Rail last week cut train capacity down from 6 cars to 3 cars, stating that maintenance issues were not being addressed by the maintenance workers who were taking strike. The unions, they're calling for better paying conditions.
Okay, so Magic Round, it's going to be tragic.
It's only 3 weeks away, and Brett Mickelberg simply said today there will be disruptions and it will cause major headaches for the big event. Thousands of people are expected to descend on the River City, and they won't have public transport to get them to the games.
Yeah, are there enough buses in the world? Well, that's my big question anyway.
Is there going to be a contingency plan from Queensland Rail? They said that that's what they're working on.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Georgia, thank you for the deep dive. Go and catch your breath. You'll be back in 5 minutes, top of the hour, 4BC News. Now, look, this is the thing everyone waits for because we're going to tease you about what's coming up next hour. That's what this is.
Oh, the wokey pokey. Oh, the wokey pokey. Oh, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
Your weekend starts right here with 4BC Drive's Wokey Pokey, a weekly opportunity to laugh at the world of woke. It's slowly taken over. Coming up this week, apparently Roald Dahl was a beard shamer, and Mr. Twit's facial hair is now a human rights issue. Why, you'll never see a disaster on the footy field again. Canada's new identity acronym has more letters than a game of Scrabble and requires a halftime break just to pronounce it. And why US City is shelling out $18,000 to make sure local burglars feel included and welcome in their neighbourhood. Wokey Pokey coming up next hour here on 4BC Drive.
Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
A northbound crash on Gympie Arterial Road before the Pine River Bridge has cleared. The Gateway Motorway has a southbound accident in Rochedale with heavy delays back to Murarrie. A southbound crash on the Pacific Motorway in Mount Gravatt is cleared. Riverside Expressway, it's fine inbound, but is on the brake southbound down to Greenslopes. Logan Motorway still stressed inbound from Carroll Park to Heathwood. The M1 slows southbound from Ormeau to Helensvale. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
The all-new 4BC Breakfast with Dean Miller and Sophie Formica.
Hope you're enjoying your Labor Day long weekend, but we will be back in the chair 5:30 Monday with the 4BC Breakfast Show.
And we're picking up where we left off Friday. One of our rumours has shone some light on dodgy roadworthy certificates. It seems it might be a bigger problem than we first realised.
All the usual stuff as well. 4BC Rumour File coming up after 7 o'clock. We'll see you Monday.
Start your day the right way from 5:30 weekdays on Brisbane's 4BC. What have you seen? What have you heard? Don't miss the Rumour File on the all-new 4BC Breakfast with Dean Miller and Sophie Formica. Your rumour could win you $50,000 cash. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Up to 7 in 10 people don't wake to standard smoke alarm sounds. Genius uses the sound proven to wake sleepers. Choose Genius by Watch Smoke Alarms. The Rumour File with Dean and Sophie. Weekdays on 4BC.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian Australian-made beard mattresses, made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Confused about the major changes in home care packages?
What happens to my existing care package?
How much is this co-payment?
How do I get into the system?
What are these new eligibility requirements?
What you need is clear, expert advice. So call Right at Home. We're industry leaders for in-home care. We'll sit with you in your home for free and help you navigate the new system to get the support you deserve. So don't stress. Call 1300 363 802 for the right support. Right at Home.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
I don't think I've heard that song, Just a Girl, for about 30 years. Just so much fun listening to some of those old songs from 1996. We're sort of doing a bit of retrospective about all of that. And if you want to watch my full parliamentary speech, it's going to be on the 4BC YouTube page, just so you can find that. Of course, today is a very special day here at 4BC. We've moved into a brand new chapter. We're welcoming our new owners, Tapped Media. That means a small change to the 4BC app. If you find yourself locked out over the next couple of days, logged out, don't worry. It's all part of the transition, and all you've got to do is follow the prompts on your screen. And if you've got a problem, go to the support team on 1-800-TAPPED-IN, 1-800-827-846. They'll help you out.
News is next. For quality home care packages, call Right at Home today. (4BC) News.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Georgia Condek. Dr. Reza Abdib, the partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, has been charged with rape, sexual assault and deprivation of liberty. It comes after police raided the 65-year-old's Gold Coast apartment yesterday. He's been granted watch house bail and is scheduled to appear in court next week. Northern Territory Chief Minister Leah Finocchiaro has called for calm following a night of rioting in Alice Springs. Jefferson Lewis, who is alleged to have murdered the 5-year-old girl, is currently under police guard and is receiving treatment for his injuries after a mob beating. 9 News reporter Samantha Hogan has told Gary Hardgrave the community is in mourning.
The vast majority of the community here are spending the time today, in reflection. They're wrapping their arms around the family at the centre of this tragedy. So I wouldn't say that last night is a reflection of the general spirit here. You do get that sense of mourning when you're on the street talking to people.
Train services across the state will be cut dramatically next week due to ongoing wage disputes. From Tuesday, regular services across the state will turn to a Saturday timetable with more than 250 train services wiped from the schedule. It casts a dark cloud over Network's capacity to transport fans to and from NRL's Magic Round just 3 weeks away. Australia will be involved in talks with the United States to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The critical waterway has been closed since the start of the Iran war, restricting fuel supplies. At this stage, it's not known exactly how Australia will be involved, but the France and UK will also make up part of the Maritime Freedom Coalition. The latest Cotality data shows Brisbane home prices increased by approximately $14,000 in April. While the market has cooled since November peak, higher listing numbers and lower clearance rates have become the trend. Research Director Tim Lawless says although stock levels are rising, buyers still face a limited selection.
But definitely trending higher. So I think for buyers, they might not feel quite as much urgency as what they have been over the past couple of years. But still, with stock levels as low as what they are, I think vendors still have the upper hand.
And Indigenous groups have filed applications against the planned Victoria Park Stadium, claiming the site is a resting ground for ancestors. The Federal Environment Ministry has received at least 6 applications under cultural heritage protection laws. One application claims building the stadium would cause irreversible damage and eliminate any possibility for cultural healing or reconciliation. To finance, just before the close, the All Ords is trading up 69 points at 8,957, and $1 Australian dollar is buying 71.9 US cents.
Finance on Brisbane's 4BC. Whatever role you need them to play, NAB is your partner for every stage of business. NAB, more than money.
Toby Rudolph has become the latest NRL player to express interest in joining the PNG Chiefs, putting his hand up to follow Jerome Luai in 2028. Off contract from November 1, the Sharks forward made a public pitch on the Today Show.
I'm a really fun guy. I like to play rugby league.
Is it dating app? Like a dating profile.
I'm a good listener.
Meantime, round 9 gets underway tonight. The Bulldogs hoping to break the record the Cowboys have set against them, with North Queensland winning 4 of their past 6 games. Lions coach Chris Fagan says he'll wave a red flag at Cam Rayner ahead of Saturday's clash with the Bombers. Brisbane want to unleash their forward line bull against Essendon, with Fagan backing Rayner to deliver once more. And Australia's Min Woo Lee has finished round 1 of the PGA Tour event in Miami at 2 under 470. It's 4:04. That's news and sport.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights, enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 4BC app.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock, with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. Queensland Motor Licence Dealer Number 2400241.
Brisbane Traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Rochedale, a southbound accident on the Gateway Motorway has heavy delays back to Murray. The Riverside Expressway fine inbound. It's on the brakes outbound and down to Greenslopes. Logan Motorway stressed inbound from Carroll Park to Heathwood. The Western Freeway is heavy outbound from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket. The M1 slow southbound from Ormo to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway is heavy in patches northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary East. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
When it comes to planning a funeral, the thought of wading your way through the internet for information can be pretty frustrating. A single call to an experienced funeral director at Alex Gow Funerals can answer all your questions and guide you in the right direction. It's quick, simple, and there are no obligations, just honest answers to your questions. Whether your need is immediate or you're planning for the future, just call Alex Gow Funerals on 3851 7800. Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Partly cloudy across Brisbane this afternoon with a high chance of showers and getting down to 19 degrees overnight. A rainy weekend ahead with high chance of showers tomorrow and a top of 25. Sunday, chance of showers with a top of 26. And a partly cloudy day on Monday, reaching a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around 1 metre. Right now, it's 24 degrees at Browns Plains. I'm Georgia Kondak with more news at 4:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Now, back to Drive with Gary Hardgrave. On 4BC.
At 4:07, and of course the Wokey Pokey coming up this half hour. We'll have a look at what the world of woke has done to the world, and common sense been a big knife taken to it, I think. 133 882 is the 4BC open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. Text is 0499 880 882. Email, it's drive@4bc.com.au.
From Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bribie, 4BC is Brisbane. 882 4BC.
Look, the team here at 4BC have been terrific to me this week. It's been a tough week in many ways, and I think that they have had a look at some stuff that I said in my first speech 30 years ago today in the Australian Parliament and thought, actually, you know what? Gary's still saying the same sort of things now. I'm not a broken record. I just am on the record. I just want to be able to be consistent. And if I change my mind, I'll let you know. Some things have changed. I have learned as I've gone along. But today, it's a kind of special program, 30 years since the beginning of my first time speaking in the House of Representatives. And a former colleague of mine, a bloke, we had a couple of little stoushes, I've got to say. But I've got to say to you that I respect this man enormously. His personal integrity, his intelligence, his application to the business of Australia has been, I think, understated for too long. He has been acknowledged with an Order of Australia. He's an officer of the Order of Australia, and he was a former senator from 1993 to 2011. He held very senior roles, cabinet minister, leader of the opposition, leader of the government, rather, in the Senate. And his name is Nick Minchin, and he joins me now. Nick, it is great to talk to you. And for a bloke who was born in Sydney, represented South Australia, you now live in Queensland, you got it right eventually, my friend.
Good afternoon, Gary, and thank you for that very generous introduction. And it's wonderful to be on the show with you, and it's wonderful to be able to congratulate you on 30 years since your very fine maiden speech and your introduction to the Parliament.
It was, as you know, a nerve-wracking first moment. It is, because I was only 36, Nick. I was a young bloke, and I've come from the suburbs of Brisbane. And I didn't pretend to be anything I wasn't. I never have. Maybe that's worked, maybe it hasn't, I don't know. But can you tell me a little bit about your own story? What made you into politics? You got involved professionally as well as from a parliamentary point of view. You've done a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I guess I came from a family of small business and liberal-loving parents, and my political awakening actually was when I did final year high school in Cleveland, Ohio, on a American Field Service scholarship, and it was a pretty political time in the US, you know, the Vietnam War and Richard Nixon and all that. And my American host family were strong Republicans. And then I after that, I went to the ANU in Australian National University in Canberra, and I was there from 1972 to 1976, which was the end of the 23 years of the coalition, the unbelievably chaotic and disastrous 3 years of Labor, and then the beginning of the Fraser government. And I sort of became convinced that young blokes like me ought to do something to make sure Labor never gets in again. Because I was just staggered at how much damage that Whitlam government did to Australia, and I got quite politicised. And while I got admitted to practice law, I thought I should go and help the Liberal Party. So I went to work for Tony Eggleton in the federal headquarters of the party in Canberra for 6 years, and then got married and spent a year cycling around Europe in 1984. And then the South Australian Liberal Party tracked me down. Like you, I was brought up in Sydney.
Yeah.
But the South Australian Liberal Party tracked me down and said, we need a new state director. How about you come here? So I thought, let's go to SA for a couple of years. So I ended up being state director there for 8 years, and then was fortunate to get elected to the Senate from South Australia and served 18 years as a senator for the great state of South Australia. So, I have spent a lot of my life, my working life, in the political arena, but I don't regret any of it. And like you, I think, it's just the opportunity to try and make a difference, no matter how small. But just people like us have got to get in there and have a go.
I think that it should be for ordinary people to step into these sorts of positions. I don't think it needs to be always somebody who says, I'm going to do this. I know I was tapped on the shoulder and asked by a couple of local members, and I got involved when I was 14. I was helping the late David Jull years ago, and God rest his soul, and Jullie had a lot of influence on me, as you might imagine, as a young bloke. Yes. But I learned a lot in Canberra from a lot of good people, you amongst them, and I just simply think that it was important that you brought who you were, your authentic self, to the business of Canberra, because it's a trap, isn't it? You can get really changed the wrong way if you're not careful.
Yeah, and if you get on that sort of slippery slope of, just ambition, just wanting to get to the top and forgetting why you're actually there. You're there to represent Australians. You're there because you stand for a set of values that you want to see acted upon. You're not there just for your own glorification. And I think, unfortunately, too many get caught up in, climbing the greasy pole. You were passionate about your constituents, and you mentioned we had a couple of stoushes. And I do remember, I think you, as a backbencher, you gave me more buggery than anyone else.
I was just standing up for a local constituent, but we kind of,
exactly.
But what I had to do.
And that's why I respected you, because you were fighting on behalf of some local constituents of yours who had a real issue with what I happened to be doing at the time. And you were very passionate. You weren't intimidated. You got up and you spoke on their behalf, and I really respected you for that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that.
Not enough people did that, not enough people did get up in the party room and do that.
Yeah, I think that was where a lot of change happened, isn't it? When you're in the government party room, you've got an opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister once a week, the Treasurer once a week, the senior colleagues once a week. You could do it in between, but you could do it in front of colleagues. You've got to be true to yourself.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Social media has changed a lot of that. Everybody rushes off and posts something on social media nowadays, and all that sort of stuff. I think it has changed for the worse. I think the way the Howard government worked was exceptionally good, and Howard was fantastic at responding to, listening to, understanding where his junior ministers, backbenchers were coming from, and taking that on board. You were lucky to serve as a minister in his government, as was I.
5.25 years as a minister, something I would never have imagined possible. Never. And yet it's there. It happened. And man, that's just an enormous source of personal pride, but equally,
it should be.
I think that as Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, I had some say to me, "Oh, does the Prime Minister hate you? He's put you into multicultural affairs." But I look at it now, Nick, and say, I was saying in '96, because the team here reminded me, I said, I believe we shouldn't treat Australians as segments. We should treat them as individuals, and that we should be promoting national unity. And then you go forward 5 years later, and John Howard said, rightio, individuals, national unity, citizenship and multicultural affairs, and yet we've now got a government in Australia that says 3 flags will do it, and we'll treat everyone as separate. No, I don't like this. I don't like this separation of people.
Yeah, you said, I reread your maiden speech today, and you said, and I quote, Labor's idea of multiculturalism was based on segmenting the community, not bringing it together. You were ahead of your time, mate, and that's exactly what's happened, and given multiculturalism, frankly, a bad name.
Yeah.
And, we've got to be united as a country, not separated. And I worry that Labor does play us off against each other, and panders to particular ethnic groupings, and rather than encouraging them to join with us and be Australian, They encourage their separateness, and I think that's disastrous.
Yeah, people don't realise, Nick, the kind of engine room stuff you did. Yes, you took on leadership roles, but as finance minister, you had to guard the books. I say Peter Walsh in the Keating Hawke era was also strong on this, the late John Fahey also strong on this, but you were so vigorous around that finance space. You knew where every dollar was going. I remember you roused on me once and we sorted it out. It was somebody else's fault. But let's face it, you had to be respectful of where the dollars were coming from, where they were going. And we've now had 20 years of adding to the debt that you helped get rid of. We were debt-free 20 years ago.
Yeah, when I became finance minister in 2001, after the 2001 election, I realised sitting around the cabinet table that basically Peter Costello as Treasurer and I were the only two there just to represent the taxpayers. Every other minister wanted a slice of the action, and it was our job to say, sorry, fella.
Yeah.
So, it's not an easy job. Saying no to people who have great ideas and passionate projects that they want to pursue. But, the nation's finances are the most important thing, and I am proud to have been part of, getting to 2007. And it's unbelievable now when we've got $1 trillion debt that we had no net debt whatsoever at the end of our reign in 2007.
Yeah.
And it was hard work and tough having to say no to a lot of people like you and others that they couldn't have the money they sought. But someone has to do it.
Yeah.
And you're right, John Fay was a terrific finance minister. In my farewell speech, I upheld Labor's Senator Peter Walsh as the best finance minister Australia's ever had, because he had it much tougher, because those Labor guys would have spent much more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much more money, so it was hard for him to have to say no.
Absolutely. I guess if you're still in politics, what would your priorities be apart from looking for a letter to write a resignation? You wouldn't want to be in it anymore, but what would your priorities be?
Oh, dear. Where do you start? I guess as a former finance minister, I'd have to say getting the budget back under control. Yeah. It's just horrifying what's happened. I don't think our fellow Queenslander Jim Chalmers has got any idea what he's doing. No. He doesn't seem to worry about just putting it on the tab. What's called off-budget spending is just completely out of control, where things don't even appear in the budget. Look at this snowy hydro thing. Incredible.
It's embarrassing.
Regrettably, it was the Turnbull Liberal government that started this fiasco. But that should be stopped now, dead in its tracks. Finish. We're not going to spend another dollar on this thing.
Yep.
But no, they'll just go on spending money. So I think that getting federal finances under control is just the most important thing to be doing.
Yeah, I just can't believe we're putting it all off till tomorrow. But either way, Nick mentioned we need a bit of rigour in the ship, and we haven't got it there. But look, you and I, we'll catch up. We'll have a bit more chat about everything that's wrong, and we're just going to try and find some people to make it right. That would be my view anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I agree with that.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Gary, on 30 years from your great maiden speech and what you've contributed to Australia. It's been terrific.
More to come. Good on you, Nick Minchin. Back to you, Nick Minchin. AO, he's a former finance minister, amongst so many other things, and really just one of the people that got stuff done. 133 882. That's the 4BC open line. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms, 4:20.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
A multi-vehicle crash on Old Northern Road before Rogers Parade East in McDowell has lanes reduced northbound and delays back to Everton Park. In Rochedale, the southbound accident on the Gateway Motorway has heavy delays back to Murarrie. Logan Motorway is stressed inbound from Carroll Park to Heathwood. The Western Freeway heavy outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. The M1 slow southbound from Ormo to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway is the same northbound from Kalanka to Burpengary. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
At Coles, you can get great value on fruit and veg. This week, like Coles, Australian Royal Gala apples just $4 per kilo. Shop in-store or online at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
Go Harvey Norman now and get a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. This offer is available in-store and online while stocks last. Beard mattresses are made by Australians for Australians, and now is the time to buy at Harvey Norman. You can get a queen-size Embrace mattress in your choice of 4 feels for just $719. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, this offer must end Monday. Best range, best prices, and don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
It's hard to imagine Seats Are Us without the wit and warmth of my mate Jamie Dunn.
Supercoach Wayne Bennett for Seats Are Us. I had the top seat at the Broncos, lit the fire in the St George Dragons' nose. I sat on Neptune's throne at the Dolphins, and now I'm at the Rabbitoh.
And Wayne, if things don't improve soon, you'll be taking home the wooden stomach.
He was a true original who kept us smiling. Jamie, you'll always have the best seat in the house at Seats Are Us.
You don't need to be at the ground, to appreciate the skill of the game. It's just as good in the lounge.
Oh, yes.
With a smooth companion in your glass. This weekend, skip the noise. Enjoy the footy from the best seat in the house.
Yes!
With a Jack by your side. Jack Daniels Charcoal Mellow Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniels is a registered trademark. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Oh no, the power's out.
Oh no, the hot water's gone. I know. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing.
Stop searching for tradies. O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains do both. Just one call and you'll have reliable quality tradies on your door to fix your plumbing, electrical and hot water. For 24/7 same-day service and 35 years of expertise, call O'Brien Electrical and Plumbing Coopers Plains. 3277 345. Electrical licence 84362 QBCC 1027082.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Oh, my stars, the Macarena. That was big in 1996. Peter Costello dancing on the midday show with Kerry Ann Kennelly. One scene will never be forgotten. Never be forgotten. Primal Scream Time. No. Mother's Day, of course, Sunday, May 10. And to help one listener out, I have a $100 Flowers for Everyone gift card to give to the mother in your life. Could be your mum, the mum of your kids, a mother figure, or just a great mum you know. So this Mother's Day, say it with flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. Be call number 8 right now, 133 882. I'll give you that $100 voucher. And, of course, now it's time to do this.
You put your PC in, take your common sense out, cancel everybody with a big online shout. You do the wokey pokey and rewrite the past. That's what it's all about. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
Holy Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Just when you thought your childhood memories were safe, the woke police have come for Roald Dahl's classic, The Twits. An academic has officially labelled the book problematic because it apparently promotes a derogatory anti-beard bias. According to the study, describing Mr. Twit's hairy face as unhygienic is professionally a dilemma. It unfairly constructs facial hair as morally suspect. We're apparently looking at a tragic lack of beard inclusivity. Fortunately, we still have Father Christmas as the best representative of bearded people, and frankly, he's one of the goats.
Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
Yeah, now these are things you can't say at the police yet. The word police have now entered the sports commentary box. Former BBC soccer presenter Mark Pugac has posted on X that football reporters should never, ever, ever use the word disaster when a team gives away a goal. Apparently, if the goalkeeper fumbles the ball into his own net, calling it a disaster is a linguistic crime when real disasters such as war and tragedies are going on around the world. I suppose we'll have to swap out disastrous defence for something more inclusive, like an unscheduled scoring opportunity for the opposition. Honestly, this is where we're going with sports commentary? What does Peter Pasoltis think? I mean, how on earth, when NRL commentators will they ever refrain for words like disaster? I mean, they're calling a Dragons game. I mean, it's just not possible.
Whoa, the wokey pokey.
Poor Dragons.
Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
I've got to put the glasses on to read this one. Now we head over to Canada, where a local politician has gone viral for trying to navigate the ever-expanding alphabet soup of modern identity. Now, I can't pronounce it. We're all aware it started with the LGBTQ movement, but this is now where we're up to.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+. This is abhorrent.
The MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+. Well, apparently it's got more letters than a game of Scrabble and enough numbers to confuse a NASA scientist. Critics on social media were quick to point out that the acronym sounds less like a community group and more like a default Wi-Fi password on the back of your router. Anyway, at this rate, you'll need a glass of water and a halftime break just to finish your introduction.
Oh, the wokey pokey. Oh, the wokey pokey. Oh, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
Let's go to Michigan in the United States, where the city of Ann Arbor has decided looking out for your neighbours is officially problematic. The local council has just shelled out a staggering $18,000 to rip down 600 neighbourhood watch signs. You know, the ones that are going around saying this area is protected by Neighbourhood Watch, because these signs have been branded as racist. The mayor claims these blue and white metal signs are expressions of exclusion and don't reflect the city's welcoming values. So they've spent basically $20,000 to make sure local burglars feel included and welcome while they're checking if your back door is locked. It's a bold new strategy for public safety. Neighbourhood Watch is out and Neighbourhood Help Yourself apparently is now in.
Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Whoa, the wokey pokey. Virtue signal.
We can't make this stuff up. It's real. It's happening. It's out there. Ripping out signs saying warning Neighbourhood Watch, and the burglars say, okay, come in. Now they're gone. Just a total nonsense. Let's do something for Mother's Day. Mother's Day, of course, Sunday, the 10th of May, and we want to help somebody out. Call number 8. I've got Johnny at 8 Mile Plains. Johnny, you've done well.
Hey, Gary, thank you.
You're very welcome. So I've got a $100 Flowers for Everyone gift card you can give to your mother, the mother in your life. Now, who are you going to give it to? Have you got somebody in mind?
I got my wife in mind, Gary. I'm pretty hopeless when it comes to Mother's Day, so I think this would be a great start for me to actually get something nice.
Yeah, well, that would be a good idea, mate. And $100, you can always, subsidise a bit further if you can find a bit of coin in a sock or something. But either way, well done to you, Johnny.
Right.
Yeah, congratulations. Stay on the line and we'll get all your details. This Mother's Day, you can say it with flowers from flowersforeveryone.com.au. And well done to Johnny at 8 Mile Plains. It's 4:30. And with the latest news, Georgia Contact joins us from the 4BC newsroom. What is the latest?
Good afternoon, Gary. The partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged with multiple offences. Dr Reza Abdib has been charged with 3 counts of rape, 1 count of sexual assault and 2 counts of deprivation of liberty. Australia is on discussions with the United States to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The crucial waterway has been closed since the start of the Iran war, restricting vital fuel supplies. The Department of Foreign Affairs is assisting the family of an Australian woman missing in a Canadian wilderness. It's understood Denise Ann Williams had been hiking at a major national park on the country's southeast coast. And opposition leader Angus Taylor maintains a royal commission is needed into child sexual abuse in Indigenous communities. In sport, round 9 gets underway tonight of the NRL, with the Bulldogs hoping to break the record the Cowboys have set against them, North Queensland winning 4 of their past 6 games. And Gary, I will have more news at 5.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
A multi-vehicle crash on Old Northern Road before Rogers Parade East in McDowell has lanes reduced northbound. Delays extend back to Everton Park. In Rochedale, the southbound accident on the Gateway Motorway has heavy delays back to Murarrie. The Logan Motorway stressed inbound from Carroll Park to Heathwood. Western Freeway still heavy outbound from Toowong to Fig Tree Pocket. The M1 is slow southbound from Ormo down to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway is the same northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary. Traffic every 10 minutes. I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
At my age, preparation is just part of life. To prepare for viruses like influenza and COVID, I get vaccinated regularly. Viruses are always changing. That's why vaccination really matters to protect yourself against serious disease and hospitalisation. And the risks go up when you turn 65. Vaccination is the best preparation. Speak to your health professional and book your...
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Norman now. Conditions apply.
The game won't wait for you to top up, to duck out to the kitchen for another refill. It won't pause while you hunt for a clean glass or a mixer.
Oh, come on.
When the pressure is on and the clock is ticking, you need a mate who's already sorted.
Yes!
Jack Daniels and Cola. Ready when you are. Jack Daniels is a registered trademark. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made beard mattresses at
Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, Upper Mount Gravatt and Aspley.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank, supporting Australians over 55 to stay in the home they love with flexibility to enjoy retirement their way. Reverse mortgage eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
At 25 to 5 with Gary Hardgrave, the panel will join us, the knock-off panel after 5 this afternoon, including Steve Haddon's going to come in, which is going to be great to see Steve. He's an old mate from a way back. Actually, the town after way back. Lyle Mercer as well, all in the knock-off panel after 5 this afternoon. Now, look, we're going to have a bit of fun, and I hope you want to play along. We're looking for some players for a fun quiz. It's very, very easy. And between me and you'll probably win the prize. We're feeling very generous because it's Friday and we are wrapped in tap. That's how we feel. And, of course, the double pass to go along to see Hugh Jackman and Emma Thompson in The Sheep Detectives, exclusively in cinemas this month. Family passes. I've got 4 of them to give away. But it's going to be a very, straightforward quiz. So all you got to do is call us on 133 882 and just be prepared to answer a couple of questions. I'll walk you through it. I'll be gentle. Seriously, gentle. And you're going to walk away a winner. 133 882. We'll just take a whole bunch of callers. Give us a try. Let's do this then.
On 4BC Drive, talking technology. Now at Harvey Norman, up to 25% off selected laptops, in-store and online. Best brands, best range, plus up to 25% off. Hurry, limited time at Harvey Norman now.
Of course, Charlie Brown is 4BC's Life and Technology on tomorrow morning. He joins me now for a quick tech update. Charlie, NBN has announced its new network wholesale prices today. So what does this mean for you and me? We're buying it. The end wholesale's not our problem. What's going to happen to us?
Correct, Gary. It's this is the price that the network charges the retailers, the people we pay our fees to for our NBN internet services. Every year they put them up, basically, usually in line with inflation, and this year is much the same. But not all plans go up at the same price or at the same rate. So if you're on the gigabit plan, the most expensive fixed line plan that they've got, your price increase is about it's about 2.5%. Okay, so that's what you need to know. The wholesale price. But if you are on the more popular, it's slower but also cheaper 50 by 20 plan, then your price increase is 4.2% wholesale level. So more, and I think that what NBN's doing is they're trying to encourage people to move into the higher speed plans because at the end of the day, Gary, if I've got a connection to my home and I'm paying them $100, and then next door has got a connection to their home and they're paying $60, well, no doubt NBN and the retailer are going to make more money out of me because I'm paying them more money, even though I'm getting a faster speed. They're earning more sales revenue. So that's no doubt what they're trying to do. Now, the good thing is that at a base speed, the bottom speed, the 12 megabit speed, there's no increase in price on that at all. And I think that's because fundamentally everybody needs internet, and NBN is trying to say to those customers that we understand that you need internet, and you're usually on that speed plan because you've got the least amount of spare money to pay for a connection. You'll accept a slow speed, that's fine, but they're not going to increase your prices from July 1 when these new wholesale prices become online with resellers.
And so NBN would say their increase is half or less than inflation right now. I don't think that really keeps me happy, though. Anyway.
No one likes price increases. And when it comes to telcos, last 20 years, we pretty much have been getting better deals.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, right. And look, this year, retailers will pass on all or some of this increase. But at the end of the day, look, Gary, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, if you choose you want to change the NBN providers, chances are by 4 o'clock you can be with a new one, so you can take advantage of the better deals from July 1, no doubt, when these new plan prices come online.
Okay, good tips. Okay, what else is on the program tomorrow, Charlie?
Mother's Day tech, we've got a bunch of good ideas there, and also cooking technology. I went and saw a bunch of new ovens and other cooking technology, and we obviously had to try the food that was being made. Gary, it was a nice evening, actually.
Yeah.
We'll talk to one of the brands tomorrow about what is new in the kitchen to help you cook even better tomorrow on the show.
Okay, good on you. Charlie Brown has 4BC's Life and Technology tomorrow morning. Make sure you tune in. Look, my team have been spending... They need to get out more often, I've decided. They've been reading my first speech to the Australian Parliament, which happened 30 years ago today, to try and prepare for this program. And look, it sounds a lot like some of, what I say has been on the station today has been said in the past. So a lot of what I was saying 30 years ago, I'm still saying today. So they've put together a little bit of fun for you. Okay, it's the Now and Then quiz. Now, if you can correctly answer what I said this year and what I said 30 years ago, there's a prize to be won. I don't think this is going to be too hard. We're not doing things hard. We're just giving stuff away here. Anyway, if you've called, we've got a few callers on the line, so anyone who plays is basically going to win a family in-season pass to see The Sheep Detectives this Mother's Day. Hugh Jackman, Emma Thompson in The Sheep Detectives, exclusively in cinemas this month. So the concept is really easy. So I'm going to read a quote of mine to you as the caller, and you have to tell me whether it's from now, from 4BC Drive, or whether it was from then, my maiden speech. Not hard, is it? Lee is at Ascot. Lee, you're going to be the lab rat on this, and I mean that in a nice way. You're the first caller. How are you doing?
Let's go.
Let's go. Lee's no waiting, no delay. Okay, question 1. This is the quote. Each of these very real issues ignored by Labor all relate to individuals, people. Labor had forgotten about real people. And that's question A. And then question B, this is not a government which is acting as humble servants of the people. They think they are in control of all our lives and all our money. So, which one is it? Which one is from now and which one is from then?
A is from now, B is from then.
That'll do. That's close enough. It was around the other way, but you know what? It doesn't matter. That's the mood we're in, Lee. Hold on, we'll get all the information. There you go. See, we're really tough, aren't we? Here on 4BC Drive, here's question number 2. I've got Lynn from Gympie. Lynn, let's see if you can get the now and then right. You all good?
I'm good.
Okay, here we go. The question is, Quote A is this. There's so much red tape, blue tape, green tape and black tape in everything we do. Forms, fees, permissions, processes, all delay everything in this country. That's A. And is that from now or then? And then, of course, B, Labor ignored real Labor ignored local and road and infrastructure problems, overcrowding in classrooms and increasing red tape affecting everyday people. Gee, the quotes are very similar, aren't they? So, which one's from now and which one's from then?
They could be either way, but I think B is from then and A is from now.
You've done well. That's good. Can we play the theme again? See, well done, Lynn. We love a little bit of Beatles. We love a little bit of Beatles here on 4BC Drive. Okay, there you go, Lynn. You hold on and we'll get you that information. Jesse's at Warner. Jesse, you get to be contestant number 4. This is really hard, isn't it? Here we go. 2 quotes, one from then and one from now. Okay, no particular order. But question A is, unlike Labor, I believe Australians of all backgrounds and beliefs can unite by emphasising the similarities, not highlighting the difference. Quote B is, to me, this is where Australia's multiculturalism has worked, different cultures and traditions, but a unifying love for Australia. Which one's from now and which one's from then?
Oh, I'm going to say in that order, now and then.
So question A was from, quote A was from 1996 and B was from 2026. Oh, I think that's correct. They were right. See, we've got to hit the... Can you keep the poultry away from the yes and no button? Play the theme. Well done, Jesse. We're just trying to give stuff away here. That's what we're trying to do, isn't it? We're just trying to give it away. We've got another pass to give away. Jesse's got one. We make sure this is so hard. I'm just being so flippant. There's so many great quotes here. Anyway, question 4. Kay at Hammond, you'd be probably optimistic you're going to win, Kay?
I'm looking forward to it, yes.
You are looking forward to winning. That's good.
Absolutely.
Let's see if we can get this right. So, okay, we've got quote A, Labor signed away many of our rights and obligations as individuals to foreign authority and international scrutiny. And then quote B, for too long we have put global interests ahead of national interests. Which one's from 1996 and which one's from 2006?
I think it's then and then now.
You're right. You've done well. Well done, Kate. You just hold on there. This is the kind of wacky mood we're in this afternoon. We've been saving up those sheep passes, so you get to go along and see the sheep detectives. It's going to be happening Mother's Day, of course. That's not a sheep. Honestly, the farmyard's gone mad in here today. Okay, I don't get it. Anyway, this Mother's Day, Hugh Jackman, Emma Thompson in The Sheep Detectives, exclusively in cinemas. There's a family season pass for you. So we've done well. That's it. 4 passes gone. Four questions answered. 4 passes gone. And a whole lot of other great questions we could have asked. But you know what? We're just in that kind of mood here at 4BC today because we're trying to have a bit of a fun afternoon and a bit of a laugh. Why not? It is Friday, 14 to 5.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
A multi-vehicle crash on Old Northern Road before Rogers Parade East in McDowell has lanes reduced northbound and delays back to Everton Park. An earlier southbound accident on the Gateway Motorway in Rochedale has cleared, but heavy delays persist back to Murarrie. Riverside Expressway, heavy in and out of the city with outbound delays extending through Wollongabba and down to Greenslopes. Logan Motorway underspeed inbound from Forest Lake to Parkinson, and Western Freeway heavy outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. The traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Upgrade your home with Doors Plus renovation sale. Save on stunning exterior and interior doors. Yes, we can fit, paint, stain and deliver with framework and hardware all fully installed. Renovation sale on now. Doors Plus, no fuss.
The global fuel shortage is affecting us all. To keep Australia moving, the government has been working to secure fuel supply and has put in place the 4-level National Fuel Security Plan. We're now at level 2 and we all have our part to play. Simple actions like driving less and finding more efficient ways to use your car will help our supply go further and save fuel for our truckies, farmers and essential services. Every little bit helps. For fuel saving tips...
The continuous call team are powering Powering Up the Podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous Call Team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
For details and bookings, visit kip.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made Beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made Beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Our bucket list was a promise. Heartland Bank found a way to turn someday into today by unlocking the equity in our home with a reverse mortgage.
Unlock a better life with Heartland Bank.
Search Heartland Bank to get started.
Eligibility criteria and T&Cs apply.
School holidays means less time rushing out the door and more time to tick things off. Like the kids' dental checkup at Maven Dental. You may be eligible for up to $1,158 in basic dental services through Medicare's Child Dental Benefit Schedule. Maven Dental has a practice near you, making it easy to book the whole family while school's out. It's a smart way to get their smiles sorted before the new term begins. Check your CDBS eligibility and book today at mavendental.com.au/CDBS. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
At 11 to 5, and yes, it's 30 years ago today that I gave a speech for the first time in the Australian Parliament. I gave a few more after that as well, as you might imagine. Daniel reckons, 1996 was a good year for bangers. We've been playing little bits of music from the year 1996 just for a bit of fun. Anthony Carolee said, Gary, with what you see happening in what is the circus that is federal politics these days, does it frustrate you? Do you miss it in any way whatsoever? Well, the people decided they wanted to change in 2007. John Howard and I had a very similar margin. We both lost our seats that day, so I went out of office, as did John Winston Howard, great Australian, I think the best Prime Minister we've ever had, for many reasons. I really believe that. And certainly our second longest serving, but he was dealing with far more difficult issues than others did, I guess. But look, in the end, you just have to respect the electorate. I think I can do a better job commenting about stuff as I see it. I'm not going to pull a punch here. And the team that I was a part of will cop it probably even more than the other mob, frankly, because I expect woeful from the Labor Party. And not always is woeful produced by them, but woeful's pretty well what's happening out of Canberra right now. But, gee, I give the Liberal Party a big stick because I expect them to be better. So, mate, if you're asking, am I disappointed? Does it frustrate me? The answer would be a resounding yes.
On 4BC Drive, it's time to check in with what's going on around the world.
They don't really see themselves as another country generally, but it's a long way away. Perth is where we're going to now and all over the world, and 6PR journalist Chelsea Bowden joins us right now. Hey, Chelsea, hope you're well today. Happy Tapped Day. As we're sort of wrapped in Tapped, as I'm sure you are over at 6PR. The Prime Minister has been to Perth. Were people happy to see him there?
Hi, Gary. Yeah, happy Friday. Unfortunately, there were a few people who were not happy to see the PM over here in Perth earlier this week. He made a quick trip over. He was attending a breakfast for the Chamber of Minerals and Energy over here to make some pre-budget announcements. And just minutes before he was actually due to get up on stage and deliver the keynote address, there were a few protesters who entered the room. One of them jumped up onto the stage, and there was 3 of them who made their way in from outside where there were a few other protesters behaving outdoors. But these three people came in, they were shouting. They were anti-gas protesters who are against an expansion of a major oil project happening here in WA. They were pretty quickly removed. Three of them were handed move-on notices and later issued with a summons by police for trespassing. So it was not a happy experience for everyone, unfortunately.
But I would have thought, Chelsea Bowden, that there would be a view. There would be a view in Perth that they were all numpties because people want the gas industry, don't they? In WA, I would have thought, but anyway.
Yeah, it's all a bit split. You know what it's like.
Yeah, I've seen it once or twice before. Now, this is an awful story because somebody died. A bloke who had been a very influential and key figure for the Labor Party in WA, Tim Picton. The bloke's accused of killing him. He's now entered a plea. What's going on?
Yeah, that's right. So this incident happened back in December. I'm not sure how well the name Tim Picton is known over on your side of the country, but he's a very respected Labor Party strategist over here. And his brother, Chris Picton, is a South Australian MP too. Unfortunately, he died in December. He was the victim of a one-punch attack in the Perth CBD one night. The man who's accused of throwing that one punch is 20-year-old Brodie Dewar. The court proceedings have been going on, obviously, since December, and this week he has entered a plea of not guilty. His defence is that he was acting in self-defence. So there's some CCTV of the incident showing that the confrontation outside the club. Mr. Dewar claims that Mr. Picton was approaching his cousin and trying to dance with her and making unsolicited advances towards her inside the club, which then led to this confrontation outside. So he's going to take himself to trial for that one after pleading not guilty, so he can make the case that he was acting in self-defence.
As is his right. Okay, this was pretty sad news and very sad news. I saw it on some social medias from Acadia Cash and others this week. World War II veteran, West Australia's longest-serving MP. He died at 105 years of age. What an amazing life.
I know, I'm sorry to bring you more sad news, but at the same time, it's a great story to be told. Bill Graydon was his name. He passed away earlier this week with great innings, 105 years old. He was our longest-serving politician, and he served both in state and federal politics. He served in the Robert Menzies government and on a state level the Charles Courts Liberal government as well. He's also being celebrated this week, quite timely, as he was one of our last World War II veterans. He actually, I heard this story at our Anzac Day dawn service, actually only a few days before he passed away, that he lied about his age to enlist in World War II and did spend some time in very tough theatres of war, including the Middle East, Kokoda and Borneo. Our Premier at the moment is in discussions with his family about the potential of having a state funeral, which would be a great way to honour him.
Oh, I think it's most appropriate, given all of that you just said, but 105, that's an example there's something good in the water in WA, I'd reckon.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary innings and a big life he lived throughout all those years, for sure.
No doubt about it. Thank you for being part of All Over the World. That's Chelsea Bowden, and she is in Perth, great part of the world, beautiful city. 133 882. Thanks to Watch Smoke Alarms. It's 4 to 5.
4BC Brisbane traffic. When the time comes, choose experience, compassion and local care. Alex Gow Funerals. Here when you need us most.
A multi-vehicle crash on Old Northern Road before Rogers Parade East in McDowell has lanes reduced northbound and delays back to Everton Park. The Gateway Motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. Southbound, it's the same from Tingalpa down to Rochedale. Riverside Expressway is heavy in and out of the city. Those outbound delays extending through Wollongabba down to Greenslopes. The M1 is slow southbound from Ormo to Helensvale, and the Bruce Highway is the same northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Weekends with Luke Grant.
The UN supported China during COVID. They were half-baked in their examination of the origins of COVID, and there's a pattern there.
Luke Grant.
The UN should be dismissed. They have nothing to do with this country. They should have nothing to do with this country. Their interests are in China. They run all the progressive issues. They are an irrelevance, I think.
Luke Grant.
But they wield so much bloody power, it's appalling.
Don't miss Luke Grant, Saturday and Sunday from 9 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Foxtel's winning deal. Get AFL and NRL live in 4K Ultra HD, Foxtel Originals and HBO Max for $69 a month on a 12-month plan. Search Foxtel today. Min cost $828. New customers only. Offer ends May 18.
Renovating? UpTiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland. Ideal for kitchen bench tops and splashbacks, living spaces and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to UpTiles, the latest in invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All on display and in stock at our UpTiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathpine.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. Get the power.
Tyre Power's Mega May sale gives you the power to save on a mega range of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hargrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
See, that's another little groovy tune from 1996. Spice Girls, you know what I want, I really, really want. We should be playing that more often. Little play-outs here on 4BC Drive.
On 4BC Drive, a finance update.
Well, the All Ordinaries Index closed up 67 points this afternoon at 8,954. The Dow Jones closed up in America overnight an astonishing 790 points, 49,652. Oil is trading at $106.3 US dollars a barrel, $106.3 US dollars a barrel. It's come down. It went up quite a lot, and then it's come down again. It's all over the shop. $1 Australian dollar is currently buying 71.9 US cents. The RACQ says the fair fuel price for unleaded is still at $1.74, despite some reports of higher prices creeping in. But $1.74 is the fair fuel price. The RACQ fair fuel price for diesel is sitting at $2.35, the mainstay of our economy. Still too high, and apparently more aviation fuel coming in from overseas. Penny Wong's currently flying Southeast Asia with a couple of jerry cans.
News is next. For quality home care packages, call Right at Home today. For BC News.
It's 5 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Georgia Condek. The partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged with sexual assault and deprivation of liberty offences. Dr Reza Abdib's home was raided by officers yesterday. The 65-year-old is accused of assaulting a woman in her 30s late last month. Queensland Rail says it's been forced to reduce services from next week amid ongoing rail strikes. From Tuesday, around 30 services will be wiped from the schedule and will transition to Saturday timetables. Transport Minister Brad Mickelberg says this will cause major disruptions for commuters.
The trains will be more crowded. It will be slower as more people are required to move in and out of the trains. And I ask all of those using our rail network for their patience as we work through this challenging period. These changes are a direct result of union impact on the rail network.
The Department of Foreign Affairs is assisting the family of an Australian woman missing in a Canadian wilderness. It's understood Denise Ann Williams had been hiking at a major national park on the country's southeast coast. A major air and ground search has been underway for the 62-year-old since Tuesday. Northern Territory residents outraged by the death of Kumarji Little Baby are being urged to think about the consequences of their actions after anger turned to violence overnight. A riot broke out following the arrest of the man suspected of abducting and killing the 5-year-old girl near Alice Springs, leading to several emergency service vehicles being damaged, including ambulance. Alice Springs traditional owner Michael Little says now is not the time to create more pain.
When we woke up this morning, it looked like a cyclone had gone through the place. But what it was people's not thinking about consequences from their choices that they made. And somehow we need to let the family mourn.
And today marks the relaunch of the Heartbeat Club, a free 1-hour online course covering essential CPR and first aid training. It comes after a 20-year peak in drowning deaths and high rate of near-drowning hospitalisations. Kids Alive Do the 5 ambassador Laurie Lawrence says the course is designed to give parents the skills to manage high-pressure situations at home.
We know with young kids under the age of 5, most of those accidents occur around the pool at home. So that's why we're saying if it happens and you've done this course, this refresher course, and you've got your CPR, it's easier for you to perform in that pressure situation.
To finance, the All Lords have closed up 67 points at 8,954 and $1 Australian dollar buying 71.8 US cents.
It's about stories, about connection, conversations, and news you can trust. Your station, Brisbane's 4BC.
The rise of Xavier Willison has become a major talking point for the Broncos, the result of steady development within the club's system. The versatile forward has stepped up when needed, most recently filling the void at lock during Pat Carrigan's recent suspension. Coach Michael Maguire says it's rewarding to watch him go from strength to strength.
Sort of really coming to life, his belief in what he's doing and how he works, and he's getting the rewards off what he's doing in the background. He's great to coach, he's easy to coach, so it's nice to see one of your players going through what he's going through.
The Broncos kick off their Round 9 campaign on Saturday night when they tackle the Roosters. Lions coach Chris Fagan is backing Cody Curtin to play his style of debut. The 2-metre rookie was tipped to start the season before injury ruled him out of the opening round. Fagan says he's earned his chance against the Bombers on Saturday. And Nottingham Forest has clinched a 1-0 victory over Aston Villa in the first leg of their Europa League semi-final. It's 5:04. That's the latest news and sport.
Paying too much for your mobile? Ditch the pricey telco. Get 400 gigabytes for $35 for 6 recharges at amasim.com. Ongoing $45 for 95 gigabytes. Ends 15 May. T's and C's apply.
Are your eyes feeling dry, irritated or tired? You're not alone. Dry eye affects up to 85% of Aussies. But don't worry, there's a solution that can help with managing these symptoms. Say hello to Sustain Complete Preservative-Free Lubricant Eye Drops, providing all-in-one dry eye relief for up to 8 hours. With its preservative-free formula, Sustain Complete Preservative-Free helps relieve all types of dry eye symptoms, so your eyes feel comfortable. Find it at your nearest pharmacy. Try Sustain Complete Preservative-Free today. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
4BC Traffic. Subscribe to The Sun with Zalora, backed by Bunnings. Get solar and battery solutions with no big upfront cost. T's and C's apply. See zalora.com.au for details.
A multi-vehicle crash on Old Northern Road in McDowell has now cleared. The Gateway motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hill. Southbound, it's the same from Tingalpa to Rochedale. Riverside Expressway heavy in and out of the city with outbound delays extending through Woolloongabba on down to Greenslope. The M1 is slow southbound from Ormo to Helens Vale. The Western Freeway heavy outbound from Toowong to Victory Pocket. And the Bruce Highway is slow northbound from Kalanga to Burpengary. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go.
With NRMA Insurance, you could enjoy our multi-policy discount when you take out 2 or more eligible policies. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Discount applies in tiers based on the number of eligible policies. Maximum tier reached at 9 eligible policies. Visit nrma.com.au/customer-discounts for more info. Discount may be subject to minimum premiums. Always read the PDS. PDS and TMDs available from NRMA Insurance at nrma.com.au.
The latest 4BC Brisbane weather. Rain, hail or shine, we'll be here to help when unexpected weather comes your way. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Partly cloudy this evening with a high chance of showers and getting down to 19 degrees overnight. High chance of showers tomorrow, most likely in the morning with a top of 25 degrees in the city, the same on the Bayside and 26 in Ipswich. Possible showers on Sunday with a top of 26 and a partly cloudy day on Monday reaching a top of 27. On Moreton Bay, southeasterly winds 15 to 20 knots, seas around a metre. Right now it's 24 degrees at Goodna. I'm Georgia Condek with more news at 5:30 on Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 6, this is 4BC Drive with Gary Hardgrave. At work, at home, on holiday. Take us with you wherever you go. Download the 4BC app. 4BC is Brisbane. From the Gateway to the Gabba, Brisbane is clocking off. Join Gary Hardgrave and the team for the final word on the week. It's the 4BC Drive Friday Knockoff.
Things get a bit looser here on a Friday at 4BC Drive. I mean, seriously, we're loose as goose. No, don't play the sound effects. Tony's got one. We've been hearing geese all week. It's quite hilarious. Anyway, the knockoff panel today, Lyle Mercer, who's a PR guru expert. Steve Haddon. Look, Steve, you don't even need introduction, but you're a broadcaster, comedian, telecaster, all-round legend, really.
Author, rugby league author.
Oh, yes. What was the name of the book? The Greatest Game of All. Let's get the gratuitous free plug.
And I like the sound of loose on a Friday afternoon.
Well, we're loose as a goose.
I've come in intending to be loose.
Yeah, that's good. Today has been incredibly loose because the team, Lyle, you'll understand this as a PR guru, the team gathered my maiden speech, my first speech in the Australian Parliament on this day.
That's exciting.
1996. And they've been comparing what I was saying then to what I'm saying now, and there's not much difference. I mean, can I get each of you to maybe dig back to what you were up to 30 years ago, Lyle? Can you remember?
I don't know if I was born 30 I think I might have been a toddler. I might have been about 5 years old.
You were first day at school and traumatic for you.
Well, I was actually a freelance journalist 30 years ago. I'd finished studying a few years earlier, and I was busily pitching stories to editors, and I still do that today in public relations.
So you haven't had a real job either, like me.
That's right. But the interesting thing was, of course, back then, there was before the internet. So you had to, before email, it was just starting email and internet, so you had to write it by hand, had to double type, get someone to double type the what you wrote, and take pictures on slides. You know, there's transparency. And then you'd pop it in a envelope, and you'd mail it to the editor. And so, but back then you could sell the same story to the Courier Mail and the Adelaide Advertiser and the Canberra Times because there was no online syndication.
Oh, so they didn't know you were selling it around.
Well, I didn't bother telling them. I think at the time, I didn't think it mattered at the time. They didn't really care. And then I realised that if I got into travel writing, I'd get free travel. So that's what I was doing 30 years ago. It was fun.
So, Steve Haddon, let's
think of 30 years.
Yeah,
how much has the world changed in the last?
We were simple people. 30 years ago.
It's astonishing.
It's the interweb thing. You twit face.
John Howard won by then.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So you're in the middle of it, mate. Of that wonderful.
I came in with
John Howard government.
I came in with the Howard government. Went out with John Howard. We both lost on the same day.
I know.
But I was there for the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, that was a wonderful time to be in that of that particular persuasion. Yeah. I was at Channel 9. I was in the 5th year. Kerry Packer still owned the station.
There you go.
That was a robust style workplace back in the day when we all worked for
How
Kerry.
good was the Christmas hamper back in those days?
The Christmas hamper was famous.
I know.
And I actually have a letter from young James Packer when his father passed away, and I sent James a letter after getting the Christmas hamper, thanking him for the Christmas hamper, and he said, "Do you know, in 40 years you're the first person to ever write and thank Kerry Packer for the Christmas hamper." But I always learnt that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, always write a thank you note. Now, 30 years later, that may seem like an obsolete advice, but you're right, thank you letters to people because people don't write them anymore.
That's true. My wife's strong advice to me pretty constantly. Let's get
you know
into
what John Howard's dad's name was, don't you?
Lyle.
Lyle.
That's
Same
true.
spelling.
That's true. It was Lyle, and he owned a garage, a servo.
I don't know. All I know is I read it in his book, and I got to autograph the book. So.
To Lyle, who my father inspired. I like all of that. Let's get into some of the big news this week. Magic Round, fast approaching. But there's one thing that isn't, and that is the trains. Now, I'm pretty aggrieved about this. The unions have timed their disruptions perfectly to miss...
which they always do.
Yeah, they do. And so it could end up costing the state a whole lot of money. The event may well go. We'll have it until 2027. But, Steve, all major cities around the world have got a better train system we've got here in Brisbane. And, I mean, is it fair that our big sporting weekend is now going to be held hostage by the unions?
Well, the unions always play hard ball. That's rule number one. Play dirty. And... I think that they've recognised this opportunity to put the Crisafulli Liberal coalition government over a seat, and they'll hit it out of the park if they have to, and for a party with old Labor affiliations, the Labor game, which is at the heart of rugby league. It's a working man's game.
Yeah.
For them to be doing this and affecting the travel of families and kids hoping to get to Suncorp Stadium to see this wonderful event, which is Magic Round.
Yeah.
It's just sad that they would do that. Can't they just get in a room somewhere with someone and talk it out?
I don't know.
Rather than inconveniencing so many people?
Do we give them all a corporate box or something? I don't know. I mean, Ron McAuliffe would be furious.
He'd be furious.
He'd be furious. The late Senator Ron.
There'd be a contract out on the head of the railway.
Well, there would be probably if you could find who that is.
Do we know his name?
I don't know. That's the point. So let's not
name him.
Let's not actually even think or advance that sort of thing. But Lyle, from a PR point of view, Magic Round's important. It sets Brisbane up. We were hearing a year ago that we're the sporting capital of the nation. Sorry, Melbourne, and now we can't even run the damn trains properly.
I love rugby league, and Magic Round is fantastic, but we've dealt with clients before against unions, so I don't have much expectation of unions. They will do what they have to do, and they don't care. They don't care. They care about one thing, and so we can't really expect them to change, I don't think. My expectation is pretty low when it comes to them caring about the public. In fact, if anything, this helps their cause, doesn't it? It puts more pressure, as you said.
Gives it publicity.
It's on the news every day. The more people are inconvenienced, the more they will get profiled.
Because I want to be consistent, I'm going to keep saying it. You cannot put daylight between how close the unions and the senior management of Queensland Rail are. In my view, they're one and the same. There's no. I don't believe there's the proper brokering going on here. So we're just getting played.
People being sensible, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying that like a lot of people who are busy in the unions are now busy in the management of Queensland Rail and vice versa. And the problem here is that we just basically told, look, the trains are not going to work, so let's all walk there. I mean, if we were told that now instead of saying, oh, maybe you can, maybe you can't, that's what we've got to do. I don't think there's enough buses in the world to handle it myself, but
there's plenty of this coming in the lead up to the Olympics. There's absolutely no doubt about that, mate. It's going to,
and the construction hasn't even started yet.
Yeah. I know.
Keep that in mind.
So I think this is the problem. We can't run Magic Round. I don't know how the hell we're going to run the Olympics properly, but we want them to. We want them to do it well. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. So we've had experts all week warning us to be wary of using AI for financial advice, medical checkups. We had Taylor Swift with the TAI Swift on the other day. You can do all sorts of dodgy things if you are not careful. But, apparently asking a computer why your bank account is empty or why your knee clicks is the new trend. I mean, have either of you turned to AI, Steve, to find out about how things are going?
I've got a couple of dodgy knees,
yeah.
and I've had a look at.
Hey Siri, what's wrong with me knee?
Yeah. But you can do it on Google now. You Google and you press AI mode, and it gives you the most detailed answers to any question you want. Now, for example, I can go on there. Say I'm doing a description of the of last year's second preliminary final between the Broncos and Penrith, that thrilling game.
Yes.
Now I can go click, 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 click. It'll tell me every person who played in it, their spelling, their name, the crowd, anything I want, but you've got to be polite when you've got to say please when you're talking to AI. So there's something interesting going on.
I don't mind the manners.
Between me and please, can you help me with this? I need that. You can tell us I don't want them in a block. I don't want them in a chart. I want them laid out horizontally across the page. Do you know this is the new way of getting immediate and thorough and very accurate answers to anything? I know people that now get up and as soon as they draw their first breath of the day, start talking to AI about what they're going to do today.
But don't say it's always accurate. It's not always accurate.
I haven't discovered inaccuracies much.
Well, okay, but
I did yesterday in a team.
But what we're talking financial help or health help. I mean, and Steve Haddam, what Steve's done is given Georgia Condek, our news director, the greatest Penrith Panthers supporter in Queensland, hope that she can go to Alexa and say, hey, Alexa, can you make the Panthers beat the Broncos last year? I mean, I can feel she's going to be doing that.
Yeah, not sure about that. But I'll tell you, I would not go to AI for medical advice. I mean, Google, there are things you can get, but you've probably heard that judges have threatened lawyers with disbarment because they've gone to AI to get cases and they've been presenting fake cases to judges. Now, where AI is good, I'll tell you, they're good for recipes. You can tell them what you got in the cupboard and do it. And they're good. You're right, though, and I'll tell you, if you're in business, Google is becoming obsolete because now what the searches bring up, it brings up what AI detects on the web, on what's there. So instead of Google searches now, it's AI Google. So just for an example, I put in before I came, is Gary Hargrave a good bloke? Mm-hmm. And this was the answer.
Uh-oh.
Whether Gary Hargrave is a good bloke entirely depends on who you ask. And then...
Obviously, my wife's been on.
And then I said, is Gary Hargrave good looking?
Yeah.
And it says it's entirely subjective and then refers people. You can find a recent photo and video of him, so go and decide for yourself. That's what it says.
See, I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
I can live with both of those things, but as long as that makes sure that Lorraine is not on feeding that sort of stuff.
And that was Google AI.
So thank you, Google AI.
And it's which is a Google search, but it's far more specific and the answer that you're getting is quite incredible sometimes.
It is. I asked if you were funny too.
Yeah. It'll tell you fabulous.
I'll tell you, Steve Haddam's funny, but he's got funny knees. That's all. Listen, we'll take a quick break in the knockoff panel. Come back and try and keep it all together a bit longer in a moment. 5:20.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
The Gateway motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills, while southbound it's under speed from Tingaba down to Rochedale. Western Freeway heavy outbound from Toowong to Victory Pockets. Tannery Highway slow going northbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. Riverside Expressway easing now inbound towards Tail Street. It's still heavy outbound through Woolloongabba and on down to Greenslopes. The M1 slow southbound from Ormo to Helensvale. The traffic every 10 minutes. I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
You don't have to wait for a new SUV. Hillcrest Nissan has the MY26 X-Trail ST demonstrators in stock and on sale now. From just $38,888 drive away. These late model X-Trails are ready to go. Packed with features including a 2,000 kilo brake towing capacity, space for the whole family, and Nissan's trusted reliability. Plus, finance is available to approved customers. Stock is limited, so hurry. Organise a test drive of an MY26 S-Trail.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell, and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go.
The National Stock Clearance Sale is on now at Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. For a limited time, save up to $10,000 on selected caravans, camper vans and motorhomes. Choose from a huge range of new and pre-owned model run-out stock with prices starting from just $39,990. Featuring trusted RV brands like Winnebago, Windsor, Adria and Kia. Visit Apollo RV Super Centre Northgate. Queensland Motor Licence Dealer Number 2400241.
It started over 150 years ago in Lynchburg, Tennessee. Today, it's a local in every time zone. You'll find Jack wherever friends get together. Jack Daniels, available where the good stuff is sold. Jack Daniels, the charcoal mellowed, smooth Tennessee whiskey.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, The Offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Into Gilmore's Comfort Shoes, Upper Mount Gravatt and Aspley.
4BC Drive for Heartland Bank. Reverse mortgages for over 55s, helping you unlock equity and stay in the home you love. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Weekend of wet weather, it looks like. Partly cloudy for Brisbane. High chance of showers, most likely morning and afternoon. 25 and 19. Logan, same sort of story, 25 and 16. For Ipswich, it'll be 26 and 15. Redlands, 24 and 18 for the Gold Coast. High chance of showers, high of 25, low of 17. And cloudy for the Sunshine Coast as well, 25 and 19.
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
We're here with the knockoff panel. Lyle Mercer, Steve Haddon in the studio. Now, there was a report this week, gents, about forever chemicals leaching into the Brisbane River from an industrial site. Now, we've been told this has been happening for years, these PFAS things. And the University of Sydney, Western Sydney actually, say the levels are particularly dangerous. Nobody really wants to talk about it for obvious reasons. So I guess the thing is that these forever chemicals are even in things like paper straws or on paper plates, but there are all sorts of things. It's all about waterproofing and all sorts of other things. So when was the last time you were swimming in the Brisbane River, Steve?
Boy, I'd say 50 years ago, during some hijinks out at Queensland University when I was a resident out there at
we should dedicate the rest of the program to this.
St John's College. I've been nowhere near the Brisbane River for a long, long, long time. Has it been determined that it's okay to swim in the Brisbane River?
You got to break through the scum at first. I would have thought.
Bull sharks and
bull sharks. That's
all
it.
That sort of stuff.
That's it.
What did you say, Gary Hardgrove? PFAS.
Yeah, the forever chemicals is basically this
like plastics and all those sorts of weird stuff that they tell us are they're very carcinogenic.
They stay in your system. That's the problem.
Yes.
So it's quite serious.
So keep out of the Brisbane River.
There used to be these photos of years ago. Have you seen those photos of people, beautiful sandy beach under the Story Bridge? I don't think it's AI. I think it's from years ago. And people swimming. You couldn't get me anywhere near swimming in the Brisbane River.
No. And, of course, the problem is we want the river to look good, but we also want the river to be in good shape. And it's just that where this old Chevron site was, about 700 metres away is the river. And so there's been some things have changed, gone to the soil, and ends up floating into the river, apparently.
Where's the Chevron site?
Over towards Hamilton.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of those places over there. So it's a bit of a worry.
Scary story.
Because it flows into Moreton Bay, and there's some real warnings out there. I guess from our point of view, we raised it, not to talk the place down, but just to deal with the reality that it flows into the ecosystem. And we want people to eat fish and want to be confident about it. And I hope government will take it seriously.
Have you seen some of these amazing shots of people in India bathing in plastic bottle-filled rivers that are just clogged? We're very lucky, aren't we, that we have a river system that they've tried to address that in the last 30 years, haven't
Yeah, well, they
haven't they? Pretty
hasn't got
much,
any
you know,
cleaner.
it used to be pretty feral back in the day.
People will be, I grew up at Murray.
Okay.
And there was a creek called Doughboy Creek, and
Yes.
down the road there
Still
was
there.
the abattoirs.
Abattoir, yes.
And my brothers were a fair bit older than me, and when they were little, they would swim in Doughboy Creek with, a floating cow coming down the creek and stuff.
Toughen you up.
They're still alive, believe it or not.
There was a time when everything went into the river.
So-
Back in the day.
True. There's nothing wrong with a floating cow. It's a motto I've often used. Now, listen, I found out something that I thought you might find it, a bit nostalgic. Remember this? The whole concept of Route 66 this year. It's its centenary, 100 years of the famous Route 66 in the United States.
Get your kicks.
That's true. So, Steve, you spent a lot of time in country Queensland. Have you got a sort of? Have we got a road that we could say?
We've all got our roads that mean something. Lyle, Tony, Gary, we can all talk about a road that means something. Christmas holidays to me as a kid growing up in Sydney. As a kid growing up in Toowoomba, we're travelling with my family to Sydney to see relatives. Now, if you're growing up in Toowoomba in the 60s and 70s, Sydney is Xanadu to you. So my Route 66 is the New England Highway down from, piled into the car with my annoying sister beside me, and we head down, and those things still mean a lot through places like Casino and Kempsey and Taree and going via Newcastle, via Hexham, stopping in at the Oak Factory there to pick up a chocolate.
But you had to stop at the Oak Factory. Another gratuitous mention of Penrith.
That's my Route 66. Have you
the Pacific Highway? But it's now 110.
It'll be twins.
It's your Christmas. It's
your Christmas holiday.
It's your Christmas holiday. You're getting in the car to have the time of your life. Coming back, it wasn't so much fun because you knew it was over. But when you were on that road with your family down to go to the beach or wherever it was, special.
We did the same road when I was a kid. We stay in the local flag inns. But here's a fun fact. I used to live on Route 66.
In America?
In Illinois. Lived there for 4 years.
Right.
On Route 6, in a town right on Route 66. So I love for the first time a number of years ago, I think it was about 2014, 2015, I did the Great Ocean Road. Never done it. It was fantastic. Heard a lot about it.
The bottom end of Victoria.
Say that.
Yeah, it was an amazing trip. And I mean, if you haven't done it, do it. It's just phenomenal.
But these days, right, so you talk about the Pacific Highway, Steve. It's 110 kilometres an hour. I said to Peter,
you avoid all those towns.
You do. You used to go up through the hills around Timbalgum and all that sort of stuff.
That's it.
It's straight through now. Magnificent road. Neither of you have nominated the Bruce Highways Route 66 in Australia. It's more Kangaroo Edward, really, isn't it? It really is. It's not good. It's not in a good shape.
What about where did you go for holidays as a kid?
Yeah, Coffs Harbour was pretty big.
There you go.
Pretty big.
Yes.
Yeah, grandparents were down at Coffs for a while,
That's
and
it.
Aunt and Uncle. So we used to motor down there. I remember getting down there during the 74 floods, and if we hadn't picked up a whole lot of Coffs Harbour shell sand off the beach and brought all that stuff back, and the Kingswood's motor was up and out of the water, we would never have got through the flats around Southcroft.
Well, we boast about we boast about our beaches up here in Queensland. You go down the mid-north coast of New South Wales down to Foster and Coffs Harbour and those beautiful Nambucca Heads, even further south. They're beautiful beaches. They really mean something.
No doubt about it.
To me, that a sandhill down there. That's the first place I ever kissed a girl, guys. So I'm sure that's valuable information.
This is going to be a sealed section version of the.
No, it was all very tame, mate. But
can I ask whereabouts it was?
No. Seriously,
not where did you
something to?
I get a share, but not overshare.
Going back there now.
His mind has drifted somewhere else. All right, let's stay here. We'll have to go and check in with the newsroom. Versus Steve Haddon. This is the more than you wanted to know about knockoff battle here at 4BC. 5:30 and Georgia Contact is in the newsroom. What's the latest?
Good evening, Gary. The partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged with sexual assault and deprivation of liberty offences. Dr Reza Abdib's home was raided by officers yesterday. Rail commuters are being urged to prepare for major disruptions next week due to ongoing strike action. From Tuesday, nearly 300 train services will be wiped from the schedule, which will turn to a Saturday timetable. An investigation's been launched into a serious car crash on the Fraser Coast. 10 people were injured, 2 critically, after a car veered into oncoming traffic at Susan River. And the Australian media industry has a new player today, with Tapped Media officially taking over Brisbane's 4BC and sister stations 3AW, 2GB and 6PR. In sport, Aussie Dyson Daniels is in hot water after being kicked off from the court in the NBA after sparking a scuffle. And Gary, I'll have more news at 6.
Traffic. Almost at your destination? Got to get on with your day. Catch up on any show you miss on the app or online at 4bc.com.au.
The Western Freeway has a southbound crash in the right-hand lane before the Mogul Road on-ramp, which is keeping delays heavy back to Toowong. Gateway Motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. Southbound it's under speed from Tingalpa to Roadstar. Does have that heavy patch though through Belmont. Centenary Highway is slow going northbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. Riverside Expressway heavy in and out of the city. And the Pacific Motorways on and off the brakes both ways through Slakes Creek. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Upgrade your home with Doors Plus renovation sale. With any fully installed entry door, we'll include a free door weather strip. The door, the hardware, the free weather strip, all delivered and installed. Renovation sale on now. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Get cash savings on big brand fragrances like Burberry Brit Sheer 100ml, $49.99. Save $127 off RRP. Izzy Miyake 100ml, $69.99. Save $133 off RRP. And Lancôme La Vie Belle 50ml, $129.99. Save $85 off RRP. Sale ends May 10. The savings displayed are calculated by reference to the supplier's current published recommended retail price at the time of preparation. Due to the Chemist Warehouse discount policy.
The continuous call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Gaia. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the continuous call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Right now at IGA, locals are celebrating all across Australia. Get in on the excitement for your chance to win from $50,000 to $10,000 to spend in store. Simply spend $20 at IGA on specials like these. Cold Power laundry powder 2 kilo or liquid 2 litre varieties, $12 each, better than half price. With a winner every 10 minutes, you could be next. IGA, you can't beat local. Prices valid until May 5, excludes IGA local grocer while stocks last at participating stores. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Sleep apnea sufferers know that finding a comfortable CPAP mask is like finding a penguin in the desert. Until you've tried the magic of memory foam. The luxurious AirTouch N20 and F20 range feature the world's only uber-soft disposable memory foam cushions that generally conform to the shape of your face. Try it this month and score an extra 3 memory foam cushions for free. Experience ultimate luxury and more offers at a CPAP Direct store or visit cpap.com.au.
I mean, this one.
No, the other one. Side hustle taking over your house.
Stuff it, Sal. We're reclaiming the garage.
Time to get some space for your business to grow. Hello, Sal Ceramics. Search Storage King today.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC. On 4BC Drive, a preview of what's coming up on Sports Today.
Well, Sports Today here on 4BC after 6 o'clock tonight. Mike Pistol's in the chair. The Dolphins Storm, mate, I don't know what's going to happen there. I know the continuous call team are onto it, but I'm saying fins up over the Storm. Storm's on in a happy space. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's a very good evening and, really excited for the brand new program Sports Today. Looking ahead to this game, the Dolphins and the Storm. I called that game, the Storm, last week on Anzac day when they played the Rabbitohs. They were dreadful. They looked like a reserve grade side. And, of course, we heard this week about Craig Bellamy's health issues. So I'm interested to see how they respond. I reckon the Dolphins have got this in the bag. I reckon they're going to light up Suncorp Stadium tonight because I just don't see Melbourne turning it around in 1 week. They were absolutely dreadful. We'll be catching up with Jonathan Thurston to preview that one tonight. And as you mentioned, it'll all be heard on the continuous call team after Sports Today.
Well, good on you, Mike Pearsall, in the chair for Sports Today here on 4BC after 6. This is the Friday knockoff panel, and we're here with Steve Haddon and Lyle Mercer. Let's go through for Australians of the Week. Lyle, have you got an Australian of the Week you can give us?
Some people might be a little funny with this one because they might think he's not Australian, but it's our head of state, King Charles.
There you go.
Because of his great diplomatic effort in America.
Yeah, he did fantastic, very funny. Everything about him was funny. What about you, Steve? Who have you got?
My Australian of the Week goes to the NRL scheduling officer who does the fixtures, who's given St George Illawarra a bye this week and a guaranteed 2 points.
Yay!
Like they've never needed 2 points before.
Yes, Tony's happy. He's an unabashed Dragons fan.
Go the Dragons.
All right, well done to the scheduling team for their 2 points there. My Australian of the week is going to be me. And the reason I say that is I've had a lousy week personally because losing Dad, but I've been working here with these terrific people all week, and I feel $1 million by comparison.
Done, mate.
So just a great team of well done to you, the team outside. They've been absolutely brilliant. Tony here in the studio, and Con and Shannon, Charlie and Shiv, the boss. So I feel like I'm the Australian of the week.
I'll tell Google AI that.
Yeah, you tell them that. All right, let's talk about the wooden spooners. Steve, who have you got picked out?
Well, Albo is a permanent recipient of this award. You know how I feel about our Prime Minister. It's impossible for anyone else to even get close. No competition by the mile of the straight. You can actually put the Wooden Spoon of the Week award away.
Have it gelded.
For posterity and give it to our Prime Minister.
All right, what about you, Lyle?
Jim Chalmers. Get your hands off the capital gains tax, off the negative gearing, and let Australians, do what they do. And it's not going to fix the housing crisis. It's going to put up rents and hurt the people most vulnerable.
They just come for more money instead of trying to find ways to spend less of it. They don't have it, so why are they coming for ours? Well, I'm going to nominate Brent Mickelberg, the Queensland Minister responsible for Queensland Rail, and everybody in Queensland Rail and everybody in the Queensland Rail unions, I'd like to take a wooden spoon to them, but apparently corporal punishment is outlawed these days. They need a wooden spoon, no doubt about it. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you for being part of the knockoff panel.
Good to be here.
It's great to have you here. Lyle Mercer, PR guru, and Steve Haddon. He's just an all-round legend. And, of course, seriously, the greatest game of all has got to be the greatest book of all.
Thank you, mate.
No doubt about it. All right, you have a wonderful weekend, both of you. We've got a lot to get through, haven't we, between now and 6, with Sports Today coming up soon, 21 to 6.
Traffic. Got something you want to say? You're in the right place. This is Brisbane's 4BC. Give us a call on 133 882.
The Western Freeway has a southbound crash in the right lane before the Mogwell Road on-ramp, which is keeping delays heavy back to Toowong. Gateway motorway jam-packed northbound from Boondall to Bald Hills. Southbound, it's under speed from Tingalpa to Rochedale with a heavy patch through Belmont. The Centenary Highway is still slow going northbound from Sumner to the Jindalee Bridge. The Riverside Expressway remains heavy in and out of the city. And the Pacific Motorway's on and off the brakes both ways through Slakers Creek. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Leave uncertainty behind in the 100% electric BMW iX2. Available now at your local BMW dealer. When the road ahead feels uncertain, choose the electric you can trust. Search BMW iX2.
Turn up the heat this league season with PointsBet. With 5 for 25 available on every game, a huge range of markets across the round, and preview videos to help you make your call. The action is heating up like never before. 5 for 25 is a new way of same-game multi-betting exclusive to PointsBet. And you can choose more or less on 5 player-related markets. Terms and conditions apply. This is betting made for true league fans. fans and for a betting experience which is built to last way after the final whistle. Download the PointsBet app today. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce for sport. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Iliason. Only at Goma. Get your tickets today.
Go Harvey Norman. Take a further 10% off all Australian-made AH beard mattresses. Made by Australians for Australians. Like the Conformer Embrace Queen mattress, your choice of 4 feels, now only $719. Or the Cairo Elegant Queen mattress, now just $1,529. Now's the time to buy. Take a further 10% off Australian-made AH beard mattresses. Hurry, must end Monday. Best range, best prices. Don't miss a further 10% off Australian-made AH beard mattresses at Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Right now at IGA, locals are celebrating all across Australia. Get in on the excitement for your chance to win from $50,000 to $10,000 to spend in store. Simply spend $20 at IGA on specials like these. Dine Wet cat food 7 by 85 grams, selected varieties, $5 each, half price. With a winner every 10 minutes, you could be next. IGA, you can't beat local. Prices valid until May 5, excludes IGA local grocer while stocks last at participating stores. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Listening to Drive with Gary Hardgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Now on Drive, what's coming up on Weekends with Luke Grant.
But you gotta keep your head up.
Luke Grant will be here, of course, tomorrow morning from 9 and also Sunday morning, 4BC Weekends. He joins us now. How are you, my friend? What's happening?
Mate, I'm very well indeed. A new day in the life of 4BC today with the Laundy's official ownership taking effect, and we wave goodbye to Channel 9 and we say g'day, Tapped Media. And I was at an event in our Sydney studios this morning and met Craig Laundy and Arthur again. And I'll tell you what, mate, it feels nice moving from the big public company world to a family business situation where decisions can be made quickly, and you've got the people at the heart of all of that just a phone call away. It just feels so much more appropriate for a big media organisation like ours. Have you met any of the Laundys yet?
Well, mate, I know Craig from way back. In fact, when he was first elected to federal parliament, I handed him my business card and said, if you ever need a hand, let me know. And he took me up on the offer. So we got to know each other a bit. And I sent him a text last night, wished him all the best for today, because it's a big deal. It's a big gamble. They're in the pub business now. They're very much so, even more in the people business, taking on us. And and this place is wrapped in the Tapped wrap. Did I get that out right? Yes, I did.
Nicely done. And mate, I want to say two things, if I might. First off, my most sincere and deepest condolences on the loss of your dad, Doug.
Thank you.
And having lost my dad a couple of years ago, I know what it's like for a son. But mate, I've said this to you privately. I'm sure he would have been so proud, not just of the entire body of your work, or to seen you represent Australia overseas and in the media here and in the federal parliament. I know you paid tribute to him in your maiden speech, which brings me to our second thing, which I'm sure is 30 years ago today. In the Australian Parliament, you stood proudly as the newly elected member for Moreton. I've got your maiden speech in front of me here, part of the Howard government's first term. You didn't miss the previous government in some of your remarks, but the thing that stood out for me, there are a few things. The way you spoke about your parents, mate, was just, it was beautiful. There's no other word. And I loved this. And you said some really important reflective comments, and you quoted previous leaders, but I love the fact that you kept your first promise. Your first political promise. Now, tell your listeners, tell our listeners what that was.
Yeah, well, the kids who are now in their 30s, they wanted to go to SeaWorld. So SeaWorld it was. It was done.
So to the electors of Moreton, your local member on election in 1996, his first job was to be the best dad he could be, and that was to take his kids to SeaWorld. And is it not true that your daughter didn't like Mr. Keating very much because he didn't want you to be in politics? Is that right?
Yeah, it is actually true. She had a view, and I don't think her views have changed much to my great relief.
Well, mate, I mean, 30 years, it's a long time ago, and you weren't there for 5 minutes. Yep. You were there for a long time, and you're a Minister of the Crown, and, you know, I think it's important to remember that maiden speech 30 years on today, particularly with what you've had to endure, and we all know it's the toughest of circumstances. But as your friend and colleague here, well done to you. We're all, supporting you as best we can. We all look up to you, and you've done so much in your life, and there's so much more to go, Gary.
Well, absolutely. This is only a constant rehearsal every program. We do our darndest, but I got a great team of people around me, Luke, so that keeps me going. I mean, Dad died on Sunday. I wanted to be here this week because it was good for me to be around vital people, good people, young people as well, who really have been incredibly supportive. A bit worried I was going to be a bit frail and fall over, and there have been moments, but we've got through. And the listener, mate, can I tell you, the listeners of this radio station, they really are heavily invested in all of us as the voices that talk and come through. And so we've got to be honest. And Brisbane, mate, the great part about Brisbane and South East Queensland is everybody kind of knows each other, and we back each other, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great thing. Anyway, mate, tough week, but we remember 30 years ago, and a big part of your life, but in the broad picture, it's just a part of your life, but it's worth mentioning because very few people get to do it. And I know, just quickly, I want to move on and tell you what we've got on the show. But
right.
your parents, who grew up in Sydney, dare I say, enemy territory. They, and again, reading your speech, which I read today a couple of times, they taught you the importance of hard work, and you've not shirked a damn thing, mate. So we pat you on the back and say, well done.
Yeah, well, it's funny, because when I went into radio at the end of 1977, my father, I think, was a bit worried I was never going to get a real job and never do anything. So I am still looking for that real job, mate. I'm going to get it one day.
Good on you.
But being a member of Parliament was as close to when I was a minister in particular, was as close to a real job. You had big responsibilities, and that certainly did, I think, satisfy Dad. Maybe I had some rough idea of doing something worthwhile.
Oh, mate, I'm sure. I am sure. My dad didn't recognise any job I had as a real job until I got a gig on the radio.
Oh,
because growing up, we were both radio, not groupies, but when I worked in his hardware store on a Sunday morning, we'd race to get the Sunday paper because there'd be a radio column written by a woman called Heather Chapman. And if he was serving a customer, I'd get the paper and read it, and he'd say, "What's in it, mate? What does he say this week, mate?" So we just loved the medium,
unabashed
behind a microphone.
Well, look, as you know, as broadcasters, we got responsibility to each listener, and we do our darndest. And some might be happy, and some might be upset with what we say and talk radio, but at least we're being ourselves. You got to be true to yourself, Luke, as you know.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
So, mate, coming up on the weekend, what do you got? Let's look forward to Saturday, Sunday. What do you got?
Okay, well, we've got Dennis Shanahan, of course, tomorrow, but then her first radio interview since the tragedy in the Northern Territory this week, Jacinta Nampijinpa Price will talk to me after 10 o'clock. And you and I both know that going into the last election, and look, this may have made no difference, but the fact is, as much as we respect everyone wherever they came from and whoever they are, there seems to be issues within our Indigenous population. And at the last federal election, Jacinta Nampijinpa Price and the Liberals said we've got to have a deep dive into some of these communities and alleged sexual abuse and the like. Now, again, I'm not saying anything changes, but this has been a thing for Jacinta for years and years based on lived experience. So I want to have that, at times I imagine, difficult conversation with her tomorrow as well. On Sunday, apart from speaking to Jamie Rogers from Sky News and the former Liberal candidate for Warringah in Sydney, a very smart young woman, her take on the current issues before us, we want to have a chat to Sheridan Beaumont. Now, mate, she's a generational oyster farmer from the Hawkesbury River region, and she's studying medicine.
Okay.
So she's going to be a doctor, and she's got this wonderful oyster farm, and she brings people in and explains the subtle differences and how, illness within the oysters have nearly wiped them out a couple of times, and how difficult. I mean, it might seem easy. You grow your oysters, wait, I don't know, 5 or 10 years or something, get them off, get them to market, and it's as easy as that. But it's anything but that easy. So I want to have a chat to her. And there's an event coming up on Mum's Day in Sydney and in Brisbane, which is why I'm going to have a chat to Robin Penty, the CEO of Ovarian Cancer Research Foundation. She'll talk to me about the event coming up here in Brisbane. So we'll talk to her as well, plus all our regulars, our DIY expert, Simon Stevenson, Stephen Fennick with all the technology information, and amongst some serious stuff, plenty of laughs, my friend.
Oh, thank heavens for that. We need a laugh.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like
you can have a good weekend away, mate.
The world is your oyster, and I'm sure that there'll be some involved in all of that. and I would just like to finish, because you were so kind about family stuff, that back in my ancestry, we got some who came in on the first fleet, probably in chains, some in the second fleet, possibly in chains, I don't know. But they were shell getters and oyster farmers in the Georges River and, wait for it, the Cooks River. You wouldn't want to eat anything out of the Cooks River these days, but back in those days you could. They went on to be fishermen.
Mate, these days, you know it comes from the Cooks River if it glows in the dark.
That's right. It's pre-cooked. They should pull it out. All right. No worries. Luke Grant, you're a great man, great Australian. We look forward to 4BC weekends from 9 tomorrow and Sunday morning. You have a good one. Take care, mate.
You too. Take care, Gary.
Brisbane traffic. Keep the conversation flowing. Call 133 882 or click on message us at 4bc.com.au.
In Tarragindi, there's a northbound crash on the Pacific Motorway. It's blocking the right-hand lane under the Esher Street overpass. Heavy delays there on the approach. The Western Freeway has the right lane blocked southbound before the Moggle Road on-ramp. This is due to an earlier crash, which is keeping delays heavy through Indooroopilly. Take care with traffic lights out on Old Cleveland Road at Montague Street in Stones Corner. Riverside Expressway is a car park out of the city. The Pacific Motorway on and off the brakes both ways through Slate Street. For traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Jimmy Clark on 882 4BC.
Queenslanders know how to protect themselves and those around them. Protect yourself and your community from the serious symptoms of flu with the free flu vaccine. Available now at your GP or pharmacist. Search FluFax QLD. Authorised by the Queensland Government, Brisbane.
Mornings.
Monday's show, the first ever 4BC Mornings Roundtable.
With Jason Matthews.
And it features One Nation's Pauline Hanson and two of our lucky listeners, Astrid and Tina. They'll put Pauline Hanson under the microscope and ask her questions that we need answers to.
We were once a self-sufficient country. We're not utilising the resources that we have in Australia.
4BC Mornings Roundtable. Catch it Monday here on
4BC Mornings with Jason Matthews.
9 News coming up in a few moments from now. Joel Dry, what's in tonight's bulletin, mate?
Well, as we've been hearing, the former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk's long-term partner has been arrested and charged. Dr. Reza Adib walked into the Southport Police Station this morning where he was charged with 3 counts of rape, 2 of deprivation of liberty and 1 of sexual assault. The offence is alleged to have occurred at his Gold Coast apartment that we know was raided yesterday. He said nothing as he left the police station, as did his Palaszczuk at a book launch event last night. At 6, we'll have full coverage of this unfolding event. There's been riots in Central Australia following an arrest. Police detained a 47-year-old man, Jefferson Lewis, over the kidnap and murder of a 5-year-old girl. That sparked riots on the streets as locals tried to get to the captured man. Also tonight, there's more rail chaos coming with confirmation hundreds of services are being cut. Commuters warned to expect delays. We've got some shock new vision of the attempted Trump assassination. A more precious fuel has been secured for Australia. That's some good news. And we've got an exclusive first look, Gary, at dinosaurs who have descended on Brisbane. It's a little bit cryptic. You'll have to tune in to see what I'm talking about.
Indeed, I shall. But, you know, the funny part about dinosaurs, they might be gone for 300 million years, but we're still talking about them. I love being called a dinosaur, John.
Yeah. Maybe you'll appear in the story.
Oh, maybe, you never know. That's all right. Just spell my name.
The Continuous Call team are powering up the podcasts. Get your fix of footy 7 days a week. Monday to Wednesday, the offload. The news you need to hear. Big stories and hot takes. Thursday, Mark My Words. Mark Levy, Mark Piggy Riddell and Mark MG Geyer. Breakdowns, predictions. It's the Talkfest for tipsters. All on one handy platform. Wherever you get your podcasts. Or find us in the Continuous Call team feed. Tap the follow button to never miss an episode.
Harvey Norman now. Conditions apply.
Go, Harvey, go. I love you, always, forever, near and far. Closer together, everywhere. I will be with you, everything.
You're listening to Drive with Gary Hartgrave on Brisbane's 4BC.
Well, that is a wrap for a very busy week, and I just want to, on a personal note, thank so many people who have sent messages of condolence to me and the family, particularly you, Ross, in Mossman. Lovely card, mate. Thank you. I'm going to be taking some time off next week. My father's funeral is set to be there, so to keep things in order, Shane Doherty has kindly agreed to sit in the chair for me, and thank you, Shane. Of course, we've been marking the 30th anniversary of my first speech, the maiden speech in Parliament today, and the team's been going through the speech throughout the week, and they found a moment in which I thanked my parents. So I thought we'd end the week like this, in tribute to my dad, Doug, also to my mum, Hazel. I'd like to share that moment with you now and wish you and your family a wonderful weekend.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today there was a moment of great pride for my family. My parents taught me to work hard and to make the most of opportunities. They were born and raised in average Australian working class families in and around Cogra and Botany and Brighton and Sydney South, and my mother's family were real battlers. They'd been around that area since the late 1700s, and in fact some of my ancestors earned a living fishing in the Cooks River and out into Botany Bay. You certainly couldn't do that today. My father learned his trade as a teenager, and as a fitter and machinist he's worked his way to senior management with a leading carbide tooling company. And both my parents, Mr Deputy Speaker, showed me the virtue of community service, active involvement in helping others around you, in the true traditional Australian way of mateship and lending a helping hand for others less fortunate. And to my grandparents now, and I'm blessed to have 3 still living, they are people of a generation who gave so much to Australia.